Even though the boy had never possessed any talent for cultivation, an accidental transmigration gave him the ability to see what others could not. Chu Mo stood in a cluttered room while chaotic memories surged through his mind and gradually came into focus. He did not belong to this world. In his previous life, he had lived on Earth's final days. In 2050, a meteorite tore through the sky, a mysterious virus erupted, and humankind was instantly reduced to hideous zombies, dooming a once prosperous civilization overnight. After 5 years of desperate struggle, Chu Mo still failed to escape the tsunami of the undead. The final images before his death remained vivid, skin being ripped apart, flesh being devoured, pain like knives cutting through him. All of that was over. Now he was alive again. Chu Mo lowered his head and looked at the young, unfamiliar body he now occupied, feeling a twinge of mixed emotions. From the memories he had inherited, he knew he had arrived in an even harsher and more uncanny world. In the year 2200 of Blue Star's calendar, spatial rifts appeared across the globe. Hordes of formidable alien beasts poured out wherever they opened, shattering mountains and rivers and slaughtering everything in their path. Humanity tried to destroy them with nuclear weapons, only to discover that the air was saturated with a strange substance that crippled all electronic devices, turning high-tech armaments into scrap metal in an instant. Stripped of modern weaponry, people were forced to fight back with the simplest guns, blades, and spears. Yet against the beasts, it was like ants trying to stop a chariot. These creatures could incinerate mountains and boil seas, their bodies indestructible, far beyond what ordinary humans could resist. Cities fell, civilization crumbled, and in that despair a glimmer of hope emerged. Someone discovered that the mysterious substance suspended in the air could be absorbed, granting the absorber extraordinary power. Scientists named it primordial energy, and those capable of drawing it in, breaking the shackles of the flesh, and wielding superhuman strength were called martial artists. Not everyone, however, possessed the talent to absorb primordial energy. The gifted could reach the pinnacle. The less gifted would always have limits no matter how hard they trained, while the talentless would live out their days as ordinary people. Unfortunately, the body Chu Mo occupied belonged to the last category. A heaviness settled in his chest. According to the inherited memories, the body's original owner had sunk into despair after being declared talentless and eventually lost the will to live, allowing Chu Mo to take over. At that moment, a faint sound came from outside the door. The handle turned, and someone stepped in. A girl of 17 or 18 entered. She was astonishingly beautiful, her demeanor as cool as moonlight. Even simple home clothes could not hide her ethereal grace. She gave Chu Mo only a fleeting glance and said softly, "I'm back." She set the things in her hands on the table, then walked straight into her own room without another look. Chu Mo stared at the closed door, fragments of memory rolling through his mind again. Chen Shui was the daughter of his late parents' closest friends. Both families had been martial artists who had fought side by side against beast tides, forging a deep bond. Their elders had even arranged an engagement between the two when they were children. Yet 2 years ago, during an expedition, Chen Ziwei's parents invited his parents to accompany them, and all four perished. Unable to accept his parents' sudden deaths, the original Chu Mo irrationally blamed Chen Shui and her family. Despite his resentment, she never left. After losing her own parents, she even moved into his home to care for him, working tirelessly day and night. Even after Chu Mo was declared talentless, Chen Shui remained at his side. She risked her life hunting beasts in hopes of finding a way to awaken his talent. Every time she returned, she brought the hard-won meat of exotic beasts, begging him to eat it. Even if it could not change his talent, at least it would strengthen his body and give him a better chance of survival. The original Chu Mo, however, was ungrateful. He repeatedly lashed out at Chen Shui, treating her as the murderer of his parents. Over time, the two drifted apart, sharing a roof, yet living like strangers. Remembering all this, Chu Mo could not help but sigh inwardly. He had lived through a zombie-ridden apocalypse and knew exactly how precious a steadfast companion could be in a world teetering on the brink. Moreover, she was not only stunningly beautiful, but possessed peerless talent. Even across the entire base, it would be hard to find another like her. The previous Chu Mo had truly failed to appreciate what he had. Now that he occupied this body, he intended to live properly on its behalf. With that in mind, he exhaled lightly and decided to fill his stomach first. But when his gaze fell on the beast carcass Chen Shui had just brought back, he suddenly froze. Shock rippled through him, his eyes widening. Hovering over the carcass, faint words appeared, words no one else could see. Target, level 1 mid-grade ferocious beast, purple lightning mink. Collect? Is this a cheat code, or some hidden talent of mine? Chu Mo stared at the phantom text floating before his eyes, completely unfazed. 5 years of blood and fire in the apocalypse, plus 1 round of reincarnation, had tempered his mind into cold steel. The words hovered above the violet flash martin, yet he had seen nothing over Chen Shui earlier. Narrowing his eyes, he quickly reasoned it out. Perhaps the text only appears on savage beasts, or maybe it triggers only on corpses. With that thought, he knelt beside the creature. The charred, violet-black fur still glimmered, its burnt stench mingling with the smell of blood. Only corpses can be harvested, he muttered, moving closer. Limited clues would never keep him from testing a theory. He drew a deep breath, stretched out his right hand, and silently commanded, "Harvest." A hum rippled through the air. A golden hand formed from light, clamped over the marten, and ripped a pulsing violet arc from the carcass. Harvest complete. Inferior grade lightning affinity obtained. Would you like to fuse it? Lightning affinity. Delight flashed in Chu Mo's eyes. Ever since humans learned to absorb the world's essence to reshape their bodies, a dual system had emerged: physiques and affinities. Ordinary physiques are non-elemental, ranked from weak, lesser, lower, median, to higher. Affinities not only boost a warrior's physique, but also grant innate harmony with a specific element. Beyond the basic 5 elements earth, water, metal, fire, and wood, rare affinities exist for wind, lightning, light, and more. Those who wield them can imbue every strike with elemental force. Earth hardens defense and brute strength. Wind brings speed and agility, and a powerful enough affinity may even awaken signature talents. Compared with peers of equal realm who possess only physiques, warriors with affinities fight at several times the power. What Chu Mo now held was an inferior grade lightning affinity, the key to commanding the force of thunder. Fuse. He issued the order without hesitation. Boom. Muffled thunder exploded inside him as a blinding arc rampaged through his body. Muscle and bone seemed crushed and reforged in an instant, agony surging like a tidal wave. Veins bulged on his forehead, yet he clenched his teeth and never uttered a sound. Mercifully, the pain vanished as quickly as it came. After a few heartbeats, the torment retreated, replaced by an unprecedented exhilaration. His heart pounded like a war drum, each beat sending torrents of blood racing through his meridians. Tiny violet sparks danced across his skin like electric serpents, lighting the dim cave. The arcs faded at last, taking the visions with them. Chu Mo tightened his fists, his knuckles cracked, and raw power flooded his limbs. He raised a hand, willed it, and a streak of violet lightning sprang to life in his palm. Done. Sweat streamed down Chu Mo's face, yet he couldn't hide his delight. Let's see what I can do now. His lightning affinity had fully merged with his body, and the surging power inside him begged for a test. Because Chen Shimei was a martial artist who trained daily, her room included a private practice studio. He pushed open the door. Besides the usual sandbags, dumbbells, and wooden stakes, the centerpiece was a strength-testing pillar in ash-gray monolith twice the height of a person with a digital readout set into its crown. It wasn't electronic, but powered by elemental force, outrageously expensive and affordable only to truly elite fighters. The Academy had granted Chen Shimei this personal unit in recognition of her extraordinary talent. At the moment, the display still showed a figure: 8,365 gene. This was an entry-level tester with a theoretical cap of 10,000 gene, roughly the average for someone just entering the warrior realm. Chen Shimei had already struck more than 8,000 gene. She was one step away from that realm. No wonder the school calls her a prodigy, Chu Mo muttered, staring at the number. Martial cultivation was divided into novice, warrior, master, and grandmaster. Reaching the warrior level before 20 already marked exceptional talent. At 17, Chen Shimei was within reach, living up to her reputation. How much can I hit? Chu Mo drew a deep breath, dropped his shoulders, coiled like a bow, and slammed his fist into the pillar. Boom. The stone shuddered, the screen flashed, and a number popped up: 527 gene. With nothing but raw physique, newly awakened, he could muster over 1,500 gene. Excitement flickered in his eyes. Now with lightning. He pulled back, summoned the electricity within, and violet arcs danced around his knuckles. The punch exploded forward. Crack. Lightning smashed into the pillar, the tester rattled, and the digits skyrocketed past 3,000 gene, finally freezing at 3,089 gene. 3,000 mid-novice level. Chu Mo's eyes lit up. The lightning affinity was frightening indeed, from 1,500 to more than double with elemental boost. And this was only a lesser affinity. What would happen if he collected an inferior, or even a standard grade? Anticipation tightened his fingers. His gaze shifted to the corpse of the violet electric mink on the table. Perhaps he could harvest more. He left the studio, walked to the table, placed a hand on the carcass, and silently ordered, "Collect." A golden phantom hand appeared, scooped once, and drew out a crimson bead no larger than a thumb. Collection successful. Obtained. Purple lightning mink essence blood acquired beast essence blood. At those words, Chu Mo's eyes sharpened. For any martial artist, body forging techniques are merely the most basic way to absorb the world's energy. To accelerate the process, one needs external aids, and beast blood is the best of them. Ordinary beast blood already speeds cultivation noticeably, but beast essence blood is the creature's power condensed to its limit, many times stronger. Only a grandmaster can extract it, so every single drop drives factions into a frenzy. A memory from the boat's former owner surfaced. 3 months earlier, Liang base had auctioned a vial of grade 3 essence blood. The entire base had quaked. Nearly every top family joined the bidding, and the final price was astronomical, dominating conversations for days. Now a treasure of equal value lay in Chu Mo's palm. Though his sample was only gradient F lowest tier, it matched his current strength perfectly. Fortune indeed. He fetched a clean metal vial, sealed the purple lightning mink blood, and tried to activate Harvest again, hoping for more spoils. A cold prompt flashed across his retina. Target resources exhausted. Harvest failed. An influx of information about the skill poured into his mind. 1. Harvest works only on corpses, human or beast. 2. It can extract martial techniques, talents, physiques, essence blood, and more. 3. Once a target is chosen, it may be harvested repeatedly until every resource is gone. 4. Switching targets triggers a 1-month cooldown. So that's how it works. Chu Mo exhaled, freed of concern. His stomach protested. He grabbed some ingredients and headed to the kitchen to eat. On the other side of the room, Chen Shiwei moved with calm precision, arms sweeping while her feet followed an odd yet exact rhythm. The Retina 20 movements, forged through countless trials by humanity's greatest fighters, naturally drew ambient energy into the body, rapidly tempering bone and flesh. When the final motion ended, blood and chi surged through her like a tidal bore, yet she still sighed. Not strong enough. The Academy hunt was approaching. If she hoped to kill a mid-tier grade 2 twin-headed python, her current strength fell far short. Its gallbladder was said to fortify the body dramatically, and she meant for Chu Mo to take it. Otherwise the Academy might expel him for his frailty. The thought made her knuckles whiten as her fist tightened. Night had already settled outside the window. She calmed herself and went to join Chu Mo in making dinner. Because his parents had died and he had never awakened any cultivation talent, Chu Mo had once slipped into utter despair. Since moving in, she had done all the cooking and looked after Chu Mo every single day, yet he never showed the slightest gratitude. Thinking of his constant indifference, Chen Shimei sighed once more and pushed the door open. She was about to head straight for the kitchen when a rich aroma caught her off guard. Following the scent into the living room, she found the table already covered with food: bright green broccoli, glossy braised ribs, and 2 sizzling stir-fries. The colors and smells were mouth-watering. "You're up? Go wash your hands and sit down. The last bowl of soup is almost ready." In the open kitchen, Chu Mo, wearing a dark apron, was ladling soup from a clay pot. Steam curled around his face as he turned, making him look unusually animated. The normally cool-headed Chen Shimei froze at the sight. After a moment, she lowered her voice. "Did you cook all this? If I didn't, who did?" Chu Mo chuckled, setting the soup on the table. "Come on, dig in." She sat down, eyes shifting between him and the spread. Countless thoughts swirled inside her, but none found words. She simply picked up her chopsticks. For a while, the only sounds were utensils clinking against porcelain. Soon Chu Mo put down his bowl. "I'm done. The dishes are yours to wash." With that, he walked back to his room and closed the door softly. Chen Shimei stared at the shut door, stunned, until she finally snapped out of it. For 2 years, no matter how much she had given, Chu Mo had stayed locked inside his own world, unwilling even to show a pleasant face, let alone cook. The scene just now felt unreal. "It really does feel like a dream," she murmured, looking at the steaming dishes. A faint warmth flickered across her cool features. "But I'd rather never wake up." In his room, Chu Mo sat on the edge of the bed and exhaled slowly. He knew his sudden change would puzzle Chen Shimei, but he had no intention of explaining. 2 years of coldness couldn't be erased with a single apology. Only actions would matter. More important was growing stronger. He calmed his thoughts, produced a vial of purple lightning marten blood, and downed it in one gulp. The scalding liquid hit his stomach, and a savage force exploded through his body. He instantly activated a body-forging technique, guiding the energy to temper his bones, muscles, and meridians. 1 month later, boom, a fist crackling with electric arcs slammed into the strength tester. The machine shuddered, and the screen froze at 2,134 G. "Not bad," Chu Mo nodded in satisfaction. For the past month, aside from eating and sleeping, he had done nothing but train. His second-grade lightning affinity was strong, yet still short of true prodigies, forcing him to push harder. Thanks to high-intensity workouts and the first dose of purple lightning marten blood, his base strength had jumped by 600 G. If he channeled the lightning inside him, it doubled, surging past 4,000 G, non-impressive leap for anyone at his level. The key was Beast Blood. 1 vial alone had granted roughly 400 G. If he kept acquiring it, reaching the warrior realm within half a year was well within reach. By my count, a full month has passed. Time for the second extraction. After a quick rest and shower, Chu Mo changed into clean clothes and headed out. This time he'll choose an even better target. The faster my strength grows, the better. The street was alive with activity, a constant tide of people sweeping past. Cars darted between the crowds and footsteps overlapped, while sharp, oppressive auras occasionally flared the signature of the few martial artists present. Without slowing, Chu Mo slipped into a nearby commercial district. Class 1, low-tier earth-devouring grublast 1 left. Class 1, high-tier Gale Wolf, only 3 million credits. Bronze-grade combat art, selling cheap. Vendors shouted from both sides, the air thick with blood and the musk of beast hides. After the cataclysm, humanity relied on martial artists to build fortified bases, and an entire industry sprang up around the trade in beast materials. This street was one of its offspring, every stall crammed with trophies from ferocious creatures. All the while, Chu Mo's gaze barely left the display's pelts, fangs, spinal bones, even whole carcasses. Yet almost everything came from Class 1 or Class 2 beasts, the strongest only a low-tier Class 2, on par with an early-stage martial artist. His harvest technique could lock onto one target each month, and this time he wanted a higher-grade talent or physique to speed his cultivation. Powerful beasts did not always possess elite gifts, but the odds were far better than with weaker prey. He refused to compromise. By the time he finished combing the street, he had not found even a decent mid-tier Class 2 corpse. Shaking his head, he was about to settle for a low-tier Class 2 specimen when an excited shout erupted ahead. The Windchaser hunters are back. Thief taken down a Class 3 beast. Like a stone tossed into a pond, the news sent ripples through the crowd. Windchaser hunters, and they brought a Class 3 creature? Come on, let's see. People surged toward the street entrance in a wave. Chu Mo paused. He had heard of the Windchaser hunters. They were one of the top squads in Luoyang base, led by Zhuai Feng, who had awakened a mid-tier wind talent and reached the martial master realm, commanding over a dozen latest-stage martial artists and early-stage masters of force in his own right. What drew Chu Mo even more was the fallen Class 3 beast. Equal to a martial master in strength, it almost certainly carried an exceptional talent. With that thought, he joined the flood of onlookers. The street entrance was already packed, everyone eager for a close look at the prize. Just as Chu Mo squeezed into the throng, astonished cries rang out. It's an earth dragon beast. Isn't that the one that rampaged up north? I heard it reached mid-tier Class 3 and even swallowed martial masters. If the Windchaser squad brought it down, Captain Zhuai Feng must have broken into mid-stage martial master by now. The roar of conversation was deafening, awe and excitement etched on every face. Chu Mo stared at the center of the crowd, eyes blazing. If he could secure that corpse, his monthly goal would be complete. Around him, waves of admiration and shock rolled on. Absolutely terrifying. Someone whispered. Chu Mo looked over and saw more than a dozen fighters standing in the street, each radiating a formidable aura. One of them shouted, "Our Gale Hunters squad is second to none. Captain Gale is already mid-rank martial master and can take down tier 3 beasts. We're recruiting no late-stage martial practitioners and above. If you have an elemental gift, early stage is acceptable. Benefits include." Chu Mo paid little attention to the offer. His gaze slid past the men to the massive beast carcass at their feet. It resembled an oversized pangolin, 5 zhang long, tusks gleaming with a cold sheen. Even in death, it exuded a crushing pressure that made the onlookers uneasy. A few passers-by were gingerly touching the earth dragon beast. Chu Mo eased forward, slipped a hand onto its hide, and feigned curiosity. Target, Tier 3 mid-grade beast earth dragon beast. Collectible. Collect? The prompt flashed before his eyes. He answered in his mind, collect. Collection successful. Acquired, mid-grade cultivation physique. Fuse? Got it. Delight flickered in Chu Mo's eyes. He didn't fuse at once. Instead, he flipped his wrist, stored the light orb in his sleeve, and quietly backed out of the crowd. Draining the beast's blood would be noticed, so he quit while ahead. Less than 3 seconds, and no one was the wiser. The recruiting cries still rang out behind him, but Chu Mo had already turned into the alley that led home. Inside, he locked the door, summoned the white orb no bigger than a glass marble, its intricate light patterns swirling within. Fuse. Boom. Savage energy flooded every limb and bone, shattering and reforging them. Agony roared through him, but Chu Mo had braced himself and endured. After a dozen seconds, the pain ebbed. Drenched in sweat and gasping, he felt the fusion complete. Without delay, he ran through the 21 movements of the body-forging art. 15 minutes later, he finished the last stance. Instantly, a vast warm current surged from the heavens and earth, refining his flesh through his meridians 10 times stronger than when had only had the lightning affinity. Incredible. A mid-grade physique really is powerful. One cycle now equals 10 of the old. At this rate, even without beast blood, he'll step into the martial practitioner realm within half a year. With beast blood, 3 months will do. Savoring his skyrocketing cultivation speed, Chu Mo let a smile curl across his lips. Inside the training room, sweat streamed down Chu Mo's body. His fists hammered the strength testing machine like a raging storm, making the alloy shell hum. The numbers on the screen climbed rapidly: 3289, 3321, 3275, 3306. Bang! With a final punch, the lightning within him erupted. Thunder followed his strike, the machine shuddered, and the digits froze at 6643. A medium cultivation physique is truly frightening, Chu Mo marveled. In just 1 month his strength had jumped to more than 6,600 Jinan increase of over 1,100. His raw power had reached the middle stage of martial apprentice. And with lightning added, he could stand toe-to-toe with a latest stage martial apprentice. If he could acquire more beast blood to boost his speed, his progress would be even more astonishing beyond even what Liuyang Base's acknowledged prodigy, Qin could match. He slowly retracted his fists and steadied his breathing. Staring at the frozen number, a spark lit his eyes. With his medium cultivation physique and inferior lightning affinity, he already qualified as a genius of Liuyang Base. If word got out, every major faction would flock to him, and the academy would slot him straight into the elite class for special training. Yet he shook his head, unwilling to chase empty fame. In a past life he had struggled through the apocalypse and understood how fragile trust could be. His earlier test had labeled him ordinary. If he suddenly revealed his talent now, probes, suspicion, and hidden blades would follow. However tempting the resources, he would not gamble his life. He'll keep climbing in secret with the gathering technique, he resolved. Only by becoming a martial warrior, better yet, a grandmaster, could he face prying eyes without fear and take control of his fate. Suppressing his excitement, he wiped the sweat from his brow, left the training room, and grabbed the prepared meat from the refrigerator. 5 gene of dense beast flesh vanished in moments. Cultivation devoured energy, and he had to replenish it with staggering quantities. Apprentices were already like this. Martial artists and warriors reportedly consumed dozens of gene per meal, and only grandmasters could draw on heaven and earth energy directly, sparing themselves the food. After swallowing the last chunk, he dashed into the shower, rinsed off the sweat, changed into clean clothes, and headed out. For 2 full months he hadn't set foot in the academy. Since the world's upheaval, graduates no longer studied liberal arts after high school. They entered martial academies instead. Scientists had once suggested starting earlier, but experience proved primordial energy too elusive. Only at 15, when the bones had set, could talent be measured and body-forging techniques practiced. Attempting it earlier damaged one's foundation and could even reverse blood flow, killing the trainee. Thus the martial curriculum officially began only after high school ended. Cultivation being highly personal, the academy's supervision remained deliberately loose. Most of the time the students cultivated at home and only came to the academy when they ran into problems with their martial arts or when the school organized a hunting exercise. Today Chu Mo was here because his class was holding a hunting trial and attendance was mandatory. Chen Shui had gone out early to buy meat, so after leaving her a note he locked the door and hurried down the street toward the academy. Half an hour later he stopped in front of the scarlet gates of Liuyang First Academy. Liuyang Base had several martial academies and quite a few private dojos, but First Academy was unmatched in teachers and resources. Back in high school, Chu Mo had excelled in academic subjects and been admitted without a hitch, only to be declared incapable of cultivation, devoid of talent during the entrance physical. Students with 0 talent showed up every year and were normally shunted straight to the 5th-ranked academy, but the gifted Qin Shui had shielded him, so the administration decided to keep him. From that day on he became the butt of every joke in First Academy. Every visit earned a fresh round of ridicule. The boda's previous owner had hated Qin Shui for it, convinced she was mocking him on purpose. After taking over this body, Chu Mo finally understood. Only by staying at the strongest academy did he stand a chance of changing his physique, and Chun Ziwei's intentions had been kind all along. The former host had simply been too mired in self-pity and anger to see it. He shook his head, pushed the thoughts away, strode into the teaching building, and opened the classroom door. Inside, nearly every student was clustered around a sharply dressed young man, their faces plastered with obsequious smiles. The man was the class-acknowledged prodigy Zhaochi. Zhaochi's amazing. In just 2 months, he pushed his strength from 5,400 gene to 6,000 gene, the very peak of mid-stage warrior trainee. I heard the prizes for this trial include 3 vials of first-tier beast blood and a top-grade Mortal Kombat art. First place is Zhaochi's for sure. He'll break into latest stage trainee when he gets back, maybe even get bumped straight into the elite class. The elite class was the brightest spot in First Academy, only 23 students in total, each a rising star of Liuyang Base. Who wouldn't envy them? Who wouldn't try to latch on? As the chatter rose and fell, Zhaochi stood tall, pride written all over his face. Out of the corner of his eye he suddenly caught sight of Chu Mo at the door. His eyes lit up, and his mocking laugh drowned out every other voice. Chu Mo, that worthless leech actually showed up? The derision spread through the room. He doesn't even have a cultivation physique. What's he doing here? Zhaochi's been chasing Chun Shui forever and says he's bound to get her. Chu Mo's her fiancé, and a total loser. This should be fun. Zhaochi parted the crowd and walked up to Chu Mo, looking down at him. Didn't think you'd have the guts to join the hunting trial. Perfect. I wanted to tell you this face to face. He bent closer, voice low and icy. You keep clinging to Qin Shi Wei, right? When the trial is over, they'll make you watch her scream beneath me. The words cut like a blade. Chu Mo's eyes went cold. You're courting death. Oh, you want to kill me? Zhaochi laughed as if had heard the world's best joke, then turned and raised his hand to the class. Everyone, this is what powerless rage looks like, the tragedy of the weak. He faced Chu Mo again, straightened the other's collar with deliberate care, and smirked. I know you wish I'd drop dead this instant, but you'd better worry about whether you can walk out of the trial alive. With that he turned away, still laughing. He wants to kill me. Chu Mo's heart dropped. Memories of struggling through the apocalypse surged back. Years filled with slaughter and death had taught him that only self-reliance and ruthless decisiveness kept a person alive. Thanks to that harsh lesson, an ordinary man like him had survived until the zombie tide finally swallowed the city, and caution had been etched into his bones. Now Zhaochi had first humiliated Qin Shi Wei in front of everyone, then flashed murderous intent at him from the shadows. Zhaochi was a promising martial trainee. If allowed to grow, he would become a serious threat. Chu Mo disliked stirring up trouble, but he understood the need to eliminate danger at its root. His gaze at Zhaochi turned razor-sharp. You want my life? Then I'll take yours first. After a brief wait, 2 instructors in the martial artist realm arrived. Once they confirmed the class roster, they ordered everyone onto the vehicles without further explanation. These machines were also powered by primal energy. Ever since the celestial upheaval had crippled all electronics, nearly every tool and form of transport had been converted to run on primal force or energy stones. Engines roared and the convoy pulled away from the base. The lead truck's heading caught many students off guard. Teacher, where are we going? Someone asked. Into the wild zone beyond the base. What? A chorus of alarm filled the cabin. The wilds teemed with fierce beasts. Even seasoned warriors risked life and limb there, and most of the class were only low-tier trainees. Entering that area sounded like suicide. Relax, the lead instructor said with a soothing smile. Our destination is north of the city. A Tier 3 Earth Drake used to dominate that territory, but the Gale Squad has already slain it. Afterward, the base dispatched more than 10 hunter teams to clear every Tier 2 beast and above, carving out a hunting ground with a radius of 20 li. Only Tier 1 beasts remain, perfect for the Academy's trial. Instructor Lin and I will guard you the whole time. You won't be in over your heads. Hearing that only Tier 1 beasts were left, and with 2 mid-level martial artist instructors accompanying them, the students finally relaxed. The vehicles left the base, traveled a bit farther, and rolled to a halt. We've arrived, the teacher announced, his voice carrying on the wind. Everyone climbed down and gazed around in wonder. It was Chu Mo's first time outside the walls as well. Before them stretched raw wilderness. Towering ancient trees blotted out the sky, and vines coiled like pythons. Had they not seen the high base walls with their own eyes, they would have believed they had stepped into a primeval forest. Primal energy granted humans extraordinary power, but it also fueled the distorted growth of beasts and plants. Trees and vines that once needed centuries to mature could now rise to full height in a few short decades under primal nourishment. Some of the fearsome beasts crawl out of spatial rifts, while others mutate after being nourished by primal energy. That is why the wilderness is fraught with danger. Yet peril often walks hand in hand with opportunity. Rare herbs and minerals lie hidden deep in the forest, some capable of boosting one's strength overnight, others even awakening latent talents, and they fetch astronomical prices back at the base. Meanwhile, every part of a beast is valuable, giving rise to countless hunting squads who live on the edge of life and death. For this Academy hunting trial, points are awarded according to the rank and strength of the beast you kill. First place earns 3 vials of Tier 2 beast blood and a bronze-grade combat technique. Second place gets 2 vials. Third place, 1. Everyone else goes home empty-handed. The generous prizes have every student itching to make their move. This is a signal talisman. If you're in danger, crush it and Mr. Lin and I will come to your aid, but don't think that having it means you can relax. The outside world is full of threats, so stay alert. With that final warning, the instructor announced the start of the 5-day trial. Before he finished speaking, the students had already filed out, clutching their talismans. Zhaochi, the top student in the class, was the first to cross the boundary. He looked back from the treeline, fixing Chu Mo with a taunting stare, then strode into the sea of green. Chu Mo's expression remained calm. He did not react at all. When it was his turn, the teacher's face tightened as though he wanted to say more, but in the end he only sighed. You haven't cultivated your body. Once you're inside, find a place to hide. Thank you, sir. Chu Mo accepted the talisman and stepped into the woods. Behind him, the teacher shook his head in resignation. Inside the primeval forest, thick foliage blotted out the sun and vines twisted in every direction. Chu Mo moved with muted, deliberate steps. Instead of hunting at once, he searched for signs of Zhaochi. The man had insulted Qin Shi Mei and even tried to kill her. Chu Mo intended to deal with him first and remove future trouble. But layered leaves blocked his view, and after only a few steps he saw no one else. He shelved the chase for now and focused on hunting beasts to sharpen his combat skills. The trial zone was only 20 li wide. Sooner or later, their paths would cross. He advanced in a constant state of vigilance, nerves drawn tight. His lightning-based talent was fierce, but only of secondary grade. Far from invincibly so, caution remained his best shield. After roughly half an hour, he stopped abruptly. In the gloom beneath the branches, a pair of eerie blue eyes flashed. A shadow nearly 2 meters long and waist-high emerged next, crouching on all fours, its fangs glinting in the dim light as it fixed him in its sights. A lower-class Tier 1 beast, the iron-spined hound. Chu Mo's gaze sharpened, and the beast he had studied at the academy flickered through his mind. Wolves and dogs share the same frame, and hunters like to say they come with bronze heads, iron bones, and tofu-soft waists. The iron-spined hound is a mutated canid whose trademark is the ridge running down its back, hard as forged steel. The standard tactic is simple: dodge its first few pounces, wait for its stamina to ebb, then finish it off. An approach even an ordinary martial trainee can pull off. Chu Mo had no intention of fighting by the book. The hound burst from the shrubs with a guttural snarl, the rush of air whistling around its leap. Before a full thought could settle in his mind, Chu Mo planted his feet, dropped his shoulder, and drove a thunderous fist straight forward. Boom! A crackling arc of lightning rode 6,000 gene of brute force into the hound's forehead. Bone snapped, the skull warped, shards sprayed, and the beast's massive body was flung several meters back, snapping dead branches before it hit the ground, and lay still. No twitch, no final spasm. A clean kill in a single heartbeat. In that moment, Chu Mo's strength rivaled a latest-stage martial trainee, and the iron spine hound never even drew a second breath. With a faint shake of his head, he drew his knife, sliced off a foreleg as proof of the hunt, then opened the beast's chest and filled several small vials with its scalding blood. Tier 1, low-grade beasts aren't rare, yet their blood still tempers a trainee's body. Once everything was packed, Chu Mo slung the severed leg over his shoulder, tucked the vials into his jacket, and strode deeper into the woods. Like wind across the canopy, time slipped away until dusk. In the thick undergrowth, a Tier 1, mid-grade silver ring viper suddenly reared up, fangs gleaming as it struck for his face. Chu Mo pivoted half a step and shattered its skull with a single punch. Warm blood splattered his cheek, which he wiped calmly before steadying his breath. Since daybreak, counting this viper, he had felled 7 Tier 1 beasts, some low-grade, some mid-grade. The rapid stream of combat had honed his killing edge while making his presence both restrained and razor-sharp. Twilight deepened. He glanced at the sky and murmured, "Night's coming. I need a safe place to rest." Darkness is a banquet for beasts. Many hide-ear creatures stir only after sunset, and even seasoned hunting teams look for defensible shelters before the light dies. No stronger monsters had shown up in this sector yet, but after so many fights, Chu Mo was tired and planned to use the fresh beast blood to temper his body. Decision made. He deftly removed the viper's gall, bottled the remaining blood, and moved on. Moments later, the sun vanished, and night draped the forest like a curtain. Chu Mo reached a concealed burrow at the base of a giant tree, the nest he had cleared that morning after killing a Tier 1, mid-grade mutant squirrel. Spacious and dry, it was perfect for the night. He set a few simple alarm traps at the entrance. Anything that brushed them would trigger an immediate clang. In the wild, caution is survival. During the day, he had seen distress signals flare through the canopy, signs that some students were in sudden danger. Teachers had rushed to their aid, but whether they would arrive in time was anyone's guess. In other words, the forest showed no mercy. It was only the first day of the trial, yet more than a few participants might already have lost their lives. If even the perimeter area the academy had cleared in advance was this deadly, one could only imagine how treacherous the true wilderness must be. Chu Mo let out a silent sigh, then shook his head to chase the stray thoughts away. He slipped into a cave and retrieved the vial of beast blood he had gathered along the way. The jade container was only half filled with dark crimson liquid. He had slain 7 beasts and should have had far more, but what a warrior needed was the blood drawn from a monster's heart, the single, most potent drop each creature possessed, a rarity in itself. After counting, he found he had barely 5 portions. Inventory complete. He popped the cork and gulped down a mouthful. The scalding blood hit his throat, and a wild, surging energy roared through his limbs like an angry tide. Without delay, Chu Mo set his body-forging art in motion, guiding the raging force through muscle, bone, and meridian until it was slowly tempered. Night fell, and the forest echoed with non-stop roars from feral beasts. Inside the cave, Chu Mo sat as steadfast as stone. Sweat ran off his shoulders and pooled on the ground in thin rivulets. All night he refined his muscles and bones, driven by a single goal: to live longer and stronger in this age. At dawn, Chu Mo opened his eyes, clear-headed and refreshed. That single portion of heartblood had added almost 100 gene, roughly 50 kilograms soft brute strength to his body. The gain was not spectacular, yet it was solid and lasting. Most warriors needed at least a month to digest one dose of beast blood. Taking another sooner would throw their vital energy into chaos. The length of the interval depended on physique and talent. The greater the talent, the shorter the gap. With Chu Mo's middling body-forging aptitude and second-rate lightning affinity, he needed only 3 days to assimilate a dose. That meant he could take 10 portions in a month. Even low-grade beast blood would net him nearly 1,000 extra gene of strength. The realization left him pleased with his progress and made the gulf created by talent all the more obvious. Digestion speed, coupled with the vitality drawn in by one's forging art, set the difference between heaven and earth. After a quick wash, he ran through another set of body-forging movements to warm up. Tendons cracked, blood surged. Then he took out the monster's leg he had carved off the night before, propped it over a makeshift spit, and turned it over the fire. Half an hour later, golden fat dripped onto the coals, and the cave filled with the aroma of roasted meat. Chu Mo picked the bones clean, washed it down with a mouthful of water, packed his gear, and headed deeper into the forest. Yesterday he had lingered on the outskirts, killing nothing but low and mid-grade first-tier beasts, opponents that no longer posed a challenge. Today he intended to hunt a high-grade first-tier creature and find out where his limits truly lay. He had barely walked a few minutes when violent sounds of combat erupted ahead, leaves scattering, branches snapping. Chu Mo's expression sharpened as he crept toward the source. On a clearing flattened by shockwaves some 100 meters away, 2 figures were locked in a deadly struggle. A trainee wielding a saber was barely holding his ground against a bear 4 to 5 meters tall. The creature's back bulged, its rock-like muscles rippling, and every swipe of its paw sliced the air with a shrill whistle. Overwhelmed by such brute force, the warrior could only fall back step after step. A rampaging iron bear. Chu Mo recognized it at once. A high-grade first-tier beast of immense strength, troublesome even for full-fledged warriors. The Academy's records also noted that wherever an iron bear appeared, a spirit honey hive was never far away. Spirit bees were mediocre fighters, but the honey they brewed could greatly accelerate body forging and help digest beast blood. With that honey, the gap between doses could be shortened even more. Such an opportunity could not be allowed to slip away. With the thought firmly in mind, Chu Mo charged straight into the fray. Muji was growing desperate. He had only meant to hunt a few fierce beasts in the thick forest to earn some training points. Yet he had blundered into the territory of a berserk giant bear. This bear was a top-tier grade 1 beast, its raw power on par with a latest-stage martial apprentice. Each swipe worth 5 or 6,000 gene. Muji, barely a mid-stage apprentice with less than 4,000 gene of force, was hopelessly outmatched. He tried to retreat, but the bear, convinced he had come to steal its honey, charged after him, snapping trees and shattering stones as it came. Left with no choice, Muji engaged it, only to be overwhelmed at once. If the fight dragged on, he would end up as the bear's dinner. Several times his hand brushed the message talisman at his waist. One squeeze would summon his 2 instructors, but there was no guarantee they could arrive in time, and using the talisman would also end this valuable trial. His hesitation kept him from calling for help. In the midst of the deadlock, he glimpsed a figure cutting through the air and shouted, "Hey, over here. Help me kill this beast," and well split the honey. The words died in his throat when he saw who it was. Chu Mo, the Academy's well-known weakling. Muji's heart sank. If Chu Mo joined the fray, he would probably just throw his life away. That split second of distraction proved fatal. The berserk giant bear lunged, its paw smashing into Muji's chest. His ribs caved in, blood sprayed, and he was hurled 30 feet before crashing lifeless to the ground. Chu Mo arrived a heartbeat later, his brows knit, a cold light in his eyes. "You brute," he growled. "How dare you rampage here? He'll put you down." With a tap of his toe he shot forward, purple lightning crackling around his palm. Thunder boomed as he brought it down on the bear like a falling mountain. Boom. The bear's chest caved under the blow, and its huge body staggered back, arcs of lightning dancing across its fur, the stench of scorched flesh filling the air. The strike wounded it badly but also drove it into a frenzy. Roaring, its eyes blood-red, the bear hammered the ground with each swipe, leaving deep fissures. Chu Mo lacked its brute strength, yet his footwork was swift and fluid. He skipped off trunks and boulders, dodging with ease while punching again and again, each fist wreathed in lightning that ripped into the bear's flesh and organs. Top-tier grade 1 beasts were powerful but clumsy, and Chu Mo's thunder-charged assaults were relentless. The bear could not catch him. Instead it suffered one jolt after another, its muscles spasming, its roars turning hoarse. Dancing around it, Chu Mo gave a tight smile. "You've tasted several of my thunder fists. You're running on fumes, beast. Let's see how much longer you can last." And indeed, a few minutes later, the berserk giant bear's aura kept plummeting, and its strength faded fast. Strike while it's weako for the kill. Chu Mo's eyes flashed. He pushed off the ground and shot forward like an arrow, swinging a heavy fist in a wide arc and smashing it down on the bear's skull. Boom. The dull explosion echoed through the forest. The bear's head caved in, Its massive body stiffened for a moment, then crashed to the ground. Its thick limbs twitched a few times before falling still. Chu Mo exhaled a long breath, his heart still racing. A top-tier Grade 1 beast really is terrifying. He had made the battle look easy only because he exploited the bear's clumsiness. If one of those claws had reached him, there would have been no counterattack, only a crippling wound or instant death. The fight drove home how decisive speed is in a life-or-death clash. If he could awaken a wind affinity to cover that weakness, his strength would soar again. After a brief pause to steady his breathing, he walked toward the corpse to claim his spoils. A faint rush of wind brushed his ear, and his expression hardened as he looked toward the end of the forest path. Dust billowed in the distance as a figure sprinted closer. Moments later, the newcomer stopped, glanced at the bear's body, and chuckled. I searched high and low for you, and here you are delivered to me on a plate. Chu Mo, we meet at last. The newcomer was Zhaochi. For this trial, Zhaochi sought more than first place and the Academy's reward. He carried a far more important mission, retrieving a secret treasure. After a Tier 3 Earth Dragon beast had been slain, the base sent more than 10 hunter squads to sweep the area. Zhaochi's father, Zhou Cheng, a late-stage martial artist, was among them. During the sweep, Zhou Cheng stumbled into the Earth Dragon's lair and discovered a hidden stone chamber that seemed to hold millennial spiritual marrow and other unknown treasures. With too many people nearby, he dared not act, so he memorized the location and withdrew. When he learned that First Academy would run a trial here, Zhou Cheng passed the information to his son and told him to seize the treasure amid the chaos. Millennial spiritual marrow is a peerless heavenly rarity, rumored to enhance a martial artist's innate talent. Once it appears, even Grandmaster-level powerhouses will fight for it. With its aid, along with the Academy's reward, Zhaochi might break straight into the martial artist realm or even glimpse the Grandmaster boundary. If that happened, Chen Shiwei would be his for the taking. To keep the secret, Zhaochi dismissed his attendants as soon as he entered the wild zone and headed for the site alone. Unexpectedly, he ran into Chu Mo halfway. He had long wanted to kill Chu Mo but had been restrained by the Academy's rules. Out here in the wilderness, he felt no need to hold back. A cold smile curled Zhaochi's lips. Chu Mo, have you decided how you want to die? If you kill me, aren't you afraid the Academy will find out and punish you? Chu Mo's expression stayed calm as he said quietly, the Academy forbids students from killing one another. Anyone caught will have their cultivation abolished, you know that. The forest around them was dim, the air tinged with the metallic scent of blood drifting through charred branches. Mu Ji and the rampaging giant bear lay dead on the ground, fresh blood seeping into the upturned earth. Zhaochi glanced about and let out a derisive laugh. And who's going to know I did it? He nudged aside a broken bear claw as he scanned the woods for witnesses. Even if the Academy gets wind of this, what then? They'll believe Mu Ji met the bear, fought it to the death, and you ambushed him while he was weak. I, Zhaochi, just happened to pass by, saw your cruelty, and struck down the scum named Chu Mo. They want punishment, you'll reward me. He licked his cracked lips, his voice low and vicious. When you're dead, Chen Shiwei will be mine. It's a shame you won't get to watch her writhe beneath me. A mock pity curled the corner of his mouth. Dry yellow leaves crumbled under his heel as he went on. There was never any great feud between us. Normally, someone as lofty as I wouldn't notice an ant like you. The trouble is, you're Chun Ziwei's fiancé, yet you're a talentless waste, while she belongs to me. Being her fiancé is your blessing and your curse. Such is the fate of the weak. You're right, Chu Mo replied evenly. Zhaochi raised a brow, smirking. Begging won't save you. No, you misunderstand. Chu Mo cut in, shaking his head. What I mean is, Chen Shiwei is mine. Which means his eyes, cold as starlight, locked onto Zhaochi. You have to die? As the words fell, Chu Mo's spiritual power burst forth like a breached dam. Overwhelming force stripped leaves from the trees and sent gravel flying. Zhaochi's smirk froze, his face draining of color. Before Zhaochi could react, a fist wreathed in purple lightning crashed down like a raging wave against a cliff. The arcs of electricity lit up the surrounding forest, reflecting in his suddenly contracted pupils. Alarm shot through him, and he slid nearly 6 feet to the side like a phantom, long blades sweeping upward in a silvery arc. Steel met thunderous force, yet not the slightest resistance formed. The blade of light was extinguished in an instant. Sparks burst like shattering steel, and Zhaochi sucked in a sharp breath. What? You shattered my void-splitting slash? Latest warrior strength and lightning affinity? Impossible. You're the cripple everyone says can't cultivate. His voice cracked, shrill with disbelief. Chu Mo only snorted. What you see isn't always the truth. Before the words had fully settled, his aura exploded, feet digging into the earth as he launched another heavy punch, power surging like an inverted Milky Way. So what if you're latest? I have wind affinity, you can't touch me. Zhaochi twisted past the punch, eyes gleaming with greed. A useless nobody, suddenly rising, must have found some great fortune. Once I kill you, it's mine. Relying on windborne speed and practiced blade work, he darted around, weaving a curtain of steel that forced Chu Mo's fist aura to miss again and again. As time dragged on, the advantage seemed to swing back toward Zhaochi. Chu Mo's brows knitted, yet he showed no panic. Purple lightning coiled around his fists, his stance towering like a war god standing in a storm. Each punch blasted aside the blade's edge. Suddenly, he caught an opening. He stepped in, and the gust from his fist sealed Zhaochi's escape route. Zhaochi tried to vanish once more, but lightning erupted from Chu Mo's shoulder like a furious dragon. Crack! The bolt closed the distance faster than Zhaochi could ever move. Devastating lightning tore through the air and slammed into his chest. A shriek ripped across the forest as he was hurled more than 10 meters, blackened and smoking, before smashing into a thick trunk and sliding to the ground. The instant he landed, he spat blood, face ghost white, eyes wide with disbelief. No way, how could I lose to a cripple like you? Humiliation and shock tangled within him. He was the budding prodigy of Luoyang Base's first academy, son of a late-stage warrior, raised to stand above his peers. Outside of a few true monsters in the elite class, almost no one his age could match him. Yet today, the cripple he once dismissed had crushed him heated, shaking the very roots of his pride. Chu Mo said nothing. His steps were steady as he closed in. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, flickering across the purple lightning wrapped around him. He stopped in front of Zhaochi and slowly raised his fist, violet arcs dancing across his knuckles with terrifying, destructive power. You want to kill me? Feeling that terrifying power, the badly wounded Zhaochi went cold all over. Pain and fear tangled across his face. Panic first, then a twisted snarl as he forced himself to threaten. You can't kill me. My father is a late-stage warrior. If you dare touch me, he'll hunt you down. Spare me. I know where a secret treasure is. Let me live, and he'll tell you. Noisy. Chu Mo's expression didn't change. His fist cracked forward like thunder. With a dull boom, the blow shattered Zhaochi's skull. It burst like an overripe watermelon, spraying blood everywhere. Zhaochi was dead. Chu Mo wiped the blood from his face, exhaled a long breath, and let his taut meridians relax. He bent and searched the two bodies, stowing away all of Mu Ji and Zhaochi's weapons, pills, and money pouches. That done, he walked over to the carcass of the rampaging giant bear. He hacked off a paw and collected the beast's blood. A flash of the blade sent the heavy paw thudding to the ground. Then he slit open the bear's chest and squeezed its heart. A half-full canteen soon brimmed with thick, scarlet blood that reeked of iron sweetness. Following a faint buzzing deeper into the woods, Chu Mo found a primal spirit beehive. Swapping in a clean canteen, he carefully drew out the amber nectar until the hive was empty. Only then did he glance back at Zhaochi's ruined corpse. Zhaochi was only a mid-stage apprentice, yet his wind affinity made him so fast that Chu Mo had been forced onto the defensive. Without his own lightning affinity, victory would have been far from certain. I already have a medium cultivation physique, so I won't touch a higher tier anytime soon. Lightning boosts my attack, but speed is still my biggest weakness. If I can seize his wind affinity, my strength will rise again. Decision made, he stayed cautious. The stink of blood still churned in the air, others might come. He slung Mu Ji and Zhaochi over his shoulders and vanished into the forest shadows. The tree hollow he chose that night was deep and hidden. Chu Mo buried Mu Ji, then laid Zhaochi's body flat before him. Pale golden words floated in the air. Target, Zhaochi. Eligible for extraction. Proceed. Extract. A golden, translucent hand grew from his palm and plunged into the corpse, yanking out a fist-sized, milky white swirl of wind. Prompt. Extraction successful. Inferior wind affinity acquired. Fuse now? Fuse. The wind sphere dove into his body, instantly rending meridians and grinding flesh and bone. The pain was still knife-sharp, yet far more bearable than last time. Strength did make a difference. Moments later the agony ebbed, and his wounds closed. Energized, Chu Mo shot out of the hollow. His figure blurred into a streak, whipping through the forest. Fallen leaves spiraled in his wake. After a quarter hour he looped back, slightly winded but grinning. My body feels half as light, and my speed has tripled. Clenching his fists, he relished the surge of blood and let a smile spread. Wind affinity truly formidable. Chu Mo was exhilarated. Surging lightning energy entwined with howling wind, and afterimages of his body blurred in place. His speed was so astonishing that even seasoned fighters would be left gaping. It meant that, with his current power alone, he already had the confidence to confront a true warrior head-on and even defeat one. Yet the lightning and wind affinities within him were only second grade. If he advanced further, who could imagine how terrifying his strength might become? He drew a deep breath to suppress the excitement and walked back to Zhaochi's side. Zhaochi's corpse lay among fallen leaves, blade wounds still visible, blood yet to dry. Chu Mo stretched out his hand, pale blue-white light flickering in his palm, the glow of the harvesting art. The art could lock onto only one target per month, but once locked, that target could be mined for resources without limit. Harvest, he murmured. Light flashed, and a prompt appeared. Harvest successful. Bronze-grade combat art acquired. Void cleaving blade. A scroll with a blue cover and silver patterns materialized in his hand. Surprised, Chu Mo unrolled it. Its explanations of blade forms, footwork, and chi flow matched Zhaochi's earlier technique exactly. So the harvesting art could seize not only talents and physiques, but even martial skills mastered in life. The discovery made the art all the more terrifying. Even an ordinary bronze-grade combat art fetched an astounding price on the open market. The champion's prize at the Academy trial this year was nothing more than an art of the same rank, proof of their rarity. Zhaochi was only a mid-stage martial novice, yet he had wielded this blade art, clearly inherited from his latest-stage martial warrior father. Chu Mo nodded slightly and pressed the scroll to his forehead. It shattered at once, scattering into streams of light that poured into his sea of consciousness. Every detail of the void cleaving blade's 3 tiers, the drills, power routes, and chi coordination flooded his mind. At Tier 1, the edge could be sheathed in razor-sharp blade energy. By Tier 3, it could fire a terrifying arc of light across the air. Recalling the faint gleam Zhaochi had shown earlier, it was clear he had never even reached the introductory stage. Had Zhaochi attained minor mastery, killing him would not have been so easy, and Chu Mo felt secretly relieved. He set his palm to Zhaochi's chest again and repeated silently, "Harvest." Light flickered. Harvest successful. Treasure map obtained. A yellowed scroll dropped into his hand. The instant he absorbed it, a torrent of information surged into his mind: the lair of a Tier 3 ground dragon beast, and the coordinates of a hidden trove rumored to contain 10,000 years spirit marrow. So that's what Zhaochi came for. Chu Mo's eyes lit up. He had long heard that spirit marrow could temper the body and enhance one's talents. If the intel was true, the journey would be well worth it. Just then a faint prompt appeared. The target's resources have been exhausted. Further harvesting is impossible. Chu Mo withdrew his hand, a touch regretful, but a smile quickly curved his lips. For all Zhaochi's cruelty, the spoils he left behind were generous second-grade wind affinity, a bronze-grade void-cleaving blade, and the location of spirit marrow that could elevate talent and physique alike. Every one of them was a prize in its own right. Besides these spoils, he also claimed a vial of blood from a grade 1 high-tier beast, the rampaging giant bear, along with half a gene of spirit bee nectar that gleamed a faint green. From Muji's body, Chu Mo dug out several blood-stained bone shards and fangs, proofs of kill that could be exchanged for points at the base, plus 4 more portions of beast blood, all of which went into his pack. Then he turned to Zhaochi's remains. Zhaochi carried a superior grade 1 warblade, its icy edge flashing with lethal intent. On the open market, it would cost at least 500 spirit stones. Yet aside from that weapon, Chu Mo found nothing useful in the man's clothes, boots, or bracers, and he frowned. There was no way Zhaochi had returned from a field trial empty-handed. The beast blood and kill tokens had to be hidden somewhere. His gaze fell on a rough, sachet-like pouch at Zhaochi's waist. A thought flashed through his mind. He unhooked the bag, examined it, and a grin spread across his face. Was a storage pouch. Made from the hide of the exceedingly rare sky-swallowing rat, a storage pouch contained spatial power, a marvel said to hide a mustard seed within the Himalayas. Because the creature was so scarce, the pouch was outrageously expensive. Even ordinary martial artists could barely afford one, let alone find it in a small base like Liang. That Zhaochi had carried one was a true surprise. Chu Mo poured essence into the bag. With a slight tremor, its spatial entrance opened, revealing an independent space roughly 2 cubic meters in size. Scattered inside were rations, fire starters, and other odds and ends, alongside a small heap of kill tokens and beast blood. Most striking of all was a pile of low-grade spirit stones, 635 in total, glimmering with a soft blue-green light. Since the Great Shift, spirit stone veins had formed in areas rich with vital energy, and the stones now served both as cultivation aids and hard currency. 635 low-grade stones, plus 12 portions of beast blood, 3 of them grade 2, made Zhaochi nothing short of a walking treasure chest. Once he had counted everything, Chu Mo tucked all the spoils into the storage pouch, slid the warblade back at his waist, and hid the pouch under his tunic. He now carried 21 portions of beast blood, including 3 grade 2 samples, half a gene of spirit bee nectar, more than 600 spirit stones, and a superior grade 1 warbladino small fortune. Satisfied, he patted the pouch, exhaled, and looked up at the sky. It was late afternoon, less than 2 hours until sunset. Traveling at night would be reckless, danger multiplied in the dark. He made his decision. Tonight he would stay and cultivate. At first light, he would head out to seek the fabled trove. Let's see what this spirit honey can really do. After burying Zhaochi's body, Chu Mo returned to the hidden tree hollow, produced a palm-sized jade vial, and took a swig of the honey gold liquid. The scorching fluid melted the instant it touched his tongue, surging through his limbs as searing warmth that churned his blood while his heart thundered in his chest. Even the stubborn bestial blood essence lodged in his veins dissolved at once under the onslaught. He dared not waste a second. Sitting cross-legged, he formed seals with his fingers and cycled through his body forging technique. Time slipped away, several hours passed in a blur. 10 full sets of the technique later, sweat poured off him like rain and his muscles spasmed, yet he forced himself to end the routine and rise to his feet. Exhausted as he was, his eyes were clearer than ever. Within a mere few hours the spirit honey's power was spent, and the remnant beast essence was completely absorbed. What should have taken 3 days had been drained in one night, a testament to the nectar's ferocity. If I could keep refilling this stuff, I could guzzle beast blood without limit. I'd hit warrior realm in less than a month. The thought flashed through his mind. Unfortunately, the jade vial held only half a gene of honey, enough for 10 days at most. He wiped the sweat from his face, shook off distracting thoughts, and pulled another bottle of beast blood from his storage pouch, downing it in one gulp. Again, dawn came shrouded in thin fog as Chu Mo stepped out of the hollow, fully equipped. During last night's grind, he had drained 4 bottles of beast blood, adding 500 gene of raw strength. His body alone now packed 1300 gene, and if he layered on his lightning affinity, he could unleash nearly 8,000 gene in an instant. No wonder the great clans advance so fast, drowned in elixirs. They squeeze years of tempering into weeks. Once daylight brightened, he skewered a chunk of hind-leg beast meat, roasted it over a makeshift spit, and devoured it. Half an hour later he doused the coals, shouldered his pack, and set off to hunt for treasure. Following the map, he wove through the dense forest for roughly an hour before stopping short. This is the spot. Before him yawned the ruins of a collapsed underground cavern, the former lair of a Tier 3 earth dragon beast. The chasing wind hunters had slain the creature and scoured its den, yet the real cache was hidden so cleverly that only Zhou Cheng had stumbled upon the clue by chance. Chu Mo vaulted down, winding through narrow tunnels that reeked of damp stone. At last the passage opened into a vast grotto studded with stalactites. Jagged walls hemmed him in, leaving no exit but the echo of his own footsteps. Calmly, he approached one wall and spread his palm across the stone, feeling his way along its surface. Moments later his fingertips brushed a subtle rise. Found you. His eyes sparked, and his fingers clenched. What looked like ordinary rock caved inward under his grip, leaving a palm-shaped hollow in the wall. It felt as though the cliff face had swallowed him whole. Yet Chu Mo knew it was only a natural disguise. Without hesitating, he drove his shoulder forward and edged through the narrow seam in the rock. Passing through was like pushing through a warm, viscous membrane. Darkness engulfed him, then the space abruptly widened. The chamber was small, scarcely 10 meters across. Smooth walls shimmered with dim, damp light. In the center, the floor dipped into a natural stone basin where milky spirit liquid pooled, a faint mist drifting above the surface. Chu Mo's lips curled upward. This was the legendary 10,000-year spirit marrow. He kept his hands off it for the moment and turned instead to one corner of the pool. There, a fist-sized jade orb floated inches from the wall. Its shell resembled warm white jade, yet it glowed with a golden halo, like a beating heart. Old texts claimed that where supreme treasures formed, companion spirit objects often appeared. The orb was almost certainly the marrow's counterpart. Even after ransacking the library of his memory, Chu Mo couldn't identify it. After a brief pause, he plucked the orb from the air and slipped it into his storage pouch, intending to study it later. Right now, enhancing his own aptitude took precedence. He shed his outer robe, knelt by the pool, and scooped the milky liquid into his palm, spreading it across his skin. The moment it touched him, he sucked in a sharp breath. Cold seeped through every pore, then warmed as it coursed through flesh and bone, sending waves of tingling heat through his limbs. Hours passed. When only a thin film of liquid remained at the bottom, the spirit marrow on Chu Mo's body had been fully absorbed. He rose with a long exhale, a faint sheen glimmering across his skin. Without pause, he ran through his familiar 21 body forging forms. Fists sliced the air, joints crackled like popping beans. Within moments, he felt his inner energy surge like a floodgate thrown open at least 5 times faster than before. Even better, his attunement to lightning and wind had grown markedly sharper. Focusing inward, he called up his status. Target, Chu Mo. Constitution, high-grade cultivation body. Affinities, low-grade lightning, low-grade wind. The words hovered before his mind's eye. He blinked, then grinned. His physique had vaulted from medium to high grade, and both elemental talents had climbed to low grade. In short, his overall strength had jumped an entire tier. Clenching his fists, he felt his skin finer, his blood coursing more freely. No wonder they call it 10,000-year spirit marrow, he murmured. A person could use it only once. A second dose would do nothing. The residue at the bottom might barely serve another cultivator, so he carefully gathered it into a jade vial and left the basin intact, leave a thread of fate, so the next fortunate soul might find it. With everything in order, Chu Mo retraced his path out of the cavern. His constitution was vastly enhanced. Next came slaying fierce beasts and cultivating with all his strength. Before the hunt concluded, he intended to climb yet another step. 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. Today was the day to leave the wilderness and the rendezvous area at the edge of the forest was growing lively. In the shifting shade of the trees, trainees emerged one after another, some leaning on trunks, others wiping sweat, all hurrying out of the undergrowth. Two instructors, already waiting, stood beside a makeshift scoring table, ready to record the numbers. The tally began quickly. Mei Guangtao, 13 points. Yuan Hani, 6 points. Kuei Ning, 21 points. Lu Chun, 19 points. As each name was read and each score announced, expressions split instantly. Those near the top clenched their fists or exchanged smiles, while those at the bottom stared at the ground and kicked at dry leaves. Yet everyone knew the real winner probably hadn't shown up yet. The strongest fighter in the class, Zhaochi, was still missing, and once he appeared the first place would almost certainly be his. So students and teachers alike fixed their eyes on the single opening in the trees. The deadline for assembly crept closer, but the exit remained empty, and hushed whispers spread down the line. What's going on? Why isn't Zhaochi out yet? Did something happen? The wilds are dangerous no matter how strong you are. Bad luck can strike. No way. He's the best fighter in the class. The chatter rose and fell, but no one had an answer. Just as unease was setting in, the grass at the exit parted and a figure stepped through. Faces lit up, certain that the long-awaited Zhaochi had arrived. But when the newcomer fully emerged, a wave of disappointed sighs swept the crowd. It was only Chu Mo. I can't believe that useless guy made it out on his own. Isn't he unable to cultivate? How did he survive? Chu Mo ignored the noise around him. He walked straight to the two instructors, heaved the heavy pack from his back onto the table, and said calmly, "Teachers, these are my gains." One of them bent over, opened the bundle, and began sorting and verifying the contents. Fan-shaped bones, razor fangs, blood-soaked pelts. Each trophy was laid out on the tabletop. At last he looked up and announced, 103 points in total. It was as if the air had been sucked out of the clearing. A moment of silence was followed by shocked exclamations. Until now the highest score had been Kuei Ning's 21, and Chu Mo had broken the 100 mark outright. If Zhaochi really failed to show up, the champion would be this ordinary waste standing before them. That's impossible. Where would he get that kind of skill? Did he stumble on someone else's kills? Zhaochi's prolonged absence made many silently connect the two events. The instructor at the tally table asked in a low voice, "Chu Mo, did you see Zhaochi out there?" Chu Mo's gaze was steady as he shook his head. "No. Stop hiding the truth." Teacher Li's tone sharpened. "Who gave you all these beast parts?" "Of course I hunted them myself, one by one," Chu Mo replied, still unruffled. His casual answer convinced no one. Everyone knew Chu Mo couldn't cultivate. He was an ordinary person. In most minds the conclusion was clear. Zhaochi had probably met with an accident in the wild, and Chu Mo had picked up the spoils. The scoring instructor sighed. Zhaochi was a promising talent. He could have made the elite class. The note of regret spread through the ranks, and everyone silently accepted the worst outcome. Zhaochi had perished in this field trial, swallowed by some beast. No one even considered that Chu Mo might have killed Zhaochi. After all, that was hardly possible. If the two of them ever met, the one who would die was certain to be Chu Mo. "Professor, is there anything else?" Chu Mo asked, glancing at the instructor. "No, that's all. Get on the bus," the teacher replied, waving him on. "By the way, you earned the highest score, so the Academy's first-class reward will be issued to you soon." Chu Mo nodded and boarded the return bus. One by one, the students took their seats, the engine rumbling softly. The coach had been packed with more than 40 people on the way out. Now only 32 remained. More than 10 classmates had fallen in a single trial. Such is the wilderness, dangerous and unforgiving. "Chu Mo, you'd better stay inside the base for a while. Don't go out unless you have to." After he selected his cultivation technique, the teacher patted him on the shoulder and offered a final warning. Chu Mo understood exactly what he meant. Zhaochi had died during the trial, and Zhaochi's father Zhou Cheng, a late-stage warrior, would never let it go. Academy rules could shield him for a time, but they couldn't prevent Zhou Cheng from ambushing him once he left the base. "But I'm not the same person I used to be," Chu Mo sneered inwardly. Ever since the Millennium Spirit Marrow had enhanced his aptitude, had spent 3 straight days in the mountains tempering his body and hunting beasts. Spirit Bee nectar poured into his veins, and he downed bowl after bowl of beast blood. His strength had skyrocketed. His raw physical power alone had risen by 2,000 gene. Bang! His fist slammed into the strength testing machine. The metal shell boomed, and the numbers on the display shot upward. 60-21. By body strength alone, he now wielded over 6,000 gene of force, placing him in the late body refiner stage. His inferior lightning affinity quadrupled that power, giving each punch more than 20,000 gene of force. On the trial's final day, Head smashed a 6-meter boulder to dust with a single strike. His speed was just as terrifying. The inferior wind affinity granted him nearly 5-fold acceleration, and Chu Mo was confident he could stand up to a mid-stage warrior Heaton. He took stock of his remaining resources. Spirit Bee nectar, 6-day supply. Grade 2 beast blood, 6 portions. Grade 1 beast blood, 23 portions. With these and his high-level physique, He was certain he could reach the warrior realm within 10 days. When that happened, even Zhou Cheng himself wouldn't scare him. Cultivate. I have to break through as fast as possible. Resolved, Chu Mo closed his door, steadied his breathing, and devoted himself entirely to training. Inside Luoyang Base's inner city, a detached villa blazed with light. Zhou Cheng, clad in a dark gray combat suit, stood on a Pichio rug in the center of the living room, his eyes sharp and forbidding. He slammed the armrest, the sofa frame creaking under the blow. My son is dead, and you still haven't found the killer. What do I keep you people around for? His fury seemed to make the air crackle. Across from him, Kun Yen, a martial artist at the initial stage, stood with his head bowed, shoulders trembling, answering in a barely audible voice. After the brief outburst, Zhou Cheng lowered his voice, but it was still glacial. My son Zhou Qi wasn't the strongest, but the hunting zone held only first-rank beasts. How could any of them kill him? His talent was wind affinity, should have managed to send at least one message. That means he was ambushed. His gaze turned razor-sharp. Investigate. Dig up every grudge, every dispute he ever had. Leave nothing out. Kun Yen felt a wave of bitterness. Zhou Qi had been arrogant and domineering, making enemies everywhere. Trying to find one killer in that mess would be like searching for a needle in the ocean. Yet a scrap of information surfaced in his mind. He spoke carefully. Master, I did hear one thing. While at the academy, the young master fancied Chen Zaiwei, an elite-class martial artist. She's engaged to Chu Mo. Chu Mo has no cultivation physique or talent. He stayed at First Academy only because of Chen Zaiwei and was in the same class as the young master. The young master humiliated him many times. Still, when the hunt ended, Chu Mo took first place in the class assessment with a huge haul of beast materials. Zhou Cheng's face darkened at once. Why wasn't I told this immediately? Kun Yen hurried to explain. I thought he was just an ordinary person and didn't pay much attention. Idiot. Zhou Cheng's fists clenched, his voice low and icy. A man with no cultivation physique survives the hunting ground and even takes first place? He must be tied to my son's death. Even if he didn't strike the blow, he must have seen my son's belongings. Kun Yen, go yourself and bring Chu Mo here. Kun Yen hesitated, then spoke in a low voice. Master, the base's rules are strict. Martial artists can't act against civilians at will. And Chu Mo is the fiancé of an elite class student. If word gets out, we'll be on the defensive. Who said anything about killing him? Zhou Cheng snorted. I just want him here so I can question him face to face. If he's innocent, fine. If he's guilty, I won't let him off. Besides, can't you be discreet? No witnesses, no evidence, and the base won't move against me for a mere civilian. Hearing this, Kun Yen finally nodded. Understood. They'll leave at once. With no further orders, he withdrew in silence. When his footsteps faded, the vast living room fell into dead silence. Zhou Cheng's chest heaved, his face so dark it seemed about to drip ink. Unable to contain his towering rage, he drove his fist into the Nanmu table in front of him. With a thunderous crack, the table disintegrated into dust. Zhou Qi was dead, and the living cannot revive the dead. After mourning his beloved son, Zhou Cheng forced himself to stay calm. Any misstep with the intelligence about the hidden treasure could be fatal. He murmured the name Chu Mo, a blade-sharp chill flashing in his eyes. "I'm back." Chen Shiwei pushed the door open, a heavy bag of beast meat dangling from her hand. The first thing she saw was a table of steaming homestyle dishes. Since that day, whenever Chu Mo was home, he always cooked and waited for her. At first she had been too stunned to speak. Now she was accustomed to it, even harboring a small anticipation on her way back. In the past, every time she approached this house cold and lifeless in her memory, she had to brace herself. Today, she nearly broke into a run. She set down the spoils, washed her hands, and took a seat. The dishes had already been touched once, proof that Chu Mo had eaten, yet the rising steam showed his curry had timed everything so she could walk into a hot meal. Chu Mo never mentioned it, but Shiwei understood. This was concern. Small as it was, the gesture made her heart flutter. Compared with the icy Chu Mo of old, the change felt like a dream she never wanted to wake from. After dinner, she washed the dishes, rested briefly, and slipped into the training room to resume her intense regimen. Less than a month remained before the school-wide hunt, and she had to reach the warrior stage by then. Only with 10,000 gene of strength could she hope to claim first place and slay the twin-headed python. Otherwise, Chu Mo would be expelled. I'm at 9,500 gene 500 short, she told herself. Just as she was about to start, she noticed a new figure on the strength tester, 9,900. How can it read 9,900? Is the machine broken? She shook her head, resolved to have it checked tomorrow, and turned her focus back to training. After days of grueling practice, Chu Mo finally pushed his strength to 9,900 gene, a hair's breadth from the 10th engine threshold that marked the warrior stage. Yet that final 100 refused to come the bottleneck of a peak apprentice. Some people stepped over it with ease, others remained stuck for life. Opportunity could not be forced. Since he had no idea how to break through, he shifted to technique. He pulled out a manual bound in bronze, Luoyan's step etched on the cover. This bronze-grade movement skill was the prize for taking first place at the academy. He had received it days ago but, preoccupied with body forging, had never opened it. Now, stalled at the bottleneck, was the perfect moment to begin. The room was too cramped to practice properly. Hearing Chun Ziwei's footsteps in the corridor and realizing he hadn't brought a key, he closed the book, shut the door behind him, and headed outside to train. In the woods, Chu Mo was honing his movement technique. Night pressed in, and the moonlight, shredded by branches, dappled the damp leaves. His steps were feather-light, inner chi flowing with each breath as he practiced the bronze-grade art known as shadow mist step. Once mastered, this technique let its user streak through tight spaces like lightning, movement so swift it bordered on teleportation. The only hint of passage was a trail of mist-like afterimages, enough to bewilder any foe. Such power demanded perfection. Breath, blood, and limb had to mesh without a hitch. With an innate wind affinity, Chu Mo was born for footwork like this. Aside from a few early stumbles, his progress had been smooth. Time slipped by unnoticed in the silent forest. Hours later, a vague shape flickered between the trunks, there one instant, gone the next. Anyone watching would have caught nothing but a ghostly blur. Suddenly Chu Mo halted, chi sinking back to his dantian. His chest heaved and sweat beaded on his brow, but the delight in his eyes was unmistakable. A bronze-grade body art truly lives up to its name, he thought. He had pushed Shadow Mist Step to the introductory level. With his twin Thunder-Randwind affinities intertwining and his sky-rending blade already at minor mastery, he felt confident he could match, even defeat, a mid-tier warrior. The steady climb and strength left him in high spirits. He glanced upon only a handful of stars remained. It was deep into the night. Straightening his tunic, he set off for home. At the alley near his house, blue brick walls swallowed what little lamplight remained. The instant he entered, his brow tightened, his gaze locked on a dark corner. A hidden aura pulsed there. Sharp senses, young man. A hoarse voice rasped from the shadows. A gray-robed elder stepped out and stopped 3 paces away. His back was slightly hunched, yet his eyes burned bright. You must be Chu Mo. Why block my path? Chu Mo asked, voice even as he gathered chi. I am Kun Yin, the elder said with a bow. At my master's request, I've come to invite you to dine and talk. The words were courteous, the tone anything but optional. That won't be necessary, Chu Mo replied. I don't know your master, nor do I care to. Step aside, I'm going home. Kun Yin's eyes chilled. My master is Zhou Cheng, latest stage warrior, half a step from martial master. At Liang base he is a power unto himself. Will you deny him this courtesy? Zhou Cheng. Chu Mo's heart tightened. So they had him in their sights. Zhou Cheng's son had died under suspicious circumstances, and the lure of a heavenly treasure meant he would never let it rest. This invitation was only an attempt to wring out the truth. If Chu Mo went, the odds were grim. He met Kun Yin's stare, voice glacial and razor-sharp. If your master came himself, I might show some respect. But what exactly do you think you are? Kun Yin's expression darkened at once. He might have served Zhou Cheng, but as an early-stage warrior he was still a notable power in all of Liang base. Yet today the man everyone called a useless good-for-nothing, Chu Mo, had publicly humiliated him, stripping away his pride. Refuse a toast, and you'll drink a forfeit. Kun Yin growled, face darkening. They'll take you down myself and drag you to the master. Before the words finished, he stamped the ground, blurred forward, and struck with 5 fingers curled like an eagle's talons. As an early warrior, Kun Yin was certain that one grab would pin his target. But just as his fingertips brushed the collar, Chu Mo's image melted into a wisp of gray smoke, scattering through the air and scrambling Kun Yin's vision. What a remarkable movement art. He blurted, then snapped back. You can cultivate? The world thinks you're trash. You've been hiding it. Chu Mo said nothing. He simply drew the warblade head taken from Zhaochi, its edge flashing cold. The young master's blade? Kun Yin's pupils shrank. So Zhaochi really died by your hand. Since you know, leave your life here. Chu Mo snorted. He stepped into Luo Yin footwork, left an afterimage, and brought the blade straight down. Rip. The steel arc severed Kun Yin's left arm at the shoulder, blood spraying. Brat, you court death. Pain contorted Kun Yin's face. Had instinct not flared, his head would already be gone. Wounded by someone called a mere martial apprentice, he was both shocked and furious. Even minus an arm, he was still a warrior. True chi flared as he lunged at Chu Mo with murderous intent. Pity, Chu Mo sighed inwardly. That strike should have ended him. But years of battle had let Kun Yin dodge by half an inch. Yet that half inch was his limit. In raw strength they were even. But Chu Mo's twin lightning Gandwin talents made him faster and more explosive. Paired with entry-level bronze arts for both blade and footwork, the gap was decisive. Within a few exchanges Kun Yin was bleeding from new wounds, his aura fading fast. Catching the opening, Chu Mo's Luo Yin footwork bloomed once more. He blurred to Kun Yin's front and the blade dropped. Flash. A brilliant crimson line split downward. Kun Yin's head flew free, a fountain of blood followed, and the body crashed to the ground. The fight ended cleanly. Chu Mo exhaled. An early-stage warrior couldn't even land a counter on me. Staring at the bloodstained blade, he tallied silently. With his current power, he could duel mid-stage warriors, maybe weaker late-stage ones. But against a seasoned late-stage fighter, someone like Zhou Chenghe was still outmatched. Zhou Cheng was already after him. With today's men dead, the next visit would likely be personal. Zhou Cheng had been late-stage for years. Chu Mo couldn't match him yet. To survive, he had to leap the gulf between martial apprentice and warrior, divide as vast as heaven and earth. He recalled a widely rumored breakthrough method: force out one's potential in life and death combat. Looks like he'll have to head for the wilderness. He lifted his gaze to the wasteland beyond the walls, eyes hard as steel. With that, Chu Mo made up his mind. At first light the next morning, Chu Mo headed to the warriors' supply hall inside the base. This hall was the liveliest spot in Luoyang Base's commercial district. Stalls crowded beneath a vast domed roof, while vendors shouted over one another for attention. Almost every warrior bound for the wild stopped here first, from cutting-edge weapons and gear to freshly harvested beast parts and bounty contracts. Everything could be handled in one place. Many hunting parties grabbed a few contracts on their way out to earn extra coin, so the whole setup ran much like a warrior's guild. Today, Chu Mo only needed basic field supplies. After a quick scan of the bustling crowd, he stepped into a spacious shop. "Good day, sir. What can I get for you?" A clerk in a teal short robe hurried over, voice respectful. "We at Jade Pavilion specialize in healing and restorative pills, and also trade in beast materials. Fair prices, honest dealings. I'm heading into the wilderness and need the basics. What do you recommend?" Chu Mo asked bluntly. The clerk offered a practiced smile. "Our top seller is the Wilderness Survival Kit. You get pills for trauma, blood replenishment, and scent masking, insect repellent, a field tent, ration packs, compressed beast meat, distress flares, everything a warrior needs. Nearly everyone grabs a set." Chu Mo checked the list. It was thorough. "He'll take one." One kit cost 300 yuan stones. He added several high-grade healing and recovery pills, bringing the total to roughly 600 yuan stones. The clerk packed everything into a storage pouch and personally walked him to the door. Yuan stones were valuable, but Chu Mo stayed calm. The money came from Zhaochi's ill-gotten gains, so spending it didn't hurt. Stowing the supplies, he turned to leave the hall for the wilderness. Just then a murmur rippled through the crowd. "Please, I'm begging you, help me." He looked over and saw a thin little girl blocking a young warrior, tears in her eyes. The warrior looked uneasy. "It's not that I want help, but your request is too dangerous. A two-headed python is a mid-tier level 2 beast. You need at least a mid-stage warrior. I can't handle it. And the reward you're offering is a worthless, unhatched beast egg, sorry." With that he hurried off. Other warriors either pretended not to hear or walked around her. Nobody stopped. A burly man beside Chu Mo, who had been watching, sighed. "Poor kid, orphaned young, finally taken in by someone. Now her foster mother's bedridden with a serious illness. When it rains, it pours." For days the little girl had been haunting the mission hall, desperate to save her foster mother, yet no one had touched the job she posted. The supply hall was a hive of activity. A holographic board flickered with new contracts, but one line stayed highlighted in glaring red: "Hunt the two-headed python. Retrieve its heart." No applicants. A few warriors lounging nearby spoke in low voices. "That snake's a tier 2 beast. Half the time you can't even find it, let alone kill it. Poor kid. I hear she's offering a pet egg as payment, been cradling it since she was little, and after more than 10 years it still hasn't hatched. Who knows what it is? You buy that. An egg that won't crack after a decade is probably defective. If it were valuable, would she be this desperate?" They laughed. Chu Mo strolled past with a cup of nutrient drink, arching a brow as he caught every word. After a moment's thought, he turned toward the posting desk. Su Xiaoxiao slumped against the wall, her face drained by days of worry. The doctor had said her foster mother would die within half a month unless they obtained a two-headed python's heart. The beast's reputation kept most fighters away, and Xiaoxiao's only bargaining chip was the rare egg shed guarded since childhood. 2 weeks had passed without a single response. Despair was swallowing her whole. "Excuse me, is this job still available?" A cool male voice cut through her thoughts. Startled, Su Xiaoxiao looked up to see a clear-featured young man gazing down at her. His combat suit was faded but neat, and his eyes were steady. Yes, it's still open." Her voice wavered, afraid she'd misheard. "Are you taking it?" "I am," Chu Mo said with a nod. He was bound for the mountains where the snake roamed anyway. It cost him nothing to add the bounty to his itinerary. Tears welled in her eyes. "Thank you, sir. Thank you." "No need." Chu Mo's tone stayed calm. They completed the paperwork, and the listing on the board flipped to "in progress." Chu Mo left the hall at once. Someone actually accepted it? Must be crazy. The heart of a tier 2 beast could sell for a fortune. Trading it for an egg that won't hatch is pure charity. Maybe he just wants to do a good deed. The onlookers kept up their chatter. At the far end of the hall, a set of footsteps paused. A tall, graceful girl of 18 or 19 stood there, her moon-white dress lending her an air of quiet elegance. Beside her, An older woman in blue robes wore 3 golden leaves at her chest, the emblem of a Jade Commerce Union martial master from Liang base. Her presence felt deep and restrained. She spoke in a respectful undertone. "Miss, shall I stop that young man?" The girl glanced at the board and shook her head. "Someone's already accepted the commission. We shouldn't interfere." The older woman nodded, then added, "That youth has a good heart. The job's dangerous and unrewarding, yet he stepped forward. People like that are rare nowadays." "True." The girl smiled, her gaze following the direction in which Chu Mo had disappeared, a hint of approval glimmering in her eyes. After leaving the martial supply hall, Chu Mo headed straight for the city gate. He had accepted the quest for a 2-headed python's heart only because his training route overlapped the serpent's hunting grounds. The creature's gall could slightly enhance a warrior's aptitude. Effects varied, yet it was undeniably rare. If he happened to kill one, he could keep the gall and turn in the heart, reaping 2 rewards at once. The little girl's tearful plea had swayed him. He wasn't soft-hearted, but he didn't mind helping if it didn't slow his cultivation. Besides, the fierce beast egg that had refused to hatch for more than a decade had stirred his curiosity. Half an hour later, he slipped through the gate with practiced ease and stopped outside Liang base. Though Liang was only a small outpost, a grandmaster guarded it, and numerous hunter squads patrolled the perimeter, leaving roughly 20 li around the base free of danger. Anyone seeking stronger prey had to push deeper into the wilderness. This time Chu Mo was bound for Mount Dashu, 100 li away. There he meant to break his limits and advance to full martial status. A century earlier, Mount Dashu had been a mere hill under Liang's jurisdiction. After the world's upheaval and Blue Star's expansion, that hill had stretched into a Thusanli mountain range. Ancient trees blotted out the sky, vicious beasts roamed, and Tier 2 monsters prowled the outskirts while the interior grew ever more lethal. Rumor spoke of Tier 3 beasts rivaling martial masters, Tier 4 beasts equal to grandmasters, and even greater horrors, though no one had verified them. To Chu Mo, Tier 3 or Tier 4 creatures meant certain death, so he planned to hunt only Tier 2 game along the edge. A 2-headed python would be an unexpected bonus. He raced on, plotting his route in his mind. Suddenly, whoosh! The air split with a sharp hiss as a black blur hurtled toward him. Its aura screamed, "Tier 2 beast." Steel flashed from his saber. As the attacker closed in, he unleashed his wind affinity and the footwork art Luo Yin step, his figure scattering like smoke in a gale. An instant later, he slid to the creature's flank. Flash! The blade bit deep into its neck. Blood spurted, and the ambusher was cleaved in 2 before it could scream, crashing to the ground. With the corpse split, Chu Mo saw his foe clearly, a low-tier, Grade 2 iron thread mantis. The iron thread mantis was named for the parasitic iron thread worm within it. After the resurgence of spiritual energy, insect and parasite had fused, letting the mantis devour metal and shrug off water and fire. Most terrifying of all were its twin scythe-like forelimbs, sharp enough to split stone and shatter monuments. The real threat lay in its venomous forelimb. Stone grab could maim or kill. Even though the iron thread mantis was the weakest of the second-tier fiend beasts, its poison-tipped blades still claimed the lives of countless warriors every year. Chu Mo understood that no creature in the wilderness could be taken lightly. Time to harvest its blood. He dropped to one knee, split open the mantis' heart, and let every drop of the scorching blood drip into a jade vial. Then he detached the 2 forelimbs sheathed in dark green chitin, most valuable parts of the carcass, worth a good stack of yuan stones back at the base. When the work was done, Chu Mo rose and pushed on. In less than 100 li, he encountered several more beasts. The weaker ones fell with a single stroke, while those as strong as 3rd-tier creatures he avoided with his wind affinity. For monsters strong enough to overwhelm him barred the road within that short distance, a brutal reminder of why hunting parties never travel alone. 2 hours later, he reached the outskirts of Dashu Mountain. Beast numbers and density spiked, and danger soared with them. Even with his wind affinity and the speed of the Luoyan step, Chu Mo muted his presence and moved with extreme caution. If he alerted a higher-tier beast, not even his pace might save him. On the mountain's edge, he set himself a goal. I'll use this bloodshed to break into the warrior realm and hone my movement and blade work to perfection. He began searching the forest fringe for suitable prey. Before long, a 3-meter-long wolf, dark green and bristling with needle-like fur, padded into view. Its fangs flashed cold light as killing intent rolled off its secondier, lower grade, a gale-chasing wolf. Though it shared the same tier as the mantis, their combat strength was worlds apart. Sensing Chu Mo, the wolf threw back its head and howled, then sprang forward. A woo! Leaves whirled beneath its paws as it shot out like an arrow. Chu Mo tapped the ground, activated Luoyan step, and wind-charged power whisked him several meters aside, while his Pekong saber flashed, slashing for the wolf's head. Clang! Blade met claw. Chu Mo slid back half a step, but the wolf tumbled over and over. Its forepaw, still shaking from the impact, oozed blood through split armor plates. Its defense was breached. It's weaker than I am. With a base strength of only 9,900 gene, Chu Mo's lower-grade lightning affinity let him explode past 50,000 gene, more than enough to crush a beast of the same tier. Kill. He blurred into a green streak, saber light pouring down. Metal rang again and again. In mere breaths they had collided a dozen times. Drained by the clash, the gale-chasing wolf's aura plummeted. Seizing an opening, Chu Mo drew the blade from high to low, cold steel gleaming in the night. Schlck. A crimson arc sprayed. The wolf's head flew high, then thudded to the ground. The gale-chasing wolf was dead. As dusk settled in, night slowly swallowed the sky. The open wilderness grew more treacherous after dark, when savage beasts were at their fiercest, and seasoned fighters always secured a hidden shelter beforehand. Chu Mo was no exception. He carved a hollow large enough for one person into the trunk of a tree, thick enough to encircle with both arms, lining the rough walls with a thick layer of dry leaves to block wind and damp. Once inside, he took stock of the day's gains. 1. He had mastered the first stage of sky-cleaving blade, releasing an arc of steel that cut far sharper than before. 2. With his wind affinity and the Luo Yin step, he could now spar with even the fleetest beasts. 3. In a single day he had slain 8 Grade 2 monsters, collected 10 vials of their blood, and harvested a trove of rare materials worth several thousand spirit stones, a fortune that would take an ordinary person decades to earn. Such is the gap between a warrior and the common folk. After stowing the spoils, Chu Mo uncorked a flask of beast blood and drank it in one gulp. Violent energy ripped through his limbs, and he immediately activated the 21 body-forging forms, grinding the savage power down and drawing it into himself. His strength was already brushing the limit for a martial apprentice, yet he refused to slacken, tempering muscle and bone day after day. For the days that followed he fell into a rhythm. Battle beasts by day to sharpen blade and footwork, drink beast blood by night to forge his body and siphon energy. Numerical strength barely budged, yet his physique toughened steadily and his command over his own talent grew ever finer. Hunt, cultivate, then hunt again. Within this simple loop, both blade and afterimage advanced at a pace visible to the naked eye. While Chu Mo was immersed in his harsh training. At the first academy of Luoyang Base, every student had gathered on the main square to prepare for the annual campus hunt. Before the sea of young faces stood an elder with snow-white hair, yet a ramrod straight posture, a spear poised to pierce the heavens. He was Shinjin, head of the First Martial Academy, and one of the base's 5 pillars, a grandmaster in every sense. He thundered, "Students, this year's hunt will be different. Luoyang Base will join hands with Changfeng Base for a twin-city trial." In other words, his gaze swept the crowd. Not only our first academy, but every academy and dojo in the base, along with every martial school from Changfeng, will take the field. A twin-city trial? Both bases and every school? That's enormous. The announcement wiped the chatter from the square. Faces shifted between excitement and anxiety. Luoyang and Changfeng were both minor bases, and because they lay close to each other they had occasionally held joint trials in past years. In most cases, the richer the rewards of a trial, the greater the danger that comes with it. Hundreds of trainees crowded the vast assembly square, whispering nervously about the ordeal that was about to begin. On the stage, Principal Shinjin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, taking in every anxious or excited face below. His voice rang out like a bell. "I know what troubles you. As you suspect, this assessment will take place on the outskirts of Deshu Mountain, and its dangers need no further explanation." At his words, the crowd fell silent. "Therefore, you may form teams at will, or withdraw altogether. As for the rewards," Shinjin's tone suddenly rose. "Both major bases have offered their finest resources. The top 10 teams or individuals will receive storage pouches, martial techniques, ferocious beast blood, spirit stones, and many other treasures." The moment the announcement came, expressions shifted across the square. They had expected a perilous test, but the destination's proximity to Deshu Mountain, where 3rd and even 4th-tier beasts roam, was beyond what most had feared. Those who doubted their own strength turned pale, while the confident felt their blood surge. At the very front stood the elite, class-only 23 students drawing every eye. Praised as the prodigies of Luoyang Base, they inspired awe simply by standing there. Within their ranks, Chen Shiwei scanned the crowd, relieved not to see Chu Mo. The outskirts of Deshu Mountain are far too dangerous. Without cultivation, he'd never survive. The thought left her both grateful and slightly wistful. Who wouldn't wish the people they care about were geniuses too? 3 days ago, she had broken through to the martial artist realm, her chi and blood surging. "I must make the top 10 and slay that 2-headed python to win him a chance to change his talent." Her fingertips trembled, yet her grip tightened. "Shiwei, team up with us?" A young man with a long sword on his back approached, a gentle smile on his lips. He was Guokun, already a first-stage martial artist at 19, gifted with moderate talent in both cultivation and swordplay. His lethal precision made him a rising star throughout Luoyang Base, and his handsome looks only boosted his popularity. Yet he showed warmth only to Chen Shiwei. Their brief exchange drew curious glances from nearby students. Under that intense gaze, Chun Ziwei's brows knit slightly. I appreciate the offer, but he'll be going alone. A single sentence sent a ripple through the crowd. Guokun's personal invitation refused. Exclamations and sighs followed. Many had admired the pair, but could only lament. Chun Shiwei remained loyal to her talentless fiancé, a resolve even Guokun couldn't shake. Disappointment flickered in Guokun's eyes, but he didn't press her. Then be careful, he said softly before returning to his team. Time's up. Everyone aboard. We leave in 5 minutes, Shinjin called, raising his hand. The trainees filed onto the spirit stone-powered carriers. The iron doors clanged shut, sealing in the mingled scent of sweat and anticipation. Moments later, the engines roared to life, and the convoy sped toward the wilderness. Turned down again? A young fighter sitting beside Guokun on the transport laughed as he spoke. Yeah. Guokun nodded, his voice low yet stubborn. Don't worry about it. After being rejected so many times, one more doesn't matter. Just keep trying. The young man from the elite class clapped Guokun on the shoulder with an easy grin. Guokun drew a deep breath, his eyes resolute. In this Twin City trial, I'm breaking into the top 3 first place if I can. Then Chen Shui will see I'm worthy of standing beside her. The convoy, all steel and armored plates, roared across the wilderness. Tall grass on either side flattened in the wind. Now and then a deep, beastly growl rose from the trees, yellow eyes flickering between the blades. Yet when the armored vehicles thundered past, most creatures lowered their heads and slunk away. A century of bloodshed had taught them that humans might no longer rule all life, but they were far from easy prey. Guards from the academy and base took shifts on the roofs of the carriers, several of them seasoned masters. Any beast daring to probe was met with a drawn blade or a blast of inner force. Those that refused to retreat were cut down in an instant, their blood ground into dark streaks beneath the wheels. By noon, mountains filled the horizon. The convoy crossed the last stretch of broken rock and halted at the foot of Mount Dashu. At the same time, contestants from Changfeng Base arrived by another road. Leading them was a black-clad youth of 18 or 19 with a blade on his back, his gait light, yet brimming with arrogance. He scanned the crowd and curled his lip. Liang is really scraping the bottom of the barrel. Not a single fighter worth my time. The words had barely landed when Liang's students glared at him. What did you say? Looking for a beating? Wait for the trial. We'll show you what happens when you run your mouth. Their outrage drew only laughter from the Changfeng side. Save your breath. You think you can beat Su Guang? That's Su Guang right there, Changfeng's brightest star. A high-grade talent in blade arts, already a mid-stage warrior, destined for grand mastery. Your best guy only has a middling gift for swordplay. What's he going to use to stop one swing from Su Guang? Out in the wild, he'll be split in two before he knows it. Ha ha. Taunts echoed back and forth. Fighters from Luoyang clenched their fists until their knuckles turned white, a chill creeping up their spines. A high-grade blade talent, none of them had won. Frustration tangled with helplessness, and they swallowed their anger. Su Guang snorted, lip curling. A swarm of ants. First place in this Twin City assessment is mine. Not long after, the half-month Twin City trial officially began. After the instructor finished reading out the rules and rewards, a single command rang out, and the assessment officially began. At that very moment, every trainee scattered and charged into the thick forest. Shiwei, let's go in together. A petite girl rushed up to Chen Shiwei and invited her to team up. Chen Shiwei paused for a heartbeat, then nodded. The two entered the woods side by side, their figures swallowed almost instantly by towering trees. Meanwhile, Chu Mo knew nothing of the bustle of the Twin City assessment. Lately, he had been buried in relentless combat and monotonous training. Through bloodshed and experience, both Breaking Sky Blade and Luo Smoke Steps had reached the second level. His explosive power and footwork were now worlds apart from before. Though his basic stats looked unchanged, he could now dispatch his former self without effort. That was real growth. Deep inside a tree hollow, pale daylight filtered through narrow cracks onto his body. Finishing a full cycle of body forging, Chu Mo compressed the gathered energy layer by layer until it merged with flesh and bone, then exhaled a heavy breath. Following his usual routine, he was about to head out to hunt fierce beasts and replenish his store of beast blood. Then, boom, a violent shock burst from within. Every hair on his body stood on end. From deep in his bones came a low tiger and leopard thunder, echoing like a chorus of beasts. Hair standing, tiger leopard thunder could it be? His expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, he gulped down the blood of a Tier 2 beast and restarted the forging art once, twice, dozens of times. He lost track. Time stretched into an endless river. When his mind cleared again, he found a layer of black grime on his skin, reeking foully. At the same moment, a flood of power raced through his limbs, and he felt an inner shackle shatter silently. Marrow cleansing, Tiger Leopard Thundera had finally stepped into the warrior realm. Clenching his fists, Chu Mo felt the robust blood energy coursing through his meridians and smiled. Breaking through had been his only goal on this trip. Now it was done. A natural pond lay not far away. After ensuring no beasts lurked nearby, he dove in. Cool water washed the grime from every pore. Once clean, he tended his gear as best he could and fell into a deep sleep in the hollow. At dawn, well rested, Chu Mo slung his war blade over his back and entered the forest to hunt again. The warrior realm's benefits were immediate. 1. His raw strength had smashed through the 10th Zanjan threshold. 2. Chi absorption and physical recovery had accelerated dramatically. 3. All 5 senses were much sharper. 4. His elemental talents had grown as well. With lightning to bolster me, pure physical strength alone lets me match a mid-stage warrior. I'm still short against later-stage foes, but wind-enhanced speed should close the gap. Flash. His warblade cleaved a mid-grade, tier 2 beast clean in half. Sheathing the blade, Chu Mo's eyes gleamed like lightning. I no longer fear Zhao. Looks like it's time to head back to base. Now that he had broken through, his current forging art was no longer enough. He needed higher-level techniques from the main market in the base. With that in mind, he swiftly packed the beast materials and blood. But before leaving this place, Chu Mo had one more thing to settle. In a hidden mountain valley, ancient trees soared skyward, their interwoven crowns forming a vast canopy. Specks of mottled sunlight filtered through, yet the woods remained draped in perpetual twilight. Gripping his warblade, Chu Mo advanced with quiet vigilance, his gaze sweeping the forest without pause. Suddenly, his nostrils flared at a faint metallic stench. He stopped at once, eyes locking on the darkness ahead. From the dense crown of a tree so thick that several men could not encircle its trunk, 2 enormous serpent heads thrust into view. For icy vertical pupils glimmered with murderous intent. Each body was a meter thick, its emerald scales reflecting a cold sheen as it wound 30 meters around the trunca, 2-headed python. The oppressive aura alone marked it as an upper-tier level 2 fiend, on par with a latest-stage human martial artist. 2-headed pythons were infamous. Their scales turned blades, their venom killed in a breath, and even a band of warriors at the same rank rarely brought one down. The serpent glared at the intruder, a deeper chill radiating from its gaze. To it, any trespasser was prey. Chu Mo studied it in turn, his blood surging quietly. It wanted to swallow him whole, but he meant to claim its gall and heart. Hiss! With a guttural roar, one head lunged downward. Its cavernous jaws yawned open, a fetid wind laced with poison sweeping toward him enough to make an ordinary man swoon and retch on the spot. Despite its bulk, the beast's descent was lightning quick, the plunging skull trailing sonic booms. So fast, Chu Mo's heart clenched. Such speed from a creature this large was staggering. In a split second, he triggered his innate talent. Smoke drift steps unfolded, and his figure flickered back more than 10 meters, barely dodging the strike. The second head followed instantly, crashing down with a razor-sharp shriek. The blow compressed the air into a piercing scream. A direct hit would pulp even a latest-stage warrior. At that critical moment, Chu Mo bent his knees, warblade angled toward the ground, his entire body taut like a drawn bow. In the next heartbeat he sprang forward, a jet-black blur streaking straight at the python. Clang! Steel rang through the silent forest as a blinding arc of frost leapt from the blade. Bronze-grade combat, art-rending sky slash. Riding the momentum, Chu Mo's strike became unstoppable, cleaving at the descending serpent head. Squelch! The strike was so dazzling that, although Chu Mo had moved second, his blade seemed to land first. A flash of cold light sliced across the serpent's thick neck, a thin red line appeared, and blood blossomed like plum petals. The blossom exploded in a crimson mist as one of the twin-headed python's skulls sheared off and tumbled into the grass. A shrill hiss tore from the beast. Agony blazed through its remaining eyes, turning them a murderous scarlet. The surviving head reared back and spat a sheet of viscous emerald venom straight at Chu Mo. He tapped the ground and vanished into a blur with shadow step. The poison splashed where he had stood, corroding the earth into a bull's-eyed pit, while black fumes coiled upward. What vicious poison? The thought flickered through his mind. Without pause, he pushed shadow step to its limit, reappearing beside the python before it could recover. His saber came down in a relentless storm. Clang! 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 Steel flashed, scales shattered, and furrows deep enough to expose bone opened along the serpent's body. Racked with pain, it thrashed wildly, its massive tail mowing down trees and turning the clearing into ruins. Yet Chu Mo flowed between the strikes, untouched, not even a sleeve stained. Moments later he sensed the creature's aura falter. It was spent. After one last desperate spray of venom, the python shrieked, turned, and dragged its bloody bulk into a frantic retreat. Trying to run? Chu Mo was already on its heels. Power surged through his veins, a frosty silver sheen coating the saber as he brought it down in a diagonal arc. Shhhk, the blade of light, cleaved the remaining head clean off. The grotesque skull shot skyward in a spray of blood before crashing to the ground. Even in death, the serpent's eyes were wide with terror and disbelief. Chu Mo sheathed his saber, wiped the sweat from his brow, and exhaled a long breath. The duel had seemed brief, yet had drained much of his strength. Had he not recently advanced, he might not have slain the monster so cleanly. In the end, victory was his. Now for the spoils. He knelt and went to work, slicing open the belly with practiced ease. A fist-sized gallbladder and the still twitching heart were sealed in prepared jars. Then he located the venom sac and cut it out intact. The toxin of a two-headed python was lethal even to seasoned masters. It would fetch a fortune back at the base. When the task was done, he cleaned the blood from himself, adjusted his gear, and prepared to leave Mount Dashu. As he turned, his expression tightened. A faint sound drifted from deeper within the forest. He lifted his gaze toward the shadowed trees. What was that sound? Deep inside the forest, wet leaves lashed against Du Jing's cheeks, but she had no time for pain. She could only run. Behind her, a pack of gale wolves crushed the fallen leaves, their shrill howls chasing her like shadows. It's all my fault. If not for me, they wouldn't have died. Her chest burned as if seared by flames while she replayed the disaster that had just unfolded. She and her friend Chen Shiwei had slipped into the outer reaches of Mount Dashu, intending to hunt second-tier beasts. By chance they discovered dozens of wind spirit herbs, plants born after heaven and earth were transformed. Their wind spirit fruit could deepen a warrior's affinity with the wind element. Du Jing's talent in wind was weak, so she refused to miss even the slightest chance to advance and insisted on gathering the herbs. But students from Changfeng base arrived first and tried to seize the find. Du Jing refused to back down, and blades were drawn. The clash drew more trainees from both Luoyang and Changfeng. The skirmish snowballed until even Guo Kun from Luoyang and Su Guang from Changfeng were pulled in. Steel flashed and shouts overlapped. The commotion alarming the Herb's Guardians, a large pack of gale wolves led by a wolf king on the verge of Tier 3. Although everyone present was considered elite, only a dozen had truly reached the warrior level. The rest were mere warrior trainees. Dozens of second-tier beasts plus a quasi Tier 3 wolf king were far beyond them. The wolves split the group in seconds. When Du Jing fought her way out, Liang alone had already lost more than 10 people. Her companions lay in pools of blood, their faces still haunting her mind. Now her stamina and inner strength drained away like sand, her legs heavy as lead. She would soon share their fate, torn apart and devoured. At that instant, a branch of a towering ancient tree quivered ahead, and a figure dropped from it, sprinting toward her against the flow of her flight. The familiar profile jolted her. Chu Mo. Among Chen Ziwei's few friends, Du Jing had met her fiancé, Chu Mo, a couple of times, and even urged Chen Shiwei to leave him. She felt the two lived in different worlds. Besides, Chu Mo hadn't signed up for this trial. Why was he here? Before she could make sense of it, Chu Mo flashed past her, blade in hand, charging straight at the wolves. Chu Mo, are you crazy? Those are second-tier beasts. Her shout died in her throat. Cold light flashed. His saber split the first gale wolf from shoulder to belly in one stroke. Before the blood mist settled, two more wolves lunged through the leaves. Chu Mo shifted his footing, seeming to vanish, reappearing meters away. Steel sliced the air. Two dull thuds overlapped. Twin wolf heads spun through the air, bodies crashing to the ground, grass darkening with blood. In mere heartbeats, three wolves lay dead beneath the trees. A bloody wind whirled through the clearing. Du Jing stood frozen, eyes wide, pupils contracting. Her mind went utterly blank. The three level 2 gale wolves that had driven her into a corner were dead? How could that be? Du Jing stood rooted to the spot, unable to accept what she saw. Three wolf corpses, fangs still bared, lay sprawled in the grass. Blood seeped through the gravel into the soil, and the air was thick with a metallic sweetness. Chu Mo stood with his blade lowered, dark red droplets sliding from the edge, his expression as calm as if he had done nothing of consequence. Isn't Chu Mo an ordinary guy who can't cultivate? Du Jing's mind buzzed. He killed a level 2 low-grade gale wolf in a single strike and so effortlessly. That's at least mid-stage, maybe latest-stage fighter strength. When did he get this powerful? Or has he hidden it all along? Chu Mo ignored everyone's shock. He crouched to examine the wounds, then slit the beast's carotid arteries and expertly collected the blood. The crimson liquid flowed into special crystal tubes, and not a single drop was wasted. A moment later he straightened with a full vial, turned, and fixed his gaze on the still-dazed Du Jing, his brows knitting slightly. This is an elite-class student? Spacing out while beasts lurk everywhere. Are you trying to die? Only then did Du Jing register his stare. She jolted back to herself and hurried to compose her expression. Drawing a shaky breath, she said, Chu Mo, thank you for saving me. Gratitude, shock, and curiosity tangled in her eyes, but she knew better than to pry into other people's secrets. No need to thank me, Chu Mo replied evenly, apparently satisfied with her tact. Why are you here? After a moment to collect herself, Du Jing explained. A few hours earlier she and her teammates had run into fighters from Changfeng base on a narrow trail. A skirmish broke out. Guo Kun and Chen Shiwei were badly injured by Su Guang. Before the dust could settle, a pack of gale wolves arrived. In the frantic breakout, she became separated from Chen Shiwei. Panic crept into her voice. Chen Shiwei was seriously hurt, and when the wolves swarmed, I lost sight of her. I don't know how she is now. What? Chu Mo's eyes hardened, his pupils narrowing. Chen Shiwei, wounded and trapped by wolves? If no one reached her in time, the odds were grim. Him going after her. After confirming the direction with Du Jing, he unleashed his wind affinity. With a light push off the ground, he blurred into motion, sprinting down the forest slope. Behind him, Du Jing watched his figure recede, emotions surging within her. Back at school, Chu Mo had been top of the class, gentle and undeniably handsome. She had quietly adored him. But when her own martial talent was discovered and Chu Mo was labeled unable to cultivate, she had pulled away. We're from different worlds, she had told herself. The gulf remained, yet everything had reversed. She was now the one mired in dust and fear, while Chu Mo alone with a single blade strode the wilderness like a moon high in the night sky, something she could only look up to. Du Jing let out a bitter laugh, the last traces of her unrealistic hopes scattering on the wind. Enough. She shook her head and turned toward the exit. Injured and shaken by the ordeal, she no longer had the courage to continue the trial. All she could do was withdraw. Elsewhere, Chu Mo slipped through the trees, following the coordinates Du Jing had given him. Tall grass brushed his clothes with a faint hiss. When he caught the sounds of a struggle up ahead, he held his breath and glided closer, keeping to the shadow of the scrub. In a ruined clearing littered with broken branches and torn earth, a woman in white stood alone. Her sword tip touched the ground, and her sleeves snapped in the night wind. The striking beauty was none other than Chen Shiwei. Her face was cool, her gaze frosted, fixed on the young man opposite her. The boy was 15 or 16, arrogance etched into every line of his face. Hands clasped behind his back, he seemed to think the desolation around him existed only to set off his brilliance. What a lovely girl, and talented too, he called with a light laugh. Su Guang, the prodigy of Chongfeng Base's first academy, gifted with superior blade talent and an unlimited future. Bow to me now, become my servant, and you'll rise with me. How about it? Chen Shiwei answered only by raising her sword. Silver light flashed along the blade as she leveled it at Su Guang, her resolve unmistakable. Stubborn fool, he snapped, the smile falling from his face. Defy me, and you choose death. He lunged. His figure blurred, power surging halfway through the charhea, mid-stage martial artist unleashing everything. A shockwave whipped up dead leaves, the shriek of compressed air stabbing the ears. Chen Shiwei didn't retreat. Though she had just entered the early stage and her talent was remarkable, the gap between them was as vast as a storm-tossed sea for a lone skiff. She met him heated. After several clashes, the ringing of steel fell silent. A burst of force flung Chen Shiwei backward. Sliding across the ground, her sword carved a long groove before she spat a spray of blood and dropped to one knee. She braced on the blade, but another mouthful of blood welled up and splashed onto the dirt. Look at you now, so fragile it almost breaks my heart, Su Guang said, resting his broadsword on his shoulder as he advanced, clicking his tongue. One last chance. Will you submit? Pale but undeterred, Chen Shiwei met his eyes in silence. Her refusal was unmistakable. Su Guang's face darkened. Since his talent had been revealed, even grandmasters fought to take him as a disciple. No one in the base dared defy him. Being rejected by a wounded girl inflamed his pride past endurance. If you'd rather die, ill oblige. He raised his blade high. Cold light poured down as he struck. The air hummed with the descending blow. Chen Ziwei's heart tightened, yet she still lifted her sword and stood firm. She closed her eyes, feeling death draw near, and a single regret crossed her mind: she had yet to see more of the world's mountains and rivers. More importantly, she still hadn't found a way to repair Chu Mo's talent defect. I'm sorry, in the end, I couldn't help you at all. Bitter resignation filled Chen Ziwei's heart as she sighed inwardly. Her eyes locked onto the raised saber. Its icy gleam hovered inches above her, ready to fall at any moment. Death pressed close, and she could almost hear her own ragged heartbeat. The instant the blade was about to come down, an explosive roar erupted nearby. How dare you? The shout rolled like thunder, and before its echo had faded, a figure streaked through the air to stand between Su Guang and his prey. The force that surged off him felt like a flash flood, crashing against Chen Shiwei and Su Guang alike, threatening to swallow them whole. Who is that? Chen Shiwei froze. The voice was painfully familiar. She forced her eyes open and saw a black-clad youth cleaving through the sky, saber in hand, violet arcs of lightning dancing around him. She tried to focus on his face, but the massive blood loss left her hollow. Darkness swallowed her vision, and she slipped into unconsciousness. Who dares meddle in my affairs? Su Guang felt a gale whip at his back. He spun around and saw a handsome young Manoni other than Chu Mo. Sensing the disturbance, Chu Mo had raced over and arrived just as Su Guang's blade was falling. Rage boiled up, impossible to restrain. His lightning affinity roared to life, chi and blood erupting like a volcano. With Luoyan steps, he shot forward, leaving only an afterimage behind. Violet lightning wrapped around him, and a killing intent as vast as the heavens crashed downward, making the very air hum. Su Guang's face drained of color. Who are you? He demanded. You talk too much. Chu Mo's eyes were icy as he slammed a fist straight at Su Guang. Boom. Air split apart, and thunder detonated. Before the punch even landed, a shockwave blasted out for dozens of meters, churning dust into a vortex. Backed by his lightning affinity, 10th Zanjan brute strength, and a five-fold burst, more than 50,000 gene of power converged into a single strike. Every hair on Su Guang's body stood on end. Life and death hung by a thread. Desperation drove him to pour all his chi into his saber and throw it across his body as a shield. Clang! Fist met blade in a shriek of metal. Su Guang's wrist bones shattered with a sickening crack, and the flood of force behind the blow hurled him through the air. Blood sprayed from his mouth before he hit the ground like a rag doll. Eyes bulging, Su Guang struggled to lift his head, horror twisting his voice. One punch am a mid-stage martial artist, and he crippled me with one punch. Impossible. How can he have such strength? How could I lose to him? The proud genius of Changfeng base invincible among his peers scaldant accept the verdict. After the shock came terror. The killing intent in Chu Mo's eyes was unmistakable. If they fought again, Su Guang knew he would die. No. I'm a prodigy with a bright future. I can't die here to some nobody. The thought flashed through his mind. Burning his last reserves of chi, he staggered backward, trying to flee the battlefield. But escaping would not be that simple. The moment Su Guang staggered back, intent on escape, a sharp gleam flashed in Chu Mo's eyes. He tapped the ground, his missteps spreading like fog, and in the blink of an eye he was at Su Guang's back. At the same time his blood roared, violet lightning raced along his meridians into his fist, and he slammed his arm forward. In an instant the purple arcs became a serpent several meters long, crackling through the air, volcanic pressure crashing down on Su Guang. Su Guang pushed his footwork to the limit, but he could never outrun thunder. No, spare me. I surrender. I don't want. His face turned ashen, but before the plea was finished Chu Mo's fist arrived. Boom. The thunderclap split the air. The impact tore through him. Su Guang's organs shattered before he could even scream. His body hit the ground like a ragged sack and lay still. Su Guang was dead. When the dust settled, Chu Mo withdrew his power and went to Chun Ziwei's side first. She was unconscious, breath ragged, injuries all over. Chu Mo took a healing pill from his pouch, pried her lips open, fed it to her, then used true chi to help the medicine circulate. Feeling her blood gradually warm, he finally exhaled. With the pill, she should pull through. He turned toward the corpse lying a short distance away. Du Jing had said the owner of that body was the prodigy of Changfeng base Su Guang, blessed with an advanced blade talent. During their brief clash, Su Guang never had the chance to invoke that gift. Yet Chu Mo was sure that once unleashed its edge would have been unrivaled. Now Su Guang was dead, and the monthly cooldown on his harvest skill had expired. It was time. Chu Mo extended his hand and murmured in his heart, "Harvest. Harvest complete. Advanced blade talent acquired. Fuse now?" A white orb the size of a dove's egg hovered above his palm, a phantom blade inside radiating a chilling edge. Fuse. He did not hesitate. Boom. The sharp intent surged through his limbs and bones, splintering into countless fine blades that sliced flesh, marrow, and meridians. The pain speared into his soul and almost wrenched a cry from him. But like lightning it flashed and was gone, replaced by a gentle warmth that knitted every tear and wrought indescribable changes in his body. He opened his status panel. Target Chu Mo Physique Advanced Cultivation Physique Talent. Talents Advanced Blade Mastery, Basic Thunder Affinity, Basic Wind Affinity. The Advanced Blade Mastery now gleamed on the list. Chu Mo gripped his saber and immediately sensed its breathing, its pulse cold yet vibrant. What others would see as lifeless steel now seemed alive. The blade was truly breathing. He swung it a few times at random, and insight after insight into swordplay flooded his mind. Even the sky-splitting blade he had already mastered seemed clearer to him now, and Chu Mo was certain its power would at least double if he used it again. Pleased, he nodded, slid the weapon back into its sheath, and touched the still-warm corpse before him. Collect. The system prompt flashed. Collection complete. Silver-grade combat art acquired. Tempest Thunderblade. Silver-grade. Chu Mo's fingertips trembled, and he drew a sharp breath. Combat arts were scarce. At Liang base, even a bronze-grade manual could set warriors at each other's throats and fetch a sky-high price. A silver-grade art was virtually unheard of. So the genius from Changfeng base had been carrying such a treasure all along. Overjoyed, Chu Mo pressed the thin manual to his forehead without hesitation. With a faint ripping sound the pages disintegrated into motes of light that streamed into his sea of consciousness. In an instant every secret of the Tempest Thunderblade etched itself into his mind, echoing the sky-splitting blade, different in style, yet perfectly complementary. After a brief immersion, he looked back at Su Guang. The interface was dim, there was nothing left to harvest. Chu Mo shrugged and turned his gaze to the storage pouch at Su Guang's waist. The pouch was almost identical to Zhaochi's, offering roughly 2 cubic meters of space. The moment he opened it, rich primal energy washed over him. Piles of spirit stones were stacked in neat rows, easily more than 10,000. There were also several bundles of rare beast materials, a few vials of still-warm beast blood, and assorted high-value supplies. Today's haul was nothing short of a windfall. Chu Mo tucked the pouch away, a smile tugging at his lips, then forced himself to focus on the body at his feet. Su Guang was a prodigy of Chongfeng Base. If word got out that he had died here, the uproar would be immense and Chu Mo would be implicated. There was only one safe option: erase every trace. With that thought, Chu Mo swung his fist. Lightning coiled around his knuckles like a collapsing mountain. The strike tore the air apart. Su Guang's corpse exploded into bloody mist, bones pulverized and scattered on the wind. Nothing remained. After confirming the scene was clean, Chu Mo slung the unconscious Chen Shiwei over his shoulder and vanished into the depths of the forest. High in the fork of an ancient tree, inside a man-made hollow, Chen Shiwei slowly regained consciousness. She propped herself up, glanced around the unfamiliar wooden chamber, and murmured, "I'm still alive?" Memory surged back. Su Guang had gravely wounded her. The blade had been about to end everything when a thunderous shout split the despair. Someone had charged in and shielded her. The voice, the build, it had all seemed familiar, yet her dying eyes had been too blurred to be sure. Was it him? But he can't cultivate at all. There's no way he could be here. She shook her head, dismissing the absurd idea. Then she noticed a storage pouch lying quietly beside her. It was heavy in her hand, and her heart pounded as she opened it. Rare beast materials and spirit stones filled her sight. With this loot alone, she could break into the top 10 of the trial, perhaps even the top 3. "This is Su Guang's pouch," she whispered, instantly understanding. Su Guang was dead, and the man who saved her had left these spoils behind. Why did he help me? The question spiraled in her mind, but no answer emerged. Since she couldn't solve it, she let it go. After organizing her things, Chen Shiwei raised her voice to the silent woods. "You choose not to show yourself, and I won't press the matter. I, Chen Shiwei, will never forget this debt. Someday I will repay it in full." With that, she vaulted out of the tree hollow and disappeared among the leaves. Yet as she left, the figure who had drawn his blade at the very edge of death replayed in her mind again and again. Was it really him? After Chen Shiwei had gone, Chu Mo stepped slowly from behind the rough trunk of a huge tree. Earlier he had settled her in a safe spot nearby and had never strayed far, silently watching over her. He had wanted to reveal himself, yet in her eyes he was still an ordinary man unable to cultivate. Showing his strength now would only shock her. He forced down the impulse, deciding to wait for the right moment to tell her everything. Now that Chen Shiwei was out of danger and carried the beast materials he had secretly left for her, she should have little trouble finishing in the top 3 of this trial. With that settled, he could return to the base at ease. Gathering his supplies, Chu Mo followed the game trail back toward the base. A full month had passed since he set out, a month spent fighting savage beasts almost every day, and he had nearly forgotten what normal life in the base looked like. That afternoon, outside the gate of Liang Base, worn boots struck the flagstones as Chu Mo trudged forward, a blood-stained, mud-spattered pack on his back. His hair was tangled, his clothes were torn, and he looked utterly bedraggled, yet the gate guards did not question him. Instead, they clasped their fists in respectful greeting. Since the great upheaval, anyone who could survive alone in the wild for a month and return alive was by definition a formidable warrior. Such people kept the human bases standing amid countless threats, and every fighter who carved a path back through blood deserved respect. Chu Mo was no exception. Once inside the city, he went straight home, washed off the gore, changed into clean clothes, and slept soundly through the night. At dawn the next day, with the sky just beginning to pale, he headed for the supply hall. Inside the mission hall, behind the service counter, Su Xiaoxiao kept glancing toward the entrance. Each time the doors opened, her eyes lit up, only to dim a heartbeat later when it was not him. "Xiaoxiao, stop waiting, he's not coming back." "Yeah, it's been a month. If Head really killed that two-headed python, Head be here already. That's a grade 2 mid-level beast. It's not so easy to handle. Maybe he's forgotten all about it." Passing warriors, unable to watch her hopeless vigil, spoke in low voices and urged her to give up. For a month Su Xiaoxiao had waited here almost every day, hoping Chu Mo would bring back the python's heart to save her foster mother. The longer she waited, the fainter her hope grew, while her mother's illness worsened day by day. Had he really forgotten, or had he died out there? The thought made Su Xiaoxiao bite her lip, yet the resolve in her eyes only hardened. "No, he's alive," she whispered, her tone unshakable. "He will come back with that heart." The surrounding warriors exchanged glances and shook their heads helplessly. Su Xiaoxiao refused to accept reality, but as warriors they understood all too well what her wait might mean. A month had passed since the commission had been taken, and no one had come back to report in. He's either dead out there, or he never cared about the job in the first place, Su Xiaoxiao thought. Waiting any longer would just waste time. Still, she lingered at the reception desk, hoping for a miracle. "Hello, I'm here to turn in my assignment." A clear, steady voice snapped her out of her gloom. Su Xiaoxiao's head jerked up. The youth who had taken the task that day now stood at the counter, calmed, holding a small vial that contained a beast's organ. You really did it? Her eyes widened, her voice shaking. I did what I could. Chu Mo gave a slight smile and set the bottle down. Heart of a two-headed python. Feel free to check. The moment she unstoppered the vial, a sharp, savage aura spilled out. Su Xiaoxiao knew monster sense well. One look told her this was indeed the heart of a second-tier, high-grade, twin-headed python. Delight flashed across her face. She quickly marked the task completed in the terminal, then retrieved the reward, a pale red beast egg from a storage locker. Thank you. As agreed, hey, raise your payment. She offered it with both hands. About the size of a basketball, the egg shell gleamed softly and felt faintly warm. Chu Mo studied it. He couldn't name the species, but there was a faint thrum of life inside. He slipped it into the spatial pouch at his waist. With the job finished, the transaction was over. Chu Mo nodded to Su Xiaoxiao and turned to leave. Wait, she called after him. Yes? He looked back, brows slightly creased. You must have heard the rumors when you accepted the commission. They say this egg can't be hatched. If that's true, why did you take the job? It was within my power, that's all. Leaving those words behind, Chu Mo strode away. His figure receded down the hall. Su Xiaoxiao stood rooted, that simple phrase within my power echoing in her mind. Since the great upheaval, when the heavens cracked and beasts poured in, human civilization had crumbled and trust had become rare. Acts born of sheer goodwill were almost unheard of. Ever since Annie Yang fell ill, Su Xiaoxiao had forced herself to stay strong. But now the tension snapped, and tears slid silently down her cheeks. Within my power, she whispered, voice thick. Under the lights, his lengthening shadow looked tall and straight. The other warriors in the lobby fell silent, following him with a mix of awe and reverence. Anyone who could slay a second-tier, high-grade, twin-headed python had to be at least latest-stage warrior rank. And strength, in this world, commanded respect. The warrior supply hall was immense. It spanned 8 floors, each roughly the size of a football field, with intersecting corridors packed with shops. Bright lights and an endless stream of customers made the place feel like a colossal shopping mall. After leaving the mission board, Chu Mo merged into the bustling crowd. Besides handing in his task, he planned to sell every beast part he carried and purchase an Origin Force body refining manual suitable for the warrior realm. Before long, he stopped in front of a towering building at the hall's center, the Emerald Pavilion. He had heard of it long ago. The pavilion belonged to the Jadeite Commerce Alliance. The alliance was powerful, with branches all over Luoyang base. It drew in large numbers of martial artists and martial masters. Even grandmasters showed it respect. Rumor claimed the alliance was only a local branch of something far larger, but no one had ever proven it. Whatever the truth, its heritage was deep, though that mattered little to Chu Mo right now. He stepped inside. Before he could steady himself, a young, striking attendant approached with a friendly smile. Honored warrior, how may I help you? The Emerald Pavilion sells everything at fair prices. Absolute honesty. Chu Mo gave her a quick glance, surprised to sense she was merely a martial apprentice, proof of the pavilion's confidence. He withdrew his gaze and spoke calmly. I want to sell a batch of beast materials first, then buy some cultivation supplies. Her smile brightened as she turned to lead the way. Please follow me, sir. They crossed the aisle-lined floor and entered a quiet lounge. Moments later, a spirited gray-robed elder arrived and bowed slightly. Sir, I'm the shop's appraiser. If you wish to sell beast materials, please allow me to examine them so I can offer a price. My thanks, elder. Chu Mo nodded, placed a storage pouch on the table, and flipped it over. Its contents spilled out with a clatter. First came a stack of grade 1 beast blood, off little use to someone who had already reached the warrior realm, followed by piles of beast parts from earlier hunts and herbs gathered in the wilds. Next he produced 2 warblades, one taken from Zhaochi and the other from Su Guang. Both were stolen goods. Su Guang's blade could bring trouble if recognized by warriors from Changfeng base, while Zhaochi's was now beneath his current skill. Finally, a few odds and ends tumbled out, forming a small hill. Metal glinted coldly, and dried blood cast a dark sheen over the tabletop. The attendant and the appraiser exchanged a glance, unable to hide their astonishment. They had seen grade 2 beast materials many times, yet watching so many emerge from the hands of a youth still in his teens was startling. How young was he to already possess such strength? The 2 men exchanged a glance, but neither spoke. The appraiser immediately bent over the table, laying out a collection of gleaming tools that flashed cold light. His cutting, polishing, and measuring were swift and precise. Moments later, he set down his magnifier, raised a hand, and announced, by my assessment, these materials are worth roughly 156,000 lower-grade yuan stones. Are you willing to sell? Chu Mo had already planned to offload the beast parts, so he nodded. He didn't know the exact market rate, but Suyu Pavilion was known for fair dealing. Agreed, he said. However, I'd like to buy a few cultivation supplies while I'm here. The nearby saleswoman's eyes lit up. She earned commission on both purchases and sales. She quickly produced a thick catalog. Chu Mo opened it to find page after page of entries. Beast blood, beast materials, healing elixirs, martial techniques, weapons, and assorted rare treasures, even precious beast essence blood. The prices, though, often ran into the hundreds of thousands, making his newly earned sum feel meager. After some deliberation, he chose only 3 urgently needed items: a third-tier alloy saber, a copy of Yuan Force tempering method for martial artists, and the illustrated guide to common fierce beasts and plants. Everything else would have to wait. The saleswoman recorded the order and quoted the total. 10,000 yuan stones for the third-tier alloy saber, 60,000 for the tempering manual, 12,000 for the illustrated guide, altogether 172,000. You still owe 16,000 yuan stones, sir. A pang shot through Chu Mo. He had less than 20,000 left in his storage pouch, most of it taken from Su Guang. Paying now would drain him almost completely. Just as he reached for his stones, footsteps sounded at the stairway. Another clerk hurried down and whispered to the saleswoman. She looked at Chu Mo in surprise. "Honored warrior, our steward would like to meet you upstairs." The steward? Chu Mo frowned. If Ziyu Pavilion meant to swindle him, a mere 10-odd thousand yuan stones hardly mattered to the vast Ziyu merchant alliance. He couldn't guess their motive, but finally said, "Very well. Lead the way." Following the saleswoman along a corridor to the back of the second floor, he entered a small room. The furnishings were simple yet tasteful, everything neat and orderly. 2 people awaited him. The first was a young woman in a floor-length dress, her delicate features no less striking than Chen's eyes. Beside her stood an elderly woman in a blue robe, her aura deep and unfathomable. 3 golden leaves were embroidered on the robe's chest within the Ziyu alliance, that marked a warrior master. For someone of such strength to stand in quiet attendance spoke volumes about the girl's status. Chu Mo's thoughts raced as he quietly raised his guard. The girl rose, smoothing her dress and offering a gentle smile. "Greetings. I am Imo Shanshan of the Ziyu Merchant Alliance." She dipped her head slightly, her tone warm yet earnest. "I apologize for the abrupt invitation and any inconvenience it may have caused. Miss Imo, you are too polite." Chu Mo turned slightly, nodded to Imo Shanshan, and asked outright, "Steward Imo, may I know why you asked to see me?" "Naturally. I'm here to invite you to join the Ziyu Trade League." Imo Shanshan took a seat at the table, her eyes filled with admiration. "I did a little research on ill intent. When I saw you help a complete stranger in the martial supply hall, I became curious." She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and continued, "I know you have a fiancé hailed as a genius, yet the outside world thinks little of you. Most people say you're just an ordinary man who can't cultivate." She lifted her brows in genuine surprise. "But from what I see, you've already stepped into the warrior realm, and your strength is hardly average. Your talent must be extraordinary." Her voice softened. "Still, that isn't what impresses us most. What truly moves me is that you help strangers. A good heart, exceptional aptitude, and real combat power, people like that are exactly whom the Ziyu Trade League seeks." Chu Mo listened in silence. When she finished, he frowned slightly and replied, "I appreciate your kind offer, Steward Imo, but I value my freedom and don't plan to join any faction for now." His unique gathering talent grew steadily on its own. A major power would offer little benefit and might even restrict him. Imo Shanshan seemed unsurprised by his refusal and laughed softly. "Mr. Chu, why not hear me out first?" She lowered her voice, still brimming with confidence. "At Luoyang Base, the Ziyu Trade League is a top-tier force. Even grandmasters give us respect. Do you know why?" Chu Mo nodded, his expression inquisitive. "Because the Ziyu Trade League isn't native to Luoyang," she explained. "Our headquarters sit thousands of miles away at Jinling Base. The Ziyu Pavilion here is simply a branch, and in the current steward." She held up 2 fingers. "We recruit talent in 2 ways. 1, full membership, which offers generous benefits but requires adherence to our rules. 2, cooperation." Her gaze settled on Chu Mo. "If the first option doesn't appeal, consider the second: become a guest elder. You'll remain independent, receive a monthly stipend of spirit stones, and enjoy our protection. Whenever we secure rare items or locate hidden treasures, you'll be invited to buy early or explore with us. Plus, you'll get a 20% discount at any of our shops." Imo Shanshan finished, her tone earnest. "Whatever you choose to do in your own time, the League won't interfere. However, Mr. Chu would be asked to handle at least one matter for the Jadeite Merchant Alliance each year. The assignment would never be forced on him, and he could always refuse or choose a different task." Imo Shanshan's voice was calm, yet it left no room for doubt. "Mr. Chu, what do you think?" Chu Mo understood at once. It was essentially an affiliation. The alliance used its vast network to cast a wide net for talent. Even if these prodigies refused to swear true loyalty, generous benefits still forged goodwill. The offer was undeniably attractive. 1, a monthly stipend of spirit stones and full-scale protection. 2, exclusive purchasing privileges for items reserved solely for Alliance members. 3, the right to enter treasure grounds dangerous, yet filled with life-changing opportunities. 4, a flat 20% discount at every Alliance branch, a saving no one could ignore. Chu Mo's heartbeat quickened, but he reined in his excitement. After a brief pause, he said, Miss Mo, your sincerity is compelling. Still, this is no small decision. May I have one night to consider it? Whatever I decide, you'll have my answer tomorrow. Is that acceptable? Of course. Mo Shanshan smiled and added, as a welcome gift, everything you purchased today is on the house. Her generosity made Chu Mo raise an eyebrow, half in jest, half in earnest. Aren't you afraid they'll take the benefit and decline the affiliation tomorrow? Barely 200,000 spirit stones. She tapped the tabletop lightly. The Jadeite Alliance can afford it. Besides, she met his gaze. I trust you'll make the right choice. Her confidence won his respect. He cupped his fist solemnly. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Mo. They exchanged a few more pleasantries, and as dusk settled, Chu Mo took his leave. When his footsteps faded, quiet returned to the attic. The elderly woman surnamed Zhou, silent until now, finally spoke in a raspy, puzzled tone. Young lady, this Chu Mo has a decent temperament and passable strength, but he's just a genius from a small base. Why would you use a guest elder slot and go to such lengths? Mo Shanshan pushed the window open and gazed into the distance. Senior Zhou, you're a martial master. You sensed nothing special about him? The old woman remained silent. Indeed, she had sensed nothing. I awakened two talents. One is swordsmanship. The other is a special support talent. Mo Shanshan lifted her hand, a flicker of spiritual light flashing in her palm. The moment Chu Mo walked into the shop, I felt that same aura, so I invited him upstairs. Watching his figure disappear at the end of the street, she added softly, because in him I sensed the same presence that lies within me. In other words, he and I are the same kind of people. Her quiet words detonated like thunder in Zhou's ears. The old woman froze, utterly stunned. Inside the room, 3 items that Chu Mo had brought back from Tsiulu were laid out before him: a book, a long saber, and a scroll. The book was the full edition of Ferocious Beasts, a botanical and zoological compendium. Common copies sold through the martial academies were abridged and only covered the usual monsters, but this uncut version cataloged the habits, weaknesses, and habitats of every known beast around the world. It even detailed the appearance, growth cycles, and harvesting methods of rare spirit herbs. For martial artists who roamed the wild, this compendium was often a lifeline. Knowing a beast's flaw could save your life in a crisis, and recognizing a priceless herb at first glance could bring unexpected fortune. As long as a fighter had the silver to spare, owning and repeatedly studying a copy was almost a given. The second item was a third-grade alloy warsaber. Forged from a special compressed alloy, the blade was pitch black, every pattern along its surface packing an astonishing metal density. Its weight easily reached several hundred, even 1,000 gene. The higher the grade, the heavier the weapon. Ordinary martial disciples could not lift it, and it was usually wielded only by martial masters. Blessed with a superior talent for blade techniques and already proficient in saber arts, Chu Mo chose this third-grade weapon without hesitation, seeking the fiercest cutting power he could find. The last object was a scroll sealed in fine beast hide, bearing the martial artist Yuan Force body refinement method. The 21 stances of the basic body tempering method, practiced during the disciple stage, were meant to awaken physical potential and toughen bone and sinew. Yet once a disciple broke past the Tintazanjan barrier to become a true martial artist, the benefits of the basic method dropped sharply. At that point, the Yuan Force method became crucial. It taught practitioners to draw the world's energy into the body, compress and store it layer by layer, then use that Yuan Force to scour marrow and flesh, achieving 3 successive transformations: bone honing, blood refining, and chi gathering. During earlier bottlenecks, Chu Mo had tried simply compressing Yuan energy on his own, but the results were minimal without a systematic method. The Yuan Force scroll linked absorption, compression, storage, and refinement into one complete process. 1. Early bone honing pushes a fighter's raw strength to 50,000 gene, causing the famed resonant bones effect. 2. Mid-stage blood refining thickens the life force until it resembles liquid mercury, driving strength past 100,000 gene. 3. Latest-stage chi gathering creates an internal Yuan energy circuit. A single punch can unleash several 100,000 gene, rivaling the power of dragons and elephants. The very thought made Chu Mo's heart race. Couldn't wait to experience true Yuan Force tempering. He sat cross-legged and unrolled the scroll, adopting the poses described in its key formulas. With each breath, the surrounding world's energy poured in through his pores like an invisible torrent, riding the meridian straight into his bones. At once, his skeleton felt itchy and warm, as if submerged in a hot spring, while an invisible rasp glided along the bone's surface, clear signs of Yuan Force seeping into the seams and remolding the bone itself. Amid the tingling, he could feel his power climbing bit by bit. His knuckles cracked when he clenched his fists, the muscles in his arms swelled tight, and his heartbeat thumped steady and strong. Beads of sweat rolled from his temples only to evaporate instantly in the heat that shimmered off his skin. Half an hour passed. As Chu Mo executed the final movement, A series of crisp cracks rippled through his body. The sharp friction of bone against bone sounded as if it were shaking loose years of embedded grime. With every crack, jets of heat burst from his pores, carrying clumps of gray-black impurities that spattered onto the floor and dried into crusted specks. Sweat mixed with filth snaked over his skin, releasing a metallic stench that could choke a man. After an indeterminate span, the cascading pops subsided. Chu Mo drew a long breath, and when he clenched his fists, the power roaring inside him felt newly ignited, stronger, deeper, and far more distinct than before. The Yuan Force body tempering method is at least 5 times faster than the basic one, he calculated. With my current talent and physique, I can reach the martial adept realm within 3 years, but that's still too slow. For anyone else, such progress would be staggering. Yet to Chu Mo, it was nowhere near enough. He knew that ferocious beast blood could push him further. Second-rank blood offered only a modest boost. Only third-rank blood, or better yet, pure beast essence, could send his cultivation soaring. That shortcut, however, devoured vast sums of yuan stones, and his meager savings could not begin to cover the cost. It seems he'll have to join Suyu Pavilion, he decided. The organization imposed few restrictions, a guest elder enjoyed considerable freedom, and its resources and connections far outweighed the drawbacks. Having made up his mind, he wasted no time. At dawn the next day, he headed straight to the Tsiyu Pavilion branch, where Imo Shanshan was already waiting. Well, have you decided? She asked with a faint smile. I agree to serve as a guest elder of the Tsiyu Trading Alliance, Chu Mo replied, then added, but I need to focus on my cultivation, so I can't commit to long assignments. Don't worry about that, Imo Shanshan said lightly. When we need your help, we'll notify you in advance. If you accept, just reply and arrive within the allotted time. The rest of your schedule is entirely your own. Thank you, Chu Mo replied, satisfied. She reached to the side, took the guest token she had prepared, and placed it in his hand. This token is your proof of status. With it, you can claim all benefits and resources at any alliance shop. In an emergency, you may also tap our intelligence network or request protection. Chu Mo listened attentively, missing not a single detail. At noon, they shared a hearty meal in a tea house, and only when the sun began to dip did Chu Mo take his leave. In the days that followed, he drank a dose of beast blood each morning and circulated the Yuan Force body tempering method. The scalding liquid burned down his throat, burst into wild energy, and thundered through his meridians, steadily driving his strength upward. Meanwhile, the outer reaches of Great Shu Mountain had grown lively. The half-month Twin City joint trial had finally drawn to a close, and today marked the final day of the hunting phase. One team after another emerged from the deep forest, handing over the beast parts they had gathered during the last fortnight. In this moment, the final rankings would at last be revealed. Before long, the rankings were set. Chen Shiwei, a student in the elite class of Luoyang Base's first martial academy, claimed first place in the Twin City Hunt trial with 836 points. The moment the leaderboard appeared, the crowd exploded. No one had expected the seemingly steady and unremarkable Chen Shiwei to outscore both Guokun and Su Guang. Within Luoyang Base, Chen Shiwei was always regarded as gifted, yet few considered her truly top tier. Whenever people spoke of the strongest in their cohort, Guokun's name came up first. Across the two bases, Su Guang of Changfeng Base was hailed as the real prodigy. Now these two acknowledged powerhouses had failed to hold the lead, allowing Chen Shiwei to surge ahead. Everyone was stunned. The reasons soon became clear. 1. Guokun was severely injured by Su Guang during the trial, leaving him unable to keep hunting at full strength. He relied on his early points and ultimately fell to 5th place. 2. Su Guang suffered an even worse fatigue, died deep in the forest, and his body was nowhere to be found. As the news spread, the warriors from the two bases reacted very differently. On Luoyang's side, mockery and ridicule filled the air. So that's the so-called #1 prodigy? What a joke. Didn't Su Guang call us ants at the start? We walked out alive, and he's the one who's dead. He dared to ambush Luoyang's fighters during the trial. Serves him right. Sure, he was talented, but a genius who never matures is just a genius and nothing more. People shouldn't get too full of themselves, or sooner or later they'll capsize in a ditch. TSK. Half a month earlier, when they entered the mystic realm, these same students had been outmatched and forced to swallow their pride. Now, with Su Guang dead and Guokun only 5th, their pent-up anger finally burst free. By contrast, the warriors of Changfeng Base were livid. Their leaders refused to believe Su Guang was dead. Su Guang's blade talent and cultivation aptitude are unparalleled. How could he die in a mere trial? Impossible. He must still be alive, just late returning. Find him, no matter what. If he's alive, we see him. If he's dead, we want the body. On that order, squads of Changfeng fighters flooded into the forest, scouring every mountain and ravine. They found nothing and were finally forced to give up. Meanwhile, Luoyang's students surrounded Chen Shiwei. Congratulations on 1st place. Junior Sister Chen, you really vindicated us this time. The base will definitely funnel resources your way now. Your future is limitless. The praise was endless, admiration and envy written on every face. Everyone knew that winning meant more cultivation resources and a brighter future. If they didn't seize the chance to curry favor now, when would they? Yet, standing at the center of the crowd, Chun Ziwei's thoughts were elsewhere. She knew she owed her victory to a mysterious stranger, the one who saved her and left her Su Guang's storage pouch, sending her points soaring. Without him, she might have finished no higher than third. Why had that person rescued her? Why help her at all? Recalling the blurry yet familiar figure she had glimpsed while unconscious, Chen Shiwei felt a knot of confusion tighten in her chest. She scanned the crowd, searching for that familiar silhouette, but even when the instructor told the trainees to board the bus, she still didn't see him. A faint disappointment brushed her heart, and she curled her lips in self-mockery. Maybe she had simply read too much into it. Engines roared as the vehicles carried the trainees straight to Luoyang base. Su Guang's death had created quite a stir, yet the rewards for the Twin City trial were distributed exactly as planned. Back at the base, the Academy Square buzzed with excitement. President Xinjin announced Chun Ziwei's prizes in front of everyone. 1. Any 2 bronze-grade manuals from the Martial Pavilion. 2. 10 portions of Tier 3 beast blood. 3. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. 4. A complete set of weapons and gear suited to her cultivation level. When the list ended, the surrounding trainees drew sharp breaths. Even more shocking, Xinjin declared he would personally mentor Chen Shiwei and raise her monthly resource quota. With direct guidance from a martial grandmaster, the label of prodigy was firmly fastened to her name. Within moments, she became the center of attention throughout the academy and the base. Countless eyes followed her, and whispers filled the air. Swish, swish, swish. In the small grove on the western side of the base, shadows danced among the trees, cold light flashing in and out. Chu Mo gripped his saber with both hands, practicing the newly acquired silver-grade technique Tempest Thunder Saber. The style revolves around one word, Tempest. Strikes pour down like a violent storm, seamless and relentless, each slash faster and fiercer than the one before. As the sequence advanced, the air churned as if torn apart, and the temperature plunged. Every key point of the Tempest Thunder Saber flashed through his mind. His movements quickened until the blade itself disappeared, leaving only a streak of icy light. Dust swirled upward, grains of sand whirling madly in the wind. Huh, he growled, unleashing his strength. The long saber swept out, killing intent surging as the air screamed. In the next instant, saber light ripped through the grove. Boom. The tree before him, thick enough that 2 people would have needed to link arms around it, exploded on the spot. Wood chips flew, smoke and dust billowed, and when the haze settled, a trench a foot deep and several yards long scarred the ground, its surface smooth as glass. Chu Mo sheathed his saber and steadied his breathing. He had reached initial mastery of the Tempest Thunder Saber, and his Break Sky Slash was now perfected, able to project a real blade arc. That alone doubled his killing power if he faced Su Guang again. He was sure one stroke would be enough. Yet it still wasn't enough. Eyes dark with thought, Chu Mo sensed untapped potential in the technique. He returned the saber to its scabbard, frowned, and closed his eyes, silently examining every transition and weakness in the forms, pondering them over and over. You're back? It was late when Chu Mo stepped through the door and heard a gentle, pleasant voice. Chen Ziwei's. Steam rose from the kitchen and curled white under the light. Chen Shiwei hurried over with a dish fresh from the wok, arranged the plates, and called, "Sit down, dinner's ready." Chu Mo answered casually, washed the road dust from his hands, and took a seat. She handed him a bowl heaped with rice, then asked offhandedly, "I didn't see you when I got home. Where have you been?" "Where else?" Chu Mo chuckled, picking up his chopsticks. "Wandering around the base or flipping through books at the academy." Chen Shiwei nodded, satisfied for the moment. They ate in tacit silence. The faint clink of porcelain seemed unusually loud in the stillness, as though even their breathing had been wrapped in cotton. After an indeterminate pause, Chen Shiwei set down her chopsticks and broke the quiet. "During the Academy's hunting trial, warriors from Changfeng base ambushed me. I was badly hurt, almost died." She studied him, searching for any flicker of emotion. All she saw was a flash of shock, quickly replaced by concern. "Are you all right?" he asked. "I'm fine." Finding no further clues, she suppressed her frustration and continued, "A mysterious stranger saved me at the last second. He even left a pile of beast materials, so I took first place in the trial." Chu Mo smiled. "Congratulations. The Academy must be showering you with rewards." She answered, but didn't press on. His calm expression left no cracks to pry open. Moments later, Chu Mo wiped his mouth and rose. "I'm full. Thanks for handling the dishes. I'll head to my room." "Wait," Chen Shiwei called after him. He turned, puzzled. "During the trial at the Shu Mountain, I planned to hunt the 2-headed python and bring you its gallbladder," she said softly. "But when I got there, the beast was already dead. Someone had taken the gallbladder and the heart." She paused, then added with quiet resolve, "Don't worry. They'll find another way to help improve your talent and physique." Chu Mo nodded, voice gentle yet distant. Thank you. There's no need to rush, let it come naturally. He retreated to his room and closed the door. Only the faint drip of the faucet remained in the dining room. Staring at the closed door, Chen Shiwei let out a silent sigh. She had long suspected Chu Mo was her mysterious savior, an idea she knew was far-fetched, yet couldn't discard. Tonight's probing still hadn't pierced his composure. Could it really not have been him? She wondered, torn between doubt and conviction. Inside his room, Chu Mo leaned back, replaying the conversation. His brows knit together. Did she figure something out? In truth, exposure wouldn't matter. He just couldn't think of the right way to explain. Whatever happens, happens, he murmured to himself, letting the thought drift away. Chu Mo shook the tangle of thoughts from his mind and reached for a vial of grade 2 beast blood. One swig, then he would start cultivating. As soon as he opened his storage pouch, a strange gleam caught his eye. Nestled at the bottom lay an oval egg, roughly palm-wide, yet as large as a basketball. The shell was dark blue-green, gleaming with a gentle luster. It was the same beast egg he had taken from Su Xiaoxiao. Running a fingertip across the shell, he found it still faintly warm, its inner aura unchanged. Rumor claimed the egg was a defective that could never hatch, but Su Xiaoxiao had sworn otherwise. The contradiction intrigued him. Perhaps some deeper secret lay inside. He sat cross-legged and began to test it. He poured in vital energy, nothing happened. He dripped fresh blood, the shell was unmoved. He scored it with a blade, sparks flew, but left no mark. He soaked it in water, seared it over flame, temperature shifted, yet the shell remained smooth and warm. Sweat beaded on Chu Mo's brow. If the egg's mystery could be revealed so easily, it would never have ended up in his hands. Brushing the dust from his palms, he returned the egg to the pouch, uncorked the vial, and downed the grade 2 beast blood in one gulp. The thick, metallic sweetness slid down his throat. Steadying his mind, he activated the primordial body forging method. Vital energy surged through his meridians like hammers on a drum. Muscles and bones quivered, and the very air in the room grew heavy. Meanwhile, in the inner city of Luoyang Base, lights blazed inside a secluded villa. Master, we've located Chu Mo. The servant stood in the center of the living room, voice trembling, eyes lowered. From the broad sofa, Zhou Cheng sprang to his feet, eyes icy. He's shown himself? Where is he now? In his own house. Good. Zhou Cheng clenched his fist until his knuckles whitened. Keep him under tight surveillance. The moment he steps outside, report to me. He'll kill him myself. Yes, sir. The servant bowed and withdrew. When the door closed, Zhou Cheng let out a long breath, chest heaving. More than a month had passed. He had sent Kun Yin to capture Chu Mo, but the man never returned, and days later news of Kun Yin's death arrived. Zhou Cheng knew the plan had been exposed. Kun Yin must have died at Chu Mo's hand. In mere weeks, a so-called cripple had grown strong enough to slay Kun Yin. There had to be a priceless treasure behind him. Thinking of the opportunity stolen from him and of his murdered son, Zhou Cheng's rage boiled. Yet anger also bred hope. If he killed Chu Mo, he could reclaim that fortune and perhaps step into the ranks of martial master, even grandmaster. Risk? He felt none. The gulf between a late-stage warrior and an early-stage one was vast. No amount of luck in a single month could bridge it. Staring into the night-shrouded courtyard, he muttered coldly, "You've been running for a month, and now you finally show yourself." Chu Mo was as good as dead. Downtown Luoyang Base, inside Shiwu Toera training hall built exclusively for martial artists. Yuan force arrays cover every floor, allowing practitioners to cultivate faster. Even the cheapest meditation room boosts efficiency by 20% at 10 yuan stones an hour, while the top-tier chamber doubles one's speed for a steep 100 yuan stones per hour. Chu Mo now stood inside that very top-tier chamber, yet he owed nothing. Shiwu Tower belonged to the Tsiyu Shangming, and as a guest elder of the Alliance he enjoyed 3 free days of cultivation each month, with any extra time billed at only 80% of the usual rate. In the spacious room, Chu Mo drilled his saber technique over and over. One chop, one slash, one sweeping cut, only 3 motions on the surface, yet every strike ripped through the air with a shriek, as though the atmosphere itself were crying out. The art was called Quangfeng Jiele Saber, a silver-grade technique taken from Su Guang's corpse. Brutal and relentless, it sought to kill in a single blow. It had no set sequence. The wielder followed instinct. Every strike aimed straight at a vital point. The murderous intent alone was enough to make onlookers shudder. Between swings, Chu Mo pondered its essence. The technique was not about intricate forms, but about overwhelming, killing intent, an unending storm of blades that battered an opponent until resistance collapsed. When the saber leaves its sheath, it must advance without hesitation, he reflected. Any obstacle must fall in a single stroke. Forsake defense, think only of attack. In my eyes there is but one enemy, life or death, nothing else. Of all the countless paths, the saber alone is invincible. His eyes narrowed, a chilling aura rising from within. It felt as though a naked blade had slid 3 inches clear of its scabbard, gleaming with lethal promise. No one knew how much time passed before Chu Mo's eyes snapped open, sharp as twin willow leaf sabers. Clang! Steel rang as his weapon swept out. A ribbon of blade light split the air, and in its wake countless afterimages filled the walls, leaving no place to hide. He was utterly absorbed, there was only the saber in his hand. It hissed through the air again and again, a spreading chill seeping through the entire chamber. Chu Mo felt his very soul quiver. With each motion the technique resonated faintly with the rhythm of heaven and earth, and for an instant his body no longer seemed flesh and blood at all, but a single, perfect blade. Man is the blade, and the blade is the man. Tendrils of frost crept through the training chamber, a space no more than 30 feet across. Outside, the summer night was still stifling, yet within, it felt like the first breath of winter, the chill biting to the bone. Anyone barging in would have bristled with goosebumps, but Chu Mo noticed nothing. He was lost in his sword-tugging at the subtle interplay of body, breath, and spirit, like molting skin, like rebirth. Even the world seemed to answer him. The restless cicadas beyond the walls quieted, then fell completely silent. One day slipped by unnoticed. Dawn of the next morning. Creak, door swung open. Chu Mo had not slept, yet his gaze was keen as a freshly drawn blade. With each step, the cutting aura around him receded and, in a few heartbeats, vanished entirely, leaving him looking like any ordinary martial artist. He stepped into the courtyard. The instant his foot touched the ground, a muffled hiss came from the lavish training room behind him. Then boom, beams snapped, walls shattered, and invisible blade force ripped through the building, grinding it to rubble. The sword energy he had stored up through the night had finally erupted. The crash shook the entire martial pavilion. Whoosh, 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 dozens of figures flashed out from every corner, shouting coldly, "This is property of the Tzu Commerce Alliance. Surround him. Resist and die." More than 10 fighters sealed off the courtyard, swords drawn, killing intent like frost, every eye fixed on Chu Mo. At the same time, two stronger auras streaked closer. The first pressed like mountains and seas, the second belonged to a young woman. They both stopped short when they saw Chu Mo. "Guest Elder Chu?" The girl was Emo Shanshan. She had meant to question him, but when her eyes swept the lingering blade force, her pupils shrank. That momentum? You actually forged blade momentum? Even the elderly Madame Zhou who accompanied her froze, shock written all over her face. Touching blade momentum at his age was nothing short of unbelievable. Blade momentum? Chu Mo was at a loss. "Miss Mo, what exactly is blade momentum?" "You don't know?" Emo Shanshan stared, then forced back her astonishment. "There are 3 realms for blade cultivators. First, blade lights your cut gleams, your force is full. Second, blade momentum shadows fill the air, unstoppable. Third, blade intent moment your blade leaves its sheath, its intent smothers everything, and your foe can't even draw their weapon." Chu Mo nodded lightly. He had never heard this division, yet gaining blade momentum must have come from a blend of his talent and the Windstorm Thunderblade manual. Glancing at the wreckage, he offered a hint of apology. "I was too absorbed in practice and destroyed the place. My apologies." Emo Shanshan waved it off. "If it helped you grasp blade momentum, you could level the whole pavilion and it would still be worth it." Her eyes sparked with excitement. "Guest Elder Chu, now that you've entered blade momentum, would you spar with me?" Chu Mo looked over the scene of ruin, hesitating. "But this mess, others will clean it." Emo Shanshan gestured invitingly. "Please, come inside so we can talk." "In that case, I shall accept." Chu Mo smiled and nodded. Inside the room, Chu Mo and Emo Shanshan were exchanging insights on martial arts. They sat facing each other, one holding a cup of tea, the other gesturing with a sheathed sword, as imagined flashes of steel and currents of sword intent crisscrossed the air. Chu Mo soon noticed that Emo Shanshan's grasp of swordsmanship had reached a profound level. In certain nuances, she was no weaker than he was. She had clearly comprehended sword momentum, a sign of at least high-grade talent. Though she had never shown her skills in public, her casual explanations revealed unexpected depth, stirring both suspicion and admiration in Chu Mo's mind. For half a day they sparred. Blade momentum and sword momentum reflected one another, different paths leading to the same summit. Chu Mo's understanding of martial arts rose another notch, while Emo Shanshan nodded again and again, feeling she had gained immensely. By dusk, slanting sunlight poured through the lattice windows. Chu Mo finally rose to take his leave, and Emo Shanshan personally saw him to the door, agreeing to meet again soon. On his way back, Chu Mo savored his newly awakened blade momentum as he walked with calm, steady steps. Suddenly his brows knit, then smoothed at once, as if nothing had happened. Far behind him, 2 nondescript fighters trailed along the street. Yet the moment they rounded a corner, their target had vanished. They exchanged uneasy glances. "Looking for me?" A cool voice sounded at their backs. "Bad news, she spotted us. Run." Their faces drained of color. Without hesitation they bolted in opposite directions. The rumor that Kenyan had died at Chu Mo's hands left them no desire to fight. But the difference in speed made escape impossible. Luoyan step. Chu Mo blurred into smoke and mist, skimming across the street. In an instant he was beside one of the men. His palm came down with a dull thud. The man's chest caved in, and he dropped like a rag doll, lifeless. The second man fled in panic, yet Chu Mo caught up at once, steel-like fingers clamping around his throat. Who sent you to follow me? Chu Mo's voice was icy. Suffocation and the shadow of death closed in. Face turning ashen, the fighter squeezed out a few hoarse words. Zhaochi, spare me. Before he could finish, Chu Mo's grip tightened. A crisp crack sounded, and the man's neck snapped. Zhaochi. Chu Mo tossed the corpse aside and murmured the name, a cold gleam in his eyes. Years ago, Zhaochi had tried to violate Chen Shimei and was slain by Chu Mo. Zhao then sought revenge, and Chu Mo, still too weak, had killed only Zhou's henchmen before fleeing to train. He had yet to settle that score, and now Zhao had sent spies after him. Since the enemy had made the first move, Chu Mo would eliminate the threat at once. One should not delay vengeance. Decision made, Chu Mo unleashed his speed talent and shot forward like lightning, heading straight for Zhou residence. At that moment, Zhou was pacing in his villa, anxiously waiting for news. Ah! A shrill scream suddenly rang out from the courtyard. Zhou face went pale. Alarm bells clanged in his chest as he rushed outside. As soon as Zhou stepped out of the lobby, the sight before him made his blood boil with fury. Rubble littered the courtyard, the flower beds lay in ruins, and blood was splashed everywhere. 7 or 8 of his men lay sprawled in sticky crimson pools, their blades and spears scattered about, the air thick with the metallic stench of iron. In the middle of the clearing, a young man in his early 20s, dressed in tight black combat gear, was cutting down foes with lightning-fast strokes. Each flash of the blade snuffed out a life, and blood gathered at his feet in a shallow puddle. Stop right there! Zhou roared. His true energy thundered outward like war drums, the shockwave rattling windows across the villa district. Who are you, and why are you butchering my men? They might have been weak, but Zhou had spent years recruiting them to build his power base. With their help, he had carved out a place for himself in Liang base. Now corpses filled the courtyard. Though he was still a martial artist, he had become a lone wolf overnight, and the pain in his chest burned as fiercely as his rage. Beyond anger, confusion gnawed at him. The young man before him radiated a deep, steady aura that made even Zhou heart clench. He searched his memory, but he had never tangled with someone like this. In his youth, he had made plenty of enemies. Yet had he met such an outstanding talent, he would have tried to recruit him, not provoke him. The youth's intimidating presence hinted at the backing of a grandmaster's sect. The stranger severed the last opponent with a single stroke, flicked the blood from his blade, and looked up with a cold smile. You must be Zhou. Quite the swagger trying to have me killed when you don't even know who I am. He tapped the tip of his knife against the ground, his voice calm but icy. My name is Chu Mo, the man you try to murder. What? Zhou pupils contracted. You're Chu Mo? How did your cultivation rise so fast? That's impossible. Nothing is impossible, Chu Mo replied coldly. The world is vast and full of wonders. With your meager vision, how could you hope to grasp its breadth? The words hit Zhou like a hammer. He suddenly recalled sending Kun Yin to assassinate Chu Mo a month earlier. Kun Yin had been killed, yet the wounds on the corpse showed Chu Mo had not won instantly. His strength had been limited. Now, however, the pressure rolling off him made Zhou hair stand on end. It might even surpass his own. What chance encounter could let someone who once couldn't cultivate break through several realms so quickly? Zhou thoughts raced until he fixed on an answer, the treasure land outside the base. Only that fortune could have forged the monster standing before him. If I'd known, I'd have gone myself and ended you on the spot. Regret gnawed at him like poison, but it was too late. A blood-deep feud lay between them, and only death could settle it. Zhou expression turned to ice, killing intent boiling over. I thought you were an ant I could crush at will. Instead, you've grown strong enough that I must treat you seriously. Fine. Since you've come to my door, I'll finish you here, reclaim the opportunity that should have been mine, and use it to step into the martial master realm, perhaps even grandmaster. His true energy exploded, whipping leaves and gravel into a storm as he charged straight at Chu Mo. Die? In that instant, Zhou aura erupted, vital energy boiling inside him. He whirled forward like wind and lightning, charging straight at Chu Mo. Halfway there, his warblade swept up, cascading arcs of steel that carried the terrifying power of a latest-stage warrior, sealing every escape route. It was Zhou signature move, the space-cleaving blade. This bronze-grade technique has 3 layers. Once perfected, its light dazzles, and its power seems limitless. Zhou had tried it long ago, but never got past the threshold, so its might was mediocre. In Zhou hands, the difference was night and day. Wrapped in murderous intent, he poured all his true essence into the strike. Blade force shredded the air. The void itself screamed as though it would be crushed. Though he had not yet reached Chu Mo, razor-sharp energy already pricked the skin like needles. Zhou held nothing back, determined to cut Chu Mo down in a single blow. Facing this overwhelming attack, Chu Mo remained calm. Thanks to his gathering talent, he possessed 3 gifts. First, a low-grade wind affinity that granted speed surpassing peers and even rivaling martial masters. Second, a thunder affinity that could multiply his strength in an instant. Third, an advanced blade comprehension talent that had allowed him to grasp blade intent early. On top of that, he had already perfected the bronze-grade space-cleaving blade and had just entered the silver-grade Tempest Thunderblade. He would not call himself invincible, but ordinary warriors were no match for him. Watching Zhou Cheng barrel toward him, he had only one thought: use this foe to see how strong I have truly become. Zhou Cheng's focus never left Chu Mo, and the closer he came, the deeper his doubt grew. Since the moment Zhou Cheng drew his blade, the man before him had not moved, as if paralyzed by fear. The edge was now inches from Chu Mo's head, yet he still stood motionless. Zhou Cheng sneered. Even if you've stepped into the martial master realm, this strike will kill you all the same. His killing intent flared even hotter. The next heartbeat, everything changed. Dust exploded beneath Chu Mo's feet, shockwaves rolling outward. His robe snapped in a wind of its own making, and the blade in his hand began to tremble. At first it hummed softly, then the vibration multiplied until it buzzed like a swarm of bees. Zhou Cheng's eyelids twitched. An unfamiliar dread crawled up his spine. Clang! Metal rang as Chu Mo's blade left its sheath, a flash of cold light erupting. Blade energy streaked through the air like a ribbon of snow, moving so fast, it overtook Zhou Cheng's attack. In that split second, Zhou Cheng saw only a frigid beam descending upon him. The surrounding temperature plunged, the chills seeping into his bones. It was a strike filled with unyielding force. A strike bursting with murderous intent. A strike utterly unstoppable. Crack! Crack! With a single stroke, Zhou Cheng's blade aura shattered, melting away inch by inch. No retreat. Panic surged through him as he tried to pull back, but a sharp crack rang out. The saber in his grip split into dozens of shards. The tip clattered across the floor, scattering cold sparks. Weaponless, he could only watch in disbelief as the unstoppable blade energy tore toward his chest. It sliced through him like a knife through jade, as if walls and beams collapsed in its wake. The air itself seemed ripped open, and time froze in that instant. A long silence followed. Clack! The quiet click of steel re-entering its scabbard pierced the stillness. Chu Mo sheathed his blade and strode past without so much as a backward glance. Thud! Zhou Cheng crashed to his knees, eyes vacant. A thin red line raced across his neck, blooming into bright scarlet. Blood arced outward as he forced out 4 final words between clenched teeth: I will know to yield. His body lost all strength and slammed to the floor. Ambitions and prospects cooled with the spilling blood. Zhou Cheng was dead, confirming the enemy's demise. Chu Mo looked toward the villa. With Zhou Cheng gone, the next step was to seize his assets. At the end of the hallway, he pushed open a reinforced door and found a hidden storeroom. Heavy safes were stacked in the corner, their alloy surfaces gleaming coldly. Chu Mo drew a line through the air. Razor-thin blade energy hissed out, slicing the safes cleanly apart. The lids fell away, revealing rows of neatly piled yuan stones whose faint glow lit every shadowed inch of the room. Nearby lay heaps of beast materials: fangs, scales, bone armor, tendons stacked like a small mountain, the blood on them still dark and tacky. A quick estimate told him the yuan stones alone were worth hundreds of thousands, and the materials were likely worth even more. Hard night's ride, fat reward, he muttered, eyes flashing. After a decade of scheming in the base, Zhou Cheng had amassed a fortune. Now it was all his. Chu Mo swept every last stone and trophy into his storage pouch, then searched the villa room by room, probing every drawer and hidden compartment. Only when he was sure nothing remained did he stop. The brief skirmish had made plenty of noise. The enforcement squad could arrive any moment. He made a swift decision and left. Time to go home. Chu Mo had barely slipped away when the base's enforcement squad stormed in. Opening the door, they found bodies everywhere, the metallic scent of blood making even seasoned fighters gasp. A high-stage martial artist like Zhou Cheng dead in a single stroke, his entire faction wiped out. This was no minor incident. One officer examined the corpses and reported, all dead, Zhou Cheng included. The captain felt his scalp tingle. From the wounds, the killer was a swordsman, clean, decisive, and Zhou Cheng had barely managed to react. Clearly a top-tier expert had come for vengeance. He scowled and ordered, whoever did this is way above our pay grade. Gather every detail and report to headquarters. Let them decide. Understood. The squad answered in unison, then moved to secure the scene and handle the aftermath. Meanwhile, Chu Mo slipped back into his own house and began taking stock of his haul. 460,000 low-grade yuan stones, 35 vials of grade 2 fiend beast blood, 4 vials of grade 3 fiend beast blood, plus a mountain of grade 2 beast materials and rare herbs. The haul was worth, well, over 1 million yuan stones. Seated cross-legged at the wooden table, Chu Mo slipped the last yuan stone into his storage pouch. His gaze swept across the spoils, and a faint tremor still rippled through his heart. The lifetime accumulation of a veteran fighter was indeed staggering. After a moment, he exhaled slowly, calming his pulse, and a small smile tugged at his lips. With this cash, he could push into the late warrior stage, and perhaps even break through to martial master. Only by reaching that realm could he control his own fate in Liang Base-off, that he was certain. He moved quickly, sealing away the 46,000 yuan stones, the beast blood, and the rare materials in orderly bundles. Then, from the deepest corner of the pouch, he produced a fist-sized, emerald green fruit, the wind spirit fruit. It had grown on wind spirit grass at the outskirts of Dashu Mountain. Du Jing had discovered it, yet Su Guang had stolen it, triggering the chain of conflicts that followed. Su Guang was now dead by his hand, and the fruit naturally belonged to him. Legend claimed it could grant insights to anyone with wind affinity, even raising the grade of that talent. Chu Mo's own wind affinity was merely low rank, granting at best a tenfold burst of speed. If he could lift it to mid-rank, even seasoned martial masters would struggle to keep up with him. Without hesitation, he rinsed the fruit, lifted it, and bit down. A crisp snap echoed through the quiet room, and sweet juice burst forth, dissolving into pure energy that sluiced through his limbs. His bones felt feather-light, as though the very air had wrapped itself around him. It was working, heart pounding. He devoured the fruit, and warm currents surged along his meridians, kneading muscles and tendons with gentle heat. Moments later, the warmth faded. He sprang to his feet, stretched, and found his body light as gossamer, as if his channels had been reforged. He focused inward. Physique, high-grade cultivation body. Talents, high-grade blade mastery. Mid-grade wind affinity. Low-grade lightning affinity. The wind talent had indeed advanced. A grin spread across his face. He had to test this new speed immediately. Night had settled over the city. He swung the window open and dropped onto the empty street below. Silence reigned, and he unleashed his wind affinity without restraint. Boom. A sonic crack split the air. His figure blurred and reappeared 100 meters away. While sprinting, he realized he had vaulted past a boundary once thought unbreakable, the speed of sound. In air that was roughly 340 meters per second, he was now leaving that limit behind. After several trials, Chu Mo finally arrived at a rough estimate of his new velocity. Thanks to his mid-tier wind affinity, his speed was amplified about 15-fold. When Chu Mo ran at full tilt, he all but split the air, approaching 5 times the speed of sound. In martial circles, that was terrifying. Ordinary fighters topped out around 100 meters per second. Only true martial masters could barely break the sound barrier, and rumor put their ceiling at 5 to 10 times Mach. In other words, Chu Mo now matched a peak master's speed. The realization set his blood ablaze. In martial arts, nothing trumps speed. It can't solve everything, but it shatters plenty of impossibles. Though still an early-stage fighter, Chu Mo's Mach 5 burst was enough to challenge a master without being overwhelmed. But he wasn't satisfied. Speed was only admission. To defeat a master outright, he still needed equal power. Without it, even the fastest strike couldn't pierce a solid defense. Advance my realm and grow stronger, he vowed. With that resolve, he pulled a vial of third-grade beast blood from his storage pouch. The moment he uncapped it, pure vitality rolled out like heat waves, and his inner energy howled as if a starved beast had scented fresh meat. He tipped back the vial and drank in one gulp. Boom. The blood hit his gut, and a savage force surged through his limbs and bones. It was several times fiercer than second-grade blood. His chi roiled, nearly slipping from control. Not daring to hesitate, he launched the body-tempering art, refining the torrent bit by bit. Days passed in this rhythm. By day, he rented a premium training chamber at the Martial Pavilion. His apartment was too cramped. One careless move and the furniture would shatter. At night, he rushed home to cook for Chen Shiwei. The cycle spun on for more than half a month. That afternoon, Chu Mo swallowed another dose of third-grade beast blood and triggered the tempering technique. Half an hour later, as the final circuit settled, a tidal wave of chi and blood rose within him, his muscles and bones igniting with heat. With a thought, he heard his skeleton hum. Buzz. Deep thunder rolled inside him, sinew and bone resonating, body tempering complete. He had stepped into mid-stage fighter, theoretically nearing 50,000 gene of raw force. Energized, Chu Mo moved to the advanced dynamometer beside him, a device built to gauge up to 1,000,000 gene. He inhaled, muscles bunching, and drove his fist forward. Boom. Air shrieked, metal boomed, the machine quaked, and numbers raced across the screen. 50,021. Just over 50,000 gene. Now let's try lightning. Electricity flashed in his eyes. Thunder force surged. Violet arcs wrapped his fist. He struck again. Crack. The machine rocked harder. Digits shot past 6 figures before freezing. 202,891. His low-tier lightning affinity quadrupled his power, unleashing more than 200,000 gene, already above latest-stage fighters, and had also grasped blade intent. With blade intent, even a martial master might not be my match. That day, Chu Mo was still inside the innermost practice room of the base's training hall. Sweat trickled from his temples, splattering the floor with countless droplets. Since advancing to the mid-stage martial artist realm, His blood and chi had grown even more vigorous, and the wind stirred by his punches and kicks now boomed with a deeper resonance. Yet he dared not slack off. Cultivation is like rowing upstream. If you stop, you drift back. Compared with the early stage, which tempered the marrow, the mid-stage focuses on refining blood and chi, and progress had slowed noticeably. Chu Mo had lingered at this level for several days and could feel the sticky resistance of a bottleneck. His power still rose, but no longer in explosive leaps. Though his pace remained astonishing among his peers, he himself was far from satisfied. He had heard rumors that certain rare elixirs could greatly speed the refinement of blood and chi. As a power spanning several bases, Ziyu Pavilion likely stocked such treasures. With spirit stones worth 1,000,000 credits in his pouch and the status of guest elder at the Ziyu Commerce Alliance complete, with a generous discount, felt more confident than ever. After finishing his workout, he washed off the sweat, changed into clean clothes, and headed for Ziyu Pavilion. The moment he opened the door, he found a young martial artist standing respectfully outside. The man clasped his fists. I am from the Ziyu Commerce Alliance. At Steward Mo's order, I have come to invite guest elder Chu to the pavilion. Miss Mo wants to see me? Chu Mo arched a brow in surprise. He had planned to go there himself. He hadn't expected Mo Shanshan to send for him first. Since joining the alliance, they had crossed paths only once when he comprehended blade intent in the training tower and accidentally wrecked a practice room. Why summon him now? Had something happened? Since Steward Mo invites me, we'll go at once, Chu Mo said with a nod. Lead the way. The young martial artist visibly relaxed and set off. They wove through crowded streets, and half an hour later arrived before Ziyu Pavilion's towering jade-green gates, whose emerald plaque gleamed beneath the sun. Soon after entering, Chu Mo saw Mo Shanshan. Dressed in a pale green gown, she stood gracefully by the window. The moment she turned and met his gaze, her expression flickered, as though she sensed a change. Guest Elder Chu, you've grown stronger again. I've been training hard and made a little progress, Chu Mo replied modestly. Mo Shanshan, however, was inwardly shaken. From the day they met, Chu Mo's aura had climbed with every encounter. His pace was so astounding that, talented as she was, she could only marvel at the gap. Had she not come from a major base and seen countless prodigies, she might have been utterly crushed by his rapid rise. She forced down her astonishment, but Chu Mo spoke first. May I ask why Steward Mo has asked to see me? His question snapped Mo Shanshan back to the matter at hand. Because she came from a major power, she regained her calm almost at once and got straight to the point. I asked you here because we need your help with something. Are you interested? The moment he heard this, Chu Mo realized that Ziyu Chamber of Commerce was about to give him an assignment. Keeping his expression unchanged, he replied evenly. Please explain the details, Miss Mo. Our chamber is rooted in the main base and has businesses in more than 10 surrounding outposts, Mo Shanshan said, her tone measured and steady. The Ziyu Pavilion in Chongfeng base recently acquired an item I desperately need. They lost a number of guards fighting for it, and don't have the manpower to escort it here anytime soon. We don't trust outsiders, so we have to send someone from Luyang base to collect it. In a single sentence, the mission was clear convoy duty. Chongfeng base lay thousands of kilometers away, the route cutting through several beast-infested zones. The risk was obvious. Knowing his concerns, Mo Shanshan added, to keep everyone safe, the Ziyu Pavilion will send several martial masters to lead the team. They'll take on most of the combat. The danger is real, but so is the reward. If you're willing to join us, she let a small smile appear. You'll receive 5 vials of Unihorn essence from the Trihorn Rhinox once the job is done. A Trihorn Rhinox Tier 3. Chu Mo's steady gaze suddenly brightened. Though the beast wasn't the strongest of its rank, its brute force was legendary. Even a Tier 3 alloy blade struggled to cleave its horn. The essence hidden within that horn was a rare treasure for body tempering, able to accelerate blood refining tenfold. No Trihorn Rhinox lived near Luyang, and acquiring even 1 vial was almost impossible, yet Mo Shanshan was offering 5. His heart pounded, but he forced himself to weigh the pros and cons in a single breath. 5 vials would slash the time he needed for blood refinement. He had just broken through and needed field experience anyway. With speed rivaling a peak martial master, he could disengage from most threats as long as he didn't meet a grandmaster. The answer was obvious. Moments later he nodded solemnly. He'll take the job. Excellent. Relief flashed in Mo Shanshan's eyes, and her smile grew. With you along, our chances rise considerably. You're too kind, Chu Mo replied, returning the smile. I'll do my best. They chatted a little longer and settled the details. When the sun dipped toward the horizon, Chu Mo rose to leave. At the door, Mo Shanshan set the departure for 5 days later and reminded him to make the necessary preparations. He assured her he would and took his leave. The journey to Chongfeng base to escort the treasure was costing Mo Shanshan a great deal, proof enough of how valuable the item must be. On the way back, Chu Mo pondered in silence. No matter how rare the treasure, he felt not the slightest urge to steal it. He did not think of himself as particularly benevolent, but he had his own boundaries. Mo Shanshan had always treated him with courtesy and had patiently answered many of his cultivation questions. She was a rare friend, and he would never betray her trust. Still, a round trip of nearly 10,000 kilometers would be riddled with danger, so proper preparation was indispensable. With that in mind, he decided to visit the supply hall the next day. At dawn, Chu Mo entered the largest warrior supply hall in Liang Base. Wooden shelves brimmed with jars and vials, filling the air with the scent of herbs and alchemical fumes. He chose several healing potions and bottles of restoration fluid, then added compressed rations, waterproof flints, and a collapsible lightweight tint everything he might need in the wild. Only after stuffing 2 large packs did he leave, satisfied. Over the next few days he secluded himself, cultivating and regulating his breathing while he waited for departure. 5 days passed in a flash. On the agreed-upon day, he reached the rendezvous point. The morning mist still hung in the air, yet 7 or 8 warriors were already gathered, speaking in low voices. All were latest-stage or peak warriors, 3 of them already in the martial master realm. One glance at their footwork and breathing told Chu Mo none of them were ordinary. Among them, an elderly man in a gray robe was the most striking. Though his back was slightly hunched, his aura was deep and unfathomable, and his hawk-like gaze swept the group from time to time, sending a chill through everyone it touched. His strength was on par with the female martial master who always accompanied Mo Shanshan. While Chu Mo observed, Mo Shanshan strode over to greet him. They exchanged a few words, and more people arrived one after another. Soon a commotion rose at the far end of the clearing. Zhang Xian is here. Steward Zhang actually came. Greetings, Steward Zhang. Voices called out in greeting. Chu Mo raised an eyebrow and looked over. A young warrior strode forward with the grace of a dragon and the power of a tiger, tall and straight. Open arrogance on his face, as though everyone present were beneath his notice. Only when he passed the gray-robed elder did he rein it in slightly and offer a faint bow. That's Zhang Xian, Mo Shanshan said quietly. He's a steward recruited by the Merchant Alliance here at Liang Base. He has mid-grade sword talent and low-grade metal attribute talent. Dual talents are very rare. He's only 20, yet already at peak warrior level, half a step from martial master. People call him a genius. Zhang Xian caught her words and quickened his pace. Shanshan. He greeted her with a smile, eyes burning with possessiveness. But when his gaze landed on Chu Mo, impressed by the newcomer's looks and bearing his brows knitted almost imperceptibly. Shanshan, who is this? Steward Zhang. Let me introduce Chu Mo, Mo Shanshan replied with a smile. The Merchant Alliance has just recruited him as a guest elder. Guest elder? Zhang Xian's eyes flashed. He looked Chu Mo up and down, then turned back to Mo Shanshan, his meaning clear. Shanshan, not everyone is qualified to be a guest elder. Don't let yourself be fooled. Chu Mo's brows drew together when he heard this. Zhang Xian seemed to harbor a trace of hostility toward him. Mo Shanshan caught Zhang Xian's words, lifted her brows in displeasure, and was about to speak when a loud command split the air. Everyone quiet. The crowd instinctively parted. An elder with a head of silver hair strode forward, back ramrod straight. One sharp sweep of his gaze, and every mouth snapped shut. I am Qian Yuan, a steward of the Emerald Jade Trading Alliance, latest-stage martial master. His deep voice carried easily. By Manager Mo's trust, he'll be leading this expedition. His eyes skimmed the group. Some of you have traveled with me before, some are new. Before we move out, the rules. 1. No one causes side trouble. 2. The round trip is nearly 10,000 miles and the route is fixed. No one breaks from the team. If anything happens, report to me first. 3. All orders are followed as one. Do not mingle with outsiders. If you can't manage these, leave now. If you break them after we set off, don't expect mercy from me. The words were crisp and final. A lifetime of wilderness trials had forged an authority that brooked no argument. Chu Mo listened in silence, face calm, yet approving. Out in the wild, rules were life. The dozen or so martial artists ringed around nodded. Seeing no objections, Qian Yuan waved his hand. State your strength so your teammates know where you stand. They lined up and reported one after another. Wang Kai, early-stage martial master, blade specialist. Honan, peak martial practitioner, sword. Xian Yongsheng, peak martial practitioner, daggers, minor wind affinity scouting and assassinations. Wu Hao, early-stage martial master, shield and hammer, lesser earth affinity, defense. Soon it was Zhang Xian's turn. Hands clasped behind his back, chin slightly raised, he announced, Zhang Xian, peak martial practitioner, sword cultivator, moderate talent in swordsmanship, lower grade metal affinity. Done. He flicked a sidelong glance at Chu Mo, his voice edged with mockery. I hear you're an alliance guest elder. Care to share your current rank? Every eye swung to Chu Mo. Chu Mo, midstage martial practitioner, blades, he replied evenly. Midstage? The place erupted in murmurs. That's enough to be a guest elder? This run is dangerous. Won't he slow us down? Voices overlapped. Within the base, a mid-stage practitioner was respectable. In this squad, though, he was the weakest and this mission promised peril. A martial master who had stayed silent spoke up. Since the alliance recognizes guest elder Chu, he must have his merits. Besides, his presence doesn't cut anyone's reward. Why fuss? The crowd considered and relented. An extra pair of hands beat fewer, and Chu Mo's status carried weight. A little goodwill cost nothing. The hubbub subsided. Everyone checked their gear and ready to depart. Just as the tension eased, a sharp voice sliced through the calm. No. All heads turned. Zhang Xian stepped forward, voice steady and firm. I don't agree. Never mind that you're only at the mid-stage martial artist realm. How did you become a guest elder in the first place? Let's talk about right now. We have to cross 2 strongholds, and the journey is long. If a powerful beast shows up and you're too weak to handle it, should we save you or not? If we don't, we're heartless. If we do, you'll just drag us down. Zhang Xian finished, stepped forward, and fixed Chu Mo with a cold sneer. When he first learned Chu Mo had been named a guest elder of the Emerald Jade Merchant Alliance, had been wary. But after sensing the man's cultivation and finding it stuck at the mid-stage martial artist level, his concern vanished, replaced by burning jealousy. Guest elders in the Emerald Jade Merchant Alliance enjoyed generous benefits and lofty status, and each branch could appoint only 2. Zhang Xian considered himself gifted, yet had never been chosen, while an outsider with an average realm slipped in effortlessly. How could he stomach that? Worse, headlong coveted Mo Shanshan, and regarded her as already his. Now she was chatting softly with Chu Mo, showing a gentle smile Zhang Xian had never seen directed at him. Jealousy and anger intertwined, and he decided to humiliate Chu Mo on the spot. The surrounding warriors were seasoned. Sensing Zhang Xian's hostility, none stepped in. A guest elder's status carried weight, and meddling would only invite trouble, so they stayed silent and watched. Chu Mo's brow lowered. They had just met. He held no grudge against Zhang Xian, yet the man kept provoking him. For Mo Shanshan's sake he had been patient, but even clay idols have some fire. He raised his gaze and spoke in a low voice. What exactly do you want? Simple, Zhang Xian said, folding his arms. Beat me or win my approval. Otherwise, I won't let you join this mission. Mo Shanshan's face chilled. Zhang Xian, do you hear yourself? How dare you speak to guest elder Chu like that? Stand down at once. I'm only stating facts, Zhang Xian replied, still arrogant. His cultivation is weak, yet he calls himself a guest elder. I'm worried you're being fooled. He looked at Chu Mo again, eyes full of challenge. Well, do you dare step up? I do. Chu Mo's voice was clear and steady, his gaze calm. Mo Shanshan started to speak, but seeing Chu Mo's composed expression, she swallowed her words and sighed silently. She knew his details better than anyone. Though only at the mid-stage martial artist realm, he had already grasped blade intent. Zhang Xian's realm was slightly higher, and he possessed dual talents. Yet in front of Chu Mo, he still fell short. She could already picture Zhang Xian's fate utter defeat. The ground was broad and covered with loose stones. The crowd backed away, leaving Chu Mo and Zhang Xian a clear space in which to fight. Zhang Xian drew his weapon, a long alloy sword that gleamed with razor-sharp edges. Cold light danced along the blade, and for an instant he seemed to fuse with its lethal brilliance, forcing the onlookers to squint in pain. Everyone knew Zhang Xian possessed not only solid sword talent, but also a metal affinity that made his blade even keener. A tiger granted wings. Recently he had stepped into the sword radiance realm. One stroke sent arcs of sword energy crisscrossing the field, enough to make ordinary martial masters flinch. Facing him, Chu Mo appeared to be only at mid-stage fighter level. The surrounding spectators traded uneasy glances and muttered among themselves. They had little faith in Chu Mo's chances. Their doubt was not blind contempt, they simply knew Zhang Xian's abilities inside and out, whereas they understood almost nothing about Chu Mo and judged him only by his modest cultivation. Kid, I don't know where you found the nerve to accept my challenge, but today you'll lose for sure. Emboldened by the crowd's chatter, Zhang Xian's arrogance swelled. The grin vanished from his face, and he barked, "Take this." He flashed forward, sword in hand, its chill aura slicing the air as if it were cloth. At that single strike many fighters blanched. A novice martial master would have no choice but to dodge. Yet Chu Mo did not move, as though stunned. What is he doing? Is he not going to dodge? If he waits any longer he'll be cut in two. Cries of alarm rose. Seeing this, Zhang Xian's killing intent deepened. If the man sought death, he would oblige. His sword energy swelled again. He meant to turn Chu Mo into dust. In the blink of an eye the blade closed to within 3 feet. Everyone thought Chu Mo was doomed. When Chu Mo finally moved, he neither evaded nor drew his saber. Instead he thrust out his right hand, bare, to seize the onrushing sword. Break! The single low word boomed like a dragon's roar. The air rippled. Chu Mo's bones rang in unison, violet arcs of lightning dancing around his palm. He seemed a primordial thunder, god brutal power, surged up his spine and poured into his 5 fingers. Crack! A crisp snap exploded in every ear. The alloy sword shattered in his grasp, shards spraying in every direction. You asked where my confidence comes from. Chu Mo lifted his eyes, a faint smile on his lips. This is my confidence. Silence blanketed the arena. The smugness on Zhang Xian's face froze, then twisted into horror. He began, but from the corner of his eye he saw the alloy saber at Chu Mo's waist hum half an inch from its scabbard. Whum! A domineering wave of saber energy erupted. Zhang Xian had no chance to defend. It flung him into the air. Wet slicing sounds followed as lines of blood opened across his flesh. By the time he hit the ground, he was a man drenched in red. Such paltry cultivation, truly clueless, Chu Mo said softly, his hand resting on the saber. Not far away, the grievously wounded Zhang Xian tried to retort, but at those words his qi and blood surged. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. The outcome left everyone present utterly stunned. His meridians were severed. He had become a cripple. Medical staff rushed in, lifted Zhang Xian onto a portable stretcher, and ran a full-body scan beneath blinding searchlights. Precision instruments showed every meridian torn apart by savage blade qi, blood forced into detours, inner energy unable to circulate. The result was 4 grim words: meridians completely severed. The former prodigy had fallen to ruin. Injuries are common in martial bouts, yet Zhang Xian had provoked Chu Mo again and again, even attempting to kill him in the Ringan offense warriors never tolerate. Chu Mo spared his life and only destroyed his cultivation. That was mercy enough. Hearing the diagnosis, the crowd felt no pity for Zhang Xian, only regret. Their eyes turned to Chu Mo with awe and even reverence respect for the strong. They could not forget those 2 swift strikes. First, Chu Mo reached out barehanded, clamped an alloy longsword between his fingers, and crushed the blade amid screeching metal. Second, his saber slid just half an inch from its scabbard. A crescent of cold light tore through the air, its blade qi exploding and crippling Zhang Xian in a heartbeat. Either attack matched the power of an early-stage wuxia, stunning the onlookers and earning their submission. A mid-stage wuxia hired as a guest elder truly deserved his reputation. They silently agreed. When all was done, Mo Shanshan approached Chu Mo and solemnly apologized for Zhang Xian's behavior. Chu Mo waved it aside. Zhang Xian was carried from the arena to a healing pod. His life was safe, but without a miracle he would live as an ordinary man from this day on. It was only a brief interlude. Half an hour later, Mo Shanshan stood at the base gate and watched the expedition depart. 15 people set out. 1 latest stage wuxia. 2 3 early stage wuxia. 3 the rest latest stage or peak wuxia. 4 and Chu Mo, technically a mid-stage wuxia yet treated by all as a true wuxia. No one dared underestimate him. As they moved, they instinctively left him the spot at the center of their formation. The group kept a brisk pace and soon left the steel defenses of Luoyang base behind. By noon, sunlight streamed through towering trees, vines as thick as barrels entwined over vanished highways and buildings. From above, the land had become a wild, primeval forest. Beyond the base, civilization's traces were almost gone. Nature's silent resurgence filled Chu Mo with awe. Before nightfall they chose an open rise and set up camp. Qian Yuan handled fieldwork, proving as seasoned as the rumors claimed. He checked the wind, inspected the terrain, placed an energy barrier on the windward side, then arranged sentries and alarm talismans. All day they met no great beasts and blundered into no hidden danger. When herds blocked the way he guided them around, and when a detour was impossible, the team cut down any mutated beast in moments. They covered just over 1,000 li that day's lower, but utterly safe. The campfire crackled, and the night breeze carried a faint scent of resin. They took turns on watch while the others slept, conserving their strength. At dawn, before first light touched the sky, they were on the move again. At dusk they would pitch camp where they stood, and for several days the routine never changed. By the 4th morning Changfeng base was less than a day away, and the tension that had gripped the team began to ease without their noticing. Splat! Honan, the rear guard, let out a muffled grunt, shuddered, and burst into a cloud of blood. Crimson rain spattered across his comrades' faces, filling the air with a sickly sweetness. What happened? How did Honan die just like that? He was a peak-level warrior, shouldn't just keel over. Shock and disbelief collided. A trembling fighter whispered, "To think I saw a white blur slam into him. And then he just..." Chu Mo clenched his saber, eyes like blades scanning the waste. "Stay calm. On guard." Qian Yuan's bellow cracked like thunder. He hurried to Honan's remains, crouched, then leaned closer to sniff the blood-soaked ground. His face darkened. "This is bad. Rift Weasel." Before the words faded, a scream rose on the left flank. Another warrior's chest erupted, flesh and gore spraying wide. In that split second they finally saw it. A meter-long creature, snow-white and wiry, with stubby legs and an unusually long tail. Its skull was narrow, its forepaws spread like human hands, each tipped with silver claws that gleamed coldly. Stranger still, only half its body was visible, the rest seemed dissolved into the void. The Rift Weasel, a mid-tier level 3 beast, was infamous for extreme speed and a sliver of spatial power, appearing and vanishing at will. Even grandmasters dreaded it. Once marked, few ever survived. Fear rippled through the ranks, draining every face of color. Stop panicking, Qian Yuan roared. If we keep it from picking us off one by one, we have a chance. Form a circle, back to back. The moment it shows itself, hit it with everything you've got. They snapped into position, blades and spears leveled, eyes fixed on every inch of air around them. Whoosh. Space split with a hiss. The weasel erupted forth, lunging at a warrior. Die! The man roared, swinging his blade half a beat too slow. The weasel's talons punched into his chest. With a casual flick it tore out a still beating heart. Blood mist blossomed. Only then did the others strike. But the creature twisted, rode its scrap of spatial power, and vanished. Steel hit nothing but empty air, leaving only swirling red vapor and a deafening silence. A heartbeat later it slipped back into the void and was gone. A heavy tension settled over the clearing. It weighed on every heart. The void-piercing white weasel surfaced without warning, and each time it did, another life was lost. Within moments, 6 corpses lay sprawled on the ground. Some were P-crank fighters, others newly ascended martial masters. Back at the base they were respected names, yet here they'd fallen without resistance, not even glimpsing their killer. The survivors' ragged breathing echoed harshly in the open wilderness. I can't take this anymore, just die? Su Hao snapped. He broke from the group, saber flailing at empty air. Show yourself. Come out. Su Hao, don't get back here. His companion screamed, half a heartbeat too late. Whoosh. A streak of white appeared as if from nowhere, flashing to Su Hao's chest. An alabaster claw punched clean through him, leaving only an afterimage. His body stiffened, then toppled. A look of near relief lingered on his face. It's toying with us, Qian Yuan growled, face ashen. Like a cat playing with mice, it wants us to drown in fear before we die. Realization only deepened the dread in everyone's eyes. Chu Mo felt it too. Head caught only a blur. The creature's speed defied belief. If I can match that pace, could I seize it and end this with one strike? The thought kept circling. Instinctively, everyone held their breath. Only wind brushing the treetops broke the silence. Each heartbeat felt loud enough to hear. Time crawled until a sudden sonic crack split the air. The white blur hurtled toward them. Look out, it's back. Qian Yuan's shout ripped through the stillness. The weasel dove into their midst. Eyes fixed on Chu Mo, claws flashed like lightning, driving for his heart. Luoyan step. Chu Mo invoked his wind affinity. His speed erupted 15-fold, and he drifted aside at the last instant. Clang. Metal thundered through the clearing. Chu Mo's alloy blade snapped free, a ribbon of silver that seemed to cleave the sky. A storm of blade light erupted, its frigid radiance stinging every eye. Swaying shadows, whispering wind, slanting sunlight, startled cries. The weasel's shriek, none could outshine the brilliance, the wild splendor, of that single strike. A surge of blade intent swept across the field, carrying unmatched force. The instant the slash was released, every saber in the warrior's hands began to hum, as though roused by an unseen edge. With a wet crunch, cold steel pierced flesh. Chu Mo's long saber drove straight into the pliant belly of the skyrending weasel. It was wounded. Time all but froze. Chu Mo clearly saw the playful gleam in the weasel's eyes solidify into shock and terror. It could not fathom how a mere human had tracked its blistering speed, let alone struck even faster. That heartbeat of confusion proved fatal. Chu Mo's face stayed impassive as he tightened his grip and dragged the blade down the creature's spine, tearing open a horrific rent. Blood erupted like a bucket overturned, its metallic stench filling the air. Mortally injured, the weasel hit the ground, tail twitching once before the raging saber energy shredded its remaining life. A moment later it lay still. A mid-tier, third-level fiend beast, the skyrending weasel was dead. Dead. The monster that even martial grandmasters feared had been slain in a single stroke. The crowd stared at the carcass. A breath ago they had been toyed with like mice. Now the predator was only a lifeless husk. The stark contrast felt dreamlike, and it took them a long moment to recover. When their senses returned, every gaze swung to Chu Mo, equal parts reverence and dread in their eyes. That devastating slash replayed in their minds, overbearing, unstoppable, absolute. Words failed. Only awe remained. Chu Mo's swift defeat of Zhang Xian earlier had merely shown he deserved the title of guest elder. No one had imagined this level of power. If that blade had been aimed at them, many pictured themselves in the weasel's place and felt a chill to the bone. They would have had no chance. Even Qian Yuan, after a silent calculation, looked solemn. Though he was a late-stage martial master, he knew he could not take that strike heat in. He would have to evade. A mid-stage warrior able to threaten him, such talk would sound like fantasy, yet the proof lay before him. Lord Chu Mo, thank you for saving our lives. The warriors called out, cupping their fists in unison. Qian Yuan stepped forward and bowed deeply. Elder Chu. Their respect sprang from gratitude, but even more from the strength that demanded it. Before, Chu Mo had shown only early-stage cultivation, so they treated him as a peer. Now, knowing his true potential, they could no longer be so familiar. No need to stand on ceremony, Chu Mo said with a hearty laugh. We faced life and death together at bond still stands. In that case, Qian Yuan replied, laughing as well, though I'm only a few years older, let me call you Brother Chu. Seeing that Chu Mo was still the same easygoing man, the rest gradually relaxed. With the rift mink dead, the danger vanished. The group sheathed their weapons and, after a brief pause, began tending to their fallen comrades. If they found a whole body, they dug a grave together and buried it. When nothing was left, they planted a wooden marker in the soft earth and pressed the comrades' blood-stained clothing beneath it as a cenotaph. A cup of rice wine was poured in front of each mound, and after a silent moment of respect they checked their gear and prepared to move on. Chu Mo slipped the mink's carcass into his storage pouch. Creatures with spatial gifts were exceedingly rare, and he meant to study it later, but for now the journey called. They set out again. The brush with death left everyone quiet, yet their stride was steadier than before, and watchful eyes swept the forest on either side. The road remained uneventful. By late afternoon the sky had deepened to indigo. Before night closed in, they finally saw the thick gray walls of Changfeng Base. Lanterns flickered over the gate, and guards stood in neat ranks. The moment they stepped inside, even Chu Mo quietly exhaled. Steward Qian, you finally arrived. Several fighters at the gate recognized Qian Yuan and hurried over, led by a warrior from Tsiyu Tower surnamed Sunday. Old son, long time no see, so you've advanced to warrior master as well? Qian Yuan called, genuine delight in his eyes. Pure luck, Master Sun answered with a hearty laugh, waving off the praise. He'll probably be stuck at this rank for life. After a few pleasantries, he lowered his voice. Did you run into any danger on the road? Qian Yuan sighed. Don't ask. A rift mink ambushed us, and we lost several brothers. At least we made it back alive, old son. Find them in a place to stay, will you? We've been marching all day, and we're exhausted. He glossed over the details to shield Chu Mo. Word that a mid-stage warrior had slain a spatial Tier 3 beast would bring both fame and trouble. Master Sun was seasoned enough to sense it, so he pried no further, guiding the party through the streets to Tsiyu Tower, where rooms were already prepared. After washing up, night had fully blanketed the base. Master Sun laid out a feast in a private room upstairs. Fat sizzled on grilled meat, clear wine foamed white, and cups clinked in a rare moment of ease. Chu Mo ate in silence, wiped the grease from his lips, offered a brief farewell, and left early. Master Sun took him for an ordinary warrior and thought no more of it. Back in his quiet room, Chu Mo rinsed away the road dust, then retrieved the rift mink's body from his pouch. Under the soft lamplight its snow-white fur shimmered with a metallic sheen, and the charred slit from his blade still marred its belly. Residual spatial ripples shimmered around the corpse, as if trying to tear thin cracks in the air itself. A beast blessed with spatial power out in the wild, its ability to slip through space had made it ghost-like, leaving a lasting impression on Chu Mo. If he hadn't been able to move at 5 times the speed of sound and mastered the blade momentum well enough to seize the void-shattering weasel, they all would have died on the spot. Without question, this was a heaven-defying talent. As soon as Chu Mo collected it, his strength was bound to soar. The cooldown on his collectability had just ended, his heartbeat quickened, and he could no longer restrain himself. In the next second he pressed his palm against the ice-cold corpse of the void-shattering weasel and silently commanded, "Collect." Buzz, a golden palm appeared in midair, swooped down, skimmed the corpse, and withdrew. A golden orb the size of a quail egg now rested in Chu Mo's hand, its interior swirling with an indescribably profound aura. A single glance felt like gazing directly at the truths of the universe, making his head spin and his consciousness dim. Collection successful. Secondary space talent acquired. Would you like to fuse? It worked. The instant the prompt appeared, Chu Mo's heart clenched. Fuse. He growled. Boom. The orb exploded into countless motes of light that surged into his sea of consciousness. Agony detonated through every bone and limb, even worse than when he had fused the high-grade blade talent. It felt as though thousands of hair-thin steel wires were sawing across his soul, slicing it to ribbons. Chu Mo trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat cascading from him. Drops slid off his chin, soaking his clothes and splashing onto the floor. He looked as though he had been hauled out of a river. The fusion seemed endless. He lost all sense of time. Eventually the pain ebbed, the lights faded, and the process was finally over. He exhaled heavily. His legs gave out, and he collapsed to the floor, gasping. He had no strength left, only lingering dread. No wonder space and time were called the two supreme talents. Even a secondary grade made a person wish for death. About half an hour later he managed to stand and immediately pulled up his status screen. Target, Chu Mo. Physique, high-grade cultivation physique talent. Talents, high-grade blade cultivation talent, mid-grade wind affinity talent, low-grade lightning affinity talent, secondary space talent. Finally in his hands. Chu Mo wiped the remaining sweat from his brow. Overjoyed, the pain had been worth it. The moment the fusion ended, information about the space talent had poured into his mind. outlining two main abilities. First, spatial perception. Within a certain radius, he could sense the rustle of grass, the flow of qi, even the breathing of plants. Nothing could escape him, and he would leave no trace. Second, rending the void. He could slip into the void and reappear at any coordinate within his perceptive range. Put simply, instant teleportation. Chu Mo activated his spatial gift. In a heartbeat, he seemed to slip free of his body, his consciousness fanning out 50 meters in every direction. The whole area was projected onto the lake of his mind. Every ripple in space stood out clearly, entirely under his control. With that panoramic awareness, a single thought could tear open the void and move him to any point inside the sphere. He casually tagged a spot in his mind. The next instant his figure disappeared and, almost simultaneously, materialized at the chosen location. The shift happened so fast, even he could barely register it. Experiencing it firsthand, he clicked his tongue. A spatial gift, indeed, its power was astonishing. Chu Mo identified two core abilities. First, spatial perception. Within 50 meters, nothing could hide. Even a sneak attack would be exposed the moment it entered the domain, giving him plenty of time to evade. Second, void step. When confronted by an overwhelming foe, he could slip into the void to dodge the assault or reappear behind the enemy for a counterstrike. It was both a life-saving escape and a lethal weapon. Just imagining combat scenarios made him draw a sharp breath. And this was only the lesser grade of a spatial gift. If he advanced further, how terrifying would he become? As for the temporal gift, hailed as one of the two supreme talents and said to eclipse even space, its powers were simply unimaginable. So far, he had never met anyone at Liang Base who wielded a spatial gift, and the temporal gift remained nothing but legend. The next morning, Qian Yuan accompanied Master Sun Wu to Jade Pavilion to collect the treasure they would take home. Chu Mo had no role in the errand, so he seized the chance for some leisure. After a quick farewell, he headed into the streets alone to experience the customs of Changfeng Base. Before the cataclysm, Luoyang and Changfeng were less than 100 li apart. After Blue Star's expansion, the straight-line distance had stretched to several thousand kilometers, with vast forests in between and travel now an ordeal. Most bases faced the same reality. Without the might of a top warrior, few people ever set foot beyond their homeland. Strolling the streets, Chu Mo soon noticed something amiss. Given its population and overall strength, Changfeng should have been safer than Luoyang, yet the residents looked panicked, and even the warriors moved with hurried, grim faces. The entire base seemed wrapped in an anxious haze. Puzzled, he was about to ask someone for news when a shout split the air. Fierce beasts! They've breached the base. Run, Runa! The bustling street was swallowed by chaos as panic-stricken people surged for the exits. Dense, frenzied footsteps tangled with terror, triggering a chain of stampedes. Some were shoved to the ground, and before they could stand, the onrushing tide trampled them, blood splattering across the pavement. A hulking beast charged behind the fleeing crowd. One casual swipe leveled a brick wall, debris scattering in all directions. Another claw sent pedestrians flesh and bone flying. A few martial artists tried to block its path, but under the suffocating aura of a Tier 3 fiend, they were smashed to pulp in an instant. When Chu Mo arrived, the scene resembled hell itself. He wavered for half a heartbeat, then blurred into motion and afterimage streaking into the fray. Mommy! A shrill cry rose from the rubble. A 5 or 6-year-old girl sat on the ground, tears clouding her eyes, while the beast crouched low, fangs bared, ready to pounce. Filthy brute! A roar split the air, accompanied by the gleam of steel. Chu Mo's blade slammed into the beast's chest, launching the massive creature backward. It crashed through a roadside barrier and hit the ground hard, howling as its aura collapsed. Chu Mo landed, blade in one hand, advancing with steady steps. The beast snarled and retreated. When intimidation failed, it spun to escape. Wind affinity ignited. Lifted by a razor gust, Chu Mo flashed in front of the beast. Steel glinted once. Squelch. Blood sprayed. The creature never finished its scream. It fell with a thud, eyes wide and lifeless. The danger was over. Chu Mo sheathed his blade and approached the girl, about to comfort her. Yuan Yuan, my Yuan Yuan. A frantic woman stumbled over, collapsing beside the child and clutching her tight. Yuan Yuan, you scare me to death. Are you hurt? I'm okay, Mom. Sniffling, the girl pointed at Chu Mo. That big brother saved me. Only then did the woman notice Chu Mo's blood-streaked clothes. She bowed repeatedly. Thank you, sir. If you hadn't stepped in, my daughter. It was nothing. Chu Mo waved her off. Things are still chaotic. Take her home, quickly. Yes, of course. Thank you. The woman thanked him again and hurried away with her child. Bye-bye, big brother. The girl waved hard. Chu Mo answered with a smile, but it faded the moment he turned away. Security squads had arrived, cordoning the area and treating the wounded. Unwilling to linger, Chu Mo gathered the beast's materials and blood, then slipped off unnoticed. On the way back, one question churned in his mind. What on earth is happening at Changfeng Base? First, there'd been that inexplicable unrest throughout the city, and now a fiend had breached the walls. Since the upheaval of heaven and earth, humanity had built survival bases reinforced by martial artists. Though weaker than the fiends overall, they were far from defenseless. Ironclad regulations state: 1. No beast above Tier 2 may enter a 10 li radius around any base. 2. No Tier 3 or higher beast may appear within 50 li. Violations are eradicated at once by martial squads. Towering walls and round-the-clock patrols have kept every base secure for years. With systems running properly, a beast forcing its way inside is unthinkable. Yet a Tier 3 fiend had just rampaged through the streets of Changfeng Base. It was absurd impossible. Something had gone terribly wrong. Chu Mo pondered in silence as he walked. Back at Emerald Loft, Chu Mo had barely stepped into the bright, spacious foyer when he spotted Qian Yuan chatting shoulder to shoulder with Master Sunday. Chu Mo, you're back. Qian Yuan's face lit up the moment he saw him, his voice as warm as a spring breeze. Qian Yuan's cordial greeting made Master Sun size Chu Mo up. The young man's aura was restrained, and he looked no more than 20-odd. His strength shouldn't be anything extraordinary. Yet Qian Yuan was treating him with such respect. Could he be a relative of the Qian family? Curiosity piqued, he asked outright. Qian Yuan laughed in spite of himself and waved a hand. Brother Sun, you're giving me too much credit. If I had a nephew this talented, I'd be grinning in my sleep. Master Sun was even more puzzled. Seeing this, Qian Yuan stopped keeping him in suspense. Gesturing formally, he introduced, "This is Chu Mo, a guest elder of Emerald Loft here in Liang Base. Don't be fooled by his agees already at the mid-warrior stage, a genuine prodigy." Admiration colored his tone. "So you're Elder Chu." Master Sun's expression turned solemn at once. Everyone at Emerald Loft understood that earning the title of guest elder required either present power, at least on par with a grandmaster, or exceptional talent and limitless potential. If Chu Mo had achieved it at merely mid-warrior level, his gift was self-evident. "Brother Qian flatters me. I hardly deserve such praise," Chu Mo replied with a smile. Exchanging pleasantries with Master Sunday, discovering that Chu Mo carried himself without the slightest airs, Master Sun felt an instant desire to befriend him. Conversation flowed, and the three soon found themselves in lively rapport. During their chat, Chu Mo mentioned the recent disturbances near Changfeng Base. "There's really something going on?" Qian Yuan asked in surprise, turning to Master Sunday. "Brother Sun, what's happening?" Moments earlier Master Sun had been all smiles, but now he sighed. "It's a long story," he began to explain. "A month ago, the fierce beasts around Changfeng Base suddenly grew restless. Creatures that used to stay deep in the forest started appearing frequently and even charged the outskirts of the base several times. Alarmed, the leadership sent out squads of warriors to investigate, yet most never returned. The few who did came back without uncovering the cause. As time went on, the beast activity only intensified. Unable to sit idle, the High Command decided to deploy their warriors en masse, determined to find the source and devise a countermeasure. Master Sun shook his head and sighed. "Because of that, nearly all of our top fighters have been pulled out. We originally had 6 grandmasters stationed here, now only 1 remains, while the other 5 are already in the field. More than half of the martial masters and fighters had been redeployed, leaving Changfeng Base desperately short-handed. Beasts seized the opening, breaking through the blockade every few days." With Qian Yuan's explanation, everyone finally understood. "Let's hope we uncover the cause soon," Qian Yuan sighed. "Exactly. If this keeps up, even hunters will be scared to leave the walls," Master Sun agreed, frowning. Chu Mo said nothing, yet his chest felt as heavy as lead. His previous life in the apocalypse had taught him that frequent anomalies always signaled great upheaval. The sudden surge of beast activity could not have escaped the upper echelon's notice. Sending 5 grandmasters and most of the fighters to investigate proved that Changfeng Base faced a threat too serious to ignore. Fortunately, they would head home today. Liang Base was far safer, though thousands of miles away it might not be entirely immune. In the end, strength was the only reliable shield. Chu Mo resolved that once he reached Liang, he would seclude himself and break through to master level as quickly as possible. In the afternoon, Qian Yuan set off, escorting the treasure. Master Sun walked the group to the main gate and watched them disappear down the road. They followed the same route back and never again encountered the Void Weasel, so the convoy returned unscathed. Several days later they reached the outskirts of Liang Base. Scattered hunters were already visible in the forest, and everyone visibly relaxed. Inside the city, they went straight to the Jade Pavilion, where Mo Shanshan was waiting. Only after Qian Yuan handed over the cargo did the entire party truly breathe easy. "Thank you for your hard work. Compensation for the fallen and rewards for the rest of you will both be increased," Mo Shanshan said solemnly. "Much appreciated, Chief Mo." The crowd replied, spirits lifted, before dispersing to await their payment. Chu Mo also received his reward from Mo Shanshan vials of unicorn jade elixir, 5 more than originally promised. He raised an eyebrow. "Miss Mo, this guest elder Chu, Manager Qian has told me everything. Everyone came back alive because of you. These extra vials rightfully belong to you. After a moment's thought, Chu Mo nodded. Then he'll gladly accept. They exchanged a few more pleasantries before he took his leave. Once she was alone, Imo Shanshan drew a deep breath, her mind still unsettled. Xian Yuan's description of Chu Mo slaying the void weasel replayed in her head. A tier 3 beast that could tear through space gave even grandmasters headaches, yet Chu Mo had cut it down by force. Such progress bordered on the impossible. Maybe we could invite Chu Mo to join that operation. Watching his astonishing talent, a new idea began to take root in Imo Shanshan's heart. When he arrived home, he found that Qin Shiwei still hadn't returned. Since she had taken first place in the Twin City Trial Tournament and become Grandmaster Xin Jin's final disciple, she had been thrown into the eye of a storm, following the Grandmaster from one battlefield to another and fighting savage beasts every few days, so it was rare to see her at home. Even so, her thoughts stayed here. Every 3 days, she had someone deliver a mountain of fresh beast meat to Chu Mo's courtyard, afraid his body wouldn't keep pace with his training. Because of that, bundles of blood-red meat sealed with preservation runes were stacked throughout the yard and house, nearly touching the rafters. If she lived here regularly, she would soon notice that Chu Mo vanished for several days at a time and start asking awkward questions. Chu Mo looked at the hill-like piles of carcasses and sighed helplessly. How long will it take me to finish all this? Shaking his head to clear it, he took a quick shower and pushed open the wooden door to his training room. Let's see what the unicorn horn jade liquid can do. He pulled a half-moon-shaped, pitch-black section of Dujiao rhinoceros horn from his storage pouch. His fingertips trembled, and anticipation shone in his eyes. With a flash of cold light, his war blade traced a fine crack along the horn's surface. A faint fragrance drifted out, and drops of milky white jade liquid rolled down. Legend said this liquid held immense energy and could make blood tempering 10 times faster for a warrior. Even before it reached his lips, Chu Mo felt his blood churning, as though an invisible hand were stirring it. He tilted his head back and swallowed a mouthful. Cool and heavy the instant it slid down his throat, the liquid became ice-cold, heavy water racing through his veins, turning his blood as dense as molten lead. Chu Mo immediately drove the primordial body refining art, guiding the energy along his bloodstream to wash and hammer every inch of his life force again and again. The key to the middle stage for a warrior was refining the blood. Only when one's blood grew as weighty as mercury could one claim great completion. At that point, a casual move could unleash 100,000 gene of force, splitting mountains and stones. About an hour later, Chu Mo had absorbed the first mouthful of jade liquid. Rolling his shoulders, he felt his blood thicken noticeably, and when his fist sliced through the air, it produced a muffled thunder. What a treasure! One sip just added 200 gene of strength. After a brief rest, he raised the horn again. Another round. Night faded, and the stars outside sank into the first light of dawn. As the sun rose, Chu Mo's eyes snapped open, a sharp gleam flashing and vanishing at once. Through the entire night, he had drained the horn dry, taking in every drop of jade liquid, an improvement bordering on the outrageous. 2,100 gene of strength. For an ordinary cultivator to gain that much power at the same realm would take at least a year of hard training. Chu Mo, however, had leapt ahead overnight thanks to the unicorn horn jade liquid and the primordial body refining art. His blood had settled even further, bringing him another step closer to the mercury-like state. He had used 1 horn tonight. 9 still sat in his storage pouch. Keep training, Chu Mo urged himself. For the next few days, Chu Mo shut himself in, absorbing unicorn jade elixir day and night, refining his chi and blood, and honing his body. 10 days flew by. He finished refining all 10 doses, raising his raw strength by more than 20,000 gene. Counting the training he had done on the road back from Changfeng base, his base power had reached 76,000 gene, less than half the distance to the latest stage warrior threshold of 100,000 gene. But the elixir was gone. Staring at the empty jade vial, Chu Mo sighed. With his talent, he could rebuild the missing chi and blood in 6 months without help, yet that still felt far too slow. Since returning from Changfeng base, an unexplainable urgency had taken root in his heart, pushing him to grow stronger without a moment's rest. He'll swing by Jade Pavilion and trade for something that speeds up refinement. If Imo Shanshan still has any unicorn jade elixir, he'll buy it, too. Resolute, he took a quick shower, pocketed spirit stones and beast materials worth 1,000,000, and headed out. Half an hour later, the tall bronze doors of Jade Pavilion came into view. Greetings, guest Elder Chu. A young attendant hurried over, recognized him, and bowed. Is Supervisor Mo in? Chu Mo asked. She is. Please wait a moment. The attendant darted upstairs and soon returned. Guest Elder Chu, the second floor is ready for you. The upper level smelled faintly of ink and parchment. Clad in a turquoise-eyed gown, skin pale as snow, Imo Shanshan was leafing through an ancient book. Seeing Chu Mo, she brewed tea herself and smiled. Another breakthrough? What brings you here today? I'm looking for more unicorn jade elixir. Do you still have any? Chu Mo got straight to the point. Those 10 doses were the last. Imo Shanshan shook her head. Disappointment flickered across Chu Mo's face, but she went on, "You're in luck, though. The Trade Alliance just purchased a batch of blood-refining pills from other bases. They're set for auction in 10 days, but if you want them now, you can buy at the internal price. Although a blood-refining pill couldn't match the elixir's tenfold boost, it could triple and with luck, even quintupleon's refining efficiency, making it a rare treasure." Disappointment turned to delight, and Chu Mo agreed immediately. 3 bottles, 30 pills in all, still cost nearly 600,000 lower-grade spirit stones, even with the 20% discount. The price was staggering, yet Chu Mo felt no pain. These pills would see him through the rest of his kind blood tempering. Once the deal was done, he could hardly wait to get home and start cultivating. He had just risen to leave when Mo Shanshan's voice drifted after him. "Chu Mo, there's a secret realm. Are you interested in going?" A secret realm? Chu Mo's heart skipped a beat. He had heard the term long ago. Since the great upheaval of heaven and earth, small pocket worlds sometimes appeared among Blue Star's mountains and rivers, attached to the main world, yet hidden from sight. Collectively, they were called secret realms. Some are lush, with emerald peaks and spirit springs where fierce beasts and rare treasures coexist, while others are as barren as deserts, devoid of a single blade of grass. But rich or poor, once a secret realm emerged, countless factions would fight for it in blood. Many of the enduring powers and major bases on Blue Star rose to prominence because they controlled large secret realms, using the abundant energy and resources within to nurture experts and sustain their dominance. Yet for such a priceless place, Mo Shanshan was asking whether he would accompany her. Chu Mo was taken aback. Could she really control a secret realm? Reading the doubt in his eyes, Mo Shanshan gave a slight nod. "You're right. I do have a secret realm. To tell you the truth, the artifact you recently escorted back from Changfeng base is the key that opens it." Chu Mo indicated he understood, then pressed on. "With something so precious, why invite me? Aren't you afraid it'll kill you inside and take everything for myself?" He studied her face for the answer. She spread her hands. "This realm is only a miniature pocket. Its barrier is so fragile that even a martial master's aura would make it collapse, so only fighters below that level can enter. The place is full of dangers. Although you're only at mid-stage fighter, your strength rivals a martial master's. With you along, our chances improve considerably." She paused, her tone earnest. "As for killing me for the loot after these days together, I believe I can read people, and I'm sure you're not that sort. Besides, all I want is the Xianyuan Jade Marrow inside and a chance to train there. Everything else is yours." She looked at him, eyes clear. "So, will you come with me?" Chu Mo took a deep breath. The lure of a secret realm was immense, and with Mo Shanshan promising him everything else he found, few could refuse. After a brief moment of thought, he nodded solemnly. "He'll go." Mo Shanshan's smile bloomed. "By my estimation, the realm will open in 20 days. Use the time to prepare. We'll leave at a moment's notice." She rose, her smile radiant. "Hey, race to a smooth partnership." "I hope so," Chu Mo replied with a smile of his own. After a little more small talk, Chu Mo got up to take his leave, and Mo Shanshan personally walked him to the door. Just as the two were about to part, Chu Mo suddenly stopped, turned back, and asked with curiosity, "By the way, Miss Mo, what level have you reached?" "Peak warrior," Mo Shanshan replied calmly. Her answer sent a shock through Chu Mo. She was a year younger than he, wastingly 17, yet she had already reached the pinnacle of the warrior realm, which meant she had needed barely 2 years to get there. After the initial surprise, however, it felt inevitable. Anyone capable of running a branch of the Emerald Commerce Alliance had to come from a powerful background, with resources pouring in and her extraordinary talent. Such progress was hardly unexpected. Besides, his own pace was nothing short of astonishing. In less than half a year he had advanced to late warrior, his combat strength enough to suppress seasoned fighters and even contend with masters. Lost in thought, he set out for home. Before long, the familiar gate came into view. "The secret realm opens in 20 days. I have to push my realm to late warrior before then." He pulled out a bottle of blood-refining pills he had bought at great expense, tipped one into his palm, and swallowed it. The moment the pill reached his stomach, its potent energy surged through his veins. "Absorb it, refine my blood and chi." Chu Mo immediately activated the body-forging art, guiding the medicinal power through his vessels. Blood roared through his limbs like a river rushing into the sea. From that moment, he cut himself off from the outside world, cultivating day and night. Each time a pill's power was spent, he swallowed another, repeating the cycle relentlessly. 10 days later, he ingested another blood-refining pill and settled cross-legged again. Suddenly, his chi and blood churned like a storm, as though they would burst from his body. Instead of panicking, Chu Mo's eyes glowed with delight. He halted the body-forging art, drew his alloy warblade, and flicked the tip across his finger. A droplet of crimson blood leapt out. Under the lamplight, the droplet held its shape, heavy and dense, and when it hit the floor it rang like metal striking metal. Blood like mercury blood, refining perfected. Chu Mo's gaze burned with excitement. The warrior realm is a process of metamorphosis. 1. Early stage bone tempering. Refine the skeleton until every step echoes like the thunder of a tiger or leopard. This marks entry into the mid-stage. 2. Mid-stage blood refining. Flood the body with vast nourishment, depleting and replenishing until the blood grows as dense as mercury. This is mastery. 3. Late-stage qi gathering. With robust blood and qi, open the dantian and nurture true energy. Now that blood refining is complete, he'll break through to late warrior in one push. Without hesitation, Chu Mo rallied all his qi and blood and hurled it toward the location of the dantian. In this instant, Chu Mo's skeleton gleamed with a crystalline luster, and his blood burned like a flood crashing through broken embankments. He resembled a primordial beast about to awaken, radiating a terrifying presence. Every bone beneath his skin crackled. Each surge of blood made his veins bulge, muscles swelled in a flash, and his skin flushed crimson while sweat cascaded down. Muscle fibers spasmed violently, and agony pounded from the depths of his marrow. Each wave fiercer than the last, his tendons quivered and his blood boiled. To open the dantian, one must marshal every shred of strength, fusing essence, qi, and spirit into one. Only then can innate talent draw in the ambient energy of heaven and earth to complete the breakthrough. Countless warriors, hampered by limited gifts, spend ages accumulating that energy even after perfecting blood refining. Chu Mo, however, was different. He boasted a high-grade cultivation body, high-grade blade talent, mid-grade wind affinity, low-grade lightning affinity, and a sub-grade space affinity. Such diverse gifts let him swallow heaven and earth energy like a whale drinking the sea. No need for slow, patient accumulation. In a heartbeat, his surging blood and essence rushed to his lower abdomen, while an immense tide of external energy poured through his pores, roaring like waves against a cliff. Soundless yet deafening booms erupted within, and he felt his bones, muscles, and blood being reforged in an earth-shaking transformation. No one knew how long it lasted before a pin-sized void tore open in his abdomen. A gentle warmth welled up. The dantian had opened, and Yuan power was born. His cultivation jumped straight to latest-stage warrior. A smile spread across Chu Mo's face. Thrilled by his newly formed Yuan power, he hurried to test it. In the meditation chamber of the Advanced Martial Repository stood a high-grade strength testing machine. He strode up, drew a deep breath, summoned every muscle, and unleashed a punch. Boom. The force collapsed layers of air, a shrill whistle cutting like blades through eardrums. His fist struck the machine, a blast resounded, and the display flickered madly. 132 gene. Latest stage warrior, a full 100,000 gene of raw strength. Chu Mo narrowed his eyes and prepared to add Yuan power and lightning affinity. He channeled the nascent energy and threw another punch. Crack. With Yuan power infused, the force doubled, and the number leapt to 200,000 gene. Next, he invoked his low-grade lightning affinity, quadrupling the output. 800,000 gene. The figures froze on the screen, and Chu Mo couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. 800,000 gene of strength enough to split mountains and sever rivers. For an ordinary fighter, the human body tops out at roughly 200,000 gene of force even at peak mastery. With Yuan power added, that rises to only 400,000 gene. Thanks to his lightning affinity, Chu Mo can stack innate power onto his Yuan force and explode to 800,000 gene, stepping cleanly past the ceiling of a peak martial artist. Combined with spatial talent and an arsenal of combat skills, he doubts anyone in the martial master tier can match him. In other words, I might be able to trade blows with an average grandmaster. Chu Mo weighed the odds. He had never seen a grandmaster's true might, but unless the gap was absurd, he would not be overmatched. With only days left before the secret realm opened, he skipped closed-door seclusion and continued to draw ambient Yuan energy, expanding his dantian. At the martial artist stage, Yuan force is still used crudely, usually doubling one's raw power at best. Endurance depends entirely on how much Yuan force remains in reserve, the key difference between a newcomer to the late stage and a seasoned veteran. He cited a simple example. Two fighters, each with a base strength of 100,000 gene, clash. When the first exhausts his Yuan force, he drops back to 100,000 gene, while the veteran, with deeper reserves, holds steady at 200,000 gene. The gap is obvious. Chu Mo's robust physique let him stockpile a sizable amount of Yuan force over the past few days. Though not yet equal to a true veteran, it would sustain him through a fierce battle. 20 days flew by. That morning, he was meditating cross-legged when his eyes snapped open. His spatial sense caught a fighter outside the door, hand raised to knock. The visitor wore the standard combat gear of Tsiu Lu, clearly sent by Mo Shanshan's secret realm, was about to open. Chu Mo rose and walked to the gate. Creaked wooden door swung inward, a faint current of lightning charging the air. Before the man could knock, he met eyes as still as a deep lake. Chu Mo's aura was restrained yet heavy, and the greeting died in the man's throat. I know why you're here. Lead the way. Chu Mo's tone was calm. Yes, sir. The fighter bowed, steadied himself, and set off at a brisk pace. Half an hour later, they reached a clearing in the forest beyond the base. Morning mist clung to the trees, and dewdrops rolled from the grass at the slightest touch. Mo Shanshan was already present, flanked by 3 or 4 dozen fighters. Chu Mo scanned the group and was startled to find that every one of them had reached the martial artist peak. No wonder she comes from a major base. Tsuyu Commerce Alliance is terrifyingly rich in talent. He frowned inwardly. To assemble nearly 40 peak fighters on short notice was impressive. Since word of the secret realm must be contained, these people were clearly trusted to the core. One glimpse revealed everything. The power of the Tsuyu Commerce Alliance was indeed formidable. You're here. Spotting Chu Mo, Mo Shanshan stepped forward to greet him. I am. He nodded lightly, his voice quiet yet firm. The moment they finished speaking, every nearby martial artist turned their eyes on them, and the air seemed to sizzle with tension. Sweeping her gaze across the crowd, Mo Shanshan announced, Everyone, this is Chu Moguist Elder Chu. His combat prowess rivals my own, and I invited him to assist us. Her tone grew grave. The Secret Realm expedition is riddled with danger. Remain vigilant and follow every order from Elder Chu and me. Master Zhou, the veteran warrior behind her, added sharply, if anyone disobeys, don't expect mercy from this old woman. The reprimand exploded through the camp, and the fighters answered in unison, understood. Satisfied, Master Zhou glanced at the hourglass-like timer and barked, the gate will open any moment. Make ready to enter. Instantly the casual noises died away. A dozen warriors sat cross-legged or adjusted their armor, faces solemn as they waited. On the edge of the group, Chu Mo watched the currents of elemental energy and listened for hidden tremors deep within the world. Moments later his brow twitched, sensed a razor-thin spatial ripple ahead. Almost at the same time, Mo Shanshan raised her hand and called, It's time. A jade disc appeared in her palm, no larger than her hand, its surface etched with dense runes. She poured energy into Itham, and blinding light burst forth. A brilliant beam shot from the disc into the void. A shrill screech split the air as the beam struck, cracking space like shattered glass. Through the widening fissures swirled chaotic currents and rolling black mist. Within a few heartbeats, a tearing roar erupted, and a pitch-black portal yawned open. 3 meters tall and wide, it formed a perfect doorway, an obsidian vortex threaded with gold, turning endlessly with imposing force. With the portal stabilized, Mo Shanshan warned, this realm will stay open for at most 1 month. Miss that deadline, and you could be trapped forever. The entrance scatters us at random, so once you land, signal immediately and converge on me. Clear? Yes, miss, clear. The warriors answered together. Mo Shanshan nodded. Master Zhou shouted, enter the secret realm, one by one. The fighters, alone or in small groups, suppressed their auras and leapt into the black gate, their figures swallowed by the vortex. In a blink only Chu Mo and Mo Shanshan remained. Before stepping through, she turned and said earnestly, Elder Chu, send your signal as soon as you arrive so we can regroup. I will, he replied calmly. Reassured, she took the lead and stepped into the whirlpool. Chu Mo followed close behind. The instant he crossed the threshold, the world flipped. Wind howled like thunder, light and shadow streamed backward, and he felt himself pass through a thin membrane. When his vision cleared, he found a vast expanse before him, emerald sky overhead, sheer cliffs beneath his feet, and an ancient, unfamiliar aura filling the air. Deep among towering peaks, the secret realm had received its newest visitor. A crack snapped open in midair, and raw spatial energy churned inside. The fissure gaped like a beast's maw, its trembling edges swelling to the size of a fist, as if it were about to spit something out. Pop! With a sharp snap, a figure was hurled through and spiraled down Chu Mo. He hit the ground, dropped to one knee to absorb the impact, and pressed his temples, shaking off the mild vertigo of transit. After a moment's breath, he looked around. His innate spatial sense swept a 50-meter radius, tracing every leaf and blade of grass in detail. Nothing seemed amiss. Only then did he ease his guard. Chu Mo knew little about this secret realm. Most of his knowledge came from Mo Shanshan's brief hints, and the scattered texts of this world were fragmentary at best. He had soon realized why. Such realms are prized possessions of the great powers, jealously hidden and rarely recorded in full. With little else to go on, he had pieced together a working picture from Shanshan's comments and his own deductions. One fact, however, was indisputable. Any realm vigorous enough to foster life was equally capable of spawning danger, especially a forest like this, pulsing with vitality and raw energy. He looked up. Ridges rose and fell beneath drifting mist. Colossal trees blotted out the sky, each trunk so thick several people would be needed to encircle it. Vines tangled across the ground, foliage flourished in riotous abundance, and the air carried a faintly sweet, earthy scent. He drew a deep breath and let it out slowly. With every inhale, energy flooded his body. His dantian rumbled, restraints loosening, strength rising even without activating his body-refining art. In an environment like this, the absence of fierce beasts would be a fairy tale. The thought had barely formed when a flare bloomed in the distant sky, bright as daylight fireworks. It was the agreed signal. His companions were safe and gathering. I need to get moving, Chu Mo decided, heading toward the light. His pace was steady, spatial sense stretched wide, alert for hidden threats. He had covered less than 100 meters when, before danger could appear, opportunity did. A single orchid stood ahead, its petals shimmering in 5 hues as iridescent lines rippled along their edges, visible currents of energy swirling around it. Chu Mo's eyes lit. UPA 5-color Xian orchid, 500 years old. The standard bestiary listed it as a rare spirit herb. At Luoyang base, a century-old specimen sold for 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. At 5 centuries, the price would top $1 million. In minutes he had earned what many warriors pursued for half a lifetime. No wonder secret realms always ignited bloody competition whenever they emerged. Suppressing his excitement, he crouched and carefully dug out the plant, roots and soil intact. He nestled it into a prepared jade box to preserve its potency, snapped the lid shut with satisfaction, and tucked the treasure into his storage pouch. He kept moving toward the source of the signal. Whenever he spotted a rare spirit herb, Chu Mo bent down to harvest it. After little more than an hour in the secret realm, his storage pouch was already crammed with medicinal plants. The initial thrill had long faded, leaving his expression calm and detached. Before an 800-year-old ginseng, he sank to one knee. With gentle, meticulous motions, he brushed the dirt from its tangled roots. Satisfied that the plant was intact, he produced a jade box, nestled the lush ginseng inside, sealed the lid, and rose to continue on his way. All at once, his gaze sharpened. Not far ahead, several massive wolves with protruding fangs crept closer, murderous intent rolling off their hulking frames, greed shining in their green eyes. They were Grade 2 elite beasts, greenback devil wolves. Chu Mo's palms settled on the hilt of his alloy warblade. A woo, a woo. The wolves fanned out, trying to flank him. Clang. The blade flashed from its sheath, a cold gleam slicing the air. Chu Mo blurred aside, channeled his blood and chi, and unleashed a full-force slash. The icy blade light ripped through the air. Crack, crack. The wolves stiffened, a single cut running from neck to belly, their bodies falling apart with a heavy thud. Chu Mo sheathed his blade, stepped over the carcasses, and raced onward. An hour later, he reached the rendezvous point. More than 10 warriors had already gathered, Mo Shanshan among them. They were locked in a desperate fight, hemmed in by hundreds of Grade 2 beasts. Though every fighter was at peak level and together had felled more than a dozen beasts, fresh waves kept crashing in. Manpower was running thin, several warriors were wounded, and the situation was spiraling downward. Chu Mo stepped from the shadows without hesitation. His wind affinity erupted, gales swirling around him while his blade gleamed like a rainbow, and he plunged straight into the horde. Tempest Thunderblade. Each strike came faster and harder than the last, a storm of steel and wind. Wherever the edge passed, blood spurted and beasts collapsed. The sudden carnage stunned everyone. "It's guest Elder Chu," Mo Shanshan cried, her voice brimming with joy. "He's here to help hold the line." The warriors' morale soared at her shout. The beast horde sensed the new, greatest threat and wheeled as one, howling as they charged at Chu Mo, intent on tearing him apart first. Their plan was doomed to fail. Chu Mo moved like lightning. The beasts couldn't even track his shadow, and every sweep of his saber claimed another life. In mere moments, the flashing steel formed a lethal web, and dozens of second-tier beasts collapsed into blood-soaked grass. His arrival drew the pack's attention, easing the pressure on the other warriors, who promptly tightened their formation and unleashed their own techniques to match his rhythm. Blades and gusting force crisscrossed the field. Beastly wails echoed and were quickly silenced, until only torn bodies lay scattered across the forest floor. "Everyone, clear the field and recover your strength." The instant the fighting stopped, Mo Shanshan's orders rang out. The warriors dispersed with practiced efficiency, tapping heartblood and gathering spoils. Warm, metallic air hung heavy above grass matted by gore. Once her tasks were done, Mo Shanshan stepped up to Chu Mo, eyes full of gratitude and disbelief. "Chu Mo, we owe you." She had witnessed his skill before and heard Qian Yuan praise him, yet never with any real sense of scale. Moments ago, his footwork and blade technique merged. He ghosted through the pack, his power far beyond what she had imagined. Her view of him had been completely rewritten. She wasn't alone. Warriors still combing the field kept glancing over, their expressions a mix of awe and respect. Before entering the secret realm, they had doubted Mo Shanshan's stories of his strength. Now they understood that even all of them together might not withstand him for a breath. "There's no need for courtesy between us," Chu Mo replied with a casual wave. He then swept his gaze over the corpse-strewn ground. "But how did you run into so many beasts? More than 100 second-tier beasts is practically an entire pack." Mo Shanshan gave a rueful smile. "I spotted a rare herb along the way. After I picked it, the guardian beast returned, so I killed it. I didn't realize its dying roar had summoned the rest of the pack." Turns out it was their alpha. Next thing I knew, 100 beasts were on our trail and hemmed us in for this fight. Frustration deepened in her eyes. Chu Mo was speechless. Only Imo Shanshan could stumble into something like this. So what's the plan now? He asked. This is a small secret realm, she said. Well, stay here, wait for everyone to regroup, and then explore together. Chu Mo nodded. He knew nothing about this place. Following Imo Shanshan and searching methodically was wiser than wandering blindly. Resolved, he found a clean patch of ground, sat cross-legged, and regulated his breathing. Time slipped by. One by one, scattered figures emerged from the trees. By dusk the team was whole again. Campfires kindled, and shadows danced in the flickering light. Just then, a messenger approached. Young Master Chu, the lady requests your presence to discuss our next move in the secret realm. Chu Mo opened his eyes, leapt down from the nearby tree, brushed dry leaves from his sleeves, and strode toward the makeshift camp. By the campfire, Chu Mo was chatting with Imo Shanshan. The flames cast restless shadows across their faces, making Imo Shanshan look both serious and hopeful. Chu Mo, according to our agreement, once we enter the secret realm you'll secure the Xianyuan jade sap for me, remember? She began. I remember, Chu Mo replied calmly. Imo Shanshan tilted her head, a smile tugging at her lips. Aren't you curious what the jade sap actually is? If you want to tell me, you will, he said softly. Besides, I've already promised it to you. Knowing its value wouldn't change anything. In fact, if it's too precious, I'd rather stay ignorant and avoid temptation. His candid self-restraint drew a flicker of admiration from her eyes. She grew serious. To be honest, the Xianyuan jade sap is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It lets a warrior break past the normal limits and build a far deeper foundation. Most fighters cap their physical strength at 200,000 Jin at peak. With the jade sap, that ceiling can rise to 300,000, maybe even 400,000 Jin. The fire danced, reflecting the longing in her gaze. Chu Mo's eyes narrowed. He knew exactly what 400,000 Jin meant. If someone started the warrior realm with that kind of base strength and then added Yuan force and innate talent, a quick calculation flashed through his mind. 1. Yuan force boost. One blow could reach 800,000 Jin. 2. Add his lightning affinity. An instant surge past 3,200,000 Jin. Holding more than 3 million Jin of power in the warrior realm was terrifying. His heart stirred, but he forced the feeling down. He had promised not to covet the jade sap, and he would not break his word. Besides, his own harvesting talent might one day let him shatter those limits without it, so there was no need to turn against Imo Shanshan. While he was wrestling with himself, she went on. I didn't explain before we came because I wasn't sure the jade sap existed here. But a moment ago my key to this realm flooded me with information. Through this jade compass I can faintly sense the lines of the earth veins and the Yuan energy hubs. She opened her palm, revealing a softly glowing disc. The jade sap forms where earth veins converge and Yuan energy pools. This realm has a place that matches those conditions perfectly. Jade sap will be there. Her voice was calm, but clear. Such spots usually attract hordes of fierce beasts. And I can feel if this secret realm is far more complicated than it looks. My own strength is far from enough, so I need your help. If we can secure the Xianyuan jade marrow, it'll give you half. What do you say? Imo Shanshan asked, her expression grave. Chu Mo frowned slightly at her words. You just said this secret realm isn't as simple as it looks. What exactly do you mean? I'm not sure, she replied, shaking her head. The jade plate's information comes in fragments. I only have a vague feeling that something is off. It may be far more dangerous than I first thought. Chu Mo fell silent, eyes lowered to the withered grass at his feet as he weighed the risks. After a moment he looked up. I already promised to help you claim the jade marrow, and I won't go back on my word. It will benefit me just as much. Since you're willing to share, I'll accept. Then his tone sharpened with confidence. As for the danger, don't worry. A secret realm's space is fragile, so cultivation is capped below the martial master level. As long as our enemies stay within that limit, I can keep you safe. Imo Shanshan blinked in surprise, then smiled. In that case, I'll leave everything to you. Relax, Chu Mo said with a nod. I've got it covered. That night they made camp instead of traveling on. Sparks snapped from the fire, thin steam rose from makeshift cookware, and after filling their bellies everyone settled in to rest before dawn's departure. Deep within the secret realm, in a shadowed mountain gorge, more than 100 bizarre beasts knelt in neat rows. Though classified as fiends, each carried traces of human form. Feathered bodies ending in human legs, human torsos merging into wolves' haunches, every shape imaginable. Before them stood a golden-winged rock over 10 meters tall. Its radiant feathers glittered, yet its face was unmistakably human. Perched atop a massive boulder, it accepted their reverence in silence. Suddenly the rock's golden eyes snapped open, razor-sharp light flaring within. I feel it after 500 years. I've sensed the Wanhua disc once more. Excitement twisted its features as it spoke the name. These creatures considered themselves enlightened, yet for generations they had been trapped inside the Wanhua mystic realm. The realm's laws allowed no life form to surpass the second-tier demon beast level. In the outside world, centuries of cultivation would have carried them to the 5th tier or higher. But here they were forced to suppress their power or suffer the realm's backlash. Years of waiting were not fruitless. Ancient texts and secret arts had revealed the realm's core, the Wanhua disc, the only key to freedom. They had searched for centuries, but found nothing. Today, the rock finally sensed that familiar aura in along with it, the scent of unfamiliar outsiders. Its brow tightened. Besides the disc, I smell intruders. Hear my command. Kill every outsider and retrieve the Wanhua disc. This may be our only chance to escape. Do not fail. At once, the half-human beasts roared, their voices crashing across the valley. With the order given, more than 100 figures shot into the darkness, vanishing into the night. Dawn was just beginning to lighten the sky. The party was already on the move, marching beneath the faint morning glow. Mo Shanshan held a lustrous jade disc, quietly sensing the way forward, while 3 or 4 dozen peak-level martial artists formed a living shield around her, blades drawn and eyes sweeping every shadowy thicket, alert enough to notice even a trembling leaf. Their pace was swift. In half a day they crossed winding mountain trails and a dried-up riverbed, running into savage beasts several times, and even brushing against a small beast tide. Yet, surrounded by seasoned fighters and dominated by Chu Mo's overwhelming power, lone predators and clustered monstrosities alike were felled in a heartbeat. Blood dotted the ground behind them, but no one suffered serious injury. Grueling, yes, yet still they advanced without calamity. This secret realm is every bit as perilous as the rumors say. Mo Shanshan tucked away the jade disc, exhaling softly before turning to Chu Mo, her gaze sincere yet probing. If not for your protection, I wouldn't dare hope to obtain the Xian Yuan jade marrow. Chu Mo answered with a faint smile, offering no comment. Taking such praise at face value would be naive. Mo Shanshan, a senior figure in the Tsiyu Merchant Alliance, had reached peak cultivation in just 2 years. Her talent and resources were beyond question, and he doubted she lacked a lifeline. Worse, she had already comprehended sword intent, her mastery even outstripping his. Though her overall strength was slightly lower, she was no ordinary foe. The conversation flowed while their feet never stopped. Ahead lay a narrow gorge, a knife-thin passage hemmed in by sheer cliffs. Loose stones clattered down the rock face as a cold wind funneled through, carrying a faint metallic tang. Instinctively, the fighters quickened their steps, hoping speed would whisk them through this choke point. Swish, swish, swish. Without warning, the air split like a sudden storm. Blades of murderous intent streaked toward them, laced with poison. Several warriors, a fraction too slow, toppled without a cry, their blood spattering the shattered stone. Only then did the party glimpse their assailants, more than a dozen small, cat-like creatures, golden-winged venom lynx. Someone blurted. These Tier 2 beasts were known for speed. Wings sprouted from their backs, and a single flap launched needle-thin feather blades coated in lethal toxin. Under normal circumstances, a vigilant fighter could manage them, yet these lynxes were impossibly fast. As everyone stared, a chill rippled through their ranks. The creatures' limbs were disturbingly human-like, and faint humanoid lines ran along their torsos and necks. Their claws, long and razor-edged, gleamed like black steel, alien, menacing. Are those things still golden-winged venom lynxes? Terror surged from the soles of many boots. Grips on weapons went icy. The mutated lynxes crashed into the formation, and in a blink, 3 more stunned martial artists were torn apart. Shoving panic aside, the others roared and fell into formation. Steel flashed, shockwaves burst, feather blades and droplets of crimson scattered, and chaos swallowed the gorge. Yet with every passing heartbeat, the dread in their chests only deepened. A common winged venom lynx is hardly a threat. Even a mid-tier cultivator can keep one in check. The dozen prowling before them, however, rewrote the rules. They darted about faster than the eye could track, their scale-like fur hard as forged iron. When the blades of 30 or 40 peak-rank fighters struck, the only result was a shrill clang of metalno blood, not even a nick. The pack charged straight into the ranks, leaving streaks of afterimages crisscrossing the field. In a heartbeat, the defensive line lay in tatters. Forced back step by step, the warriors found themselves in a one-sided rout. Chu Mo, Mo Shanshan cried, panic rising as the tide turned against them. She needn't have called. The instant the beasts broke through, Chu Mo's hand closed around the alloy blade at his waist. With a ringing hiss, the weapon cleared its sheath. He unleashed his wind affinity, surging to 15 times normal speed. In a flash of lightning, he plunged into the heart of the pack. Windrending slash. A crescent of icy light tore through the air, covering 10 yards in the blink of an eye. Before the nearest lynx could react, the arc cleaved straight through its chest. A dull burst of flesh followed. The beast stiffened for half a breath, then exploded apart. The savage opening strike left the remaining lynxes reeling, halting them in mid-lunge. Showing no change of expression, Chu Mo reversed his grip. Blood and chi roared through his meridians, flooding the blade with radiant power. Pivoting, he loosed another blinding arc that streaked toward the next target. The creature, apparently the leader, felt a prison of blades closing in, a despairing certainty that escape was impossible. Fear pressed down on it like a physical weight. In a desperate rasp of human speech it cried out, "What is this? How can his blade be so strong?" Its answer came in the form of even greater speed. Empowered by elemental force, Chu Mo's strike sealed every avenue of retreat. A flash, then silence. The lynx's iron-hard skull parted like tofu, its massive body splitting and crashing to the ground. Even after beheading the leader, Chu Mo's calm never wavered. Wind affinity, storm breaker blade, Luo Yin footwork, refined bladework, 4 powers combined. He ghosted through the pack, each swing claiming another life. To the onlookers he was nothing but a flickering shadow. He's too fast, faster than 5 times the speed of sound. That's on par with a top grandmaster, and he's still just a warrior stage cultivator. Does he really have wind affinity as well? Mo Shanshan's heart pounded as she watched lynx after lynx fall. Within moments the entire pack lay dead, and the battlefield fell mute. Gulp. A fighter swallowed, the tiny sound echoing in the hush. All around, comrades stood frozen, eyes locked on Chu Mo's hawk. Awe and disbelief mingling in every gaze. They had thought they understood his strength. Only now did they grasp how badly they had underestimated him. A dozen mutated winged venom lynxes, strong enough to drive back dozens of P-crank fighters, had been wiped out by a single man. Such power was almost beyond belief. What were these beasts, and where did they come from? After the battle, Chu Mo and Mo Shanshan knelt beside the carcasses for a closer look. The blood was still warm, its metallic stench thick in the air. They noted layered scales and tendons as hard as tempered steel, traits that placed each creature well beyond a second-rank beast. Even more unsettling, during the fight the beasts had spoken fluent human language. Outside this realm, any monster capable of speech would rank at least 5th. Had they truly been 5th rank, the pair would have stood no chance at all. Yet the spatial barrier of this ancient mystic realm was so fragile that anything stronger than a second-rank life form should tear the surrounding space apart and be swept away by chaotic currents. By every rule, nothing above 3rd rank should survive here. But the evidence, corpses, battle scars, and those eerie voices was undeniable. Meeting each other's gaze, Chu Mo and Mo Shanshan realized the realm held secrets no one yet understood. "Steward Mo, we need to be even more careful," Chu Mo said in a low voice. "First we secure the Xianyuan jade marrow, then decide whether to stay or leave." Mo Shanshan nodded. "A treasure is only worth chasing if you live to enjoy it. If the danger proved greater than expected, retreat would be the smartest move." She called to the others, "Patch yourselves up. We'll move faster and grab the prize in the shortest time possible." The warriors answered at once. The assault by a dozen beasts had already cut their 40-plus peak cultivators by nearly a third. Fewer than 30 remained. Having brushed shoulders with death, everyone wanted out as soon as they could. After quick bandaging and a short round of chi circulation, the group set off again. Fear hung over them, but no one dared slow down. Their vigilance sharpened, their pace did not falter. About an hour later they reached a solitary cliff. The precipice soared thousands of feet, its face sheared smooth like a blade-cut wall. Midway up yawned a pitch-black recess, a gash in the stone. "This should be the place," Mo Shanshan said, staring at the opening. Chu Mo squinted upward. The maw was deep and lightless, as though it could swallow the very gaze that tried to pierce it. "You stay here and keep watch. Chu Mo and I will go in first," Mo Shanshan ordered. The Xianyuan jade marrow was priceless, and even loyal followers might be tempted by its value. Though puzzled, the warriors voiced no objection and bowed in compliance. Exchanging a quick glance, Mo Shanshan and Chu Mo leapt into the cleft. The tunnel inside wound and narrowed, at times forcing them to turn sideways. A cold wind hissed along the rock walls. 410 Li they advanced, dodging loose stones and hidden pits at every step. Suddenly the passage opened into a vast cavern. Stalactites hung from the ceiling, and a jade-like glow shimmered across the walls. Spanning several thousand square meters, the chamber looked like a colossal gemstone mine. Clear droplets slid from the cave's ceiling, falling into a shallow basin in the rock and pooling into a silvery, luminous liquid. Chu Mo's gaze sharpened the moment he saw the flowing light. "Xianyuan jade marrow," Mo Shanshan blurted out, her eyes shining with unconcealed joy. "Are you sure?" Chu Mo asked in a low voice. "Positive." Mo Shanshan's fingertips trembled. "Our clan records say Xianyuan jade marrow can form only in the deepest parts of a secret realm. It looks like spring water yet comes from the earth veins, flawless and pure. Bathed in light, it scatters a 7-colored glow, hence the name. It can purify the body, and its yield is incredibly small. Even among realms that produce it, only a handful ever do. And this pool holds at least 10 portions. Chu Mo, we've struck it rich." Chu Mo's lips curved. 10 portions meant 5 for him, enough for himself, his family, and a surplus he could trade for cultivation resources. "Xianyuan jade marrow has to be sealed in special jade vials," Mo Shanshan said, steadying her excitement. "Let me collect it first, and we'll divide it later, all right?" Chu Mo lacked a suitable container, so he nodded. Mo Shanshan produced several translucent bottles from her storage pouch and began filling them. While she worked, Chu Mo examined the cave. His eyes suddenly fixed on the left-hand wall. What's this, he muttered, stepping closer. His fingers sank into a hidden groove. Knew it. His heart leapt. He recalled a treasure he had found near the Liang base after a tip from Zhou identical natural camouflage, a similar barrier, and the reward of 10,000-year spirit marrow that had boosted his talent. The same intuition gripped him now. Mo Shanshan stoppered the last vial and glanced over. Chu Mo, what did you find? There's something behind this wall. Let's look. Without hesitation, he slid into the groove. Mo Shanshan followed at once. Light vanished for a heartbeat. Then a hidden chamber no more than a dozen meters across opened before them. At its center floated a fist-sized crystal. The surrounding air visibly twisted, dark spatial currents howled, radiating a suffocating pressure. That's a realm origin stone. Mo Shanshan gasped, her face drained of color. A realm origin stone? Chu Mo asked. Formed by nature, she said, breathless. Whenever a pocket world is born or destroyed, a realm origin stone appears, holding that world's essence. It allows one to comprehend spatial changes, and if you absorb it, you might even awaken a space affinity. Her voice trembled with excitement. At her words, a ripple of emotion crossed Chu Mo's face as well. What a shame there's only this one boundary origin stone. Although it's incredibly rare, trying to awaken spatial talent with a single stone is almost impossible unless you already possess such a gift, in which case it might push you further. Mo Shanshan showed a hint of regret, then turned to Chu Mo and said gravely, I have no spatial affinity, so the stone is useless to me. According to our agreement, it's yours, but I suggest you don't rush to absorb it. Without spatial talent, it's nearly impossible to gain enlightenment from it. We could take it to the main base and sell it for a high price instead. Chu Mo's expression remained calm, though he shook his head inwardly. If he truly lacked spatial talent, he might have listened, but he already possessed a lesser spatial gift. If the boundary origin stone could raise that gift even one level, his strength would soar. Space and time stand at the pinnacle of all gifts. The stronger they are, the broader one's future becomes. He would never pass up a chance to enhance his spatial talent. Selling the stone for primal stones would bring mountains of wealth, but some treasures can't be bought with money, and the boundary origin stone is one of them. It only appears occasionally in hidden realms. Finding one is pure luck. Selling it would be the real foolishness. Decision made. He carefully removed the stone and slipped it into his storage pouch, then clasped his fists. Thank you, Miss Mo, for giving it up. Don't mention it. We agreed on this beforehand, and I really can't use it anyway. Mo Shanshan waved dismissively. She brought out the Xian Yuan jade marrow she had collected, divided it into 5 portions, and handed them to Chu Mo. I'm going to take the jade marrow here. Can you stand guard for me? Of course. Absorb it at ease. Whatever happens, I'll be right here. Chu Mo nodded. Mo Shanshan thanked him softly, sat cross-legged nearby, gave him a small smile, uncorked the jade vial, and poured 1 portion of the jade marrow into her mouth. At that instant, Chu Mo's spatial senses detected a mysterious energy converging from every direction, flowing into Mo Shanshan like tiny streams and beginning to reshape her flesh. As the minutes passed, he could clearly sense her physical power climbing steadily. Once certain she was safely cultivating, Chu Mo looked away, took out the boundary origin stone, and set it on his palm. The stone was dark and deep, space power surging inside it so strongly that even the surrounding air quivered. He closed his eyes, activated his spatial talent, and carefully explored the mysteries within. Soon he felt the stone's spatial power being drawn into him, pouring through his meridians. The energy grew denser and denser, and he could almost see the currents of space itself. Completely immersed in this marvelous insight, he lost all track of time. He had no idea how long had passed. Chu Mo was still attuning himself to the power of space, yet anyone watching would have sensed something uncanny. Though sitting motionless, he seemed to drift beyond the very world around him. His figure wavered like a mirage, and faint ripples bent the air. Half an hour later, with a long exhale, Chu Mo opened his eyes. His chest heaved, and excitement all but overflowed. My spatial gift has grown by leaps and bounds. He called up his personal status. Target, Chu Mo. Physique, high-grade cultivation body. Talents, high-grade blade mastery, mid-grade wind affinity, low-grade lightning affinity, low-grade spatial affinity. Spatial affinity, now low-grade, he read aloud, elated. He tested the changes one by one. His spatial perception, once limited to 50 meters, now spanned a full 100, each rustle of leaf and chirp of insect crisp in his ears. His blink distance had doubled. Most thrilling of all, a new ability had emerged: create space. This was not the lofty feat of forging a small world. That lay far ahead. For now he could craft a portable pocket of space. First he had to brand his skin with a spatial mark, then feed it energy, squeezing an independent chamber into being and inflating it like a balloon. Its size would hinge on his strength and talent. Let's begin. Raising his left hand, He formed a gray-white sigil in his palm, a tiny whirlpool spinning in silence. Spatial force poured through his meridians and into the mark. The vortex swelled into a black speck, then slowly expanded. Moments later, the speck leveled off at the size of an egg, refusing further growth. Sensing his reserves near empty, Chu Mo stopped. Probing inside, he found a hollow cavity of roughly 20 cubic meters, several times larger than his storage pouch and destined to grow with him. Putting a whole sumaru inside a mustard seed, I actually did it. Grinning, he shifted every item from his pouch into the new space, feeling instantly lighter. Just then, a violent surge burst from Mo Shanshan. Chu Mo turned as radiant halos flared over her skin. A wild force swept outward, scouring dust from the ground, yet leaving him untouched. When the haze settled, Mo Shanshan opened brilliant eyes. Chu Mo, I've broken the mortal limit of the body. She clenched her fists, joints cracking, her voice trembling with joy. I can still add another 100,000 gene of strength. With 300,000 gene in total, he'll enter the warrior master realm on a rock-solid foundation and reach even greater heights. Congratulations, Chu Mo said sincerely. Mo Shanshan drew a deep breath and bowed. Thank you. Without you I could never have obtained the Xianyuan Jade Marrow, and those strange beasts might have killed me. Her gratitude rang true. The two were still exchanging thanks when boom. A fierce battle suddenly erupted in the distance, its shockwaves echoing through the mountain and making dust in the cave tremble. Something's wrong. The people above are under attack. Chu Mo's face darkened. Mo Shanshan grew equally tense. Could it be those strange beasts ambushing them? Chu Mo, let's go. Right. They hurried back the way they came, their footsteps ringing through the dim corridor. The moment they stepped outside, the metallic scent of blood hit them. On the cliff, nearly 100 half-human, half-beast creatures were rampaging. The warriors Mo Shanshan had brought were being driven back, and blood spattered the rock. Let's help. Before Chu Mo even finished speaking, his wind affinity flared. Like a gust, he shot toward the battlefield. Not far away, several beast folk lounged on a high ledge, watching the slaughter with idle amusement. A centaur-like creature flicked its tail in glee. These outsiders are pathetic, so easy to crush. Utter trash. Beside it, a giant wolf covered in silver fur snorted, fangs gleaming. The weaker they are, the better. Once we kill every outsider and seize the Wanhua Pan, we can leave this place and cast off the shackles on our cultivation. Then the world is ours, and humans will be our food. Greed flared in the wolf's eyes. Yes. Well, pen them up in a day. No, 100. I want 100 too. The surrounding beasts chimed in, eyes shining as though they could already taste blood. Yet while they indulged in fantasies, kill. A battle cry rang out below. A lone figure burst upward, blade flashing like cold lightning, cleaving straight toward the spectators. How bold, coming for me. Malice glinted in the silver wolf's eyes. Who will bring me this human's head? A massive lizard with humanoid features leapt forward, hissing. I will. Allow me to capture him for the heavenly wolf king. Go. The wolf nodded. Across the cliff path, Chu Mo had intended to charge into the main melee, but he spotted several distinguished beasts watching from a rocky platform. Strike the head to fell the snake. Changing course, he dashed toward them, blade at the ready. Midway, a giant lizard barreled at him, its dark green scales glinting ominously in the sunlight. Courting death, Chu Mo's eyes sharpened. Smoke step erupted beneath his feet, hazy mist exploding outward as he ghosted to the lizard's front. Tempest thunderblade. Steel sang. A storm of blade energy roared forth, howling wind and slashing light crashing down on the giant lizard. But the creature had no intention of dying quietly. Despite being stunned by Chu Mo's sudden burst of speed, the giant lizard recovered instantly and lashed its tail at him. Crack! The thick tail snapped through the air like an iron whip, the force so fierce that the surrounding void groaned under the pressure. Yet the instant that devastating power struck the blade, it was ground to dust by the razor-sharp edge. Chu Mo followed through, the steel flashing cold light. Chick! A torrent of blade aura tore through the lizard's torso, cleaving it clean in half. The massive beast died before it could even scream, collapsing at Chu Mo's feet. Was that blade intent? Perched atop a rocky knoll, the Skywolf King watched in shock, its pupils narrowing. Born a savage beast, it had once found a relic in this secret realm, awakening ancestral memories of the Xiaoya Tianlang lineage. Those memories warned that anyone who grasped blade intent was not to be provoked lightly. A heartbeat later, the Skywolf King looked down and rasped, Human, your cultivation is impressive. Kneel and serve me, and I will spare your life. Chu Mo's blade quivered as he smirked. A mangy beast in fur and horn dares demand my allegiance? Ridiculous. How dare you, human? The surrounding fiends roared. They might have sprung from ordinary animals, yet now that they possessed intellect, they considered themselves far above their mindless kin. Being dismissed as mere furred and horned creatures was an unforgivable insult. Arrogant whelp. Skywolf King, what are you waiting for? Kill him. Furious shouts rose from the horde, killing intent boiling over. The Skywolf King bared its fangs, its voice like cracking ice. Since you refuse my toast, you'll drink the penalty. All beasts, surround him, tear him apart. Once he's dead, the other humans are nothing. With that command, the valley erupted. Dozens of second-tier fiends lunged at once, savage auras surging as they closed in on Chu Mo. He met the onrush with a faint smile, tilting his blade toward the ground. Parlor tricks. As the words left his lips, his blood and chi roared like a storm-tossed sea. Buzz. His wind affinity flared, his figure blurring as he crossed several dozen yards in a blink, plunging into the heart of the pack. The long blade swung tempest thunder slash. Arcs of silvery blade light wove into a net, slicing toward the first beast in his path. By raw physique alone, Chu Mo commanded a strength of 100,000 gene. With Yuan power, it rose to 200,000, and the fourfold boost of his lightning affinity pushed it to 800,000. Even a martial master would struggle to withstand such force, much less these second-tier beasts shackled by the realm's suppression. Each time the blade fell, another fiend was hewn in two, blood bursting through the air in crimson spray. The flashing steel merged into a scarlet storm, the beast's screams rising one after another, yet none could pierce the web of Chu Mo's strikes. On the battlefield there was only the relentless gleam of the blade and the rain of blood. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A tide of savage beasts charged, yet the instant Chu Mo unleashed the tempest lightning blade they collapsed to the ground. The technique was famous for mowing down groups, and its power now blazed in full. One sweep followed another, the first as swift as thunder, the next as heavy as a lightning strike. Layers of cutting wind tore across the field like a storm over open plains, granting the enemy no chance to breathe. Chu Mo's figure flickered inside the flashing steel, his speed and blade work feeding off each other until only afterimages marked his path. A single graze from the edge killed outright, and even the stray blade aura left monsters mortally wounded. Within a few heartbeats he had fought his way to the center of the pack, a path of corpses and blood stretching behind him. Severed limbs rolled over the dirt, while the stench of iron quickly thickened. All of you attack. Kill that human. The Skywolf King froze, eyes wide with horror. Never had it seen a human warrior this terrifying. Chu Mo was on an entirely different level from anyone it had battled before. If the slaughter continued, every minion it had brought would be wiped out. Kill him. Kill the human now. The Skywolf King roared. The beasts that had been besieging the other warriors instantly wheeled around. Dozens of monsters lunged at Chu Mo from every direction, sealing off every escape and hoping to trap him. Chu Mo's expression stayed cold, utterly fearless. Before absolute strength, numbers meant nothing. With a faint sneer he spun like a pivot, his blade flashing faster and tighter. His blood roared, the power in his core straining his meridians as if ready to burst. Razor-thin currents of blade aura seeped from his body, weaving into a visible mesh. Any beast that brushed that curtain was sliced to shreds, fur, bone, and flesh scattering in all directions. Time slipped by, and soon a mound of corpses rose around his feet. Blood streamed into little rivulets, staining his ankles bright red. Meanwhile, with most of the beasts drawn to Chu Mo, the human warriors who had been on the brink finally caught their breath. Mo Shanshan joined the battle at the perfect moment, and the tide began to turn. Like Chu Mo, she was an elite nurtured by the Emerald Jade Trade Alliance, her strength outstanding among peers. Blades, spears, swords, and halberds flashed as the fighters unleashed every skill they possessed. Some even fought barehanded, meeting fangs and claws with iron fists. The air split apart under the impact, booms thundered one after another, and bursts of light gouged craters into the earth. Trees were uprooted wholesale, and the battleground was flattened in an instant. Mo Shanshan shone brightest of all. Sword energy arched over her like a rainbow, her movements light and elusive. In the blink of an eye she would appear before her target, a single thrust piercing its vitals. The pale beam of her sword looked almost ethereal, yet it shredded a beast's organs in an instant. If Chu Mo fought with unrestrained, sweeping power, Mo Shanshan was razor-sharp elegance, moving like flowing water. Working in concert, the two warriors tipped the balance decisively in favor of the humans. Beasts toppled one after another, their bodies piling into grisly walls. In no time the monsters had suffered devastating losses. Only a dozen savage beasts were still holding out, and they were already surrounded by human warriors. It was only a matter of time before they fell. Damn it! The Skywolf King, boxed in on all sides, swept his gaze over the mangled remains of his kin, fury and unwillingness twisting his voice. I never thought you could turn the tables. Clearly, I underestimated you. But no matter how strong you are, defeating the golden-winged Rock King is sheer delusion. None of you will leave this place alive. The instant his roar faded, killing intent was replaced by dread. Realizing he could not withstand Chu Mo, the Sky Wolf King spun to flee. Trying to run? Did I say you could leave? Chu Mo's voice cut through the air. Space rippled, and he vanished, reappearing in the wolf's path an instant later. Curse you! How can you be this fast? Get out of my way. The Wolf King snarled, sweeping a massive claw that kicked up sand and gravel. Lightning surged. Sky Splitter Blade. Fourfold power poured into the saber. Violet arcs danced along the edge, turning the sky white as the strike crashed down on the claw. Crack. Metal clashed, sparks flew. Then, boom, thunder exploded. Purple electricity raced down the blade into the wolf's body. The giant beast stiffened, frozen for a heartbeat long enough to seal its fate. No, the Wolf King felt death closing in and tried to recoil, but it was too late. Squelch. The saber flashed in a slanted arc, cleaving through his neck. Blood burst like mist, and a massive wolf head spiraled skyward, crimson rain following it down. The Sky Wolf King was dead. With their leader fallen, the remaining beasts scattered in panic. In moments the last of them were cut down or captured, and the battle ended. Victory came at a brutal cost. Of the original 30 warriors, fewer than 10 remained. Had Chu Mo and Mo Shanshan arrived any later, the entire squad would have been lost. In silence, the survivors cleared the field, placing their comrades' bodies into storage pouches so they could be returned home when they left the secret realm. A short distance away, Chu Mo spoke quietly with Mo Shanshan. That wolf mentioned a golden-winged rock king before it died. From the way he spoke, that must be their real leader. Chu Mo wiped his blood-stained saber, a chill gleam in his eyes. Mo Shanshan froze, then caught his meaning. Chu Mo, you're planning to hunt down the golden-winged rock king? Chu Mo nodded, his voice low and firm. This realm is packed with priceless treasures. We've barely begun exploring it. We should one beast drive us out? It may be stronger than ordinary tier 2 monsters, but it's still within our reach. Instead of letting them stalk us, we'll flush them out and cut them down. He tightened his grip on the blade, its edge flashing coldly. That way we'll have nothing left to worry about. The Wanhua mystic realm lay hidden within an untamed mountain range. Jagged peaks interlocked overhead, and the forest glistened an emerald green. At first glance it teemed with life, yet a closer look revealed bleached bones scattered among the undergrowth, splintered into every conceivable shape. Several bestial creatures with vaguely human features prowled in packs or gnawed on discarded limbs, the stench of blood and slaughter churning through the valley and chilling the heart. At some unknown moment the wind rose without warning, dark clouds sagged low, and rain lashed down with the gale. Chu Mo stood upon a cliffside boulder, icy drops striking his shoulders only to be blocked by the aura flowing around him, leaving his clothes untouched. Thunder rumbled in the distance, fading in and out beneath the wind's howl. The sky was so black it held not the faintest glimmer of light, and a biting chill spread through the mountains. After deciding to wipe out the pack, Chu Mo had drawn their lair's coordinates from the mouths of several dying beasts. Strictly speaking, it was no interrogation. The moment he spoke, they spilled everything, taking him for a doomed intruder. Once armed with the location, he rushed for more than an hour to reach these peaks. Now the mountain pass lay just ahead, yet he slowed deliberately, letting rain and wind lash his face. Droplets rolled from his boots, while the aura sheathing his clothes kept them bone dry. At the late warrior stage, a cultivator could spread vital energy over the body, rendering ordinary water and fire harmless. His thoughts churned in the storm. By rights, once he obtained the Xian Yuan Jade Marrow, he could have taken Mo Shanshan and left the realm. There was no need to court fresh danger. Yet treasures abounded here, and a thorough sweep could raise his strength several levels. How could he retreat because of a few feral beasts? The martial path is like rowing upstream. Halt for an instant, and you drift back. With his gathering talent, he could easily gain abilities others only dreamed of, and even at a steady pace he would surpass what most achieve in a lifetime. But that still lacked the essence of martial arts, the drive to advance. If he backed off today because the beast seemed strong, he would back off tomorrow when an enemy provoked him, retreating step by step until his martial heart withered. What summit could he ever hope to reach then? Of course, if the situation truly turned hopeless, he would leave without hesitation. He would never throw his life away. Tread as if on thin ice. Act with fierce resolve. Prudence and courage are never at odds. These beasts stood at the same level he did, and Chu Mo was confident he could annihilate them. The thought set his chest ablaze, and his fighting spirit flared. Vital energy roared through his meridians like a surging river, blood hammered against his veins, and his lightning affinity fully awakened. Purple arcs danced across his skin, radiating a destructive aura. Moments later, Chu Mo's mind, energy, and spirit had reached their absolute peak. He drew a deep breath to steady his pounding heart. Once calm settled over him, Chu Mo glanced at the distant mountains, a cold smile tugging at his lips. Saber in hand, he set off with measured, unhurried steps, every stride radiating unshakable resolve as he headed straight for the jagged peaks ahead. At the edge of the range, beneath a boulder taller than a man lounged 4-century Biasa wolf-head, tiger-bodied Yaolang, a rock-spiked bear, a blackman boar with tusks like knives, and a towering azure-crested lion. All for yawned in boredom. Before departing, the Tianlang king had warned them to watch for human intruders. But after centuries of cultivation and, with countless offspring scattered through the forest, these beasts could hardly believe any frail outsiders posed a threat. As they saw it, once the Tianlang king blocked the exits with his 100-strong pack, humankind's only fate was annihilation. A rare survivor would spend the rest of his life on the run, marching straight into the mountain's heart. Pure suicide. Their vigilance had dwindled to nothing. The drowsing Yaoling suddenly caught a whiff of a cool breeze, damp with the scent of grass and wood. It stretched lazily, then froze. A faint tang of blood drifted into its nostrils. Trouble. Its eyes snapped open. The rock-spiked bear, black-maned boar, and azure-crested lion lay collapsed beside it, necks severed clean through, fresh blood steaming on the stone. Before it could utter a sound, a whisper-thin hum of steel pierced its ears. SHHK. A tide of saber energy crashed in, the air cracking apart. All the Yaoling saw was a flash of icy light. Splurt. The blade sliced through its throat, life draining from its body like water from a shattered jar. Human. Terror and regret froze in its eyes. Darkness claimed it before the word could leave its lips. Chu Mo wiped his blade clean, stepped over the 4 hulking corpses, and moved on without a backward glance. Sunlight dappled the forest path as he strode along, saber at his side, as casually as if the entire mountain range were his own courtyard. He climbed the winding trail, enjoying the scenery. A stream tumbled down from the heights, crystal clear and musical. A stray breeze sent fallen leaves skimming over the water. Chu Mo brushed aside drooping branches with the ease of a man on a leisurely stroll. After several miles, he rounded a bend and met 3 more beast-reedied leopards and an iron-backed ape. They froze in disbelief that a human stood before them. The ape recovered first, baring its fangs in a roar. Human, you've got guts coming here. You're courting DEA. Enough. Chu Mo frowned and swung his saber. Blood and chi thundered through him. The blade sang, and a curtain of saber energy tore forward. Crack. The stone path exploded. In a blink, the 3 beasts were cut clean in half, never managing a single scream. Blood, flesh, and bone scattered, and a saber scar several feet deep gouged the earth for yards. The sudden carnage jolted every creature lurking in the mountains. Who is it? Who dares run wild here? Enraged roars erupted. From the depths of the forest, murderous eyes focused on Chu Mo. Violent auras surged like waves as dozens of beasts charged from all directions. They had barely drawn close when Chu Mo lifted his saber again. Clang. Steel rang to the heavens. A storm of razor-bright saber shadows filled the sky, descending like a hurricane. Air shrieked under the onslaught, intersecting blades of energy swallowing the onrushing beasts. Flash, flash, flash. Blood mist billowed, screams dying the instant they began. The saber storm minced flesh into fragments that rained from above, turning the forest air into a downpour of gore. With one swing, dozens of beasts were wiped out. The entire mountain range fell eerily silent, a chill crawling up every surviving creature's spine. Those still poised to charge skidded to a halt, staring in shock and doubt at the lone human who stood, undaunted, amid the carnage. Dozens of beasts stood together, each as powerful as the next, yet none of them could lift a claw against the lone human before them. Who was he? And why had he stormed in to begin this carnage? For an instant, every savage creature was too stunned to move. Chu Mo didn't hesitate. In a flash, he slipped into their ranks, lightning crackling over his skin. His warblade rose, and the gale thunder saber roared like a storm dragged from the depths of hell, its murderous aura flooding the air. Blood and vital energy surged inside him as he swung again and again. Blades of force tore through the front line, hurling beasts like rag dolls. Rain and fresh blood spattered the muddy ground, and another dozen fell in seconds. The stench of gore hit hard, snapping the others from their daze. Furious bellows rang out. Enemy attack. Kill him, kill him. Together. Tear the human apart. Their roars rolled through the mountains. Waves of savage power pressed down from every side, darkening the sky while gale-whipped rain slashed the air. The sight alone could have broken an ordinary cultivator's nerve. Chu Mo's gaze stayed cold. Most of these beasts had awakened intellect, yet to him they were still a disorderly mob. He had fought his way here blessed with talent enough to face a grandmaster heathen. Why would he fear creatures whose strength was suppressed by this secret realm? Without a qualitative leap, sheer numbers meant nothing. The Gale Thunder Saber thrived in mass combat. The more he killed, the fiercer its momentum grew. As the beasts closed in, Chu Mo stepped forward, blade high. The saber storm erupted again, a hurricane of steel and thunder. Blood fountained wherever the blade passed. A flash of cold light sent the nearest beasts flying, their crimson spray mingling with the rain. He pressed the attack. In moments, corpses carpeted the ground around him, the wind thick with blood. A knot of massive beasts lunged together, fangs flashing. Chu Mo spun, his saber's edge a silver arc. The charging monsters were flung aside, crashing down lifeless. Boom. A bolt of lightning split the night sky. Deep within the range, the golden-winged rock king stood atop a peak, its gilded feathers flashing with every stroke of lightning. Listening to the thunder, unease crept into its heart. Has the Skywolf King returned? Not yet, rumbled a hulking beast beside him. Search parties are out, but there's still no sign. Then the Skywolf King has vanished without a trace? The Rock King's brow tightened. Yes, the massive beast answered. Sheets of rain hammered down, rattling like dried beans on stone. A sudden chill swept over him, and the golden-winged Rock King shuddered. With rock blood coursing through his veins, his instinct for danger far surpassed that of ordinary beasts. The chill struck without warning, yet stabbed as clearly as an ice all into bone. At once he sensed something was wrong. The Heavenly Wolf King had taken more than 100 beasts to exterminate the foreign humans. Even with the distance, his cultivation should have let him finish in half a day. An accident might have delayed him, but never for a full day. Yet an entire day had passed, and there was still no word. Lightning split the leaden sky, thunder rolling like an unseen giant roaring overhead. The storm pressed down on the camp, and the surrounding beasts cowered, scarcely daring to breathe. The quieter it grew, the more ominous it felt, and the Rock King's expression darkened in the flickering light. He could all but confirm it now. The Heavenly Wolf King had met with disaster. Just then a drenched beast stumbled into the cave, eyes wide with terror. My lord, humans have broken through. The word struck like a hammer. The Rock King's smothered unease burst into fury. He lashed his wings, yard-long golden feathers whipping up a gale that hurled stones and splinters through the mouth of the cave. In a few heartbeats he was airborne, streaking toward the outside world. Black clouds boiled as wind and rain howled. On a mountain path, Chu Mo's armor was soaked with rain and blood, lightning's pale glare sharpening the chill in his eyes. He carved a bloody route through the beasts. Wherever his blade swept, runoff turned crimson in an instant. Broken bones and severed limbs littered the mire. Most beasts never even had time to scream before they were hewn into pieces. In the next flash of lightning, his silhouette looked like a hurricane of blood. A step later, he was deeper in the gorge, where more than 100 beasts had rallied, hoping numbers would turn the tide. They froze the moment Chu Mo raised his sword. Cold steel arced through the air. Dozens of slashes wove a net that crashed down from above. Wherever the net touched, heads fell. Blood spurted into the rain. Screams rose and were cut short. He sheathed, turned, and moved. Luoyan footwork carried him like a smear of gray between the trees. Viewed from above, he was a lone figure trailing a curtain of blades. Wherever he passed, blood poured and shrieks echoed. In mere moments he had slaughtered more than half the mountain's beasts. The survivors, terrified, shrank back into the shadows. Human, you will die? The roar burst from the depths of the range, distant at first, then suddenly near as a golden-winged rock tore through the sky. Its wings blotted out the light, the wind of its arrival flinging rocks and sand in every direction. Landing, it saw only carnage. The beasts that had once served it now lay strewn across the slope, blood washing downhill with the rain. Its sharp eyes turned crimson at once. Its heart felt as though it had been torn apart. Every one of those beasts had awakened intelligence. Once the secret realm opened, they would have risen to the 4th or even 5th tier. With such strength, he could have seized rich territory in the outside world and lived free of all restraint. Now every dream and every drop of effort had been shredded by this lone human. He'll kill you. He'll kill you. I want rest until I've flayed you alive. The golden-winged Rock King's eyes burned scarlet as his roar shook the mountains. At the golden-winged Rock King's command, war cries erupted once more from every direction. Though their force had clearly thinned, the bulk of the horde had already fallen to Chu Mo, leaving only a few hundred to continue the charge. Perfect timing. Facing the oncoming tide, Chu Mo showed no fear. He threw back his head and howled, exhilaration flashing in his eyes. Blood and carnage sent his battle instincts soaring. His saber gleamed with icy light as he cut through the pack, each swing scattering flesh and bone. Whenever his left hand lifted, arcs of lightning crashed down, roasting monsters until they were charred outside and raw within. Bodies piled up in waves, a long smear of blood trailing behind his blade. Any ordinary warrior would have broken at such a hellish sight, yet the beasts were born savage. Even after gaining intellect, they still lived by the law of the jungle. Spurred by the Rock King's thunderous shouts, their killing intent only grew. Eyes red, they trampled their own dead and charged again. Low clouds sagged overhead, a downpour drumming on flesh and blood, turning severed limbs and rainwater into a crimson flood. Suddenly a thick, razor-sharp claw ripped through the air toward Chu Mo. A twist of his smoky steps shifted him several yards away, the talons carving only a ripple in the air. Before the attacker could pull back, his saber was already descending. Crack! The claw was lopped off at the root. The blade never slowed. A chopping arc became a slicing one, the cold edge shearing through the beast's neck. Splat! The tiger-shaped monster froze, its head tumbling away as a geyser of blood erupted. Tiger King! Several beasts cried in shock. If even the Tiger King fell in a single stroke, what hope remained? Terror quickly eroded their burning will to fight. Yet the Rock King's booming roar forced them to swallow their fear and charge once more through the blood. Chu Mo snorted inwardly. Fearless or not, it made no difference. He tossed a restorative pill into his mouth, warmth briefly replenishing his strength, then plunged back into the fray. The rain showed no sign of easing. The mountain path flooded to his ankles. Each sweep of water turned scarlet again as it mixed with fresh blood, its stench whipping through the wind. Chu Mo's saber flashed in rapid bursts, and in the blink of an eye another dozen beasts fell. When he looked around, only a few dozen creatures remained alive in the range. On a high crag at the rear, a rock cloaked in golden feathers stood motionless, eyes sharp as blades, never blinking as it stared at Chu Mo. The golden-winged Rock King. He's waiting for me to slip, hoping to finish me in one strike. The thought flashed through Chu Mo's mind, but his own killing intent burned just as hot. If you want my life, I want yours. His gaze sharpened. The next instant he vanished, ignoring the remaining beasts and charging straight at the golden-winged Rock King. Bold human, I never sought you out, yet you dare come for me. Once I crush you, they'll tear out your sinews and strip your bones to vent my wrath. The Jinshi Dapeng King let out a furious roar that made the mountains vibrate. Its wings spread wide, gathering hurricane winds and rolling thunder as it lunged at Chu Mo. Cold light glinted along its cruel beak, and its gaze was as sharp as blades. Whenever its wings sliced forward, the air screeched, visible vortices twisting in their wake. If that strike landed, Chu Mo would be shattered to dust. Even a martial grandmaster would blanch and retreat before such power. Yet Chu Mo didn't move. Instead, he stepped straight into the oncoming gale. Blood and chi surged through his body, primal energy flooding his limbs. In an instant, his lightning affinity ignited. Boom! Arcs of lightning burst from his skin, pouring savage force into his saber. Raising the blade, Chu Mo growled, void-cleaving slash. Space cracked with a sharp snap. Heaven and earth energy was dragged together, forging a dazzling column of saber light that plummeted like a silver waterfall toward the Jinshi Dapeng King. The rock thrust out both talons, golden radiance swirling around its claws as it collided heat-in with the saber light. Bang! The sky erupted in a blinding fireball. The terrifying slash was ripped apart in its grasp. Chu Mo's heart trembled. Innate divine art. No wonder this beast commands the others. By chance it has awakened its ancestral power. If it escapes this secret realm, it will surely become a demon king. The thought fanned his killing intent. If I don't end it today, the consequences will be endless. Petty human, do you understand my might now? The Jinshi Dapeng King screeched. I intended to tear you apart, yet I value talent. Submit to me, and I will spare your life. The winner hasn't been decided yet, Chu Mo replied coldly. Refuse the toast, and you'll drink the penalty. Don't blame me. Clang. A razor-sharp saber note cut the rock's threat short. Invisible, domineering blade intent swept across the land. Within dozens of yards, grass and trees disintegrated, stones exploded into dust. A slash that seemed to rend creation split the clouds, seizing every eye. Wind went still, rain slackened. Thunder hid away, leaving only black clouds pressing overhead as though the sky itself had been cleaved. Darkness flooded the earth. The Jinshi Dapeng King froze, instinctively raising its claws to mimic its earlier feat this time. However, the saber light carried a mountain's weight, and a will to annihilate all things no flesh could withstand it. I can't stop it. The realization hammered into its mind. The talons that had always torn meteoric iron were suddenly useless. No time to think. The saber light filled its pupils. The Jinshi Dapeng King shut its eyes not because it couldn't look, but because it dared not. At that same moment, every watching beast trembled, lowering their heads and closing their eyes as one. There was no thunderous roar after all. A gentle whisper sounded instead, the kind of rustle a breeze draws from a hanging curtain. The faint push a ripple gives a lotus leaf, and then the blade had already fallen. Chu Mo straightened, his long saber angled toward the ground. Eyes closed, he savored the feel of that single stroke. A moment later he turned, unhurried, and stepped through the lingering puddles toward the Jinshi Dapeng King. Splurt! The Jinshi Dapeng King coughed up a gush of blood. His chest heaved, his soaked wings trembled, and crimson spread swiftly between the feathers. Propping himself on one elbow, he fixed his gaze on the approaching figure and asked in a broken voice, "What style is that saber technique?" Chu Mo paused, then answered evenly, "Just a casual swing. It carries no real name." The reply seemed to pierce the Dapeng King's pride. His face flushed, more blood burst from his beak, and his breaths turned ragged. His neck went slack and he toppled backward, eyes wide, staring at the dim moon above. Sometime during the clash the clouds had scattered, the wind and rain had ceased, and pale moonlight now draped the shattered ridges and cracked cliffs, revealing every wound on his body. He rolled onto his back. His chest had caved in, his wings lay broken, yet the vast vitality within him still left a thread of life. Blood streamed from the corners of his beak, bringing a chill he had not felt in ages. Ferocious beasts were born fearless, and it had been a long time since death's cold breath brushed so close. Years had stretched too long, and he had forgotten too much. Now memories surged back like a rising tide. As a fledgling, he had accidentally swallowed a rare treasure, awakening his mind and setting him on a hard path of cultivation. To claim a place to live, he had battled beasts and challenged the very heavens, his power climbing with every fight. When his innate divine ability awakened, he swept through a secret realm, beating his wings and howling with triumph. With 100 beasts under his command, he dreamed of leaving that realm and ruling a stretch of the world. Scenes flashed by, the joy of finding treasure, the fury of battling for territory, the arrogance of standing above his peers, the quiet comfort of a rare moment of peace. Each image was vivid and bright, and an involuntary smile touched his beak. He did not know how much time passed before everything tilted, darkness closed in, and his vision blackened like ink. He heard his heartbeat slowing. Death lay just ahead. At that instant, another picture surfaced. Back when he had yet to gain true intelligence, when his plumage was still thin, he had spread his young wings and tumbled freely through a sky of pure blue. Warm sunlight bathed his back, high-altitude winds carried him wherever he pleased, and nothing bound him. Sigh, a nearly inaudible breath escaped him. He forced his head up. He saw the night sky, the mountain ridge cleaved by saber aura, and, looking down, the blood-stained earth. "I just want to fly in the sky once more," he murmured. As the faint words left his beak, an intense desire to survive surged from the depths of his consciousness, an overwhelming desire to live. That sudden craving sparked a thought he had never entertained before. "I want to live." With that realization, he forced his battered body upright, dropped to his knees before Chu Mo with a thud, folded his wings, and bowed his head in unmistakable submission. Chu Mo raised an eyebrow, surprise plain on his face. "Are you pledging allegiance to me?" "Yes," Jinshi Dapeng Wang rasped. "I wish to serve you as my master. Please spare my life." Arms crossed, Chu Mo let his gaze sweep over the rock's vast wings and razor-sharp talons, amusement lacing his tone. Ferocious beasts are said to be proud. Before they hatch, they might seal a bond with blood, but once grown, forcing their loyalty is almost impossible. "You bear the noble golden-winged Dapeng bloodline. We choose me." Jinshi Dapeng Wang met his eyes, a fierce yet candid flame burning within them. "You may be at an early realm now, but you already show power and talent beyond compare. One day you'll stand among the very strongest. Besides, you defeated me. Serving you brings no shame to my clan's pride." He paused, hoarse yet resolute. "Above Ali, want to live. At least you're honest." Chu Mo nodded, then let his smile fade. "But if you want to become my beast companion, prove your sincerity." "Of course," the rock replied without hesitation. Even as he spoke, a faint golden phantom rose from his crown, pulsing with a weak soul fluctuation. It drifted toward Chu Mo and hovered before him. It was a wisp of Jinshi Dapeng Wang's own soul. Should Chu Mo accept it, the soul pact would be sealed. In that moment, the rock's life would rest entirely in Chu Mo's hands. A single thought could shatter the wisp and erase him, while Chu Mo's death would likewise claim the rock. This was the harshest kind of beast pet covenant, far stricter than the usual blood bond ritual. Among even the greatest warriors, few ferocious beasts ever offered their souls so freely. Jinshi Dapeng Wang's sincerity was beyond dispute. Chu Mo hesitated. The rock's innate divine ability was a powerful temptation, could kill the creature and harvest a skill that might or might not suit him. But keeping such a beast as a companion promised far greater rewards. The rock's exalted lineage, awakened powers, years of cultivation in the secret realm, and human-level intelligence meant that once they left, it could quickly ascend to tier 3, 4, or even 5, becoming his strongest ally. Weighing the pros and cons, Chu Mo made his choice. "Since you offer true submission, I'll spare you and take you as my beast companion." He reached out and drew the soul phantom into the center of his brow. An invisible link snapped into place between them. Chu Mo could sense the fragile wisp, as if holding an unseen heart. One flick of thought, and Jinshi Dapeng Wang would be ashes. Feeling the contract form, the rock finally relaxed his tense wings, exhaled a long breath, prostrated himself, and spoke in a raspy yet utterly respectful voice. "Thank you, Master, for sparing me. Please grant me a name. You are born of the golden-winged rock, so I will name you Tianpeng, that you may revive its ancient might. Day to day, I'll simply call you Little Gold." Chu Mo decided after a moment's thought. "Yes, thank you for the name, Master," the golden-winged rock now Tianpeng replied, bowing respectfully while excitement flashed in its golden eyes. "Master, I've long dwelled in the Wanhua secret realm. I've gathered many treasures and know several places where rare wonders are hidden. Let me guide you there," it offered, having fully accepted its role as Chu Mo's beast companion. Tianpeng's readiness pleased Chu Mo. He waved a hand. "Before you guide me, let's deal with your wounds." Tianpeng's wings were broken, golden feathers streaked with blood, and traces of Chu Mo's saber intent still tore at its flesh. Chu Mo pressed a palm to the bird. The fierce intent recognized its master and shattered instantly. He then produced several jade-green pills from his personal space, pried open Tianping's beak, and dropped them in. The pills melted at once, their warmth coursing through the creature's meridians. Tianping's powerful body responded quickly. Under a pale golden glow, the feathers knit together, and shattered bones realigned with crisp clicks. In less than 2 hours, the wounds were 70% healed, and when its wings spread, the air whistled like blades, restoring the rock's natural fierceness. Master, please follow me. Deep in the mountains, a natural cave mouth lay hidden behind thick brambles. Tianping flapped once, unleashing a gale that ripped the vines away and revealed the dark entrance. Man and bird stepped inside, and within a few paces the walls gleamed with countless points of light. Pill bottles, jade cases, spirit ore, weapons, every inch of the cavern was packed tight. Even with preparation, Chu Mo sucked in a sharp breath. Though called the smallest secret realm, Wanhua was still a complete pocket world, and its natural treasures surpassed imagination. Tianping had lurked here for 1,000 years. The scale of its hoard redefined the word astonishing. A single glance revealed millennium-old ginseng, polygonatum, snow lotus, and other cultivation resources so rare they were nearly extinct outside. If sold, the low-grade spirit stones alone would pile into a small mountain at least 100 million. Without hesitation, Chu Mo opened his spatial pocket and swept the trove inside. The vast inner space swallowed the treasure like a flood, yet even it filled quickly. Forced to triage, he chose the most precious items and packed them into spare storage pouches until their seams bulged, finally emptying the cave. A conservative tally came to over 100 million low-grade spirit stones, and many exotic curios remained unidentified. With a proper appraisal, the value might reach $1 billion. Such wealth lay beyond what most grandmasters could earn in a lifetime. Chu Mo clenched his fists, elation surging. A haul like this comes once in a lifetime, he muttered, his voice echoing through the hollow cave. Only after a long moment did his excitement settle. He had been in the realm just a few days, with more than 20 left of the month-long limit. Dense spiritual qi hung like mist, and with abundant pills and materials on hand, it was the perfect place to break through. Chu Mo decided at once. He would enter seclusion here and raise his strength to new heights. Chu Mo asked Tianping to dispatch a savage beast to deliver a message to Mo Shanshan and the others, telling them not to worry about him. After that, he set out to find a cave where he could train in seclusion. Just as he was about to begin, Tianping spoke up. Master, are you preparing to cultivate? Exactly. I'm going to shut myself away and strengthen my power, Chu Mo replied. Stand guard for me. Tianping lowered his voice. Master, I noticed arcs of lightning coiling around you earlier. You must possess a lightning affinity. Deeper in this secret realm, there's a thunder pool filled with lightning essence. Would that help you? A thunder pool? Chu Mo's eyes lit up. Are you certain? I wouldn't dare lie, Tianping said quickly. The area is small, but the pool is saturated with concentrated lightning. I tried tempering my body there once, but the power was too much for me. From Tianping's description, Chu Mo was convinced it was a genuine thunder pool place, where heaven-born lightning converges and condenses into liquid. Bathing in such a pool could give a warrior's body a qualitative leap and help them awaken or enhance a lightning talent. Take me there at once, Chu Mo ordered without hesitation. Yes, master. The golden-winged rock spread its wings, carrying Chu Mo through the air. The thunder pool lay far away, but at Tianping's speed they arrived quickly. They landed in a desolate forbidden zone, barren and lifeless, except for a pool a few meters across at the center. The surface was an eerie violet, with arcs of electricity skittering beneath it. Above the water, thick strands of purple lightning writhed like dragons, exuding a world-shattering force. Dark clouds hung low, thunder rolled, and a dreadful pressure filled the air. It really is a thunder pool, Chu Mo said, excitement flashing in his eyes. They'll wait here, master, Tianping said, bowing. Chu Mo took a deep breath and stepped forward. Boom. The purple lightning seemed enraged by his approach. Bolts slashed down, trying to pulverize the intruder, yet Chu Mo advanced without wavering. Before him lay the intersection of liquefied lightning and the world's thunder domain. An ordinary person would die instantly, but his lightning affinity granted him partial immunity and the power to command lightning. If he could endure the initial shock and refine the lightning liquid, both his body and talent would transform. Crack, crack. The nearer he drew, the more terrifying the lightning became. Storm winds howled, twisting the very air. The instant he stepped into the pool, its calm surface erupted. Purple lightning crashed down with overwhelming force. Open! Chu Mo roared, driving his blood and energy to meet the thunder. Boom! Violet bolts slammed into him, their destructive power tearing at every bone and tendon. His flesh charred black, yet the pool's vast energy poured into him, healing the wounds almost as fast as they formed. Destruction and rebirth cycled through his meridians, bones, and flesh. The agony seemed to rip at his soul, but he clenched his teeth and endured. Such an opportunity was priceless. If he shrank from pain today and abandoned the lightning tempering, where else could he ever find a chance like this again? Lightning raged overhead, violet arcs weaving through the clouds. At the heart of the desolate land, a pitch-black thunder pool churned like a living thing, billions of bolts bursting across its surface. Deep within that liquid lightning, Chu Mo sat cross-legged. Thunder tore his flesh and bones apart only to forge them anew, yet he kept his mind steady, greedily drawing in the pool's mysterious essence. Every droplet that seeped into him first sealed his wounds and then rewrote him at the cellular level. Between each cycle of destruction and repair, he felt his affinity with lightning soar's talent was growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Boom, boom, boom. Heavenly bolts kept crashing down, turning the area into a sea of blinding light and destruction. Veins bulged at Chu Mo's temples from pain no ordinary person could survive, yet he stayed motionless, absorbing the rapid surge of power. 3 days flashed by. The tempering had raised his raw strength by 50,000 gene, reaching 150,000. Another 3 days passed, and it climbed by the same amount. Now his body wielded 200,000 gene of force, brushing the limit a martial artist could bear, yet the thunder pool had only lost a thin layer. My body is at its limit. If I don't break through now, I won't move another inch. He opened eyes that glowed electric violet, then pulled a piece of Xianyuan jade sap from his dimensional pouch. The translucent gem shimmered with 7 colors under the lightning, radiating an aura of mystery. Without hesitation, he tossed it into his mouth. The jade sap melted instantly, a tide of pristine energy flooding his limbs and bones, gently soaking his meridians and marrow. Miss Mo had said the power was mild and would be absorbed in about a quarter hour, so Chu Mo calmed his mind and waited. But when the jade sap's energy met the stellun-refined thunder liquid inside him, everything changed. The two forces twined together, then merged according to some cryptic law, birthing an energy unlike anything before. Every cell in Chu Mo's body seemed to ignite. They devoured the new power, old cells withering, new ones taking their place, and each cycle lifted his physical might to a higher plane. What's happening? Chu Mo muttered, face darkening yet composed. Careful probing showed the fused energy carried no backlash. Instead, it was reinventing him from the inside out. Realizing this, he banished stray thoughts and guided the power, allowing the metamorphosis to continue. Meanwhile, deep in the secret realm, on the mountain range once ruled by the golden-winged Rock King, Emo Shanshan paced back and forth, worry etched between her brows. It had been days since Chu Mo entered the thunder pool, and he still had not returned. Why isn't he back yet? Did something go wrong? She whispered, tightening her grip on the messaging talisman. Reports from the beast clans claimed Chu Mo had already subdued the Rock King, a story she still found hard to believe. After checking the message again and again, and seeing that the beast delivering it was unusually docile, they finally decided to believe it and led the surviving fighters here. Emo Shanshan looked around, but saw no sign of Chu Mo. After asking, she learned that he had already left with the golden-winged Rock King, apparently heading for a long-hidden treasure ground. Helpless, she could only sit cross-legged on the valley floor, cultivating while she waited. Days passed with no word from Chu Mo. Anxiety weighed on her chest. She wanted to search, yet had no direction, and she hesitated to ask the fierce beasts of the range for help, fearing she might provoke trouble. All she could do was let her worries churn inside. May he return unharmed. Beyond the lightning pool, the golden-winged Rock King hovered in midair, its gaze locked on the black and violet sea of lightning ahead. Bolts as thick as waterfalls hid the pool itself, and columns of electricity as wide as a man's arm shot skyward, tearing the clouds apart before they quickly resealed. Even from several miles away, the rock felt a suffocating aura of destruction. The first time it found the pool, it had been brimming with confidence, eager to temper its body after awakening its innate talent. The pool gave it only a few heartbeats of instruction enough to leave it near death, saved only by a desperate escape. Yet Chu Mo had already spent 6 full days inside. Because Chu Mo held its soul, the rock could sense its master's life with uncanny clarity. Since it felt no harm itself, Chu Mo had to be alive, still drawing power from the lightning pool. Instead of worry, awe and anticipation filled its heart. What kind of strength would its master wield when he finally emerged? And as his spirit beast, how much stronger would it become in turn? Inside the pool, waves of lightning as vast as ocean swells surged around Chu Mo. Dark violet liquid rose to his waist, and sparks poured into every pore while bolts above and around him crashed down, tearing his flesh only to have the lightning liquid knit it together again. Torrents of power raced through his meridians. Every pore exhaled radiant mist. A complete metamorphosis had begun. Crackling echoes like muffled thunder suddenly rang inside him. Chu Mo's eyes snapped open, and a dragon of pure violet lightning burst from his crown, piercing the sky and shredding the storm clouds. The thunder dragon roared, mountains and rivers quaked, and faint celestial music echoed from the depths of the secret realm. Starlight seemed to be pulled from the heavens, each point descending to orbit slowly above him. The once raging bolts around him grew docile, as if bowing to their new master. At the same time, violet lightning swept across the firmament for miles, rolling like a tidal wave amid continuous thunderclaps. A primordial thunder dragon was subduing the mountains and rivers, violet energy spreading in every direction. Chu Mo's body shook violently, and fine violet markings spread across his skin, each line profound and resonating with heaven and earth. After what felt like an eternity, the celestial visions slowly dissipated. Chu Mo still stood in the center of the thunder pool, the liquid lightning lapping at his calves, while violet arcs crackled across his skin. He opened his eyes, and two beams of purple lightning nearly solidified, searing black streaks through the air. He looked like a war god who commanded thunder itself, a destructive aura radiating from him that made it impossible to meet his gaze. The mysterious compound formed by thunder fluid and Xianyuan jade sap has completely remade my body. With that thought, he pulled up his personal data. Name: Chu Mo. Physique: transcendent grade, indestructible thunder body. Talents: advanced blade mastery, intermediate wind affinity, basic spatial affinity. As expected, his physique had skipped past the peak level straight into the transcendent tier, and the baptism of the thunder pool had awakened a legendary divine body. Only 1% of warriors ever awaken a talent, yet a divine body appears perhaps once in 100 million. Born knowing, born divine, every bearer is seen as a future sovereign destined to climb heights no one else can reach. The heavenly omens just now: an ancient thunder dragon roaring across the land, and a tide of purple chi rolling for 3,000 meters were heaven and earth saluting the birth of this physique. The indestructible thunder body was only partially awakened, so it was still rated transcendent. Once fully awakened, it would rise even higher. Even now, he sensed his physical limits tearing open, his ceiling forcibly raised to a staggering 1 million gene of strength. Within the fighter realm, 1 million gene of brute force was unheard of. The record at Luoyang base was not even 400,000, and Imo Shanshan had believed that mark unbreakable. If this news spread, the world would reel. Chu Mo himself was startled by the violent surge of blood and chi in his body, yet an even greater surge of confidence swept through him. A transcendent grade, indestructible thunder body, 1 million gene of brute strength. Once I reach martial master, who in Luoyang base could stand against me? He drew a deep breath of ozone-heated air, violet lightning dancing in his pupils. Less than 20 days remained before the secret realm collapsed. It was the perfect window to push his limits. Goal: stabilize that million gene strength before the realm sealed. Then break through to martial master the moment he left. Resolve set, he stayed where he was, soaking in the boiling thunder fluid. He opened his mouth and inhaled arcs of lightning, drawing the silver serpents that fell from the sky straight into his body. The indestructible thunder body all but ignored the storm's corrosion. Each arc left only a faint glow on his skin before being absorbed by muscle and meridian alike and turned into searing energy. He circulated his yuan power tempering art, absorbing and refining the thunder pool's energy. Wisps of violet lightning rose and slipped through every pore of Chu Mo's body, sending arcs of electricity dancing across his skin. Crackle! Blinding flashes burst like shrapnel, carrying world-ending power that, to him, felt only like a pleasant tingling. With each breath he drew in, lightning tempered every inch of his flesh, skin, muscle, bone, blood, even the tiniest cell until they grew unbreakable. 210,000 gene, 220,000 gene, 300,000 gene, 310,000 gene. The scale of raw physical strength climbed madly, while the purple lightning liquid in the pool dwindled before his eyes. Time slipped away unnoticed, and in what felt like a blink, more than 10 days had passed. Today was the final day before the secret realm closed. Now, only a thin film of liquid clung to the bottom of the pool that had once brimmed with violet thunder, hardly visible unless one looked closely. At last, Chu Mo opened his eyes. 18 days of hard cultivation have pushed my body to 999,000 gene, he whispered, a streak of purple lightning flashing in his pupils before fading into a trace of regret. The remaining liquid could have taken him beyond 1 million gene, but he dared not. The realm forbade anyone from surpassing the warrior stage. Crossing that threshold would thrust him into the martial master realm, shattering the secret space and dragging him to instant annihilation. To play it safe, he stopped at 999,000. Still, once he left today, the outside world awaited. With his current talent, closing that small gap would take no more than 3 days. The thought made him smile. Head back, meet up with Imo Shanshan, get out of here, and then step into the martial master realm. Decision made, Chu Mo took one step, instantly crossing the pool to land beside the distant golden-winged rock. The rock had been dozing with half-closed eyes, sensing a domineering aura rushing toward it. It snapped awake to find Chu Mo standing before it. "Master, you're out," it cried, bowing at once. A moment later, That mountainous aura crashed over it, making its heart tremble. Master, you? I refined every drop of lightning liquid in the pool, so my strength has risen again. Chu Mo said calmly yet to the rock. His words boomed like thunder. That pool had stood here for ages, its power tempting every beast in the realm. The rock itself had tried and always been blasted back in defeat. Now its master had endured 18 days inside and drained the pool dry, simply unimaginable. Turbulence surged in the rock's heart, but it swiftly composed itself. Congratulations, master, on your great breakthrough, it said loudly. Chu Mo nodded with a smile. Let's go. Time to head back and leave this place. The rock answered at once, unfurling its golden wings. A gale roared to life, and it carried Chu Mo toward the distant mountains. High above the clouds, a golden-winged rock sliced through the sky with a cry that split the air like thunder, its shockwave rolling for miles. Its wings stretched dozens of feet across, each feather gleaming like a razor in the sun. Talons flashed with icy light, a beak as sharp as a blade, and keen eyes scanned the earth below. Birds tumbled from the sky, beasts bolted through the forest, yet the rock did not spare them a glance, streaking forward as a blazing arc of light that crossed 1,000 feet in a heartbeat. On the creature's back stood a lone man clad in black. His features were refined, his expression detached, as though nothing in the world could trouble him. This was Chu Mo. The rock folded its wings and alighted upon a chain of mountains. Before its claws had settled, light footsteps hurried toward them. Chu Mo, you're finally back. Mo Shanshan approached at a brisk pace, her voice tight with worry. The secret realm closes in less than an hour. I thought you'd never make it, and was about to look for you myself. If we'd missed the window, we'd be trapped for good. Chu Mo clasped his hands in greeting. I found an excellent spot for cultivation and lost track of time. Mo Shanshan scanned him up and down, sensing the deeper, steadier power hidden beneath his calm exterior. Delight flashed in her eyes. Seems you gained quite a lot. Congratulations. Only a modest harvest, Chu Mo replied with a faint smile, offering no details. Understanding his reserve, Mo Shanshan let the matter drop and urged him on. There's no time to waste. Let's go. He nodded. She produced a palm-sized Wanhua disc, poured her essence into it, and the etched runes blazed to life, sending a pillar of light ahead. A shrill grinding filled the air as cracks spread across the sky. With a tearing sound, a pitch-black portal split open. Move. Mo Shanshan led the group of warriors into the darkness. Chu Mo recalled the rock, then followed. In a desolate stretch of wilderness, the void twisted. A black seam ripped open, swirling with multicolored light, and several figures tumbled out. Mo Shanshan, Chu Mo, and the remaining survivors. Finally, we're out, one warrior exclaimed, lifting his gaze to the open sky. Time to head back to base. The secret realm had been riddled with danger. Of the 40 elite fighters who entered, only a handful stood here now. Though the loss weighed on them, the simple joy of survival brought rare smiles to their faces. Even Chu Mo felt a weight lift from his shoulders. After a quick rest, Mo Shanshan turned to him. What will you do next? Enter seclusion and push for the warrior master level as soon as possible, Chu Mo answered with quiet conviction. Then he looked at her. And you? In the same, but she paused, looking at Chu Mo as her mood suddenly darkened. Once I reach the martial master stage, we'll probably have to return to the Jinling Grand Base. That's wonderful news. I wish you a safe journey. Chu Mo offered a sincere smile. But after I'm back in Jinling, who knows when we'll meet again? Her eyes dimmed for a moment. Chu Mo immediately understood her concern and reassured her. Not necessarily. I might head to the Jinling Grand Base before long. Really? The question lit up Mo Shanshan's eyes, and joy instantly blossomed. Absolutely. Chu Mo nodded firmly. Luoyang Base is ultimately too small. I can't stay here forever. It won't be long before I visit Jinling, and when I do, I'll need you to help me get my bearings. Done. Leave it to me. Mo Shanshan's spirits soared. They walked side by side, chatting as they returned to the base. After entering the city gates, they parted on the main avenue and headed home. Their recent exploration of the secret realm had rewarded them handsomely. As they separated, both had the same thought: consolidate resources and raise their strength as quickly as possible. Chu Mo hurried toward the residential quarter. Just as he reached its entrance, he sensed several vast auras bursting from the inner city and streaking out of the base. Walking on air that was a martial grandmaster's movement technique. His pupils contracted. On the street, other warriors exclaimed, "Look, that's Grandmaster Jiang Hao and Grandmaster Wei Hua. Heavens, 4 of our grandmasters have left at once. What on earth is happening?" Within Luoyang Base, martial grandmasters were pillars of absolute strength and seldom appeared. If even one of them moved, it signaled a major event. Now 4 of the 5 had departed together. Murmurs rippled through the crowd, and unease spread like smoke. Chu Mo stared toward the vanishing streaks of light. The direction was unmistakably Changfeng Base. His heart clenched. Remembering the signs had noticed there, he wondered if trouble had finally erupted. He lacked reliable information, yet he felt the urgency clearly. Strength only strength lets you stay calm when the storm hits. He would enter seclusion at once. He would not emerge until he reached the martial master realm. Resolute, he quickened his pace. Pushing open his door, he found the house still empty. Chen Shiwei had not returned. Since becoming Shun Jin's disciple, she had been away training with her master. Shin Jin wasn't among the grandmasters who had departed today, which meant the pair were still on their journey. I wonder how she's doing, Chu Mo thought silently. Back home, Chu Mo wasted no time before throwing himself into cultivation. Because of its massive frame, Tianpeng couldn't even squeeze into the house, and showing up within the crowded base would only spark panic. So Chu Mo told it to stay in the wilderness outside the city and recover its strength. The suppression of the secret realm was gone, and the moment it stepped out, Tianpeng broke through to a Tier 3 beast. With the countryside now swarming with monsters, it could hunt at will, racing toward Tier 4, perhaps even Tier 5. Endowed with the gifts of a Jinshi Dapeng Wang, once it advanced, it would become Chu Mo's sharpest wing, and the thought filled him with anticipation for their future teamwork. At dawn the next day, Chen Shiwei pushed the door open. In only a few months, her aura had risen to the late martial artist stage, as keen as a blade leaving its sheath. Clearly, traveling the wilds with Dean Shinjin had earned her no shortage of opportunities. Then came an even more startling report: trouble had erupted at Changfeng Base. The news shook Changfeng's leadership. Every grandmaster was mobilized, and they sent an urgent request for help to Luyang Base overnight. Because of that call, the 4 grandmasters in Luyang left the city yesterday to join forces with Changfeng, hoping to kill the beast before it completed its breakthrough. Changfeng is thousands of kilometers away, so Luyang is safe for the moment. But we can't get complacent, Chen Shiwei said gravely. The base could become unstable in the coming days. Stay home. Keep your head down, and don't wander off. Chu Mo saw the worry in her eyes. And you? He asked. I'm a martial artist. This is when we step up, she replied, her voice firm. With nearly 10 grandmasters working together, the situation should be manageable, but we have to prepare for the worst. Dean Shun is the only grandmaster left in Luyang, and he'll gather every fighter for round-the-clock patrols. So we'll probably be away most of the time. Look after yourself. Unaware that Chu Mo had already entered the martial artist realm, she kept repeating her warnings. Chu Mo considered telling her the truth was only a step from martial master, and his real combat strength rivaled the grandmasters. Inside Liang Base, he no longer had to keep a low profile. He could reveal his power whenever he wished. Just as he was about to mention it, Chen Shimei suddenly said, while Director Shun and I were away, we discovered a place that might hold spirit herbs capable of granting talent. We were going to explore it, but when we heard what had happened, we rushed back. Don't worry. Once this is over, I'll beg Director Shun to go there with me and find it for you. She met Chu Mo's gaze, determination written on her delicate face. So promise me you won't give up. Stay alive. Chu Mo drew a long breath. Even in a crisis, she still kept his needs in mind. The thought warmed him. Shimei, I actually already have a cultivation, he began, but Chen Shimei had already turned and opened the door. Take care of yourself. I have to go now. With a soft thud, the door closed, leaving only the dim light in the room. What a foolish girl, Chu Mo muttered with a smile. Fine. I'll tell her when she's back. He left the room and headed straight for the martial hall. He already possessed more than 990,000 jin of brute strength, just shy of the 1 million jin limit. At his pace, he would break through in 2 days at most. 2 days later, inside a secluded chamber of the martial hall, seated cross-legged, Chu Mo pushed the body forging manual to its limit. The grade 3 beast blood had absorbed boiled in his meridians, battering bones and muscles. Each breath sounded like a war drum. Crack. Snap. His tendons and bones rang out. Eyes bloodshot, he clenched his teeth. 1 million jin done. He had ripped through the Bodis limit, laying an incomparable foundation. Buzz. Blood and energy surged. His meridians turned into roaring rivers of vital chi that poured through his pores. An invisible shackle shattered, and a heavier aura shot toward his dantian. A faint sheen spread over his skindom, yet carrying a crushing pressure. Vital energy bled outward. He had stepped into the martial master realm. Apprentices and practitioners spend years building their foundations, nurturing blood and chi. Only as martial masters can they project vital energy, letting it coat the body and borrow power from heaven and earth. From this point on, one can move mountains, found a sect, and take disciples, hence the title martial master, teacher of the martial path. Chu Mo quietly savored the changes. Chi and blood cycled endlessly through his dantian. Deep in his mind, a new clarity emerged: spiritual power. With a thought, his perception spread outward, blanketing a radius of 500 meters. It said that fresh martial masters can only project their minds 10 meters, and geniuses reach a few dozen. I've leapt straight to 500 firmly at a latest level. My foundation really is extraordinary. Vital energy swirled in his palm as a faint smile curved his lips. Inside Shouwu Tower's premium meditation chamber, Chu Mo stood before a top-tier force tester, its steel shell glinting under the lights. The machine could measure up to 10 million gene and cost a fortune. Even here, only a handful existed, reserved for the base's upper echelon. Without invoking his status as a guest elder of Tsiyu Pavilion, Chu Mo would never have gained access. Now that I've broken through to Martial Master, how much stronger am I? He asked himself. He drew a deep breath, tapped the floor, and rooted his stance like granite. Raising his fist, he gathered every strand of blood and chi bang. The punch slammed into the tester's post, and the room shuddered. Numbers on the display shot upward, finally freezing at 1,210,876. 1 million gene was my baseline. The breakthrough added another 200,000. He calculated, eyes burning with renewed fighting spirit. Let's see what a full power strike can do. The instant the words left his lips, tendons and bones boomed like thunder. Yuan power flooded out of his dantian, purple arcs crackling along his meridians and wrapping his limbs. He resembled a lightning-clad war god, spine arched like a drawn bow, every ounce of strength compressing for release. Boom. His fist ripped through the air, lightning trailing after images, the sonic blast deafening. On impact, the tester's casing compressed to its limit, then detonated. Molten shards screamed across the room, peppering the walls with sparks. A device built to withstand 10 million gene tougher than alloy weapons was obliterated by one blow. One punch, and the best tester is scrap, Chu Mo muttered, withdrawing his fist, eyes blazing. His raw physical strength now stood at 1.21 million gene. With Yuan power, it rose to 2.4 million. The immortal thunder body granted a 20-fold multiplier, making his true maximum. 48 million gene, he whispered. That brushed the Grandmaster realm, exceeding most who had only just entered it. Had anyone witnessed the feat, they would have been stunned. An early-stage martial master unleashing 48 million gene through talent and physique alone. And this was only the iceberg's tip. His mid-grade wind affinity already granted him a 15-fold boost in speed. Despite having only a low-grade spatial talent, every step Chu Mo took in cultivation sharpened his spatial sense and expanded the portable dimension he could create. Meanwhile, the vast reservoir of lightning essence inside him rewrote his genes, embedding the element in every cell and ultimately giving birth to the imperishable thunder physique. On paper, it merely multiplied his raw strength 20-fold, but the truly fearsome part was his newfound ability to wield lightning at will. With a single thought, violet arcs seeped from his skin, curling around him like restless dragons as a wave of destruction spread out. If he went all out, he estimated the entire martial pavilion before him would crumble to dust in an instant, and ordinary grandmasters would no longer be a threat. Remembering this, Chu Mo drew a deep breath and pulled every arc back into his body. He glanced around the quiet chamber. Machine parts lay everywhere, and the walls were scorched black. During his earlier test, he had forgotten that the top-tier dynamometer could handle only 10 million gene, and he had shattered it outright. Luckily, the secret realm had yielded a fortune in resources and spirit stones. Otherwise, he could never afford to replace such costly equipment. He shook his head with a wry smile and walked toward the door. Outside in the corridor, a number of martial pavilion fighters waited anxiously, eyes fixed on the closed doors. The tester's explosion had rattled the entire floor, and they had come to investigate. At that moment, the doors flew open with a bang, and Chu Mo strode out. Greetings, guest elder Chu. Recognizing the frequent visitor who also served as a guest elder of the Emerald Jade Merchants Alliance, everyone bowed. Don't stand on ceremony. What are you all doing here? Chu Mo asked casually. One fighter voiced the concern stirred by the earlier shockwave. Chu Mo understood at once and smiled. Relax, I was too focused on training and lost control for a moment. By the way, I broke the strength tester inside. Work out the price, and he'll pay when I drop by Jade Tower. A single tester is nothing. Insisting on payment makes us strangers. Exactly. It probably had wear and tear already. It's not your fault. Eager to curry favor, several fighters waved off the offer. Still, are you sure? That was a top-grade machine. Chu Mo hesitated. No problem at all. Your family, Elder Chu. We go through a few every year. They hurried to claim responsibility for the cleanup. Seeing their insistence, Chu Mo pondered briefly, then nodded. In that case, thank you. Inwardly, he marveled at the Alliance's wealth. They did not even blink at such expensive equipment. After a few more polite words, he left the martial pavilion. The fighters watched him disappear down the corridor, then returned to the chamber to gather the wreckage. The moment they stepped inside, they stopped cold. The top-grade tester lay in ruins, blown into countless fragments, parts embedded in the walls, the floor laced with scorched cracks. That was a top-tier tester? And it's really destroyed? Wide-eyed, they blurted out their disbelief. That was a top-tier power tester. It's built to withstand 10 million gene of force. Even a grandmaster shouldn't be able to shatter it. Yet what just happened? It's been smashed to pieces. Do you know how much one of those costs? How are we supposed to pay for it? If I'd known it was a top-tier machine, I never would have bragged like that. One of the fighters clutched his chest, his face ashen and his voice full of despair. He had assumed Chu Mo had broken only an advanced tester. Those are expensive, yes, But the Marshall Hall writes off a few every year by another one, and maybe use the mishap to befriend Chu Mo. A top-tier device, though thinking about the price made his heart bleed. You're worried about compensation? Another fighter cut in, his tone grim. Haven't you figured it out? A top-tier tester can take 10 million gene about 5 million kilograms and even a grandmaster can barely dent it. Chu Kaching turned it into scrap. What does that tell you? The word snapped everyone out of their daze. Eyes shifted from the debris to Chu Mo's retreating figure. Someone blurted, "You mean Master Chu has stepped into the Grandmaster realm?" "Exactly," the man replied solemnly. "A new Grandmaster in the base is a major event, far beyond us. Report to Jade Tower at once. They need to know Chu Kaching has advanced." "Right, we're on it." The fighters exchanged a glance, then dashed out of the Marshall Hall. Meanwhile, after leaving the hall, Chu Mo headed straight for the warriors' supply depot. The streets were nearly empty. Every face looked tense, every step hurried. In the 2 days he had been secluded, news of the Changfeng base turmoil had reached Luoyang, plunging the populace into panic. Some were hoarding grain, others had simply barred their doors. The base leadership had scrambled to organize round-the-clock patrols to keep order. Streets that were once lively now lay deserted, the occasional footstep echoing across the stones. Almost no one ventured out unless they had to. Power is everything, Chu Mo thought. If Luoyang base were strong enough, a single Tier 5 beast would cause no stir, one blow would end it. But reality was different. Faced with a beast that might break through to Tier 5, the two bases had to tread carefully, sending more than 10 grandmasters to subdue it together. Over 1 million people between the two bases could do nothing but huddle behind high walls, waiting for news. If the grandmasters prevailed, the crisis would pass. If they fell, annihilation would follow. To live without fear, one must wield greater power. Without strength, you can only cling to someone else, and in a true emergency you become expendable, your life and death no longer your own. Now that Chu Mo had stepped into the martial master realm, his strength was enough to kill a grandmaster outright. Within Luoyang base, he was already one of the elite. Inside a major base, however, his cultivation was insignificant. Chu Mo knew full well that realms existed beyond grandmaster. For nearly 2 centuries since the Great Change, books had warned of blue stars martial giants. Some shifted mountains and dammed seas, shaking rivers and peaks with their fists. Others split a canyon 1,000 miles long with a single sword stroke, or sank an entire continent with one punch. Textbooks also recorded that, once humanity learned to cultivate, they waged countless brutal battles against ferocious beasts for living space, each clash leaving the land in ruins. Next to those legends, Chu Mo's power was nothing. Tread on thin ice. Advance with courage, he reminded himself. Without slowing, he soon arrived at his destination. The place was the warriors' supply sector in Luoyang base. Trouble at nearby Changfeng base had dragged Luoyang into potential crisis, and most fighters now feared venturing outside. The supply hall was nearly empty. The few warriors who came to shop moved in and out at a brisk, anxious pace. After a quick scan, Chu Mo headed straight for the intelligence pavilion, was here to buy information on ferocious beasts for his next hunt. Since his last talent refresh, he had been waiting for a suitable target, and he had finally settled on one goal, an earth element talent. At present he possessed the transcendent indestructible thunder body and an advanced blade talent, so offense was no issue. A mid-grade wind talent and a low-grade space talent gave him exceptional mobility, yet his defenses were weak. If an enemy restricted his movement or sealed space, his speed advantage would vanish. An earth talent would shore up that gap. Pushing the door open, he stepped inside. Behind a spotless, brightly lit counter, a young saleswoman greeted him at once. "Honored warrior, how may I help you? I need information on every earth element Tier 3 or Tier 4 beast within 2,000 li of Luoyang base," he said bluntly. "One moment, please." Her eyes lit up as she pulled up the files. Soon she returned with a stack of reports. 12 in total. Each contains habitat, weaknesses, and strength assessments. 8,000 spirit stones apiece. Which ones would you like? All of them. Chu Mo didn't hesitate. Spending less than 100,000 spirit stones was pocket change to him. Owning the whole set would let him compare each target. After he paid, the clerk watched in respectful silence while he stored the documents and left. Back at his quarters, Chu Mo spread the 12 files across the table and studied them one by one. At last his gaze settled on a beast called the 8-banded armadillo. 8-banded armadillo, Tier 4, combat strength comparable to a human grandmaster. The notes stated that it had only reached Tier 4 in the past 3 years and was not the strongest of its rank. It spent most of its time burrowed underground, emerging only to hunt. Its carapace was exceptionally tough, making it even more troublesome than many stronger Tier 4 beasts. The moment he read that line, Chu Mo made his decision. The dossier placed the 8-banded armadillo 1,300 li east of Luoyang base close enough. He memorized the coordinates, confirmed the route, and planned to set out at dawn. The next morning, Chu Mo headed toward the city gate outside the base. The massive alloy doors towered overhead, their dark surface pocked with bullet scars. 2 fully armed guards, alloy blades and rifles on their backs, swept the road with sharp, watchful eyes. When they saw Chu Mo approaching alone, the spiky-haired guard raised an eyebrow and called out, "Buddy, with things the way they are, you still want to go out there? Got a death wish?" Since the outbreak at Changfeng Base, Luyang's defenses had grown taut. The gate wasn't officially sealed, but almost no one dared leave. Everyone feared that once they stepped outside, they'd never return. Chu Mo, however, kept walking. He offered the guards a faint smile, said nothing, and strode through the gate. "I try to warn him, and he just ignores me," the spiky-haired guard muttered, shaking his head as he watched Chu Mo's back recede. "Guy probably thinks he's luckier than everyone else." In his eyes, Chu Mo was just another self-styled genius. After news spread that Changfeng Base had fallen, many warriors and civilians concluded that if the beasts swept south, Luyang would be first in their path. By that logic, the open wilderness might actually be safer. A handful slipped out early, hid somewhere remote, and planned to return once the beast tide passed. A few did survive through sheer luck, but far more died quietly in the wild. The guard grumbled, "Just an ordinary guy trying to act like the protagonist. He won't last 3 days." Chu Mo had no idea what the guards were saying behind him, and even if had heard, he would have shrugged it off. He was here to hunt a 4th-tier beast known as the 8-banded armadillo. The report placed it some 1,300 li north of Luyang Base, in what had once been a city park. Since the world changed, the park had become an endless prairie, and the armadillo now lurked somewhere in that sea of grass. 2 hours later, a golden-winged roc skimmed the clouds. Chu Mo sat on its back, gazing down at the rolling green expanse. Deep in 4th-tier territory, he slowed the bird, letting it circle while he searched the waving grass for any trace of his prey. The report hadn't exaggerated. This armadillo was elusive. Days passed with no sign of it, though he did kill several 3rd-tier beasts along the way. At dawn on the 7th day, mist still clinging to the prairie, he encountered a burrowing lizard the size of a truck. After a brief clash, the 3rd-tier creature crashed into the grass, slain. "I've been out here 7 days and still haven't found the armadillo," he muttered. "One more day? If it doesn't show, I'll harvest this lizard and head back." Resolute, he pushed on. Moments later, the golden-winged roc let out a low cry, and its message rang directly in Chu Mo's mind. "Master, I see someone fighting a beast ahead." Chu Mo's eyes narrowed. This place was more than 1,000 li from the base, and in the current climate almost no one dared wander the wild. Why was someone battling out here? "Take me there," he ordered. The roc banked, and Chu Mo streaked after it like a blur. The distance was great, but he moved fast. Within moments, he could already hear the clash of battle and even feel the ground trembling beneath his feet. Following the vibrations, he quickened his pace and soon reached the battlefield. There, looming 7 meters tall, was a massive gray-black monster, the 8-banded armadillo. Its iron-like carapace glinted with a cold metallic sheen under the sun, while a dozen or so fighters tried in vain to pierce its armor. Every collision landed like a sledgehammer, throwing up dust and stone and making the earth shudder. Anyone who failed to dodge in time was either sent flying with blood spraying from their mouths, or had their armor shredded by the creature's claws. The scene was brutal. With a single glance, Chu Mo recognized the embattled humans, the Windchaser hunting squad. Back at the base, he had harvested a medium-grade physique from a geodrake they killed, leaving him indebted to them. Now they were on the brink of annihilation, and the beast before them was his own target. Resolved, Chu Mo decided to intervene. In the center of the fray, a swordsman was rammed by the armadillo's flank. Bones cracked as he was hurled several meters, vomiting blood in midair. A shield bearer nearby, though not struck Hedon, felt the shockwave split the skin between his thumb and forefinger, blood dripping along the edge of his alloy shield. "Captain, I can't hold it. He'll stall it. Get everyone out of here," he shouted, bracing the cracked shield without taking a single step back. "You go first, I'll cover the retreat." The captain, Windchaser, answered through gritted teeth. "It's too late, Captain. You have to go," the shield bearer rasped. Before his words faded, another teammate was struck by the beast's tail. A scream began, but ended abruptly, as the armadillo curled into a massive ball, its multi-ton shell rolling over the warrior and crushing him to pulp. In seconds, several members were either gravely wounded or dead. Windchaser bit his lip until it bled, regret burning like fire in his chest. Had he not insisted on this high-pay mission, they would never have blundered into a Tier 4 beast's lair. He was about to order a retreat when, flash, a figure burst past the squad like lightning, a blade flashing white as it cleaved down on the armadillo's back. Clang! Sparks flew in a burst of metal on metal. "Brother, run. It's Tier 4. Its shell is harder than alloy blades are useless." Windchaser yelled, shocked that someone had come to their aid yet unwilling to drag another into disaster. The newcomer was Chu Mo. Despite pouring all his strength into the strike, he left only a faint white mark, hardly a scratch. He frowned. Since mastering sword force, no weapon of his had ever failed so completely. Windchaser's urgent shouts rang in his ears while the armadillo's impregnable shell loomed before him. Chu Mo drew a deep breath and sheathed his blade. If steel could not cut it, then lightning would. An instant later, violet arcs of electricity erupted from within him. Boom. The sky split like spring thunder as a deafening crack erupted overhead. In the next instant, torrents of lightning burst from Chu Mo's body. Purple bolts crisscrossed the air, and the space within dozens of meters became a roiling sea of electricity. Arcs of violet light twisted into dragon-shaped coils that prowled through the air. Chu Mo's eyes blazed with lightning, and he looked like a primordial god, majestic, untouchable, impossible to face heat in. The moment the thunder took form, everyone present, Zhui Feng included, froze where they stood, disbelief etched across their faces. What terrifying power! He can command lightning. Zhui Feng's pupils contracted as shock rocked him to the core. The eight-banded armadillo sensed the same deadly threat. Trusting in its armor, it didn't retreat. Instead, it curled into a black iron sphere. With a shriek of cleaving wind, it launched itself at Chu Mo like a cannonball, an impact that could pulp even a grandmaster. Chu Mo neither dodged nor flinched. It wasn't that he couldn't, he simply didn't need to. As the sphere closed in, he flicked his arm. A flood of lightning burst forward like a breached dam, slamming into the armadillo's shell with world-ending force. Purple light swallowed everything. In the glare, thunderbolts punched through the armor, charring organs to ash in a heartbeat. The beast screamed, its momentum stalled, a blinding flare erupted across its hide. When the lightning faded, the scene was ghastly. The once lustrous shell was now black and cracked, yellowed flesh visible between the seams, and even giving off the smell of roasted meat. The ground looked hammered by a meteor shower, pocked with craters, the largest nearly 3 meters wide. What? The surviving hunters of the Gale squad felt their eyes nearly split. A single strike had crippled a Tier 4 beast. If that lightning had hit them, not even ashes would remain. Awe, shame, and fanatic devotion rushed together, and every gaze on Chu Mo brimmed with reverence. Lightning truly is one of the most terrifying weapons. Chu Mo shared the sentiment in silence. He drew the sparks back into himself and eyed the armadillo. Though gravely wounded, its scorched flesh was knitting together at a speed visible to the naked eye. He strode forward, raised his saber, and with a flash of cold light drove the blade into its heart. A savage twist unleashed a burst of blade energy that shredded the creature's final spark of life. Thus the Tier 4 eight-banded armadillo fell. All threats are gone. Thank you, sir, for saving us. Zhui Feng hurried over and bowed with respect. No need for thanks, Captain Zhui Feng. I was just passing by and lent a hand. Chu Mo answered with a smile. You know my name, sir? Zhui Feng blurted, astonishment plain in his eyes. Hearing Chu Mo call his name, Zephyr's face lit up with surprise and excitement. A warrior capable of instantly killing a Tier 4 monster, someone whose strength rivaled a grandmaster, actually knew who he was. The attention flattered him, yet confusion followed, since he was sure he had never met such a formidable fighter. In fact, it was no surprise Zephyr didn't recognize Chu Mo. Back then, Chu Mo had been an unknown martial apprentice, while Zephyr's hunter squad was already making a name for itself. Their only overlap came when the squad slew an earth dragon beast. Chu Mo used his harvesting talent to squeeze through the crowd, claimed a portion of its tempering essence, and left at once. Chu Mo remembered Zephyr, but Zephyr had no impression of him. Zephyr Hunter Squad is famous in the base. I've naturally heard of you, Chu Mo replied casually. The praise made Zephyr a little embarrassed. We're hardly that great, sir. I'm honored you remember us and grateful for your help just now. Chu Mo nodded with a faint smile, then added in a tone that brooked no argument. I still need this Tier 4 beast, so we'll be taking it. Of course, sir. You killed it. It's rightfully yours, Zephyr answered immediately. Good. I'll head out first. You should get back to base, too. Things are getting more chaotic outside, so unless it's urgent, stay in. After the reminder, Chu Mo stored the armadillo-like corpse in his spatial pouch, dipped his head, and vanished into the jungle. Zephyr and the surviving team members watched until he was completely out of sight. If only I could become a grandmaster someday, one teammate sighed. He's so young and already that strong. With our talent we may never even touch the threshold, another said enviously. Their captain, Zephyr, stayed silent. The image of Chu Mo wielding lightning with godlike power replayed in his mind, leaving him deeply shaken. He was mid-level martial master now. With luck he might reach the late stage, but entering the grandmaster realm felt as distant as the sky. Enough staring, let's head back. We've taken heavy losses. It'll be a long while before the squad recovers, Zephyr muttered, collecting his thoughts. He helped the wounded up and led everyone toward the base. Elsewhere, inside a hastily dug, hidden cave, Chu Mo sat cross-legged before the armored beast's corpse. Its earth-yellow shell still gleamed coldly, crisscrossed with blade marks that had barely scratched it. Without lightning to destroy its organs, killing it with a saber alone would have been nearly impossible. The thought filled him with excitement. A true earth attribute beast, its defenses are astounding. If I can harvest its earth affinity, my own defense will skyrocket. He took a deep breath, pressed his right palm against the creature's carapace, and whispered in his heart. Begin extraction. Collection complete. Intermediate Earth Affinity acquired. Collection complete. Intermediate Tempered Physique acquired. Collection complete. Blood Essence of the 8-banded Armadillo Fiend acquired. In the span of 3 heartbeats, the trio of alerts thundered through Chu Mo's mind. Standing over the monstrous 8-banded Armadillo Fiend, he had stripped every harvestable resource from its corpse. Fuse. The thought had barely surfaced before he acted. He began with the Intermediate Earth Affinity. Pain had accompanied every previous fusion, yet the mid-level sting now felt like nothing more than an ant bite. Within a few breaths, the affinity settled into place. Next came the Intermediate Tempered Physique, which integrated just as quickly. As soon as the process ended, Chu Mo summoned his personal status panel. Target, Chu Mo. Physique, Extraordinary Grade, Indestructible Thunder Body. Talents, Advanced Blade Mastery, Intermediate Wind Affinity, Intermediate Earth Affinity, Lesser Spatial Affinity. The freshly added Intermediate Earth Affinity made him smile, and its matching ability surfaced in his mind. Defensive Amplification. His body, already tempered by blood energy and yuan power to the hardness of steel, could shrug off ordinary bullets. Now, the Earth Affinity multiplied his defense 15-fold. 15 times even if I just stand here, most fighters couldn't scratch me, he muttered, clenching a fist in delight. Add a yuan power barrier, and even peak martial masters or a grandmaster might fail to break through. With his survival chances soaring, he decided to head back. He had been away from base for 7 or 8 days. His objectives complete, was time to return. 2 hours later, only 10 kilometers from the base, Chu Mo reached the edge of a thicket wood. A sudden chill prickled his skin, and he froze, senses on high alert. Whoosh! An arrow ripped through the air like thunder, slamming into his chest. Hit! We hit him! Shouts of barely contained excitement echoed among the trees. Check his body, see what loot he's got. For agile fighters burst through the undergrowth. Banditry was their stock in trade. The strongest among them had merely reached the pinnacle of martial fighter, yet they relied on a teammate whose archery, aided by a lesser metal affinity, gave every shot terrifying penetration. Whether their target was an ordinary fighter or the occasional unlucky martial master, anyone they marked usually died before realizing what had happened. Spotting a lone young man, they had followed their usual script. An unseen arrow from cover, and it seemed to have worked. Everything should have unfolded like every raid before. Instead, when the 4 men closed in, they halted in shock. The young fighter who had taken the arrow square in the chest still stood upright, uninjured, not even swaying. They looked down. The arrowhead had been ground to dust against his bodice incredible hardness, and the broken shaft lay in 2 useless pieces at his feet. But I saw the arrow hit him. One of them stammered. One of the fighters froze, disbelief spreading across his face. Must have been a bad shot, but whatever, his companion muttered with a shrug. Another man stepped forward, waving Chu Mo away with a sneer. Hand over everything you've got, he barked. There are 4 of us, and only one of you. Refuse, and we'll kill you. Yeah, cough it up. Try hiding anything, and you're dead. The other 3 echoed, each threat sharper than the last. Chu Mo ignored them. Instead, he inspected the spot where the arrow had struck him. There wasn't even a scratch. So an Earth Affinity talent really does give 15-fold defense, he mused. The arrow, charged with metal energy and as lethal as a casual strike from an early-stage martial master, hadn't drawn a single drop of blood. Head stood still simply to test his defenses, and the result was satisfying. You brat, ignoring us? You must want to die? Infuriated, the 4 men drew their weapons and charged. Noisy, Chu Mo muttered, his figure blurring. In the next heartbeat, he appeared right in front of the nearest attacker, clamping a hand around the man's throat. His fingers closed. Crack! The sickening snap of bone echoed. The man collapsed before he could even scream. Chu Mo pivoted lightly. 2 lightning-fast hand-edge strikes followed, and 2 more bodies hit the ground. From start to finish, the attackers never even tracked his movements. In a blink, 3 of the 4 were dead. Since advancing to martial master, ordinary fighters didn't threaten him at all. What the last man turned ashen, his teeth chattering. Only then did he realize had run into solid steel. Don't kill me, spare me. He dropped to his knees, voice trembling. Staring down, Chu Mo spoke calmly. What's happening at Liang base? When Head left, Liang was still locked down, awaiting news from the 10 grandmasters of the 2 nearby bases. Several days had passed, needed an update. Terrified, the man spilled everything he knew. The 10 grandmasters tracked the beast to its lair and fought it. At first the beast was losing, but then it broke through to rank 5. 4 grandmasters died on the spot. The other 6 fled badly wounded. That rank 5 beast immediately raised a horde and marched on Changfeng base. The grandmasters there were wiped out. The base held for only 2 days before it fell. Now everything within 100,000 li is in danger. A beast tide could hit Luoyang at any time. So most fighters are fleeing. What? The report hit Chu Mo like a thunderclap. In less than 10 days, everything had turned upside down. I've told you everything, sir. Please. The plea was cut short as Chu Mo's palm fell, ending the man's life instantly. Changfeng has fallen, and Luoyang is next in line, he muttered. The lip dies and the teeth feel the Cold War is inevitable. Without another word, Chu Mo vanished into a blur, racing toward Liang base. When Chu Mo returned to the base, he felt the atmosphere grow even heavier. The soldiers at each checkpoint stared blankly, the flickering defensive shield casting pale flashes across their faces. News that 10 grandmasters had been routed had already swept through every street. 4 were killed on the spot, and the other 6 were carried back, bleeding all the way. A newly risen Tier 5 beast had laid waste to Changfeng base. Its walls crumbled beneath its feet like mounds of dirt, and hundreds of thousands of civilians were annihilated. Luoyang base, separated from Changfeng by a single wall, now teetered on the edge. Only one uninjured grandmaster, Shinjin, and 6 badly wounded experts remained, and no one knew how to stop the looming beast tide. Alleys and squares were filled with muffled sobs and anxious whispers, panic spreading like a plague. Chu Mo did not linger. He hurried to his quarters. When he pushed the door open, the room was empty, and Chen Shimei was nowhere in sight. A teacup pinned down a neatly folded note on the table, its edge fluttering in the breeze. Chu Mo unfolded it and recognized her elegant handwriting. Chu Mo, I couldn't find you when I got back, and the base is growing more dangerous by the hour. If you read this, don't go outside again, though even staying indoors may not be safe. Changfeng has fallen, and Luoyang may be next. The beast tide is almost here. Luoyang is my home. As a warrior, I cannot abandon it. I will live or die with the base. You still can't cultivate. If things turn bad, leave at once. You must survive no matter what, stay alive. Only a few lines, yet they brimmed with resolve. Chu Mo's fingertips trembled, and he sighed. He had planned to reveal his secret and spirit Chen Shimei away from this precarious base. A Tier 5 beast was beyond anything he had imagined. Even after his recent leap in strength, stronger than an ordinary grandmaster though he believed himself, he dared not claim he could defeat that monster alone. Cold logic said that fleeing far away was the wisest course. To Chu Mo, Liang was merely a stopover. Since crossing into this world, every step of cultivation had been for survival. Chen Shimei alone was his only tie. Yet the note made her stance clear. Even if he revealed his true power, she would not leave. That left him only one choice: stay and defend the base at her side. And, if the moment came, break out with her then. With the decision made, he pushed stray thoughts aside and headed for the Marshal Tower to seclude himself in one last sprint. The beast tide could strike at any moment. He had to seize every second to grow stronger. He had just broken into the warrior realm and was in the middle of a power surge, so not a moment could be wasted. Deep inside the tower, in a soundproof chamber rich with spiritual energy, Chu Mo sat cross-legged. He produced a bead of scarlet essence, blood extracted from a Tier 4 8-banded armadillo. The crimson drop pulsed in his palm, radiating waves of heat. He tilted his head back and swallowed it whole. Vital energy roared through him, his blood churned, and he closed his eyes to refine it. Time slipped by. While Chu Mo trained in seclusion, days and nights passed unbroken. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had gone, and during that short span the situation outside kept growing worse. Luoyang base received definitive intelligence. Changfeng base had fallen, and nearly 1 million residents were dead beneath the beast tide. The news sliced through the quiet like a razor, plunging the entire base into chaos. Worse still, the level 5 fiend never paused. It was driving a vast horde straight toward Luoyang. At that desperate moment, Grandmaster Shinjin stepped forward. From the high platform in the central plaza, he announced that reinforcements had been requested from the nearest Jinling megabase, though their arrival time remained unknown. Until then, every resident was to follow orders without question. The directives raced through every alley. 1. The elderly, infirm, women, and children must stay indoors. No one is to venture outside. 2. All able-bodied adults are to man the ramparts and operate the firearms. 3. Every independent cultivator is conscripted into the defensive ranks and must be ready for close combat at any moment. Meanwhile, Shinjin and 6 grandmasters fresh from the front, their bodies covered in wounds, took positions at the heart of the base, ready to strike. Only after this swift deployment did the panic begin to ease. Shops shuttered, streetlights dimmed, and the enormous base became a tightly wound machine, each part moving with grim efficiency. Hundreds of li away, a colossal aberrant beast raced through the sky. White flames engulfed its body, corded muscles bulged along its simian back, and every stride sent shockwaves booming through the clouds. A deep, bone-bare gash split its broad chest, the mark of a human ambush during its recent attempt to break into a higher realm. Forced to complete the breakthrough in extremis, it survived, but the injury left its new strength short of a true level 5 peak. The flame-white ape seethed at the thought. Damn humans, it growled, eyes locking on the distant steel forest of Luoyang base. Roar! It pounded its chest, and the thunderous bellow that ripped through the sky held a single command: kill. At once the beasts below answered in unison. Dust wreathed the land, vegetation was pulped, and stone shattered beneath the charge. Lone predators along the route heeded the call, and merged into the torrent. From afar, the horde resembled a gray-black tidal wave devouring the earth. Dawn, northern sentry post. A squad of warriors patrolled the trenches. Fog clung to the earth, and the air reeked of gunpowder and dread. "Captain, do you hear that?" The youngest member's face went chalk white, his voice shaking. The captain gave no reply. He stared toward the horizon, color draining from his own face. The others followed his gaze, and their blood seemed to freeze. At the edge of the sky, a thick black cloud boiled with dust, blotting out the newborn sun as though night had come early. The ground quivered, pebbles danced, and dirt trickled from the ramparts. The earth rumbled, dust roared. The beast tide had arrived. Beyond Luyang Base, a vast black tide swept across the land, stretching all the way to the horizon. It wasn't a storm cloud but a stampede of ferocious beasts, their numbers incalculable. Like an unstoppable flood, they surged forward and crashed against the base's walls. "Open fire!" High atop the dozen-meter-tall ramparts, the commanding warrior roared the order. Tat-a-tat-a-tat. The moment the command rang out, heavy machine guns slid from hidden ports and unleashed blazing streams of bullets. Muzzles flashed, sparks scattered across the wall, and a storm of metal tore into the oncoming horde. Since the world's upheaval, elemental interference had crippled all electronics, leaving only purely mechanical firearms reliable. Becoming a martial adept demanded rare talent and physique, so ordinary people pinned their hopes of survival on firepower. Engineers refined every caliber of heavy gun and cannon until a civilian-operated weapon could rival a novice warrior's might. Inside the wall, special corridors held row after row of these weapons, and when they fired in unison, the result was staggering. Most of the beasts in the tide were low-level, many not even ranked at level 1, and they crumpled beneath the barrage. Blood sprayed, limbs flew, and the metallic scent of gore spread across the plain. Yet the monsters only grew fiercer, driven mad by the smell of blood as they pressed on with frenzied howls. "Move faster, load, and fire." Deep within the base, a wide clearing had become an artillery pit. Hundreds of cannons were wheeled into position while young men sprinted back and forth, ramming shells into barrels before diving clear. Whoosh! Hundreds of shells streaked skyward, trailing flames, and plunged into the beast tide. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions overlapped in a deafening wave. The earth shuddered as fireballs mushroomed outward, each detonation demolishing a 100-meter radius. Beasts were shredded or vaporized, leaving craters littered with charred remains and choking smoke. Yet every temporary gap was quickly filled as more monsters hurled themselves forward, howling as they advanced. From above, Luyang Base resembled a fortified citadel. The perimeter wall served as a natural bulwark. Countless heavy machine guns and anti-air cannons spat flame, weaving an impenetrable curtain of lead, while artillery emplacements across the interior pounded the battlefield without pause. Streaks of light kept arcing skyward, trailing long fiery tails before slicing back down into the swarm and erupting in thunderous blasts. Columns of flame and deafening explosions rolled on without pause, the ground quaking beneath them. Countless beasts were torn apart, yet the dark tide still spread for miles with no end in sight. From the 50-meter wall, the gunners' faces twisted with heat and strain, sweat dripping from their chins, while spent shells clattered at their boots. Behind them stood the martial artists, weapons gleaming in their clenched fists and eyes fixed ahead. They knew the barrage could only stall the horde. If the fire slackened or a stronger monster appeared, the guns would fail, and the real, bloody close-quarters fight would begin. The battle dragged on. Moments later, a shout ripped along the parapet. "Incoming!" Heavy beast machine guns can't touch them. From the mass below, more than 100 colossal creatures suddenly sprang forward. They moved with lightning speed, their huge tails swinging like battering rams as they crushed everything in their path and charged the wall. Half the machine guns swiveled toward them, spitting tracer fire, but bullets that could cripple a martial fighter only pinged off the beast's armored hides. Even direct hits from artillery shells kicked up nothing more than dust, leaving their fur unscathed. Tier 3, maybe Tier 4 beasts. "Don't let them up here, hold them," the wall officer bellowed. The gunners were ordinary humans with no cultivation. If the monsters reached the ramparts, they would be slaughtered and the fire line would collapse. No more words were needed. The waiting fighters vaulted from the wall and slammed into the charging beasts. "Kill! Defend our home, cut them down." They came from Luyang Base, and their families stood behind them. If this line broke, their loved ones would meet the same fate as those at Changfeng Base. They had no choice but to fight to the death. A piercing screech split the air as a Tier 3 avian darted over the defenses and landed atop the wall. One sweep of its vast wings sent a roaring gale across the parapet, flinging more than a dozen gunners into the void. They were dead before they hit the ground, and the beasts below tore the bodies apart. "Help! Another beast is up here." The shrill cry echoed along the battlements. Chen Shimei stood in a corner, his longsword flashing with icy light. Though only a late-stage martial artist, he stepped forward without hesitation. Scorn glimmered in the bird's eyes, its blade-like wings slashed down, intent on hurling him away. In the blink of an eye, Chun Shime sidestepped and burst forward. Vital energy surged, blood roared, and he closed the distance. His sword thrust out, wrapped in a chill so biting it seemed able to freeze the soul. The avian never expected such power from a mere late-stage fighter. Caught off guard, it stiffened for a heartbeat and that was enough. With a wet crunch, the blade drove straight through the creature's throat, snuffing out its life in an instant. Boom. Gunfire rolled in an unbroken roar, deafening and relentless. Outside the cordon, interlocking streams of muzzle flashes wove a blazing net as countless fighters faced the surging beasts with machine guns and autocannons. Exploding rounds shredded scaled hides, scattering bone and flesh, piling severed limbs into gruesome mounds. Yet some monsters still forced their way through, scrambling up the alloy walls, claws gleaming like cold blades as they leapt into the crowd and began an indiscriminate slaughter. The young soldiers were well-trained and proficient with heavy weapons, but once a beast slipped inside their firing arc, their frail human bodies could do nothing. They could only wait to die. Thankfully, martial artists guarded every breach, cutting down intruders with flashing blades and thunderous blows. Yet even that shield was crumbling fast. Strength, inner energy, and will were being drained to the brink. In less than an hour, the horde had unleashed hundreds of third and fourth-tier beasts. More than a dozen of them were fourth-tier. Each stride stirred a rank wind. Each casual swipe could rip through the high walls and punch wide gaps in the defenses. Ordinary people fell at a touch, and even seasoned fighters left barely a scratch. Only human grandmasters could meet them heat. Liang Base had only 7 grandmasters. Apart from Shinjin, the other 6 were already wounded, yet they were still forced to deploy, each one chasing a different intruder. Outnumbered and injured, they were fighting a losing battle. Inside the martial hall, Chu Mo's eyes snapped open. After 6 full days, he had finally refined every drop of essence from that 4th-tier beast, the 8-band armadillo. The creature's vitality was staggering. Even for him, it had taken 6 days. The reward was equally shocking. More than 500,000 gene of brute strength had taken shape in his body, an average increase of 100,000 gene per day, rivaling the speed at which he had absorbed lightning fluid in the secret realm. Such terrifying growth was half due to his extraordinary immortal thunder body and half to the sheer magnitude of a 4th-tier beast's blood. If only I could get my hands on more of either even the blood of a 5th-tier beast, the thought set his heart ablaze. Yet he knew resources that precious were all but impossible to find in Luoyang, and their price was astronomical. He pushed the desire aside. He had planned to head straight home after training, but a sudden barrage of explosions made his heart leap. The shock wave nearly tore the roof off. Chu Mo's expression darkened. A beast assault? In a blur, he darted out of the hall and looked up to see fiery clouds boiling on the horizon, explosions and roars echoing one after another, shaking the very sky and earth. Tianpeng, what's happening outside the base? Chu Mo called out with his mind to the golden-winged rock king. Since forming their soul pact, they could speak directly through thought. Countless beasts are attacking the human city outside the base. I doubt the defenses will hold much longer. The rock replied swiftly. Hearing the news, Chu Mo's heart lurched, and he snapped. Something this big happens, and you didn't tell me? Master, you said you were going into seclusion and not to bother you unless it was urgent, Tianpeng replied, grievance in its voice. Chu Mo knew he couldn't really blame the bird. It might be intelligent, but it still wasn't human. Lifting his gaze to the distant sky where artillery lit the horizon, his chest tightened. How is the front line holding? Shime, please don't let anything happen to you. With that thought, he leapt from the high terrace and sprinted toward the city gate, giving orders as he ran. Tianpeng, find a young human woman with striking looks. She's a martial artist named Shime. If she's in danger, protect her at once. He then described her appearance in detail. Yes, master. Tianpeng spread its wings and swept into the clouds. Since the beast tide had erupted, it had been circling the base, never touching the ground. Now, its golden wings tore through the sky as it began searching for Shime. Steel punched into flesh with a dull thud, and Shime felled a savage beast with one slash. When she turned, she saw that while this wave was cleared, more than half her squad lay dead, and every survivor was wounded. In the distance, a dense tide of beasts still surged, rolling across the wasteland like an endless sea. Even prepared for this, she felt her chest constrict and her breath hitch. She wiped sweat from her forehead, stuffed a pill into her mouth, and used the brief lull to restore her flagging strength. She was already at her limit. A heart-rending scream suddenly erupted at the front. Another wave of 4th-level beasts is charging in. Despair saturated the cry. She looked and saw dozens of massive creatures breaching the lines, their auras so chilling they froze her blood. 35 of them each grandmaster level, and even the 5th-level beast is throwing everything at us. They want to finish us in one sweep. The city's grandmasters were still tangled with the last wave and falling back step by step. Now fresh enemies were pouring in. Fight! We'll take them down with us if we have to die. Someone roared, and the desperate shout reignited the battered warrior's bloodlust. Everyone charged toward the beast tide. Chun Shimei clenched her sword, swallowed another pill, and plunged into battle. Soon a terrifying fourth-level giant wolf fixed on her. She could kill third-level beasts, but she was only a martial artist and exhausted. Under its grandmaster-level pressure, she couldn't resist. The wolf lunged, its icy breath seemingly tearing the air apart. Chun Shimei closed her eyes and waited for death. I'm sorry, I still haven't kept my promise. Chu Mo's face flickered through her mind. A piercing screech split the sky, and a rush of wind slammed across the battlefield. Instinctively, she opened her eyes to see a golden silhouette intercepting the wolf, a rock bathed in shimmering light. One swipe of its talons tore the wolf's skull apart, and the beast crashed to the ground. The rock glanced at Chun Shimei, uttered a clear cry, then shot back into the clouds and vanished into the roiling darkness. What just happened? Chun Shimei wondered. Why would a golden-winged rock, itself a savage beast, come to my aid? The ordinary warriors were already locked in a grisly melee, and the Grandmaster's duel was just as savage. Shun Jin and the other 6 Grandmasters were surrounded by dozens of Tier 4 beasts, their jagged fangs glittering while a foul, blood-soaked wind howled around them. Even when the Grandmasters lunged and dodged, they could not punch through the tightening ring of monsters. It was clear the beasts meant to slaughter them to the last. Enough, I'll take you all with me. Boom. The first to fall was a Grandmaster whose body was covered in wounds. Spent and desperate, he unleashed the last of his life force and charged into the beasts. A blinding flash tore through the pack, blowing a Tier 4 monster to pieces and leaving another in shreds. Dust erupted in the shockwave, and the herd faltered for a heartbeat before surging forward again. Shun Jin and the others fought while retreating, armor in tatters, their blood-soaked bodies slick and shining. Old friends. I cough, I can't hold on any longer. A middle-aged Grandmaster rasped, blood spilling from his lips. Don't rush ahead, they'll be right behind you. An elderly Grandmaster laughed, one arm hanging limp, the severed wrist still dripping. He stepped forward, ready to self-detonate. The middle-aged Grandmaster bellowed with rough laughter. Jiang Hao, you old bastard, never thought you had this kind of courage. From today on, Wei Hua counts you a true man. Who needs your respect? Jiang Hao snorted. In the same breath, the two of them poured every drop of power into their cores, turning into twin spheres of blinding white light and hurling themselves into the horde. Boom, boom. The twin explosions were deafening. 3 Tier 4 beasts were blasted into nothing, several more left howling and mangled. The air reeked of charred flesh and blood. In mere seconds, 7 Grandmasters had fallen to 4. Only Shun Jin and 3 companions still stood, while dozens of beasts pressed in. Looks like we give it everything right here, Shun Jin said, drawing a lungful of bloody mist. Shun Jin, Liang base is finished. We're already too badly hurt to survive, but you still have a chance. Well, open a path. You live on. They're right. You're not fatally wounded. You just might make it, the other 2 added. If you all die here, how could I live on alone? Shun Jin roared, glaring through his blood-matted beard. If we're dying, we die together. But the 3 had already exchanged a glance and made their choice. Power surged inside them as they prepared to blow themselves up for Shun Jin's escape. Just then, a thunderous blade cry erupted from deep inside the base. A single arc of blade light ripped across the sky, impossibly fast and lethal. Splat! A Tier 4 avian beast swooping in to intercept was cleaved in 2 before it could even dodge, its body freezing midair before both halves crashed to the ground in a rain of blood. Bang! A massive body slammed into the ground, crushing more than a dozen unlucky beasts beneath it. Shards of stone burst outward, and a razor-edged gleam still lingered in the air. Was that blade energy? Felling a 4th-tier fiend, a creature on par with a Grandmaster, with a single strike could only mean a Grandmaster-level warrior was hiding inside the city. The 3 Grandmasters who had been ready to self-detonate froze, stunned. Not just any Grandmaster. Shun Jin stared at the source of the light, suspicion and awe tangled in his eyes. Such blade intent went far beyond the ordinary, and the idea that someone this powerful had been lurking in Liang base without his notice was chilling. Who was it? The question barely formed before the answer thundered into being. Boom. Thunder cracked overhead. It began as a low rumble, then became deafening in an instant. The clear sky split as a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel speared downward, its white glare lighting up the world. As if triggered by that strike, a gale and torrential rain crashed down. Dark clouds pressed low, lightning writhed like serpents, and the earth quivered under the onslaught, as though an ancient god of thunder were descending. Through the driving rain, a lone figure suddenly shot out from the city. He moved so fast the air itself tore apart, and before the sonic boom arrived, he was already at the gate. In the next heartbeat, everything within 100 meters erupted into a sea of lightning centered on him. Purple-white bolts coiled around his body, roaring without pause, their power terrifying. Arcs of electricity lashed outward. Any beast they touched turned to ash in an instant. Even fourth-tier monsters were struck down as if by heavenly judgment, either obliterated or left charred and twitching. In only a few breaths the space before the gate had become a scorched, empty field. Silence followed. Every pair of eyes widened, the roar of wind and rain buried beneath hammering heartbeats. On the battlements, Chen Shiwei lifted her face into the downpour, yet did not blink. In the distance the figure stood like a spear, black hair whipping, power surging like mountains, and Cixi seemed a deity commanding the storm. An odd sense of familiarity crept over her. Memories surged. She recalled the night of the academy trial, Su Guang's ambush, her own brush with death, and the person who had split the sky to save her at the last second. The blurred silhouette she had seen then was nearly identical to the one before her now. Who is he? Chen Shiwei held her breath. The lightning's glare kept his face in shadow, but he seemed to sense her gaze and turned slightly. The next flash lit up his features. Chu Mo. Chen Ziwei's face went rigid. She lifted a hand to her lips, disbelief flooding her eyes. She almost thought she was seeing an illusion, yet it was really him. Waves of emotion crashed through her heart, but no words would come. Seeing the shock on Chen Zimai's face, Chu Mo could only shake his head in resignation. He had known she would struggle to accept the truth about his strength, but now that his hand was revealed he felt lighter, no longer forced to hide. Savage beasts still swarmed outside the base, so he skipped any explanation. He simply nodded to Chen Shimei and turned his full attention to the battlefield, his eyes sharpening like blades in an instant. Thank you for saving our lives, Senior. Shinjin and the few grandmasters still on their feet hurried over, cupping their fists and bowing, awe coloring every word. Moments earlier Chu Mo's thunder had fallen from the sky, reducing even fourth-tier beasts to Cindersa's sight, destined to be etched into memory. No need for thanks, Chu Mo replied, lifting a hand. This isn't the time for talk. Hold the line for me. He'll drive these animals off, and we can speak later. Had anyone else said as much, Shinjin's group would have dismissed it as empty bravado, but this was Chu Mo, and they harbored no doubts. Yes, sir. The four vaulted onto the wall, swallowed healing pills, sat cross-legged to circulate their chi, and anchored the line for him. Lightning burst from Chu Mo's body as he leapt into the sea of beasts beyond the base. Hundreds of thousands, perhaps more than 1,000,000 had gathered. Even he could not kill them all. The only way to break the siege was decapitation. Every horde had its commander. Once the fifth-tier beast fell, the entire structure would collapse. Yet the leader was cunning, hiding in the shadows while its minions bled humanity dry. If you want, come out. They'll force you to show yourself. Murderous intent surged through Chu Mo, and the storm of lightning swelled. Arcs crackled across dozens of meters like a torrential downpour, disintegrating any beast they touched. At the same time he drew his saber, its blade weaving with the thunder to rip apart the low, brooding clouds. Black clouds boiled overhead. Thunder boomed, and scattered rain and wind rattled against armor and steel. Each sweep of Chu Mo's saber trailed a thick bolt of violet lightning. Third and fourth-tier beasts that lunged at him were shredded in an instant. A crimson mix of blood and rain pooled at his feet, flowing down the slight incline in a dark stream. From the ramparts the warriors watched, nearly forgetting to breathe. One lone figure danced through a sea of thunder and steel, leaving scorched earth and scattered limbs in his wake, carving a blood-red corridor with nothing but his own strength. Beneath the deluge of lightning, every gaze followed that solitary silhouette, the shock in their hearts lingering long after the moment passed. Only then did one of the grandmasters come to his senses and, glancing around, whispered, "Brother Shin, this young grandmaster is downright terrifying." Shinjin gave a firm nod, then shouted, "With a senior this awe-inspiring, we may not match his strength, but we can't let him fight alone. Let's go down and back him up." Before the words had fully left his mouth, he vaulted from the wall, plunging straight into the roaring tide of beasts. Kill. The remaining grandmasters exchanged a single look, gathered their inner power, and followed him. In an instant, blades, spears, and fistlight erupted through the curtain of rain. Lightning split the sky, rain fell in torrents. Standing at the very center of the beast horde, Chu Mo's long blade stirred a mist of blood with every sweep. Whenever the sheen of steel dimmed, another savage beast crashed lifeless to the ground. Even a glancing touch let his domineering blade aura burrow in, shredding organs and nerves alike. That aura had shown its bite the moment his blade art reached mastery. Now, as a martial master, his circulating blood energy and inner force made it even fiercer. Within 10 paces of him lay an absolute dead zone. One flash of steel, and a beast lost its head or was hacked to shreds, a scene so brutal it chilled the heart. Yet to Chu Mo, the crackling lightning that danced around him was even deadlier. Blue-white arcs leapt ceaselessly over his body, turning him into a walking minefield. Any beast that failed to dodge simply disintegrated into ash. In mere moments, he carved out a broad pocket of open ground. The sight sent the human warriors' morale soaring. Shouts overlapped in a rising wave, battle spirit surging to the heavens. Splat, splat, splat. Chu Mo became a streak of lightning, weaving back and forth through the horde. The heady rush of slaughter made him feel one with his blade. At some point, his consciousness slipped into a mysterious state. The long blade seemed alive, dragging him into a strange inner world. Pop! A faint crack sounded deep in his sea of awareness, like a shell breaking, a cocoon splitting, a lotus opening. For an instant, the world froze, then resumed its flow as power surged within him, straining to break free. Chu Mo kept swinging, yet his mind grew utterly still, wholly focused on that gathering force. This is. At the same moment, everyone locked in combat, man and beast alike, felt a vague chill, as if sensing an oncoming upheaval. The howling wind drew back, and the torrential rain thinned. Roar, roar, roar. Far off, a fifth-rank beast felt the shift and let out a thunderous bellow. In the next heartbeat, 7 massive monsters charged from every direction. Some soared through the air, others barreled along the ground, each radiating the oppressive might of a high 4th-rank beast. Look out! Senior move. Shinjin and the other grandmasters sensed the 7 beasts at once. Faces paling, they shouted in unison. The creatures closed in from all sides, and even before they reached him, the wind of their advance sliced like knives. Every one of them wore a hideous snarl, clearly intent on killing Chu Mo in a single blow. Yet Chu Mo stood unmoving, as if paralyzed by fear. 100 meters. 50. 10. When the 7 beasts entered the 10-meter mark, Chu Mo suddenly acted. Clang. The blade left its sheath with no great volume, but to every ear it sounded like spring thunder, lightning before a storm, creation itself tearing open. In that instant, a blade of icy brilliance leapt from Chu Mo's right hand, carving a dazzling arc before him. It flashed across the night like a ribbon of snow hurled into the sky, razor-sharp and blindingly white, splitting the darkness in a single stroke. Its radiance swallowed every line of sight. Moonlight dimmed, the stars vanished. The very moment the arc appeared, every sword and saber in the arena rang in unison, as though bowing to a peerless strike. Shinjin and the other grandmasters stared wide-eyed, their breath caught in their throats. That single gleam, bright enough to steal the glow of moon and stars, left them stunned. With a hiss, the curved light flickered and was gone. The 7 high-grade 4th-tier beasts lunging at Chu Mo froze in midair, as if time itself had been halted. No one could tell whether a heartbeat or an eternity passed before a faint mountain breeze swept through the field. One beast shivered, then boom. An unseen force tore it apart, raining blood and flesh across the sky. The remaining 6 detonated in quick succession, each muffled blast striking the watchers like rolling thunder. Blade light, blood mist, and shattered bone melded into one harrowing tableau, draining the color from every face. One stroke's even beasts felled. And not just any beasts, but 7 high-grade 4th-tier monsters, each the match of a latest-stage human grandmaster. The sight was so surreal it felt like a dream. Chu Mo had ended 4th-tier beasts before, but most had been low or mid-grade, never anything like this. Now, with a casual flick of his wrist, he had erased 7 of the strongest, looking as relaxed as someone drifting down a river, admiring the view. Silence blanketed the land. No one could speak. Chu Mo stood motionless, brow slightly furrowed, lost in thought. The strike had seemed effortless, yet it hid a profound mystery. In that moment he had grasped something, then it slipped away like vapor in his hand. Closing his eyes, he tried to recapture that instinctive, natural rhythm, to seize its true essence. Human, you court death. A thunderous roar rolled in from the distance, so loud it drowned the rumble of the storming skies. All eyes turned to see dust billowing on the horizon as a colossal ape charged forward for snowy white, yet wreathed in crimson flame. With every stride it grew, as though swollen by a wild gale, its white coat bristling, flames coiling around its frame. Heat and annihilation swept across the ground in its wake. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A savage gale swept across the land, hurling boulders hundreds of meters into the air. Ordinary guards, and even seasoned fighters on the ramparts lost their footing and were flung skyward. This world-shattering storm was nothing more than the aura leaking from a giant ape wreathed in white flames. Crack, crack. Dull rumbles echoed as the ground fractured, as though an invisible hammer were pounding it flat. While the flaming white ape charged forward, its muscles swelled visibly, its once athletic frame expanding by the heartbeat. At first, each step caused only a faint tremor. Moments later, even solid bedrock collapsed into bottomless craters under its tread. Within a few dozen breaths, the beast had grown to 150 meters tall. Rivers of fire rolled across its shoulders, and waves of scorching heat spread like a tangible tide. As it neared the human stronghold, its colossal shadow rendered everything beneath it small and fragile. On the wall, voices cracked with terror. Well, what kind of monster is that? Common soldiers could barely keep hold of their weapons, and accomplished martial artists felt their pulses falter. A 150-meter ape of living flame looked capable of wiping out the heavens themselves. Chu Mo stood before the gate, gaze steady and dark. He knew this had to be the leader of the beast tide, the very fiend that had just broken through to Tier 5. Rumors of Tier 5 ferocity had sounded grim enough. Facing it in person, he realized he had still underestimated the horror. The flaming giant halted and looked down at the tiny human, its voice rolling like thunder. Human, you have slaughtered many of my kind. No matter what, you must die. Who dies is far from settled, Chu Mo replied, drawing a deep breath and tightening his grip on the long blade. His opponent stood leagues beyond the master level, its presence overwhelming, but victory was not impossible. Since stepping onto the martial path, he had fought many beasts, yet never a true life-and-death duel. The looming peril now set his blood ablaze. The way of martial arts is a boat sailing against the current, advance or drown. Only at the brink between life and death can one grasp true insight and break through. The elusive inspiration sparked by his last strike now surged in his mind. He needed this flaming ape to hone his edge and unlock that revelation. If he could seize this moment, his blade would become far more terrifying. With that thought, Chu Mo stepped forward, his vital energy roaring skyward, his sword force tearing through the air like a dragon shattering the clouds. Come! He angled the war blade and shouted, today, either you die or I live. Human, you court death. The flame-white ape flared with rage the instant Chu Mo raised his blade. In its mind, this puny mortal should have died after slaughtering most of its subordinates. Daring to provoke it heat was nothing short of madness. A roar like a hurricane blasted out, its shockwaves sweeping the battlefield. The ground shattered into a checkerboard of fissures, while soil, stones, and splintered wood were ground to powder and hurled skyward. Yet Chu Mo did not budge, his feet rooted to the fractured earth. Die! Crimson light flooded the ape's eyes. It raised an arm thicker than an ancient tree trunk and smashed it down. Knotted muscles churned the air, the void itself cracking and twisting into white sonic booms. Even before the blow landed, the oppressive force had already caved the earth, spreading webs of fractures. Boom! The palm struck, and the land for miles quaked. The shockwave even flung onlookers off their feet. Deep crevasses raced outward hundreds of meters from the impact point. High on the wall, Chen Zimai's heart seized. She stared into the swirling dust. Could Chu Mo really withstand such a beast? The white ape frowned. There had been no sensation of impact. Smoke and grit masked its vision. Its prey was nowhere to be seen. At the instant the giant palm fell, Chu Mo had already slipped away with Luo Yin's step, his figure flickering like a mirage dozens of meters to the side. Blood and chi thundered, lightning flashed in his eyes. Confronting Zhaochi. His long sword left the scabbard in a burst of icy light. Physical strength, yuan power, and the 20-fold boost of the immortal thunder physique converged with the ferocious blade art, condensing into a single, annihilating strike. Knife energy howled, gathering into a killing wind as sharp as winter steel. Slash! Chu Mo roared, the blade light turning into a snow-white ribbon that cleaved for the ape's skull. Space warped in its wake. Piercing sonic booms rang one after another. Before the crowd's eyes, the strike landed squarely on the ape's forehead. But it only carved a wound less than a meter deep. Blood seeped out, then sealed almost instantly, leaving no trace. Insect, you have truly enraged me. The white ape's roar shook the land. It stood unscathed. Yet, as a fifth-tier fiend beast, even a single cut from a human was an unforgivable disgrace. He lifted both arms, and the flames coiling around him swelled in the wind, flooding a 100-meter radius in an instant. Boom! A towering wall of fire sent waves of blistering heat skyward, setting even the air ablaze and reeking of death. Not good. Alarm flashed through Chu Mo's mind. Without hesitation, he triggered his spatial talent, slipped into the void, and reappeared 100 meters away. The moment he touched down, he tore space open again, blinking another 100 meters until he was clear of the inferno. Staring at the blazing sea behind him, he realized that a single spark would have meant instant death. Seeing its prey still alive, the white ape's crimson eyes blazed with fury. Whoosh! The surging flames reversed course, streamed back into its body, and formed dozens of fiery whips and arrows that filled the sky, all hurtling toward Chu Mo. Each bolt moved like lightning and carried power enough to annihilate a martial grandmaster. Dodge! Chu Mo's gaze hardened. His wind affinity burst forth. Blood roared in his veins. His speed jumped to 15-fold. Though only a martial adept, he was already moving at 10 times the speed of sound. Now his figure blurred, weaving through the fiery barrage, narrowly sidestepping whip after whip, arrow after arrow. The stray flames that struck the ground split the rock and left charred trenches hundreds of meters long. The spectacle made the surrounding fighters' grandmasters included feel their scalps prickle. Terror whispered that no human could defeat such a beast. Chen Zimai's face went sheet white, her knuckles pale around her sword. Guilt and worry twisted inside her. A proud prodigy, yet she could not help him at all. They could not trade blows forever. While dodging, Chu Mo felt his vitality draining. Delay meant defeat. He had to counterattack. One thought struck him. Keep striking, seized that elusive spark of insight. If he grasped it fully, he might truly threaten the creature. Resolute, he abandoned retreat and blinked beside the ape, slashing again and again. A puny insect dares resist? The white ape never bothered to dodge. Flames howled from its burning whips, though it had yet to land a hit. It believed the insect would soon collapse. Chu Mo knew the ape's arrogance, yet ignored it. Spatial jumps kept him at close quarters. Each slash came faster than the last. His mind raced, and with every blow he chased that flicker of inspiration. Under mortal pressure the spark blossomed. He seemed to glimpse an invisible pattern, seized it, and poured it into his blade. The white ape suddenly sensed a new and unsettling aura around Chu Mo. Unease crept over it. With a roar, it gathered every flame within, determined to burn the human to ash. At that very instant, a faint note of steel rang out, cutting through the battlefield. The blade's cry was faint, blurred at first, then suddenly rose to a shriek. Within a few breaths it swelled into a roar like gale winds and crashing waves, rattling everyone's eardrums and carrying a razor edge that seemed to scrape the marrow. The flame white ape, a grade 5 fiend beast with awakened intellect, sensed the anomaly at once. What terrified it was that the ringing did not come from Chu Mo's saber, but from inside its own body, as if its entire frame had become a divine weapon slowly leaving the sheath. The absurd vision shattered the ape's understanding. With every slash of Chu Mo's blade the chill in his eyes deepened, the ringing within the ape sharpened, and the saber's icy, terrifying aura climbed higher and higher. That insignificant ant is comprehending the Tao right now? A wave of cold washed through the ape. The human it had always despised kept ruining its calculations, and a dreadful certainty suddenly took shape. If the ringing were allowed to continue, it would die beneath Chu Mo's saber today. Die? Rage surged. The ape's pupils burned with savagery as it raised both arms wreathed in raging flames and smashed them down. The strike was so fast that the sonic boom was swallowed by fire. The air shrieked, and the very void writhed under the heat. Yet Chu Mo did not move. His consciousness had stepped into a wondrous realm, the world of blades. Endless saber intent capable of shredding all things poured into his spirit. His soul quaked, his blood surged on its own, mind and body fused, and Yuan power raced through him, brewing an unfathomable might. An instant later he returned to himself. The enlightenment had lasted but a heartbeat, and the ape's arms were still falling. Though the flames had yet to touch him, the ground beneath his feet was already cracking and sinking. Unperturbed, Chu Mo lifted a hand and flicked the spine of his saber with a finger. Bang! A clear, ringing note exploded. Within hundreds of zhang, on the base walls and inside the compound alike, everyone who held a blade felt it trembly as though in fear, as though in worship. Faces turned to one another in shock. To whom were their weapons submitting? The answer came at once. Hum, hum, hum. Every saber within that range vibrated in chorus, first softly, then violently, first in a low murmur, then in a high, exalted cry. When the clashing blades quivered violently enough, their swelling cries merged into a single, sky-rending note. At that instant, the flame-white ape finally brought its raised arms crashing down. Clang! The impact boomed like spring thunder, like Mount Tai collapsing, bursting from Chu Mo's chest. Half crouched, he sprang up like a coiled spring, vanished in one step, and slipped into the void. When he reappeared, he was already before the ape's massive head. Steel flashed cold and bright, a streak of blade aura stirring the heavens. Whoosh! Within 100-meter circle the curtain of rain was torn away, mud geysered skyward, blinding every eye. Only that sudden blade light remained, breaking through the haze like the first ray that split the world. As the brilliance shot forth, all else dimmed, the blade alone blazed. Clouds drifted apart, wind and rain fell silent. Even the flame-white ape's pupils shrank as it screamed. Impossible! Its roar filled the mountain's terror, dread, shock, disbelief all tangled in the sound. The creature that had radiated unbridled menace now felt fear of Chu Mo's blade. The watching martial artists were shaken to the core. None faced the strike directly, yet from the ape's reaction they sensed the breath of death. The beast's earlier confidence was shattered, leaving only panic and rage. No, the blade light was already at its eyes. There was no time to evade. Squelch! The edge bit into its neck. The defense that had shrugged off every earlier blow tore like paper. The razor aura drove deep, shattering the throat bone. A thick column of blood erupted. Roar! Agony racked the flame-white ape, its shriek ripping through the forest. Good heavens, he actually wounded a Tier 5 beast. Shinjin and the other masters gasped, eyes wide. A slit throat meant certain death for most beasts. Even to a Tier 5 monster, it was a mortal wound that let it taste the nearness of death. Human, you will die? You will die. Rage turned rabid, yet the scream carried fear. In the next heartbeat, torrents of flame burst from its body like a storm of meteors, scorching a kilometer of land to ash. Chu Mo neither flinched nor retreated. Sword in hand, he flashed past the ape's neck, his figure tracing a ring of light. Rip. An even fiercer blade aura severed the giant throat outright, extinguishing life in a heartbeat. The ape's roar cut off, the flames about it vanished. Before every eye a vast circular gash opened at its neck, blood cascading like a waterfall. Then, boom, the enormous head crashed down, the headless body following, its fall cracking the earth. A Tier 5 monster, the flame white ape, had been slain before them all. The battlefield was suddenly swallowed by silence, as though life itself had been snuffed out. The flame white ape sprawled in a widening pool of blood, its huge frame scorched, the sword mark across its chest still hissing, where human and beast blood mingled into white steam. Human and monster alike fixed their eyes on the lifeless body, as if every feeling had been ripped from them in an instant. To the surrounding beasts, the flame white ape had been a sovereign, mighty Tier 5 predator whose very bloodline bent lesser creatures to its will. Yet now, before countless witnesses, that invincible ruler lay dead. A surviving Tier 4 beast was the first to break. It loosed a heart-rending howl, wheeled about, and bolted in the opposite direction of the base. The single cry lit a fuse, bewilderment melted into panic, and imitation became contagion. A local rout swelled into a full-scale collapse, and within moments the entire horde broke like a breached dam, scattering in all directions. We actually won. Perched on a ruined parapet, blood-soaked defenders stared in disbelief at the fleeing monsters. When reality took hold, joy burst through the suffocating gloom, erupting in a tidal roar. We did it! We did it! The beasts are retreating. We held the base. Victorious shouts rose and tangled with tears. Grime-streaked faces glistened with sweat and relief. Amid the jubilation, no one forgot the man who had stepped forward at the darkest moment and single-handedly turned the tide. Someone shouted, half mad with excitement, "War God!" In the next breath, "War God! War God! War God!" What began as a ragged cheer soon merged into a thunderous chant that seemed to shake the sky itself. Morning light had fully broken. The eastern dawn washed the heavens in crimson, shafts of brilliance piercing the lingering smoke and laying a pale veil over the battle-scarred Luoyang base. Chu Mo stood with his hands clasped behind him, black hair lifted by the breeze like strokes of ink suspended in the air. The enormous corpse of the flame-white ape lay at his feet, its burnt odor mingling with the stench of blood. The deafening acclamation rolled on, and a faint smile curved his lips as he lifted his gaze to search the crowd. He found her quickly. The young woman stood on the shattered wall, a long sword stained with blood still in her hand. Battle grime smudged her face, yet her delicate features shone through. The newborn sun cast a golden halo over her shoulders, cloaking her in a dreamlike glow. Their eyes met. She answered with a gentle smile, as though 100 flowers had blossomed at once, brightening the world around them. A full day had passed since the beast tide broke. Rain had given way to clear skies, and, amid rubble and charred earth, Luoyang base began to breathe again. The onslaught had nearly leveled the settlement. Lives and stores were lost in staggering numbers. And yet the base still stood, and its people still lived. As long as they endured, everything could be rebuilt. Now, residents and warriors alike were moving with urgent purpose. Civilians gathered the fallen, raised new shelters, and patched the battered walls. Fighters rushed to treat the wounded, haul away carcasses, and tally what resources remained. Splintered beams, searing stones, collapsed roofs, and the lingering scent of blood bore grim witness to yesterday's carnage. Even so, in every pair of eyes burned an unyielding resolve to survive and rebuild. In short, endless tasks lay ahead. None of that mattered to Chu Mo anymore. After decapitating the flame-white ape, he rushed home, sealed himself in his room, and collapsed into a deep sleep without even bothering to take off his boots. The battle had drained every ounce of blood and yuan energy. He had been on the verge of blacking out then and there. For days he drifted in and out of consciousness, sustained only by instinctive breathing, until he finally woke this morning. He exhaled slowly. Dawn's first light slid through the window as he stood barefoot in the courtyard and finished a set of body-forging movements. Each breath made his chest boom like a war drum, and when the final stance settled, his boiling blood and energy snapped back to their peak. A fierce, unfamiliar power surged through him. Nothing spurs a warrior forward like a fight to the death, he thought, exhilarated. He had entered that struggle with nothing but blade momentum. Somewhere in the whirl of life and death he had brushed the threshold of blade intent and crossed it. Blade intent was the blade's will. Only when one refined blade momentum to its absolute limit could intent be born. Mo Shanshan had once said that the moment blade intent was grasped, an oppressive aura sealed the battlefield before the blade even cleared its sheath, leaving ordinary swordsmen unable to draw. To those stalled at blade momentum, blade intent was an unbridgeable chasm. Chu Mo had only touched a faint wisp, yet he had stepped across that gulf, placing his future far ahead of countless peers. The thought drew an irrepressible smile to his lips. Creak. The door opened, and a slender figure entered. "You're awake?" Chen Shiwei carried a bowl of steaming meat broth, her voice gentle. "Shiwei, He wanted to explain his secrets, yet the words wouldn't come. No need. Everyone has their own secrets. She set the bowl in his hands, calm and certain. Drink it while it's hot. Her understanding stunned him. He had expected questions, perhaps anger, not this quiet trust. You're not upset? Aren't you curious why I hid things? It's not time to be upset. Chen Shiwei shook her head softly. But when I saw you fighting a fifth-rank beast, I was terrified. You're my fiancé, and I'm your fiancé. At the last word, a rare blush warmed her cool cheeks, yet she went on firmly. Whatever happens, you can tell me. I may not be as strong as you, but we'll be family. Chu Mo met her gaze, his voice solemn. I promise I won't let you worry again. Her quiet smile made the morning air seem dimmer. I need to get back to training. Finish your broth. She rose to leave. Chu Mo nodded, then suddenly called out. Wait. He pulled 2 smooth jade bottles from his robe and placed them in her hands. What are these? Chen Shiwei asked, puzzled. Millennial Spirit Marrow and Xianyuan Jade Marrow. They're for you. She stared, stunned. Millennial Spirit Marrow could cleanse meridians and elevate innate talent. Xianyuan Jade Marrow shattered the bodest limits. Both were treasures of legend. She had once dreamed of finding the first, knowing it was nearly unattainable, while the second existed only in rumor. If word spread, every warrior alive would fight for them. Yet now both bottles rested quietly in her palms. After a long silence, Chen Shiwei tucked them away, looked up, and nodded hard. Then she turned and left, no thanks, no extra words. Watching her slender figure depart, Chu Mo's lips curved into a gentle smile. Back in her own room, Chen Shiwei set the Wanyan Spiritual Marrow and the Xianyuan Jade Marrow in her palm, their coolness and vitality entwining as her thoughts slipped back to childhood. She had once been a pig-tailed little girl, painfully shy. Whenever strangers appeared, she hid behind her parents, too afraid even to say hello. Because of that timidity, she had almost no friends. One day, she visited the Chu family with her parents. In the living room, a boy her age darted up to her, his dark eyes full of curiosity and warmth. What's your name? He asked. Instinctively, she took a step back and drew a quiet breath. The boy noticed her fear, paused, then stretched out his hand. This is an apple. Take it. Will you say something to me? Chen Shiwei didn't especially like apples, yet the careful look in Chu Mo's eyes left her no room to refuse. She accepted the fruit and bit into it. Its crisp sweetness seemed to sweep away every worry. It's really sweet. Thank you. My name is Chen Shiwei. Oh, so you're Chen Shiwei. Chu Mo lit up as if he'd found a treasure. Chu Mo. My mom says you'll marry me one day. Almost in the same breath, he added earnestly, since you've eaten my apple and told me your name, will you marry me when we grow up? At that innocent age, neither of them understood marriage. They simply saw it as being best friends forever. Chen Shiwei hesitated, then reached out her small hand and nodded solemnly. All right, but when we're grown, you can only marry me, and you have to protect me. Become the strongest person in the world, and then he'll agree. That was their first meeting, simple yet unforgettable. Later, she realized the apple hadn't been all that sweet, even a bit tart. But in her memory, it stayed delicious. The sweetness belonged not to the fruit, but to the boy who offered it. Years passed, and both sets of parents died. Grief twisted Chu Mo's young heart, and for a long time, he vented on her with endless demands. Chen Shiwei suffered the same loss, yet she never left, holding fast to their childhood promise. Only recently did Chu Mo shake off his rebellious ways and become a formidable warrior. Facing a Tier 5 beast, he stood tall and unyielding, no longer the fragile boy she once knew. What young girl could resist admiring a hero? Chen Shiwei didn't know whether he still remembered their vow, but the thought of it brought tears to her eyes. She whispered, Chu Mo, you're still protecting me. Now the beast tide is ebbing, and life in the city is inching back to normal. Yet, for the major factions at Luoyang Base, the beast tide was over, yet one pressing task remained. They had to visit Chu Mo. When the tide hit, he alone had swept aside countless Tier 4 beasts on the east wall, then, before a sea of witnesses, cut down the Tier 5 flame-white ape. His ability to steady the battle single-handedly convinced everyone that he was now unrivaled within the base. Lavish gifts were prepared, favors called in, and smugglers enlisted, all for a chance to stand before him. No one hoped to recruit him. Every force knew it lacked the clout, but they all wished to stay on his good side. The beast tide had weakened many old powers, and the coming reshuffle of Liang's hierarchy could hinge on a single word from Chu Mo. That possibility made everyone tread carefully around the young warrior. To their surprise, Chu Mo shut his doors and refused every visitor. Even Xinjin, grandmaster and mentor to his fiancée Chen Shiwei, was turned away. While the factions fretted, Chen Shiwei announced that Chu Mo would not interfere with the base's affairs. He only wanted to focus on his cultivation, free from outside distractions. The news first startled, then enlightened them. Chu Mo was still at the warrior realm, something the grandmasters had long since noticed. Yet a mere warrior had slain a Tier 5 beast, and his prodigious talent was beyond dispute. A genius of that caliber, aiming for the martial pinnacle, would never mire himself in mundane politics. With this realization, their respect deepened. Secret orders spread. No one was to provoke Chu Mo, especially the pampered heirs, who were to be kept tightly leashed. As for Chen Shiwei, she became the base's most untouchable figure. Even grandmasters treated her with meticulous courtesy. Under those reverent gazes, Chu Mo's life remained unchanged, a straight line between home and the martial hall, free from outside noise. The only difference was that, where once few recognized him, now everywhere he went he heard the respectful salute, Grandmaster Chu. He took it in stride. Each day he immersed himself in training, and when Chen Shiwei returned home, they would stroll the covered corridor together, share insights, and laugh softly. Their bond deepened quickly. Time slipped by in the rhythm of rigorous practice and quiet conversation. In just over 10 days, the cooldown on Chu Mo's harvesting technique finally ended. The quiet chamber of the martial hall was spacious, its stone floor polished smooth. Chu Mo retrieved the colossal corpse of the flame-white ape from his personal storage. Since its death, the massive body had shrunk. Only when it was down to 10 meters could he stow it away. Even sprawled across the floor, it radiated a crushing aura so much so that an ordinary person, or even an average martial apprentice, would struggle to lift their head beside it. Such was the gulf between Tier 5 and Tier 4 beasts and irreversible metamorphosis that set them apart from mere feral monsters. Chu Mo shook his head, cleared his thoughts, and let his gaze rest on the carcass for a moment. He extended his hand and silently intoned, "Harvest. Gathering successful. Top-tier fire affinity acquired. Gathering successful. Innate divine art of the flame-white ape obtained scorching mountain-shaking fist. Gathering successful. Essence blood of the flame-white ape secured." In only 3 attempts, Chu Mo had stripped the beast of every useful resource it possessed. Fuse. At his command, the blood and talent merged into a torrent of blazing fire, surging through his limbs and bones. The searing pain tore at his meridians, yet his cheeks flushed with excitement. Each fusion meant another leap in power. Moments later the flames subsided, and he pulled up his status window. Name: Chu Mo. Physique: transcendent, grade indestructible thunderbody. Talents: top-tier fire, advanced blade mastery, intermediate wind, intermediate earth, basic space. A smile tugged at his lips. He slapped the skill book formed from the scorching mountain-shaking fist against his forehead. The pages burst apart, 100 pinpoints of light drilling into his consciousness. Every step of the technique, every route of force circulation, branded itself into his mind. The scorching mountain-shaking fist rivals a silver-grade martial art. Once mastered, it can triple the user's base strength. Its power depends on both raw might and fire affinity. The stronger those are, the more devastating the punch. Chu Mo recalled the day the flame-white ape smashed its arms down, flames devouring the air and pulverizing hundreds of meters of ground. His anticipation swelled. The meditation room was cramped, so he pushed the door open and headed for an open field outside the base. This spot will do. He sank his shoulders and steadied his stance. Blood and yuan force boiled as he unleashed the full potential of his supreme fire talent. Boom. Scarlet flames roared from his skin, a heat wave rolling out for 100 meters. Nearby trees wilted in seconds, branches yellowing and cracking, stone chips baked to ash. And this was only the aura before the punch. His eyes sharpened. He whipped his right arm forward. Boom. The fist tore through the air, a shrill sonic boom splitting the sky before it slammed into the earth dozens of meters away. Soil and rock erupted, ancient trees exploded, and the shockwave mixed with scorching heat whipped his clothes like a storm. When the dust cleared, a crater tens of meters across yawned where level ground had been, spiderweb cracks radiating outward. Everything inside and around the pit had been reduced to cinders. Incredible. Chu Mo drew a breath of blistering air, his fist trembling not from strain, but from exhilaration. No wonder it was the innate divine art of a Tier 5 ferocious beast. Truly terrifying. The destructive power made Chu Mo shudder inwardly. The wind from his punch had not yet dispersed. Swirling dust in the center of the training ground clearly traced the path of his strike. The floor was cracked and rubble sprayed everywhere. Even so, this blow was still inferior to the flame-white ape's furious punch, yet its force was already terrifying. Chu Mo clenched his still trembling fist, a deep sense of satisfaction welling up inside him. Earth, wind, and fire affinities stacked together and augmented by blade intent had truly transformed his combat strength. My power is in place. All that's left is to solidify the foundation. He calculated silently. The next step was seclusion and hard cultivation to consolidate his base as quickly as possible. Having decided, Chu Mo ordered the golden-winged rock to patrol the perimeter of the base and hunt for water, wood, and metal element beasts. He wanted to complete the 5-element set and see whether achieving full elemental harmony would trigger another leap in power. Inside a quiet chamber of the martial pavilion, stone walls shut out the clamor of the outside world, and the incense burners filled the air with the gentle scent of herbs and wood. Chu Mo sat cross-legged, circulating his body-forging art, and drawing in the ambient energy of heaven and earth, letting it seep into his flesh like trickling streams. During an earlier discussion about martial arts with Shi Wei, he had heard Din Xinjin's words relayed through her. Beyond the Grandmaster level, strength is measured in xiang. This xiang is not an ordinary elephant, but the mythical primeval behemoth whose body alone can unleash 1,000,000 jin of force. Therefore, 1 xiang equals 1,000,000 jin. Recording strength in jin would soon stretch into tens or hundreds of millions and become unwieldy, so the xiang unit was adopted for simplicity. He calculated silently. A normal fighter who could gather 2 xiang of strength had more or less reached the limit and could attempt the Grandmaster breakthrough. Back when he was still in the warrior tier, he had stepped into the martial master realm with 1 xiang of power. Now, to push this realm to its peak, he needed at least 10 xiang. He was currently approaching 2 xiang, and even with his talent, conventional cultivation would still take a year and a half to reach 10. That pace, though already astounding, was far from enough to satisfy him. Having reached a decision, he retrieved a vial of golden beast blood from his storage space. The liquid weighed heavily in his palm, and the glass glimmered faintly essence blood from a 5th-grade flame white ape. At the 5th grade, a beast's life form mutates, turning its blood to gold. The stronger the beast, the denser its blood. Legend says that a single drop from a top-tier creature can weigh 1,000 jin. The small bottle in Chu Mo's hand was not quite that extreme, yet it still tipped the scale at nearly 100 jin. Last time it took 6 days to refine a 4th-grade beast's blood, and it gave me 500,000 jin of force. How much will this 5th-grade essence add? Chu Mo's heart burned with anticipation. He threw back his head and drank it in one gulp. The golden blood flooded him with searing energy, roaring through his limbs and bones as though it would tear them apart. Chu Mo did not dare relax for even a moment. He hurriedly drove his body-forging art, converting the rampant power into pure vital energy. Time slipped by to the dull thud of his heartbeat. Each day he could distinctly feel his bones chiming, his muscles swelling, and his vital force stacking layer upon layer. 20 days passed in a blink. Stick after stick of sandalwood incense had burned away in the quiet chamber. On this day, Chu Mo slowly opened his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a blade sliding along the wall. He rose, interlacing fists and fingers, joints crackling like a string of firecrackers while power surged inside him. The essence of a 5th-grade beast had indeed been extraordinary. 20 days of seclusion had forcibly added a full 3 xiang of strength. He now carried 5 xiang in total, only 5 more away from the Grandmaster threshold. Unfortunately, he had exhausted his supply of beast blood. Anything below 3rd grade was useless to him. Only essence from 4th grade or higher could push him further. In the past, it would have been troublesome to obtain 4th-grade blood in the Liang base, but the recent beast tide had changed everything. The many 4th-grade creatures he had slain had been stored in the Emerald Pavilion awaiting claim. With that in mind, Chu Mo ended his cultivation, left the Martial Pavilion, and headed straight for the Emerald Pavilion. At that moment, an urgent transmission from the rock rang out in his mind. Master, I have discovered a 4th-grade superior beast with the wood attribute. After receiving the news, Chu Mo left the base at once and had Tianpeng carry him to the site where the grade 4 wood attribute beast had been spotted. The golden-winged rock shot into the sky, whipping the air into hurricane-like currents. No sooner had they reached altitude than Tianpeng blurted, "Master, you owe this one to me." "I know you do great work," Chu Mo replied, standing on the golden feathers with a faint smile. "Once we kill the beast, the carcass is yours. Use it to grow stronger." "Thank you, Master." Energized by the promise, Tianpeng felt his spirits soar. After the recent beast tide, countless corpses had littered the wilderness, and by devouring their flesh he had clawed his way back to the peak of Tier 3, just a step from Tier 4. One mouthful of a grade 4 beast would push him over the edge, and the thought made him beat his wings even faster. Their destination was a vast primeval forest 10,000 li from Liang base, yet at the rock's blistering speed they arrived in less than half an hour. The sea of trees rolled beneath them, blotting out the sky. Each ancient trunk was more than 10 meters thick, its crown piercing the clouds with inky foliage. Chu Mo ordered Tianpeng to circle high above while he plunged into the canopy, unleashing both spiritual sense and spatial perception to comb the area. For several days they found nothing, but Chu Mo was in no hurry. The greenwood boar was notoriously lazy. Whenever it moved its lair it slept for days, emerging only when hunger drove it out. He was ready for a long hunt. At dawn his spiritual sense suddenly detected 2 fierce auras clashing ahead, accompanied by faint bird calls and pig grunts. Chu Mo blurred forward and raced toward the disturbance. Soon he halted at the mouth of a vine-shrouded cave. Outside lay an azure porcupine boar 3 zhang tall, its body armored in wooden spikes as sharp as steel, snoring lazily on its side. Beside it, a purple bird no longer than a foot stabbed its hide again and again with a needle-sharp beak. Each strike gouged a bloody hole, yet the boar merely grunted, rolled over, and kept snoring as the wounds sealed instantly. Such frightening regeneration confirmed the creature's identity, the greenwood boar. Yet Chu Mo's gaze was locked on the bird itself, a fluffy purple creature with a single tuft of black hair atop its head. Despite its goofy appearance, it moved like lightning, its beak razor-sharp and utterly fearless before the greenwood boar. A treasure-seeker bird. The very creature famed for its uncanny ability to sniff out hidden riches. Its name may be plain, but this beast is extraordinarily sensitive to treasure. Within a certain range it can detect valuable objects, and it always locks onto the most precious one first. The treasure-seeking bird is so rare it borders on myth-historical records list fewer than 10 sightings, and most cultivators never encounter one in their entire lives. Chu Mo had only seen a few sketches of it in the Academy's illustrated compendium of rare beasts, so facing the real thing now made his heart pound. If he could subdue this bird, he could locate any treasure the moment he stepped into a secret realm or forbidden zone. With that thought, he issued a command. Tian Peng, keep the Qingmu pig busy. Kill it if you can, if not, stall it. Once I capture the bird, I'll help you. Relax, master. A mere Qingmu pig is no match for me, Tian Peng answered, his voice brimming with confidence. Though only a third-tier peak beast, he had trained for 1,000 years inside the secret realm and carried the bloodline of the golden-winged roc. His foundation rivaled that of a fourth-tier creature. A clumsy, weak Qingmu pig posed no threat at all. With a proud screech, Tian Peng folded his wings and dived, golden feathers slicing the air as his talons struck at the pig. At the same time, Chu Mo activated his wind affinity and shot toward the treasure-seeking bird like a gust. The pig had just clambered to its feet, and the bird was flapping wildly, trying to flee. Smack! Chu Mo's hand flashed out, so fast the bird couldn't react. In the next instant it was trapped in his grip, wings pinned, and unable to move. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little creature struggled desperately, pecking at his wrist. Although only a second-tier beast, its beak could crack stone and pierce alloy. Thud! The beak struck his palm with a dull thump. Chu Mo's earth affinity boosted his defense 15-fold. Even fourth-tier beasts found it hard to break his skin, let alone this second-tier bird. The rebound nearly shattered its beak and left it dazed. He glanced down at the stunned creature and smiled. Little one, will you submit to me? Chirp, chirp. The bird fluttered defiantly, ready to die rather than yield. Chu Mo tightened his grip, bones creaking under the pressure, a clear intent to kill. The chronicles said treasure-seeking birds feared death more than anything. Once threatened, they were the easiest beasts to tame. Under the crushing force, the bird felt its bones about to snap and a shadow of death enveloped it. At last it caved. It stopped struggling, and a faint, translucent bird-shaped wisp rose from its head, its sole fragment. Chu Mo lifted a hand and drew the wisp into his brow. Instantly, a subtle bond formed between him and the treasure-seeking bird. The soul contract was sealed. From this moment on, the bird's life and death rested in his hands, just like Tian Peng's. The instant the contract was sealed, a clear, bell-like girl's voice echoed in Chu Mo's mind, pleasant to the ear, yet tinged with grievance. The treasure-seeking bird clearly resented being forced to accept a master. Chu Mo grinned and teased. So you're a female, huh? Obviously. Only female treasure-seeking birds are born with the gift for finding treasure, the youthful voice replied, full of pride. Since you're my beast now, you need a name. Chu Mo studied the little creature, lustrous violet feathers all over, save for a single upright black tuft on her forehead. Great, great. The bird flapped excitedly. After a moment's thought, Chu Mo gestured with his fingers. Purple feathers, and that goofy black tuft from now on, your die. How's that? That's awful. I refuse. She protested, voice exploding in his head. Settled, Chu Mo said, ending the discussion. With the naming done, he turned to the battle nearby. The Skyping swooped down, talons slashing, winds howling. The greenwood boar, covered in wounds, relied on its wood-element talent to heal rapidly, yet looked increasingly battered. So it is Woodlement, its recovery is insane, Chu Mo noted. The Skypling was only a third-rank high-grade beast, but its golden-winged rock bloodline gave it the power to outmatch ordinary fourth-rank foes. Any other fourth-rank beast would be dead already, yet the boar hung on. Wood element truly is tenacious. They'll finish this, Chu Mo said. He twisted his wrist, drew his blade, and in a blur appeared before the boar. Clang! A flash of steel split the air like thunder. Squelch! The boar's cry cut short. Its massive body froze, then toppled. A hair-thin line of blood traced its neck, head, and torso separated. The strike was so quick the blood congealed under blade aura before it could spray, leaving a spotless wound proof of Chu Mo's sublime swordsmanship. Master, you didn't need to step in. I could have finished it soon. The Skypring folded its wings and landed, slightly aggrieved. Before Chu Mo could answer, Adai chirped in his mind, braggart. If Master hadn't helped, you'd peck at that dumb pig for 3 days and still not kill it. Because of the three-way soul contract, the two beasts heard each other through Chu Mo's mental link. The Skypring glared. And who are you to butt in? I'm Master's new beast, Adai declared, circling proudly. I'm a treasure-seeking bird. I can find treasures for Master. What about you? What can you do? Am Master's fighter. I help him in battle. Tianpeng spread its wings, golden feathers gleaming with an icy sheen that made onlookers shudder. The Xuanbao bird snorted. You can't even handle a stupid boar, yet you claim you'll help the master. What a discrecy, so much size, so little skill. Yu Tianpeng's chest tightened, speechless. All he could do was throw back his head and screech, pouring out his frustration. See, that's the useless fury of the weak, the Xuanbao bird crowed, holding its tiny head high in triumph. Tianpeng turned away without another word, though he ached to rip the foul-mouthed bird apart. Enough, both of you, Chu Mo broke in. From now on you're my spirit beasts, learn to work together. Yes, master. Yes, master. The two creatures answered meekly, but a single glance between them said, cooperate? Never. Chu Mo let it go, stepped over to the greenwood boar, and stowed it in his portable space. His harvesting talent wouldn't refresh for several days, so he planned to return to base and come back later. As he was about to leave, the Xuanbao bird fluttered onto his shoulder, chirping, Master, Master, are we heading out? Yeah, we're going back to base, Chu Mo replied. Master, I know where some fine treasure is hidden nearby. Want me to show you? Treasure? Chu Mo's eyes lit up. The Xuanbao bird's value lay in its uncanny sense for valuables. You know the spot. Of course. Let me lead the way. All right. Take us there, Chu Mo decided. The Xuanbao bird cast Tianpeng a smug glance and took the lead. Behind them, Tianpeng seethed. That little wretch is not only loud, but scheming too, trying to win favor with treasure? I won't let her stay on top. They'll train until I'm back to 4th, even 5th rank. The mere thought of the bird perching on his head sent a shiver through him. Guided by Ade, Xuanbao bird Chu Mo raced through dense forest to a concealed valley. Without the bird, the narrow entrance would have been nearly impossible to spot. Inside, thick spiritual energy rolled over them like mist, making each breath feel exhilarating. It's right here, master, Ade's voice echoed in Chu Mo's mind. Chu Mo hardly needed the reminder. Following the energy's source, he soon found a palm-sized pool at the valley floor. The water was crystal clear, and at its center floated a lotus whose petals shone with violet gold light, veiled in soft mist, with a fragrance that filled the air. That's the violet gold sacred lotus. Chu Mo gasped, eyes widening in disbelief. The purple gold sacred lotus is a celestial treasure. When a warrior swallows it, the body undergoes another metamorphosis, not just a surge in strength, but a genetic refinement that optimizes muscle fibers and aligns body and soul, making it priceless. Chu Mo had once heard Imo Shanshan mention that someone at the Jinling base had bought a purple gold sacred lotus at auction, igniting a fierce bidding war before it finally sold for an astronomical sum. Now Chu Mo stood before such a lotus, the rumor flashing through his mind. He raised his hand to pluck it, then suppressed the impulse and surveyed his surroundings. Shivan-born treasures are never left unattended, and vicious beasts usually lurk nearby. Sure enough, as he strolled casually toward the pond, its calm surface suddenly rippled. A golden thread-thin figure burst from the water, heading straight for his face. A 4th-rank direbest golden thread serpent. Unlike most beasts, a golden thread serpent grows thinner with each rank, making it nearly invisible in motion. If it slips into a victim's nostril or ear, it can drain blood and muscle in an instant, leaving only an empty husk. Aware of its horror, Chu Mo remained utterly vigilant. Spatial gift activate. His figure blurred, and he blinked behind the serpent. It whipped around to strike again, but was too late. Wind affinity technique tempest thunderblade. Clang. The long blade flashed, slicing the serpent in two. A storm of blade intent followed, shredding the corpse into ribbons that scattered along the bank. Chu Mo sheathed his weapon, drew a steady breath, and flickered to the pond's center, gazing at the purple gold sacred lotus. The seeds still held a trace of white. Full maturity would come only when they turned entirely purple gold. By his reckoning, 10 days at most. He'll wait, he decided. The pond itself was a natural reservoir of primal essence ideal for cultivation, and he could collect the Aoki boar in the meantime. Primal essence fluid forms when elemental energy grows so dense it liquefies, holding far more power than ordinary spring water. Nothing less could nurture a treasure like the purple gold sacred lotus. Understanding this, Chu Mo plunged into the pond, opened every pore, and greedily absorbed the immense energy, tempering his body by degrees. 5 days later, harvest cooldown ended. Chu Mo produced the prepared Aoki boar and activated the skill. Harvest successful. High Evilwood affinity gift acquired. Fuse. Fuse. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Mo began the fusion. Boom. A fist-sized sphere of emerald light slammed into his sea of consciousness, and pain like blades gouging bone exploded through him. The strange energy surged along his meridians, remolding every inch of flesh, bone, and organ. After only a few breaths, the agony receded, and his entire body felt newly reborn. He drew a deep breath and pulled up his status display. Target, Chu Mo. Physique, extraordinary grade imperishable thunder body. Talents, top-tier fire affinity, high-level blade arts, high-level wood affinity, mid-level wind affinity, mid-level earth affinity, low-level space affinity. With the wood affinity fully integrated, a brand new ability appeared. 1. Active regeneration. By consuming yuan force, he can aggressively knit any wound. 2. Passive recovery. Without conscious effort, his metabolism accelerates, healing far faster than ordinary cultivators. Time to test it. He unsheathed his warblade. Cold light danced as he drew a line across his elbow, yet the skin hard as thunder-tempered iron didn't even split. Frowning, he condensed blade aura. The second slash finally opened a thin cut. The moment blood surfaced, the wound stitched itself closed at a speed visible to the naked eye, vanishing without a scar. Unbelievable. Chu Mo's heart pounded. In battle, unless an enemy killed him in one blow, few could truly cripple him. The flaw was obvious. The rapid healing drained yuan force. Once it ran dry, he would have to rely on the slower passive recovery. Even so, combined with the defensive boost from his mid-level earth affinity, his survivability had soared. Power is everything. He dismissed the status panel and plunged back into the pool, absorbing energy as he waited for the sacred lotus to ripen. 5 days flashed by. That day, sitting cross-legged at the pool's center, he felt the world's energy churn, converging on the lotus at the bank. The seeds, once tinged with white, were instantly flooded by a brilliant purple-gold sheen round, lustrous, and brimming with life. The lotus seeds were finally ripe. Prepared, he plucked one and tossed it into his mouth. It melted at once, turning into a torrent of pure power that raced through his meridians. A tingling, electric sensation erupted deep in his tissues. He could clearly sense muscle cells devouring energy, expelling waste, and growing new, vibrant fibers. His skin became smoother, his musculature more sharply defined. One incense stick half an hour and at last the purple-gold lotus medicine was spent. Chu Mo stood, clenching his fists. His bones crackled with muted but crisp pops. His raw defense hadn't leapt forward, yet his flesh had undergone a true metamorphosis. The invisible boulder that once weighed on his shoulders had slipped away, and every movement felt light, effortless, reborn. Vitality, energy, and spirit blended into perfect harmony, as if he had found the ideal balance. Could this be the legendary union of spirit and flesh? Chu Mo wondered. The so-called union of body and soul is the perfect alignment between flesh and spirit. For Chu Mo, that harmony was strikingly clear. His soul had always been pure, yet his body had accumulated the grime of the mortal world. After swallowing the amethyst gold sacred lotus, it felt as if an invisible comb smoothed every muscle, fascia, and vessel, lifting the crushing weight from his shoulders and chest. When an apprentice steps into the warrior realm, they undergo a crude marrow cleansing that merely flushes out impurities so the body can absorb the world's energy more easily. True unity of soul and flesh, however, grants inner vision. It is like holding a mirror inside oneself, able to inspect bones, organs, and connective tissue at any moment, and even repair tiny flaws, until blood and qi run bright and clear and the body gleams like warm white jade. Buddhist and Taoist texts call it the crystal pure, flawless body, a perfect match for this state. Thinking of this, Chu Mo drew a breath and drove his blood flow forward. Heat surged through every limb and bone. He could feel the tiniest tremor of each muscle and the silent rhythm of every cell. Never had his soul's control over his body been so precise. This was truly the union of body and soul. He clenched his fists, knuckles cracking like beans in a pan, eyes sparkling with excitement. Better still, the roaring blood pushed his strength upward by at least the force of one elephant. A quick calculation confirmed it. That single amethyst gold sacred lotus had not only completed his transformation, but spared him months, perhaps longer, of dull cultivation without the aid of beast blood. Heaven had dropped a fortune in his lap. Good job, Adai. In high spirits, Chu Mo tossed a handful of spirit rice from his storage into the air for the treasure-seeking bird. In the secret realm, even one grain could boost a fierce beast's power and hasten its awakening intelligence. Chirp chirp. Adai's eyes shone as it fluttered into his palm, pecking grain after grain with glee. It shot a sideways glance at the nearby sky rock and flicked its wings in triumph, as if to say, "Big guy, what do you have to match this?" The rock rolled its eyes and cast a resentful look at Chu Mo. If memory served, that pouch of spirit rice had once been its prized stash before it was offered to its master. The thought left the great bird feeling rather forlorn. The lotus seeds were the most valuable part of the sacred lotus. Now that the seeds were his, Chu Mo refrained from plucking the remaining flower. One should always leave a margin. He had already claimed the best reward. There was no need to be ruthless. The lotus would stay for the next destined traveler. Over the next few days, led by Adai, he discovered several more rare herbs and treasures. Though none matched the sacred lotus in grade, they were still remarkable finds. He stored each one away, moving briskly and efficiently. One morning Adai beat its wings and guided Chu Mo to a mountain valley. They were tens of thousands of kilometers from the Luyang base, and Chu Mo planned to return for secluded training after exploring this final site. Master, this is it. There's something precious inside. Odd Eye landed on his shoulder, chirping insistently. Chu Mo nodded, anticipation flashing in his eyes, and stepped through the valley entrance. The scene inside was desolate. Dead vines clung to the cliffs, and cracks split the ground. In the center loomed a colossal structure built of unknown gray-white stone. Time had gnawed at its walls, leaving them ragged, pillars fallen, and beams collapsed, yet the outline remained clear. It had once been magnificently grand, and even in ruin its shape was unmistakable. The sight took Chu Mo by surprise. Since the cataclysm, humanity had managed to maintain only a handful of outposts amid the wasteland. The cities of the old era had long been ripped apart and swallowed by rampant vegetation, leaving not even a brick behind. Yet deep in the valley stood a pale, three-story building, its walls weather-stained but perfectly intact. By any measure, it had endured for at least 2 centuries, untouched by destruction. Stop right there. A thunderous shout erupted at the mouth of the valley. Chu Mo gathered his thoughts and turned. A silver-haired elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his presence as deep as an abyss. The cutting pressure of a late-stage grandmaster rolled toward Chu Mo. He narrowed his eyes, silently estimating the man's cultivation, which nearly reached the peak. Kid, this isn't a place for you. Leave now. The elder barked. Chu Mo was about to speak when a clear voice drifted from inside the building. Supu, since fate has brought him here, invite him in. Yes, young master, the elder replied, stepping aside while lowering his voice in warning. My young master asks you to enter. Mind your words and show respect. Chu Mo paused, then strode up the stone steps. He pushed open the door and entered a softly lit hall. Murals of the old world covered the walls, steel megacities, skyborne shuttle rails, sapphire shores. A youth in ornate robes stood with his hands behind his back, studying the artwork, appreciation in his gaze. Though his aura suggested an early-stage grandmaster, the pressure he radiated felt far more dangerous than the elders. 2 bright-eyed young women stood behind him in silence, each possessing grandmaster-level cultivation. Before the beast tied, the entire Liang base had boasted only 5 grandmasters, none beyond midstage. This young man had reached the realm at such an age and traveled with grandmaster maids and a peak-stage grandmaster servant. His background had to be extraordinary, Chu Mo thought. Could he come from one of the top-tier megabases? Hearing footsteps, the youth turned and looked Chu Mo over. His voice was calm, yet left no room for refusal. You have traveled far. Where are you from, and what is your name? Chu Mo cupped his fists. I am Chu Mo, an ordinary martial artist. Ordinary? The youth's smile was half amused, half skeptical. With only a martial master's cultivation, you faced my peak grandmaster without flinching and dared to enter this place alone. Either a great power supports you, or your talent is exceptional. Since you deny any backing, it must be the latter. Am I right? You judge keenly, sir. I am impressed, Chu Mo replied. The youth nodded, his smile deepening. I like you. Serve under me as a Su family retainer. Choose any resources or techniques you wish, they will be yours. Chu Mo shook his head. I appreciate your kindness, but I value my freedom and doubt I could bear such favor. Privately he thought, I know nothing of you. How could I pledge myself so easily? Besides, I carry too many secrets. If they were exposed, I would be dead. At the doorway, the elder's face darkened, a chill filling the air. My young master hails from the Su family of the Jinling megabase. He is a prodigy of his generation, unmatched by nearly anyone in the city. When he speaks, no one dares defy him. Boy, being offered a retainer's seat is an honor. Don't be blind to it. While the elder grandmaster threatened him, the young lord merely stood aside with a faint smile, clearly waiting for Chu Mo's answer. Anger surged in Chu Mo's chest at their arrogance. He answered coldly, so what if you're the Su clan's Chilan heir? I refuse to show respect today, what can you do about it? The young lord's smile vanished. As the Su family's prodigy, he ruled the Jinling base through bloodline and talent. No one dared defy him. Yet here, on this desolate road, a wandering martial artist had humiliated him in public. His face burned. Impudent. Do you realize how noble the young lord is? How dare a lowborn like you show such disrespect? Courting death. The elder grandmaster and the 2 maids shouted in unison, their voices like blades. Before the words faded, one maid tapped her toes and became a pale green blur. Sword energy sealed every path around Chu Mo. An ordinary grandmaster would have been crippled. The onlookers blinked. Chu Mo had already appeared more than 10 meters away. The sword light missed, crashing into the ground and carving a fissure dozens of meters long, dirt and stones spraying everywhere. So fast, the young lord's pupils contracted. The second maid lunged, forming a pincer with her companion. At the same moment, the elder grandmaster stepped forward, his aura pressing down like a mountain. Young lord, this brat's background is unknown and he's already offended us. We should kill him outright, the elder growled. The young lord raised a hand. End it quickly. Yes, sir. The elder gathered true energy in his palm, blade sharp, sealing off all escape. The 3 moved to kill Chu Mo on the spot. In that split second, Chu Mo did not hesitate. His blood roared, chi erupting like a volcano as he unleashed the blazing mountain-shaking fist. He raised his arm and punched at the oncoming maid. Boom. The fist tore through the air with a thunderous crack, the shockwave rippling for hundreds of feet. The maid's face paled. She had no time to dodge. Her longsword shattered with a brittle snap. The remaining force slammed into her chest. She spat blood midair, flung like a rag doll before thudding to the ground, motionless. With a single punch, he had killed a maid at the early Grandmaster level. What? The other's eyes went wide with disbelief. Stunned by the scene, they froze for an instant. At that instant, Chu Mo seized the opening. Die? His spatial gift roared to life, and his silhouette stretched like an afterimage as he blinked dozens of meters away, forcibly evading every strike. The moment his toes touched the ground, power flooded his right arm, his fist shot out like a dragon. A blazing fire affinity burst forth, and the raging flame mountain-shaking fist erupted with full force. The air whitened, successive sonic booms rolled through the ravine, and the shriek was as sharp as torn silk. Boom. Under countless eyes, the punch hurtled straight at the elderly Grandmaster. No. The old Grandmaster's face twisted, vast energy forming a shield as he shot backward tens of meters in a blink. However, Chu Mo was faster. Blink. He flashed again, appearing before the elder's face, a second punch following close behind. Crash. The shield shattered, and the Grandmaster was sent flying, smashing into the ground. His chest caved in, blood streamed from his lips, and grievous injuries were plain to see. Grandmaster level speed. Grandmaster level strength. The Su clan's prodigy, the famed Qilin's son, was utterly stunned, a sudden chill pouring into his heart. Young Master Su, step forward and meet your death. Chu Mo's icy voice rang out like a judge's gavel. Damn it. He's only at the warrior tier. How can he be this terrifying? The young master cursed inwardly, then hurried to speak. Sir, I hail from the Su clan. My status is noble. There's no need for us to fight to the death. Your hands have already wounded my servants. Why not end it here? I swear there will be no retaliation. Chu Mo did not answer. He shot forward like lightning, his next punch coalescing mid-stride, murder written all over it. He had long since seen through the ploy. If he spared him today, Su clan experts would hound him tomorrow. Solave no loose ends. Die. The young master steeled his gaze, drew a treasured sword, and lunged with overwhelming sword energy. In an instant, sword shadows filled the sky, leaving no room to evade. Tricks of an amateur, Chu Mo sneered. The young man laughed coldly. This is sword momentum, 1 in 10,000. When you fall beneath my blade, his words stopped dead. He saw the war saber at Chu Mo's waist slide half an inch from its sheath. A domineering blade aura surged toward him. Reprieve clothes and skin split, and in a blink he was drenched in blood. That blade intent. You actually grasped blade intent? Impossible. Terror-stricken, he staggered back, desperate to escape the dreadful pressure. Sword might has sword intent, while the blade holds blade intent. Mere sword momentum was tissue paper before true blade intent. The saber was barely unsheathed, yet its intent was already upon him. If it came out fully, he would be a corpse. Thinking of escape? Not that easy. A cold light flashed in Chu Mo's eyes as his fingers locked around the hilt. Clang. A clear saber cry split the sky. Invisible blade energy erupted like a volcano, whipping a gale through the canyon as it howled forward. The young master had no time to raise his sword. The blade aura tore through flesh and bone, and despair flooded his face. The wind hissed. The saber energy detonated inside him, snuffing out his life in an instant. The illustrious Qilin son of the Su clan, scion of the great Jinling base, fell dead in this desolate wilderness. Young master. The last maidservant watched in horror as her young master collapsed and died, the color draining from her face. You're finished. You dared kill young master Zhu. The Su clan will never spare you. Even if you soar to the heavens or burrow beneath the earth, even if you flee to the ends of the world, you'll still die. She screeched, then whirled around and bolted. Chu Mo couldn't be bothered to chase her. He continued toward young Master Zu's corpse. Seeing he wasn't coming after her, a flash of relief crossed the maid's mind, but the smile never had time to form. A piercing cry split the air. A golden streak plummeted as a rock with a wingspan of several fathoms dived like a sword. Its talons tore through her skull with a wet snap, sending blood splattering. Now only the grievously wounded elder remained. Chu Mo stepped closer, a flash of his blade, and the old master's head dropped to the ground. For lives snuffed out. With the battle over, he sat cross-legged to recuperate. The brief clash had drained a fair share of his vitality and yuan force. After a short meditation, he felt restored and rose to collect the spoils. The 4 bodies lived up to their reputation. Each wore a storage pouch of considerable grade. The maids' pouches each held roughly 10 cubic meters of space, while the young master, whose name Chu Mo never even learned, carried an absurd 50 cubic meter bag. Inside lay neat stacks of spirit stones, pills, and rare materials. 2 vials of 5th grade fiend beast blood stood out most. So this is the depth of a great power, Chu Mo thought, silently amazed. He had once ventured through a secret realm with Mo Shanshan and considered himself wealthy, yet the resources this young master carried were only a fraction less than his own. After transferring every valuable from the 4 pouches into his personal space and sorting them, he finally felt at ease. But a question lingered: why would a young master from the Jinling base wander the wilds with only a handful of attendants? Was some great treasure hidden nearby? Adai had sensed the same treasure aura earlier. Chu Mo scanned the surroundings. Splintered trees and rubble littered hundreds of meters, yet a dilapidated building in the heart of the valley remained intact. Anything this odd bears looking into. He strode toward the ruin and stepped inside. Dust blanketed the floor, cobwebs draped every corner. Chu Mo searched thoroughly until he paused beside a stone pillar next to the main hall. It looked ordinary, but when he reached out, his hand slipped through an invisible membrane. He could still see his palm poised before the pillar, yet he simultaneously felt it plunge into another world. Both sight and spiritual sense told him his hand was right where head left it and somewhere else entirely. Yet even with his body and spirit fused, Chu Mo's soul still sensed a subtle difference in the texture beneath his palm. He blinked, instinctively focusing on that faint sensation. In an instant the scene before him unfolded. Streams of obscure, unfathomable energy surged over him, threatening to swallow him whole. This is the Enlightenment Steel. Chu Mo gasped, his chest heaving. The Enlightenment Steel is a tangible manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth. It drifts unpredictably, standing here today, vanishing into an unknown corner tomorrow, and only those fated to find it ever do. Most such steels are embedded in cliffs or monoliths, earning them the nickname Enlightenment Wall. Outwardly they look ordinary, gray, coarse, indistinguishable from common rock, yet when one pours one's mind into them, vast and profound tableaus of cosmic law unfold, so mesmerizing that one can scarcely pull away. That mesmerizing pull, however, is an illusion. The steel may be wondrous, but it reveals nothing to the unworthy. Insight and talent are both essential. The Tao is extraordinary, and so must be those who grasp it. No two steels are identical. Fire, water, wood, thunder, every affinity exists. The one before him now radiated a razor-sharp aura of slaughter. A blade affinity, Enlightenment Steel. Joy flashed in Chu Mo's eyes. Strictly speaking, calling it a sword affinity steel would be just as accurate. Blade and sword share the same essence, differing only in shape and technique, while converging in momentum and intent. Blade momentum, sword momentum, blade intent, sword intent, they all follow the same ruthless path. Anyone gifted with either weapon can benefit here. Suddenly it all made sense. No wonder that extravagant heir from the Jinling base had ventured into this desolate region, must have discovered the steel's location. Now that Chu Mo had killed him, the place was his alone, free of distractions. With my high-grade blade talent, I barely managed to glimpse a wisp of blade intent. Further progress has been painfully slow. If I can borrow the power of this steel, I might truly enter the realm of blade intent, perhaps even reach minor attainment. The thought set his blood boiling. The Tao of the blade has 3 realms: Bladiki, blade momentum, and blade intent. Once inside blade intent, the levels subdivide: a wisp, a fraction, 1/10 entry, 3/10 minor success, 7/10 major success, and 10/10 perfection. Breaking that bottleneck would transform his combat strength. After instructing the Skypung to patrol outside for beasts or intruders, Chu Mo sat cross-legged before the steel and closed his eyes. He drew a deep breath, then slowly raised his right hand and pressed his palm to the frigid surface. The instant his fingertips met stone, pale cyan ripples spread across it like soft water. A mysterious force coursed through the steel, condensing into a brilliant aura that engulfed him. His vision blurred. When clarity returned, he found himself standing in a strange realmo world forged from boundless arcs of blade light, the very air humming with the clash of steel. Endless mysteries of blade intent poured into his mind. A vast, desolate expanse filled his sight. Everywhere, a terrifying aura of saber intent howled and collided, like a frigid gale sweeping up a winter storm, sharp enough to tear the soul apart. Endless currents of that intent, as boundless as an upturned Milky Way, poured into Chu Mo's mind, each stream edged with lethal chill. Chu Mo immersed himself in it, drinking in the essence and mysteries of the saber intent with near-greedy focus. As time slipped by, his comprehension rose steadily, and his cultivation realm climbed with it. Unbeknownst to him, faint threads of steel song began to echo inside his body while his spirit delved deeper into the Tao-inscribed monolith. The sound swelled from a low hum to a clarion ring, like a peerless blade long sealed away, drawing slowly from its sheath. At some indeterminate moment, the blade seemed to come free at last. A wild, domineering surge of supreme saber intent erupted within him, flooding through flesh and bone like a raging torrent. Wherever it passed, muscles and bones crackled and popped with thunderous force. Driven by the onslaught, tiny vortexes shaped like blades formed inside each of his 365 acupoints. Too small for the naked eye yet undeniably real, they spun with razor edges that ceaselessly tempered and expanded the points, making them stronger by the moment. These were blade aperture acupoints that form on their own once saber intent reaches a certain height. Born of the body, yet wrought from the intent itself, as inevitable as a flower blooming in spring. The instant every aperture opened, a deep buzz shook his soul. Blood and vital energy took on cutting sharpness, turning as keen as steel. Essence, energy, and spirit merged into one current, surging through his meridians with saber force, brimming with boundless potential. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. Deep within them, countless strands of saber aura intertwined and flashed, blazing with ferocious brilliance that only slowly faded. All blade apertures open 30% saber intent, he muttered, exhaling a heavy breath. Just as swords have sword intent, sabers have saber intent. Once one grasps 30% of it, blade apertures appear in all 365 acupoints, letting one's vital force condense into pure saber chi the instant a strike is launched, multiplying its power. This trip was worth it. Feeling the surging saber chi within, he let a smile curl across his lips. With 30% intent and forged blade apertures, he was practically reborn. Facing his pre-enlightenment self, his saber art alone would now overwhelm and crush that version. Time to head back, Chu Mo whispered, reining in his emotions with calm contentment. He looked again at the stone pillar before him, only to find the Tao-inscribed steel born of heaven and earth had vanished without a trace. No matter how he probed with his mind, it offered no response. The pillar that remained was nothing more than an utterly ordinary slab of stone. Chu Mo glanced around and stepped outside. Dawn was perfect. The golden crow had just risen and a thin mist coiled through the valley. Distant peaks looked draped in silver gauze, and a narrow stream wound down from on high, lighting up in the sun, its ripples like scattered silver, a jade ribbon encircling the mountainside. A clean breeze carried the scent of soil and grass. He inhaled deeply, felt his lungs clear, and his spirits lift. Above the clouds a golden-winged rock wheeled. Sunlight flashed from its feathers, and a fledgling beside it pecked at its plumage, violet down glimmering. The fog rolled and shifted, now like a vast umbrella propping up the sky, now like rosy smoke spilling downward. Somewhere in the gorge a fierce beast roared, its voice rumbling through the forest and shaking flecks of light from the treetops. What a view! Chu Mo smiled and called out. A crisp rock cry split the valley. The bird unfurled wings more than 10 meters across, whipping up a gale as it surged skyward. Chu Mo vaulted onto its back, golden feathers slicing the air. They broke into the clouds and vanished in an instant. The moment he left, the lone two-century-old cottage in the valley began to hiss and rumble. Boom! Beams snapped, walls burst, and blades of razor energy crisscrossed the house, reducing it to rubble in a breath. Far away, at the heart of a vast human stronghold beyond Liang Base, stood an immense estate bearing the Sign Su mansion. Deep inside, a heavily guarded room held dozens of jade orbs. Crack! In the hush, one orb fractured and crumbled into dust. A guard yawning in the corner jolted upright, stared, and went paper white. The young master's life orb shattered. Disaster, real disaster. Scalp tingling, he bolted from the room to sound the alarm. Minutes later, every senior figure of the Su clan stood assembled. More than 10 people filled the spacious hall, each exuding formidable power. At the head sat a middle-aged man in fine robes, eyes as cold as Ai Su Lang, patriarch of the Su family. Since my clan settled in the Grand Jinling base, no one has dared slight us. Yet today my son, Su Feng the clan's prodigy, born to command, has died without a sound, his life orb destroyed. His words crashed like thunder, his aura exploding through the hall and blanching every face. These are the last images he saw. With a wave of Su Lang's hand, a hazy projection blossomed. Chu Mo's features were razor clear. When someone stores a fragment of soul in a life orb, the orb shatters at death, preserving the final sight in its depths, a safeguard used by every major power. The Su family was no exception. Etch that face into your minds, Su Lang said, voice hard as steel. Find the killer. I don't care who he is or where he comes from, flay him alive and offer his skin to my son's spirit. His killing intent was palpable, gaze sharp as knives. The assembled experts felt a chill and answered in unison, yes. At once, Su clan agents fanned across Jinling base in search of Chu Mo, turning the city upside down. Chu Mo had no idea what had happened to the Su family. He had already returned to Liang base. This trip had been extraordinarily fruitful. 2 vials of blood from 5th-tier beasts and a large stock of 4th-tier blood were enough to fuel his training for a long time. So he shut himself away the moment he entered the base. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 months passed. Inside the sealed chamber, blood-tinged energy churned. Seated on the floor, Chu Mo ran his body-forging technique while threads of bestial blood, drawn by his true essence, turned into crimson mist and seeped into his pores. As the power was refined, the meridians throughout his body swelled ever so slightly. vibrating like taut strings that seemed to hum within him. When the last wisp of mist merged into flesh and bone, he opened his eyes. Black irises flashed like lightning. A long breath escaped his lungs, and a casual punch made the air boom a force already far greater than before his retreat. Yet instead of elation, a frown creased his brow. 2 months of hard practice had driven his strength to the very limit of 9-elephant power. Only one step about 10,000 more genes separated him from the perfection of 10-elephant power. On any other day, such a gap would have been easy for him to close, even without beast blood. Now that slim margin felt like an impassable chasm. No matter how fiercely he trained, the number refused to budge, and progress had been stalled for half a month. Where did it go wrong? He muttered, clenching his fists. Blaming talent was out of the question. His body was already a transcendent, immortal thunder physique. His list of gifts included top-tier fire affinity, advanced blade mastery, advanced wood affinity, advanced water affinity, mid-level metal, wind, and earth affinities, plus a low-level spatial gift. If he could not break into the master realm, there might be only a handful in the world who could. With that thought, he decided to consult the masters in the base. Though weaker than he, they had experience he lacked, and other people's stones could polish his jade. No sooner had the idea formed than he acted. Spiritual power rippled around him, and a sphere of clear water appeared and wrapped his body, washing away the dust of seclusion in an instant. This delicate control over water was thanks to the advanced water affinity he had just acquired. In truth, he had not been cooped up in the chamber the entire 2 months. Whenever his gathering technique cooled down, he would pause cultivation to hunt beasts. 2 refreshes of the technique had allowed him to harvest water and metal affinities, pushing his strength even higher. Now his attributes, physique, and gifts were laid out plainly: transcendent immortal thunder physique, top-tier fire affinity, advanced blade mastery, advanced wood affinity, advanced water affinity, mid-level metal affinity, mid-level wind affinity, mid-level earth affinity, and a low-level spatial gift. First among the new additions was the advanced water affinity, which had granted him precise control over water. He could now breathe underwater and had even gained several water-based abilities. The water element energy inside Chu Mo surged as he clenched his hand. Invisible water essence in the air rushed toward him, congealing into a thick, gelatinous curtain that instantly made the surrounding air heavy and sluggish, more than enough to slow any opponent's movements. At the same time, water's inherent nurturing quality refined the flow of his inner power, turning it into a steady, trickling stream that kept him fighting far longer than before. Unlike the explosive nature of lightning or fire, water acted as a powerful support, offering little direct destruction yet multiplying his combat flexibility 100-fold. In addition to water, he had awakened a metal affinity. Though only mid-grade, its razor-sharp nature dramatically increased the lethality of every strike he made. Each swing of his blade flashed with cold light and cut the air with a shrill whistle, as if it could slice through sight itself. After repeated tests, he concluded that this mid-grade metal affinity boosted his sword techniques at least 3-fold. Satisfied with the new talents, Chu Mo left the martial hall and was about to head for First Academy to see Dean Shinjin when a streak of rainbow lights split the sky like a falling star and stopped before him. The glow faded, revealing Shinjin. Master Chu, you're finally out of seclusion. Something major has happened in the base. We need your counsel at once, Shinjin said gravely. What happened? Chu Mo asked. More and more martial artists were gathering around them, so Shinjin lowered his voice. This isn't the place. Please come with me. Very well. Lead the way, Chu Mo replied, following him. In the heart of Luoyang Base, a well-guarded hall blazed with light. Chu Mo entered with Shinjin and saw a dozen people already waiting. Besides Shinjin, 3 other grandmasters stood to the sides. The rest were senior officials and peak martial artists of the base. They saluted in unison. Greetings, Master Chu. Although Chu Mo had not formally stepped into the grandmaster realm, his strength already surpassed most grandmasters, and he had even slain a grade 5 behemoth. Their respect was genuine. Please, there's no need for ceremony, Chu Mo said, raising a hand. He turned to Shinjin. Dean Shun, what's going on? Shinjin finally spoke, voice low and tense. Master Chu, we gathered everyone and troubled you to come because we've discovered a spatial rift outside Liang Base. A spatial rift? Chu Mo blurted, unable to believe it. Are you certain? Absolutely. Shinjin's expression was somber. Grandmaster Shi Ying and I inspected it ourselves. The tear is small, but it is a genuine spatial rift. Chu Mo's face darkened. Everyone knew that Blue Star's upheaval had begun when spatial rifts appeared worldwide, allowing hordes of beasts to flood in. The resurgence of elemental energy had expanded the planet's landmass hundreds of times, turning it into today's wild frontier. Any rift could become a gateway for monsters. Once it opened, terrifying creatures would pour through. Only large or supergrade bases had the strength to suppress or seal such tears. Now one had emerged near Luoyang Base. If the beasts broke through, Luoyang would be the first to fall, wiped out in an instant with no chance to resist. Still, this wasn't necessarily a death sentence. Chu Mo felt a weight on his chest, but Shin Jin's voice broke the silence. Grandmaster Wei and I just surveyed the breach. It's only been open a short time and is less than 10 meters wide. Although it's expanding, it will take at least a month before any beasts can truly emerge. I've already reported to the main base in Jinling. They take this seriously and will send reinforcements at once. By our calculations, they should arrive soon and take over containment. The news allowed Chu Mo to breathe easier. He looked around the room and asked, puzzled, if that's the case, Liang Bei should be out of immediate danger. Why the long faces? Shin Jin sighed, and the other grandmasters exchanged uneasy glances. Grandmaster Xing stepped forward to explain. Jinling is willing to help, but they set one condition. Liang must send people through the fissure first to scout the beast's numbers and ranks. Chu Mo instantly understood Jinling's logic. They didn't want to risk their own elite before knowing what lay inside. Xing continued, the breach is full of dangers. Only grandmasters can survive inside, even briefly. Aside from Brother Shun, the three of us were badly injured while hunting that level 5 beast. Our foundations are shaky, and among grandmasters we're barely holding on. If we charge in and meet a beast, we're dead men. He cupped his fists toward Chu Mo. So we hope you'll lead the scouting party. All eyes turned to Chu Mo, their hope unmistakable. After a moment's thought, he nodded slowly. He'll help. His decision wasn't pure heroism, it was careful calculation. Shin Jin was dean of his academy and mentor to Qin Shiwei. If the 4 injured grandmasters entered alone, their odds were grim. Should Shin Jin fall, Qin Shiwei would be devastated. More importantly, Chu Mo wanted guidance from these masters on breaking through to the grandmaster realm. A refusal might sour relations and keep crucial secrets from him. For all these reasons, he agreed. Shin Jin and the others beamed with relief. Thank you, Grandmaster Chu. With you along, our chances improve greatly. The oppressive atmosphere in the hall finally lightened. Chu Mo waved them off with a smile. No need to thank me. I'm part of Liang Base too, and I don't want to see our home destroyed by a single fissure. He paused, then added, there is one more thing I'd like to consult you about. Speak freely, Grandmaster Chu. If we know the answer, we won't hold anything back, the 4 masters promised, thumping their chests for emphasis. I've reached the very peak of the Wuxia realm, Chu Mo began, but no matter what I try, I can't take that final step toward becoming a Zhongsher. Did any of you face the same barrier when you broke through? Bright lamps lit the sealed chamber where several grandmasters sat in a circle. At his question, they exchanged puzzled looks. A bottleneck between Wuxia and Zhongsher? One of them muttered, frowning. Impossible. Once I mastered the 2-aspect force at the Wuxia limit, I slipped into the Zhongsher realm as naturally as breathing. The second nodded. Same here. The advance was smooth, no resistance at all. Maybe Grandmaster Chu advanced too fast and caused some hidden imbalance, a third suggested. While they discussed, Chu Mo's brow furrowed. Everyone else had crossed the threshold with ease. Was the flaw truly within him? Just then Grandmaster Xing seemed to recall something. Chu Mo, he asked, when you were still in the warrior rank, did you shatter your physical limit? I did, Chu Mo answered without hesitation. I stepped into the Wuxia realm with a body strength of 1 million Jin. Silence fell, followed by a collective sharp intake of breath. They had known Chu Mo's combat power far surpassed his peers, but this was unprecedented. Most warriors needed only a few 100,000 Jin to advance. 200,000 marked a prodigy. A full million was nearly unheard of. Xing was just as stunned, yet he quickly calmed himself. Years ago, after reaching Zhongsher, I left tiny Liang base for the larger Jinling base. There I met a young Grandmaster Hood, also shattered his physical limit. He complained of the same obstacle. If my memory serves, his solution may help you. Chu Mo leaned forward. What did he do? The details are hazy, Xing admitted, but he spoke of a method called foundation building. When a warrior's roots are that deep, the usual path won't work. You need a rare treasure as a foundation stone. Then use spirit guiding arts to channel its essence into your body. That forges a proper Dao foundation and lets you step into Zhongsher. Foundation building spirit guiding arts, Chu Mo repeated, gaze fixed on Xing. Does Liang Base own any texts on these arts? Xing gave a rueful smile and shook his head. Those secrets sit in the vaults of the great clans. Liang is far too small to house something that valuable. A heavy weight settled in Chu Mo's chest, but clarity followed. His own strength had become the very shackle holding him back. If he wanted to advance, he had to find the spirit guiding arts. The decision formed instantly. Once current matters were closed, he would go to Jinling. The tension eased, and the grandmasters briefly discussed dates and details for investigating the nearby rift before taking their leave. Chu Mo rose, smoothed his robe, and walked out with a new objective steady in his heart. The others drifted away, each lost in thought. Alone beneath the corridor's lanterns, Chu Mo strode on. After sealing the rift, he would set out for Jinling. The resolve in his eyes burned hot, yet remained as steady as tempered steel. With that, he left. Back home, the moment Chu Mo stepped inside, the air filled with the scent of hot oil mingled with the sharp aroma of scallions, ginger, and garlic. The kitchen door was half open. Flames danced beneath the wok as Chen Shiwei flipped its contents with practiced ease. One colorful dish after another appeared, and she carried them to the table, steam curling invitingly. "You're back. Sit down, dinner's ready," she called, wiping a bead of sweat from her forehead. Chu Mo shrugged off his coat and took a seat. In seconds the last plate was set in the center, and the two of them sat across from each other, eating and talking. Since the beast tied, their relationship had warmed rapidly. They understood each other like a couple married for years, lacking only the final step. Setting down his chopsticks, Chu Mo spoke with calm but earnest resolve. "Director Shin contacted me today. He wants me to help investigate a spatial rift near the base." I agreed. "We leave in 3 days. While I'm gone, keep yourself safe." "A spatial rift?" Chen Ziwei's brow knitted. She knew the danger. Every rift opened onto a different environment. Some were so lethal that even a guardian of 4 corners could die instantly. Chu Mo was strong, yet she was uneasy. "It's too dangerous. I don't think you should go." Chu Mo smiled, his tone relaxed but confident. "Don't worry. We're only gathering intel, and we'll pull out at the first sign of trouble. At my speed, even a level 5 beast couldn't catch me." It wasn't an empty boast. With his intermediate wind affinity, he could move at 30 times the speed of sound, and his spatial ability allowed instant teleportation if necessary. As long as he had time to react, nothing could trap him. Those trump cards were why he had agreed to accompany Shinjin. Without them, he'd never walk into a death trap. Knowing his temperament, Chen Shiwei realized she couldn't change his mind. She could only remind him again and again. "Protect yourself. If you meet anything you can't handle, retreat immediately. Remember, he'll be waiting for you." Her last words were barely louder than a whisper, and a blush crept across her face. "I know." Chu Mo clasped her slender hand, his gaze earnest. 3 days later, the rendezvous point still lay under a veil of morning mist as Chu Mo joined several other grandmasters. "Greetings, Grandmaster Chu," they said, cupping their fists. Chu Mo returned the gesture. Shinjin stepped forward, expression solemn. "Grandmaster Chu, this operation depends on you." "Understood." Chu Mo nodded. "Everyone's here. Let's move out." At Shinjin's command, they left the base and raced toward the rift. On the way, Shinjin had everyone report their strength and cultivation so they could prepare for whatever the secret realm might hold. All 4 grandmasters were at the early stage of their rank. Besides Shinjin, the others were Xiying, Lu Shi, and Yuan Dongfei. Shinjin possessed a mid-level fire affinity, while Xiying, Lu Shi, and Yuan Dongfei had none at all, relying purely on forged bodies and relentless training to reach the grandmaster realm. No wonder their combat power was modest. Only extraordinary constitution and hard work had pushed their cultivation this far. When it came to sheer fighting power, he ranked near the bottom of the grandmaster tier. The 5 kept silent along the way and soon reached the rift's location, a barren plain with cracked earth, where knee-high weeds swayed in the wind. A few packs of savage beasts had been roaming there, but the instant the grandmasters released their aura, the creatures scattered with pitiful cries and vanished amid the rolling grass. "This is it." Shinjin landed first and pointed ahead. Chu Mo swung off the back of the golden-winged rock, which alighted on a boulder and began preening its feathers. All eyes drifted to the bird, each gaze tinged with envy. A peak tier level 3 beast was only a step away from grandmaster strength. Having it at his side was like bringing an extra powerhouse, and who wouldn't covet that? Oblivious to their thoughts, Chu Mo looked forward. Less than 30 feet away, a 2-meter-tall gash hung in midair, as if carved by a blade. Darkness churned within, exuding a chilling Oran entrance to some unknown realm. "We're going in soon, so one more reminder." Shinjin's voice was grave. "Our job is to survey the beasts inside. Avoid combat whenever possible, and make sure everyone comes back alive. Once the mapping is done, the Jinling main base will handle the rest." Everyone nodded. A grandmaster might command storms in the outside world, but inside a spatial rift, even a town guardian could fall. None of them dared be careless. Given Shinjin's experience, they chose him as acting captain, and Chu Mo had no objection. After a brief plan was set, they lined up to enter. The first in is always in the most danger, and Xiying volunteered for the role. Moments later, Xiying signaled that the entry was safe, and the others followed. Chu Mo stepped through the membrane-like barrier, and the world opened before him. The other 4 had already gathered nearby, alert and ready. "We're inside. Stay sharp and keep our presence hidden," Shinjin whispered. They nodded, fell in behind him, and moved forward with light steps. As they walked, Shinjin unfolded a blank map and sketched on the move. He recorded not only terrain features, but every beast they encountered, numbers, species, and relative strength, missing nothing. Intrigued, Chu Mo leaned toward Xiying and asked softly, "What's Director Shin doing?" Keeping his voice low, Xiying replied, "He's preparing for a future counteroffensive. Every rift spews endless beast disaster for us now, but if we clear it, all the land and resources beyond become ours. Think about it. Where beasts gather, cultivation resources must be extraordinary." He glanced around and lowered his voice even more. I'm sure that if the creatures here aren't too strong, once reinforcements arrive from Jinling, they'll launch a full sweep, secure the rift, and start development. When that happens, the Luyang base could be promoted to a mid-tier stronghold. Hope shone in his eyes. So that's the plan, Chu Mo murmured, nodding. For several days straight, Shen Jin led the team deeper into the spatial rift. They trekked across a territory of ferocious beasts stretching 100,000 li in every direction, marking every layer, ridge, and valley until they produced an exceptionally detailed map of both terrain and creature distribution. The rift truly deserved its reputation as a beast den. Everywhere they looked, monsters filled the sky and land, Tier 4 creatures roaming as commonly as wolves in a forest. More alarming, they sensed more than a dozen auras as powerful as or stronger than the flame-white ape they had previously encountered. Whenever one of those auras stirred, Shunjin's party gave it a wide berth, and so far their journey had remained uneventful. At last they stepped into the final unexplored sector, a stretch of primeval jungle. Once they surveyed this area, the entire rift would be charted and they could leave in peace, a thought that allowed everyone to relax just a little. Just then, Chu Mo's expression sharpened and his gaze shot into the distance. Following his focus, the others looked up as well. Far away, a titanic battle was raging and both combatants were beasts. High in the air flew a colossal bird, hundreds of zhang long and blazing scarlet from head to tail. Crest feathers jutted skyward like spears, and its wings gleamed with shifting colors, wreathed in crimson light that proclaimed it the undisputed king of birds. Each beat of its wings hurled sheets of searing fire like a torrential storm, as though intent on burning the sky itself. Opposing it was an equally massive flood serpent. Its glossy scales wrapped a trunk-thick body, and its golden eyes glinted with a cold, savage glare. Every roar from the beast sent deafening shockwaves that pulverized surrounding peaks. The clash between these giants rippled across 100 li. Ancient trees and towering mountains collapsed under the impact, while lesser beasts scattered in panic to avoid being caught in the maelstrom. Even the seasoned masters with Shen Jin felt their hearts pound. Battle-hardened Chu Mo was momentarily struck speechless by the overwhelming aura of these creatures, both well beyond Tier 5. The fight had reached its fever pitch. Great patches of the serpent's scales were charred black, releasing a mouth-watering aroma of roasted flesh, while the phoenix's wings were riddled with holes, golden blood dripping to the earth and igniting explosions that gouged crater after crater. With a thunderous bellow, the serpent caught an opening. Its talons lashed out, ripping away the phoenix's multicolored tail feathers. The phoenix shrieked, staggered in midair, and its aura plummeted. Though the loss was not fatal, those tail feathers carried more than half its innate powers. Without them, its strength dropped by at least 70%. In that instant, retreat became the phoenix's only thought. She let out a piercing, sky-shaking cry, and scarlet fire erupted out of nowhere, rolling in waves that swept across the sky for dozens of miles. An instant later, thousands upon thousands of blazing fireballs screamed downward, a meteor shower of flame hammering the earth. Each fiery blossom struck like a crimson star, blasting open deep craters, showering rubble, and sending a furnace-hot wind outward. Caught off guard, the giant flood dragon had its scales seared through by cluster after cluster of flame. Howling in agony, it writhed and finally bolted out of the burning deluge. While the serpent struggled for breath, the fire phoenix beat her wings and staggered into the air, climbing in a crooked flight. Her rainbow feathers were almost completely shorn. Casting meteoric firefall had exacted a brutal price, and her aura was fading fast. The flood dragon understood, glaring after her with bitter frustration, but fire was still raining down and scorching its scales. In the end, it dared not pursue. It loosed a thunderous roar, then slipped into the mountains and forest, seething with resentment. Horrifying, absolutely horrifying. Shen Jin and the others, watching from afar, turned ashen. At least peak Tier 5, maybe even Tier 6 beasts, Grandmaster Lu Shi stammered. One casual move from them can overturn rivers and mountains. We don't stand a chance. The battle between the Fire Phoenix and the Flood Dragon had raged across 100 miles. Every collision toppled peaks and flattened jungles. Even from dozens of miles away, the observers felt their hearts about to burst. It's too dangerous. We have to leave now? Lu Shi urged. Right. We've finished the recon, let's get out of here. I don't want to stay in this cursed place another second. Shi Ying and Yuan Dongfei chimed in. Shen Jin was equally eager to leave and was about to order the withdrawal when Chu Mo spoke up. Director Shen, I'm going to take a closer look. You go on ahead, I'll catch up. Before the words had fully faded, he blurred into motion and cut through the wind. Grandmaster Chu the Four exchanged uneasy looks. They all knew he intended to fish for spoils, but those were peak Tier 5, maybe Tier 6 monsters. Even wounded, how could they dare covet such prey? Has he lost his mind? What about us? Shi Ying blurted. Shen Jin drew a deep breath. He told us to leave, so we do as he says. He's fast enough. He'll catch up soon. The other three could only nod, suppress their presence, and withdraw with care. The Fire Phoenix is badly wounded. This might be my chance. Chu Mo streaked forward like a shaft of light, racing along the scorched trail the Phoenix had left behind. The Flood Dragon, though hurt, was still savage, and he had no desire to provoke it. The Phoenix was different. Her feathers were ruined, her strength crippled, her body covered in wounds, and she had overdrawn herself, unleashing that devastating meteoric firefall. She had to be at the end of her rope. If he could catch up and finish her off, the bounty from a peak Tier 5, perhaps Tier 6 beast would be staggering enough to shake the soul. The thought sent his fighting spirit soaring, his blood roaring in his ears. Chu Mo raced after the fleeing Fire Phoenix. Along the way, he saw one massive crater after another, each one etched into the rock by droplets of its blood. The stone's corrosion proved how badly the beast was hurt. It could no longer staunch the bleeding, and that could only work in his favor. Before long, two figures, Spurger and Corey, arrived at a towering volcano. The Fire Phoenix did not pause. With tattered wings, it forced itself straight into the crater. Chu Mo hesitated for a heartbeat, then followed. In its current state, the creature was unlikely to kill him outright, and if things went awry, he could still rely on his spatial talent to escape. The volcano's interior was vast and shadowed, its scorching gusts slapping at his skin as though trying to sear it open. After an indeterminate distance, a crimson glow appeared ahead. A lake of molten rock churned and bubbled. At the shore, the gravely wounded Fire Phoenix lay sprawled, breath ragged, yet stubbornly dragging itself toward the magma. Not good. If it reached the lava, its Phoenix bloodline would let it heal, and once restored, it would hunt him instead. The thought galvanized Chu Mo. He summoned the power of wind and shot forward like a blur. A sharp cry split the air. The Fire Phoenix whirled around, seeing only a frail human, its eyes filled with murderous intent. From its beak, it spat a dazzling tongue of flame. Heat spiked instantly. Chu Mo felt as if his skin and blood were burning. This was the terrifying might of a creature on the cusp of Tier 6. The earlier meteor fire shower had been more spectacular, but that had been unleashed from miles away. This fireball was point blank, and its pressure was far greater. He knew that a single touch would mean certain death. His decision came in a flash. He triggered his spatial gift. Blink. His figure vanished and reappeared behind the beast's head in the span of a breath. Die. With a roar, he drew his saber. All 365 blade nodes in his body resonated at once, torrents of blade intent racing through his meridians, flooding his arm, and pouring into the weapon. His metal affinity honed the edge to a merciless razor. The might of his indestructible thunder body erupted. Together they fueled the Tempest Thunder Saber. In an instant, the full force of his blade arts was unleashed. Boom. A tyrannical arc of steel seemed to split the very sky, cleaving straight for the Phoenix's neck. A resounding clash of metal rang out. Then the saber bit into flesh. Chu Mo felt heavy resistance, then forced the blade through bone as hard as fine steel. A spray of blood burst from the Fire Phoenix's throat. In agony, the Fire Phoenix let out a piercing scream. The blade flashed once more as Chu Mo drove it mercilessly into the gaping wound he had opened earlier. With a crisp crack, the creature's huge head finally lost its support and rolled across the charred ground, disbelief still flickering in its eyes. Even in its final moments, it couldn't fathom how it had died at the hands of a human who seemed so weak. Whoosh! The stench of hot blood rushed into his lungs. Chu Mo drew a deep breath, forcing his racing heart to steady. Ambushing and killing what was likely a 6th-rank beast, even one already gravely wounded, was flirting with death itself. He hadn't dared hold anything back, unleashing his strongest trump card from the start. The risk had paid off, had won. He gave himself no time to rest. Bending down, he immediately began gathering the spoils. This was the Fire Phoenix's lair. Ordinary beasts wouldn't dare approach, granting him a brief window of safety. Pressing his palm against the still warm corpse, he silently chanted a mantra. A golden spectral hand materialized and swept across the body. Collection successful. Acquired. Extraordinary grade fire affinity. Fuse now? As expected, Chu Mo muttered, eyes shining with delight. From the moment he had spotted the Fire Phoenix, head dared to hope, and the result matched his prediction exactly. Fuse. Blistering pain erupted from the depths of his soul. Muscles, bones, and meridians were torn apart and reforged, as though countless searing needles stitched through him. The nightmare of his first fusion resurfaced, but after enduring several such ordeals, Chu Mo had learned to cope. He clenched his teeth and held on. He had no idea how much time passed before the agony receded like a retreating tide, replaced by a warm current flooding every limb, filling him with a buoyant, blazing energy. Whoosh! He blinked back to awareness to find himself drenched in sweat, clothes clinging to his skin as if had just been hauled from a river. Ignoring the discomfort, he summoned his status window at once. Subject, Chu Mo. Physique, extraordinary grade, indestructible thunder body. Talents, extraordinary grade fire affinity, advanced saber mastery, advanced wood affinity, advanced water affinity, intermediate metal affinity, intermediate wind affinity, intermediate earth affinity, lesser space affinity. Seeing his first extraordinary grade talent listed, Chu Mo could barely contain his excitement. Alongside his heaven-defying, indestructible thunder body, he now held an extraordinary grade fire affinity to extraordinary powers fused within him. His strength and foundation would surge once again. With that in mind, he turned back to the massive fire phoenix corpse. To his eyes, it was now a mountain of priceless treasure. Continue collecting. Collection successful. Acquired. Trace of solar true phoenix bloodline. Collection successful. Acquired. 6th rank beast fire phoenix essence blood. After collecting twice more in quick succession and stripping the fire phoenix of every valuable it carried, Chu Mo finally stopped. The battlefield was still seething with heat, and in his hands lay a strand of solar true phoenix blood and the essence of a 6th level ferocious beast, a haul rich enough to make his heart race. Yet he chose not to refine them right away, wiped the sweat from his brow, and reminded himself that if he stayed any longer his companions would start to worry. With that in mind, he stowed the 2 treasures in his portable vault, then lifted the fire phoenix's massive carcass with both hands and gave it a heavy shove. The lava lake roiled as flames swallowed the remains, casting a crimson glow over the surrounding rock. Only after the body was fully submerged did he exhale and turn away. Half an hour later, he caught up with Shinjin and the other 3 who had left ahead of him. Master Chu, you're finally back, Shinjin greeted him, worry etched across his face. Nothing unexpected happened, I hope? Thank you for your concern, Director Shin. I'm fine, Chu Mo answered simply. Hearing this, Shinjin, Xiying, Lu Shi, and Yuan Dongfei finally relaxed, and the 5 of them started back along the way they had come. As for what Chu Mo had just been up to, no one asked, and he volunteered nothing. On the return trip, they kept their auras suppressed and moved with extreme caution. Although no more beasts appeared, the world-shaking roars of the 2 6th-level monsters they had left behind still echoed in their ears, keeping their nerves taut. 2 hours later, the fissure at the end of the rock wall came into view. One by one they stepped through, hot magma giving way to solid ground beneath their feet. Phew, we finally made it out. Lu Shi wiped his brow and gulped in the cool air. Those 2 terrifying giants nearly scared my soul out of my bedina way am ever going back in there. The other 3 masters let out long breaths as well, their faces showing the relief of people who had just escaped disaster. Straightening his robe, Shinjin cupped his fists at Chu Mo. Master Chu. Thank you for watching over us the whole way. We are deeply grateful. Xiying, Lu Shi, and Yuan Dongfei stepped forward to echo his thanks. Chu Mo waved them off. You flatter me. I never had to lift a finger. Xiying laughed. That's exactly the best outcome. The rift is full of dangers, and we're not that strong, but having you beside us was all the reassurance we needed. Making it out safely is the greatest help you could give. Chu Mo nodded in agreement, and while they chatted they reached the outskirts of Liang Base. As they were about to part, Shinjin spoke. Master Chu, I have to report what we found at Jinling Grand Base at once, so we'll be heading out first. What are your plans? They'll head to Jinling later as well. Chu Mo replied honestly. I need to look for a way to advance beyond Master. Then may you achieve your goals soon, Shinjin said solemnly. Let us know before you leave so we can see you off. Of course, Chu Mo answered with a smile. Shinjin nodded and strode away with Xiying and the others. Chu Mo watched their figures recede until they disappeared, then turned and started toward home. When Chu Mo returned home, he discovered that Qin Shimei was gone. A slip of paper, folded with painstaking precision, lay on the table, the ink not yet dry. Out training, don't worry. Those 7 brief characters did little to calm him. The wilderness was full of danger, and Qin Shimei was only at the martial adept stage. A single misstep could prove fatal. After a moment's thought, he lifted his hand and summoned Tianpeng, giving a solemn order. Find her and guard her from the shadows. Rest assured, Master. I won't let Mistress come to harm. With a powerful beat of its wings, Tianpeng took off. It knew Chen Zimai's aura by heart, and its keen eyes could survey 1,000 li from the sky, making her location easy to pinpoint. So long as it circled nearby, even a 4th-tier beast would not threaten her life. Only after these arrangements did Chu Mo breathe easier and return to his meditation chamber. He accessed his personal storage space, intent on studying the strand of solar true phoenix bloodline he had collected from the fire phoenix. Since mastering the harvesting art, this was the most precious prize he had obtained, and he had no intention of wasting it. Yet the instant his divine sense swept through the space, his heart sank. The bloodline was gone. Impossible, I left it right here. He searched the storage again and again. The 6th-tier fire phoenix essence still floated in place, but the strand of bloodline had vanished without a trace. His brows knitted tighter as he rummaged through every corner until his gaze fell on a pale red pet egg resting quietly in the corner. He had received it after completing Su Zioxiao's commission at the Martial Supply Hall. Attempts to nurture it with spiritual energy or temper it with flame had yielded no reaction, so he had tossed it to the very bottom of his space. Now, however, the shell glimmered faintly. When Chu Mo picked it up, a vibrant pulse of life throbbed beneath his fingertips, like a tiny heart racing. Stranger still, the shell was heating rapidly, growing so hot it seemed ready to scorch his palm. A strand of solar true phoenix bloodline, did you absorb it? The possibility made his pupils contract. An unhatched egg that could devour true phoenix bloodline? Anyone would laugh at such a tale. Yet the facts were plain. The energy within that bloodline was potent enough to push a fire phoenix straight to 6th tier, a force capable of leveling mountains. This unremarkable egg had swallowed it whole. Its origin was anything but ordinary. Chu Mo studied the shell, curiosity and anticipation flickering in his eyes. The egg felt as if it might hatch at any moment. The heat kept climbing, and the life force inside was soaring. He knew that many spirit beasts imprint on the first creature they see after birth. Without a soul contract in place, if it hatched while he was away, the loss would be immeasurable. In the days that followed, Chu Mo stayed indoors and went nowhere, patiently keeping watch. With each passing day, the life force inside the beast egg grew stronger, its oppressive aura rising like a swelling tide, until even Chu Mo felt a heaviness in his chest. The fiercer the pressure became, the higher his expectations climbed. To prevent any disturbance during hatching from attracting unwanted attention, he had spent a fortune at Lu on a defensive array and a concealment array, then set them up around the house himself to leave nothing to chance. Several more days slipped by. Around midnight, while meditating cross-legged, Chu Mo caught the faintest tremor from within the egg. His eyes snapped open and locked on the ominous shell. The moment had arrived. At first the egg rocked gently, then more violently, as though a powerful life inside was struggling to break free. Crack! A crisp snap shattered the silence. A hairline fissure split the surface, spiderwebbing across the shell in an instant. Chu Mo's breathing quickened. What sort of creature was about to emerge? Before the thought settled, a mournful, ancient caw swept through the room, as if echoing from a primordial wilderness. Fragments flew outward, and a small yet awe-inspiring head pushed through. It resembled a raven, yet carried the elegant contours of a fire phoenix. Black feathers glimmered with a dim luster, while a pair of crimson eyes burned like twin embers. Its beak gleamed with a metallic sheen, radiating innate nobility and menace. Most striking of all, 3 sharp talons protruded beneath its body. Chu Mo froze, disbelief washing over his face. A passage from the classic of mountains and seas flashed through his mind. Atop the colossal Fusang tree in the valley of Tang rests the bird that bears the sun. This was a 3-legged golden crow, the lord of the blazing sun, the sovereign among stars, a creature of imperial legend. He had suspected the egg held something extraordinary, but never this. The revelation hit him like a hammer, leaving his heart pounding uncontrollably. After what felt like ages, he forced himself to calm down. Just then, the newly hatched golden crow tottered forward and flung itself at him. Having opened its eyes to Chu Mo first, it instinctively clung to him, wrapping its wings around his arm and chirping in soft, babyish tones. Let's see if it will recognize a master, Chu Mo murmured. He drew a drop of his essence blood to the tip of his finger. The moment the scarlet bead appeared, the golden crow's eyes flared bright. It lifted its head and swallowed the blood in one swift gulp. Next, Chu Mo realized that he had formed a bond with the 3-legged golden crow, and he could even grasp the meaning behind its calls. I'm hungry, need food. The fledgling's urgent plea echoed directly in his mind. Without hesitation, he reached into his storage pouch, pulled out a slab of 4th-tier beast meat, and set it before the crow. To his surprise, the little creature merely sniffed at it, then flicked the bloody hunk into a corner with one sharp talon. Even that isn't good enough? Chu Mo chuckled and shook his head. The golden crow glanced around, spotted fragments of its eggshell nearby, hopped over, and began nibbling at them. With every piece it swallowed, its aura surged violently, as though it were being inflated. In the blink of an eye, the shell was gone, and the crow let out a contented burp. The next instant, a ferocious pressure erupted from its body. Black flames coalesced behind it. The air turned scorching, and Chu Mo found it hard to breathe. The defensive and concealing arrays laid around the room warped under the heat, their patterns flickering as if on the verge of shattering. Fortunately, the black fire flickered only for a moment before the bird drew it back in. Otherwise, the house would have been reduced to ash. Even so, Chu Mo's heart pounded. This was unmistakably the aura of a 4th-tier beast. To hatch straight into the 4th tier, only a great sun golden crow could manage such mind-numbing talent. The sated fledgling leapt lightly onto Chu Mo's shoulder, nuzzled his hair, and then began preening contentedly. Smiling, Chu Mo stroked its head. Since you've chosen me as your master, you need a name from now on. You're Xiao Wu. Goo goo. Xiao Wu chirped back, apparently understanding. Over the following days, Chu Mo shut himself indoors, working to build rapport with Xiao Wu. Though the bird's lineage was extraordinary, it was still a chick with limited intelligence, so he fed its spirit grain as a staple, supplemented by the rare herbs he had gathered in the Wanhua secret realm. Notably, Xiao Wu showed no interest in bloody fare, not even meat from 5th-tier beasts. Only spirit springs, elixirs, and the rarest of materials could coax it to eat. The daily consumption was therefore terrifying. Had Chu Mo not profited handsomely from the secret realm and looted a trove of treasures after slaying the young lord from the Jinling base, he could never have afforded it. But heavy investment brought rich rewards bathed in priceless resources. Xiao Wu grew at a staggering rate. Now a high-grade fourth-tier beast, a mere step from the fifth. What pleased Chu Mo even more was that the bird had taken the initiative to form a soul contract with him. Master and servant were now one, sharing honor and disgrace, with no chance of betrayal. While Chu Mo continued bonding with Xiao Wu, trouble was brewing elsewhere. In the central plaza of Luoyang Base City, Shunjin, Shi Ying, and two other grandmasters stood at attention, eyes fixed on the massive silver-gray airship overhead. When its hatch opened, dozens of martial artists filed out. Brocade robes glittered in the morning light, their vital energy surging. Even the weakest among them had reached the Grandmaster realm. The newcomers frowned the moment their feet touched the ground. So this really is the backwoods, a middle-aged Grandmaster sneered, sensing the surroundings with closed eyes. The ambient energy here is appallingly thin. How can anyone cultivate in a place like this? A younger Grandmaster said, surveying the city as if it were untamed wilderness. The whole base looks primitive. Their companions tossed out similar barbs, every word dripping with condescension. Shinjin and the others forced polite smiles. Shi Ying drew a deep breath, tamping down his anger, and spoke respectfully. Honored sirs, you must be tired from the journey. We've prepared a banquet for you, please come and rest. No banquet, the young Grandmaster replied coolly. A small outpost like this can't possibly offer anything worthwhile. We'll leave as soon as the job's done. An elderly Grandmaster clasped his hands behind his back. Indeed, we're extremely busy. Hand over your intel. We'll clear the beasts out of the spatial rift, and then we're gone. The energy here is so thin it's suffocating. Staying another minute is torture. The others echoed his disdain. Outrageous Shinjin and his colleagues seethed inwardly, but held their tongues. They still needed these outsiders to seal the rift. Shi Ying steadied his voice and bowed again. Since you wish to proceed at once, allow me to guide you. However, the honored town guardians haven't arrived. Do they have other arrangements? Nanjing Base City had promised to send 5 town guardians, yet none were present. Shi Ying couldn't hide his concern. A town guardian status is far above your reach, one of the Nanjing Grandmasters said, lifting his chin. He waved impatiently. Enough chatter. Lead the way. We'll handle everything else. Of course. My apologies, Shi Ying said with a forced smile, then led the group toward the spatial rift. Elsewhere, Chu Mo's patient care finally bore fruit. Vital energy roared inside Xiao Wu, surging like a tide and shattering its limits. With a crisp cry, the bird advanced to Tier Fivia, true beast general. For most creatures, the leap from Tier 4 to Tier 5 is an almost impassable gulf. For Xiao Wu, it was as effortless as drifting downstream. Chu Mo knew the reason. Xiao Wu's foundation was simply too powerful. After reaching Tier 5, Xiao Wu awakened its own innate powers, and 2 of them at that. First move, Rainbow Shift. The golden crow throws back its head and transforms into a dazzling, 7-hued arc, crossing 1,000 li in the blink of an eye, its speed approaching that of light. Second move, Blazing Feather Storm. With a single beat of its wings, tens of thousands of fiery feathers burst forth, sharp as swords, ripping the air with a shrill hiss. Armed with these techniques, Xiao Wu had only just stepped into Tier 5, yet it could already stand toe-to-toe with ordinary peak Tier 5 beasts, a testament to the deep bloodline of the 3-legged golden crow. Watching his companion grow ever more formidable, Chu Mo felt his spirits soar. He had been in seclusion long enough. It was time to see whether the reinforcements had sealed the spatial rift. If the breach was secure, Luoyang Base could finally relax. Once Qin Shiwei returned from her training, he could escort her to the main Jinling base. With his mind made up, Chu Mo opened the door and stepped outside. Inside the base, Chu Mo meant to find Shinjin and the others for news, only to learn that everyone had been taken into the rift by a team from Jinling Base. With no familiar faces around, he was at a loss when he spotted a lone figure staggering ahead. Eyes vacant, was Zhuefeng. So it's Grandmaster Chu. Greetings, sir. Jolted from his daze, Zhuefeng looked up, recognized Chu Mo, and hurriedly bowed. No need for ceremony. Chu Mo steadied him, noticing the limp and the blank expression. What happened to you? When they first met, Zhuefeng had led his hunter's squad, full of swagger. The last time they crossed paths in the wild, had been battered but unhurt. Now he was alone, his leg shattered. What on earth had he endured? At the mention of it, pain twisted Zhuefeng's face, and he broke down in the street. They're dead, all of them are dead. Easy, let's find someplace to talk. Chu Mo placed a hand on his shoulder and guided him into a nearby tea house. Steam curled from hot tea as they sat across from each other. Forcing down his sobs, Zhuefeng slowly recounted what had happened. After their last parting, he had planned to seclude himself and push into latest-stage martial master. 5 days ago, however, Jinling base brimming with confidence led 37 grandmasters and 5 Guardian General level powerhouses into the rift to wipe out the beasts. Their arrogance exacted a brutal price. 13 grandmasters were killed, and 1 Guardian General never returned. Chu Mo couldn't help clicking his tongue. Guardian Generals stood above grandmasters. Each could topple mountains and part seas with a gesture. Losing even one was staggering. Then again, it made sense the creatures lurking in the rift's depths were no mystery to him. The flood drake that had battled the fire phoenix was a tier 6 monster. Even gravely wounded, it would never be slain so easily. Besides that, quite a few tier 5 beasts are roaming around. If you rush and unprepared, heavy casualties are inevitable. And then, Chu Mo pressed. Zhou Feng wiped his cracked lips, his voice hoarse. One of the 4 town guardians was killed, and the experts from the Jinling megabase panicked. Afraid of more losses, they holed up in Luoyang and shoved our local fighters into the rift as bait. Within a few days, countless Luoyang warriors perished in the chasm. Zhou Feng's squad was pressed into service as well. A tier 5 beast ambushed them, killing everyone. Only he dragged his mangled body back to the base. At this point, the 7-foot man finally broke. Hugging his shattered leg, he wailed, tears and mucus covering his face. Chu Mo sighed and rested a hand on Zhou Feng's trembling shoulder. My condolences. He turned, produced a thumb-sized jade box from his storage space, set it quietly on the table, and walked out of the tent. No one knew how long it took for Zhou Feng's sobs to subside. When he lifted his swollen eyes, Chu Mo was gone, leaving only the smooth little jade box behind. He eased open the lid, and his pupils constricted the purple spirit fruit. It brimmed with life force, worth tens of millions, and could even regenerate severed limbs. To Zhou Feng, it was the only hope of standing again, of returning to the martial master realm. Thank you, Grandmaster Chu. I, Zhou Feng, will remember this kindness for the rest of my life. Chu Mo had offered the fruit simply because he liked the man's straightforward nature. It was a casual gesture. In his vast storage space, strings of such rare fruit were neatly stacked. It was hardly precious to him. Back in his quarters, he sat cross-legged, studying blade intent while waiting for Chun Shiwei to return. 3 days slipped by. The base announced good news. Several town guardians and grandmasters had slaughtered large numbers of beasts inside the rift. Deeper in, they encountered an injured tier 6 flood dragon. The 4 guardians joined forces and, after battling for an entire day and night, finally subdued and killed it. The rift crisis was temporarily contained. The Jinling megabase then declared it would send specialists to take over development and promised to support Luoyang's growth. Yet when the so-called victory reached Luoyang, the base was deathly silent. For that victory, countless local warriors had been used as cannon fodder. Their blood and their credit were wiped away with a shrug. Facing the megabase's power, the people of Luoyang could only swallow their anger. One more day passed, and the Jinling reinforcements returned in triumph. At that very moment, Chu Mo's eyes snapped open in his secluded chamber, blade intent surging in their depths, a chilling aura of murder spreading. Moments earlier, he had received an urgent message from Tianpeng. Chun Shiwei was in trouble. Inside the base, a team of martial artists from the Nanjing megabase strolled down the street. Fresh from a bloody victory at the rift, they were in high spirits, laughing and looking for a tavern where they could drink away the lingering adrenaline. Suddenly, the young grandmaster leading the group, Xiaoyu, stopped short. A girl was approaching from beyond the walls. Dust coated the hems of her boots and the cuffs of her jacket, evidence of recent fighting in the wild. Snow-white bangs clung to her damp forehead, yet they couldn't hide the icy, exquisite beauty of her features. Her expression was detached, her bearing clear and aloof, like an immortal who had stepped out of a painting. Xiaoyu prided himself on worldliness, but he was momentarily stunned. In a place like this, how could there be such a woman? He murmured, possessiveness flaring in his eyes. He strode forward, raised an arm to block her path, and asked, "Miss, may I know your name?" This was Chun Shimei, just back from her training sortie. Days of intense combat had left her exhausted and longing for rest, yet she was now cornered by a stranger. Noting the hunger in his gaze, she frowned slightly and said coolly, "Move." Before she finished, several of Xiaoyu's companions barked, "Mind your manners." Do you know who this is? Grandmaster Xiaoyu from the Nanjing megabase, already late stage at his age, with limitless prospects. Apologize at once. Their collective snort carried a blatant threat. Xiaoyu made no move to stop them. Instead, he stood tall and proud. After they spoke, he waved a hand as if magnanimous. "Don't be rude to a beauty," he chided, then turned back to Chun Shimei with a confident smile. "I happen to need a personal attendant. Serve me, and I may help you reach the Grandmaster realm someday." He was sure the offer would sway her, yet Chun Shimei walked past him without a flicker of emotion. The invisible slap left Xiaoyu's face burning. Humiliation turned to fury as he snarled, "Refuse a polite offer, and you'll accept a forceful one. I tried being nice, now I'll simply take you, and we'll see how quickly you yield." With that, he attacked. A torrent of Grandmaster aura erupted from him like a flooded river, crashing toward Chinchime in an attempt to seize her. Killing intent washed over her, but she didn't retreat. Her lips pressed into a thin line as her long sword rang from its sheath. This excursion had carried her past the warrior's limit into the martial master realm, yet she knew she still stood one full realm below a grandmaster. Under the enemy's crushing aura, she was like a lone skiff tossed on a storm-lashed sea, ready to capsize at any second. Just as Qin Shiwei was about to be seized, a shrill cry split the heavenscree. A golden-winged rock plummeted like a blade of living gold, and the gale behind it cut the ground to ribbons, flinging dust skyward. What Grandmaster Xiaoyu spun instinctively, only to face talons that glinted with lethal frost. Squish! His skull burst like an overripe melon, blood misting the air. His body pitched forward and lay still. The rock beat its wings and settled in front of Qin Shiwei, shielding her behind a wall of golden feathers. Its gaze swept over the remaining Grandmaster's gold, naked intimidation. A dead hush followed, as though all air had been sucked away. After an eternity, a quavering voice broke the silence. Grandmaster Xia is dead? Gasps rolled through the crowd like falling stones. The surviving Grandmasters turned ashen, shock and terror crashing over them. We're finished. Grandmaster Xia is dead. Report to Marshal Xia at once. Xiaoyu had been a latest-stage Grandmaster with limitless promise, and the only son of Marshal Xia, one of the 4 guardians of the Jinling base. People feared Grandmasters, yet above them stood the guardians, beings who could soar through the skies and rend the earth. When benevolent, they brought peace. When angered, they laid waste to hundreds of miles. A dozen Grandmasters could fell an equal, but before a guardian, even a horde of them would be doomed. Now the sole heir of such a power lay dead at their feet, and the consequences were unthinkable. Quick! Kill that beast, avenge Grandmaster Xia! Someone screamed. Roused, the Grandmasters attacked, hoping to capture the rock before Marshal Xia's fury descended. But the bird had just advanced to a tier 4 fiend already equal to a human Grandmaster, and it bore the blood of the golden-winged rock. Its innate divine power awakened. It outclassed anything in its realm. Scree! A burst of gold. Wings snapped wide, propelling it skyward, then it dived like a meteor. Talons scythed through the air, too swift to trace, and closed on a Grandmaster. With a sharp crack, his neck was crushed, and his life ended in an instant. The creature wheeled overhead, every dive slicing the sky with hurricane force and setting the high walls of Luyang base ringing. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 5 or 6 Grandmasters who had been surrounding it lay dead, their blood-streaked bodies strewn across the ground. This beast is too strong. We're no match for it. The 3 remaining Grandmasters stared up at the golden silhouette, terror tightening their chests. None of them could fathom why such a monstrous creature had appeared near the base, and they were already thinking of retreat. A reprimand from Commander Xia later would be better than dying here and now. Suddenly, impudent beast! How dare you run wild here? A thunderous roar exploded from deep within the base like a bolt from a clear sky. A figure shot forward, and even before he arrived, a crushing aura descended like a mountain, forcing Grandmasters and bystanders alike to blanch and stumble back. It's Commander Xia. Commander Xia is here. Relief lit the faces of the 3 survivors as if they had grabbed a lifeline. Suspended in midair, the man stood in full battle armor, his presence surging like a tide. A god of war descended to earth. His icy gaze swept the battlefield, then froze on a body below the corpse of his only son, Grandmaster Xia. For a heartbeat, he was stunned, and then rage erupted. Who did this? Who killed my son? See, Commander Xia, it was that beast, the golden-winged rock. One Grandmaster dropped to his knees, forehead thudding against the ground. We tried to avenge him, but we were too weak. Please, Commander, give us justice. The other 2 prostrated themselves as well, faces ashen, not daring to look up. Following their gesture, Commander Xia finally saw it. A giant bird standing with wings folded, its entire body gleaming with brilliant gold. Its feathers lay like razor-edged blades, its golden eyes burned with feral light, and its imposing bulk radiated raw power. A raptor with the blood of the golden-winged rock. Greed swallowed his anger in an instant. The beast was already at 4th tier. Give it less than 20 years, and it might reach tier 5, rivaling the 4 commanders themselves. If he could subdue it, it would become a supreme asset. Greed glinted in his eyes. Vile creature, you dare slaughter within a human base. I am one of the 4 commanders of Jinling Grand Base. If you submit to me, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, and who do you think you are to tame me? The rock flicked the tip of its wing, its snort dripping with contempt. Stubborn beast. Commander Xia's gaze turned murderous. Very well, I'll crush you first, then grind away your wild nature until you serve as my mount. He plunged downward, his aura erupting midway like an avalanche. The pressure of a commander leveled the air itself, and even the rock, formidable as it was, had only just recovered to 4th tier. The force alone stalled its wings and seeded dread in its heart. Master, help me! It cried silently to Chu Mo. At that moment, Commander Xia thrust out his palm, a giant hand of energy blotting out the sky, bearing down with unstoppable might. The rock could not move. The world seemed to shrink, and the shadow of death enveloped it. Just as it was about to be seized. You dare. The voice sounded while its speaker was still a distant blur, yet by the time the last syllable fell he was already standing right in front of them. Only then did the crowd feel a pressure as if the sky itself were collapsing, a furious tide crashing straight toward Commander Xie. It was Chu Mo arriving on the battlefield. He had seen Commander Xie raise his blade to strike the golden-winged rock, and his anger erupted. In the next instant Chu Mo summoned his extraordinary fire affinity. A scorching wave roared outward, flooding a 100-yard radius. Blood and force surged through his meridians like a volcano whose seal had been torn away. Blazing mountain breaker fist. Flames wrapped around his fist and exploded forward. Scarlet force smashed the air, warping space with a shrill howl. Thunder cracked and surf crashed in every direction, while the shockwave swept loose stones high into the sky. Not good. Commander Xie's face changed. The firestorm rushed at him, and he retreated in haste, forearm raised to block. Boom. Fist and arm collided. The impact shook his organs and churned his blood. Commander Xie was blasted back more than 100 meters like a cut kite before he finally halted his retreat. Who are you, and why do you interfere? He growled, forcing down the turmoil in his chest. One exchange had driven him back. The newcomer had to be at least commander level, and that realization unsettled him. You raised your blade against my beast. How could that be a misunderstanding? Chu Mo answered coldly. That's your beast? Commander Xie blinked, then his gaze sharpened. So the culprit appears at last. Your beast killed my son, and I was about to execute it. Now that you're here, it'll kill you as well and avenge him. With that, he unleashed his full power. Blood and essence roared together, a savage aura sweeping out like a storm. The earlier strike had been a probe. This time he went all out. Commander Xie thrust out his right hand, a single finger descending earth-shattering point. The condensed force formed a dark pillar of light, its weight like a 1,000-fathom mountain. The air tore apart with crackling detonations, successive sonic booms deafening the field. That's Commander Xie's earth-shattering point. It can crush mountains and rivers. Even a Tier 5 fiend can't withstand it. The 3 surviving grandmasters cried as they scrambled back. That young man will be killed in a single move. The fight is as good as decided. Die! Commander Xie roared, driving the finger strike into Chu Mo. Boom! Flame and finger force collided, kicking up a billowing cloud of dust that shot toward the heavens. Silence fell over the battlefield. Every breath seemed caught in a vice. Instinctively, everyone held their breath and waited for the dust to clear. Everyone who knew Xie Zhenjiang understood that ever since he reached the Grandmaster realm, he had obsessed over one move, the ground-shattering finger. Decades of tempering had pushed the technique to perfection, making it utterly fearsome. Whenever he pointed, the target died. There had never been an exception. Because of this, the world called him the ground-shattering general. So when his finger lashed out, everyone assumed Chu Mo would die. Yet Xie Zhenjiang frowned. He could feel it. The lethal strike had hit nothing. His gaze swept the area, divine sense expanding. A soft hum air beside him rippled, and a figure slipped from a rent in space. Before Xie could react, a keen blade flashed. With a wet crunch it sheared off his right hand at the wrist. The hand thudded to the ground, golden blood spraying, burning black pits into the earth. Ah! Agony tore through him. Xie Zhenjiang shrieked, shock and fury surging. The enemy not only dared sever his hand, but clearly had power to end him outright. He no longer dared to underestimate Chu Mo. In a blur he shot backward, Yuan force raging as he raised a solid barrier. As a general-class powerhouse, he could reach 50 times the speed of sound, and his lesser wind affinity added another burst of speed. He meant to rely on sheer velocity to open distance. But Chu Mo was faster. The instant Xie retreated, Chu Mo triggered his spatial gift teleportation. He reappeared behind Xie Zhenjiang, long blade raised, and hacked down. Crack! The airborne barrier shattered. The blade drove on, cleaving Xie's chest. With a dull squelch, flesh rolled back, stark white bone exposed. Hair-thin Bladiki followed the cut, rampaging through his body and grinding his organs to pulp. A general-class fighter could survive as long as his head remained. Yet such a wound still sent Xie's Yuan force into chaos. Breath seized, he fell from the sky and slammed to the ground. When the outcome registered, every spectator froze. Chu Mo had defeated a general-class fighter. That meant he already wielded the might of a four-direction general. To stand shoulder to shoulder with a general at such a young age, how terrifying was his potential? Terrifying, utterly terrifying. That identical shock echoed in every heart. Meanwhile, the earth-shaking clash had already alarmed many experts in the base, and they were rushing toward the scene. 3 overpowering auras instantly drew every eye. High in the sky, 3 white-haired elders appeared, their gazes heavy as they looked down. Together they called, "Young man, would you grant us a favor and spare Commander Xie's life?" The moment the words fell, their pressure crashed over the square like a mountain. Chu Mo raised his head, his face expressionless. "Why should I? We are the guardian commanders of the four quarters. The three elders snorted, finally declaring their rank. Although Chu Mo had just defeated Commander Xia and proven himself their equal, his icy reply still made the trio's brows knit tighter. He glanced at the dying Commander Xia lying in the distance and laughed softly. That title alone isn't enough. A stunned silence shattered into uproar. Arrogant. He has no respect for the guardian commanders. We advise you only because you're young and gifted. Release him now or bear the consequences. The three commanders barked, their voices colder with each word. Chu Mo remembered how no one had stepped in when Xia attacked him. The corner of his mouth lifted. And where were you when he struck at me? He lost, and only then did you appear. Now you want me to save him for your sake? He rammed his warblade into the ground with a clang and leaned on the hilt. The scabbard trembled, the clear ring cutting through every heart. Today I refuse. What can you do about it? The words were quiet, yet they rolled across the plaza like thunder, making ears buzz and feet freeze. Incredibly, the three commanders traded glances, dread flashing in their eyes. Then they bowed their heads and stepped aside. Commander Zhua, Commander Fu, Commander Lei. Yuxia's face turned scarlet as he saw them retreat. His hoarse scream tore through the air. Had they joined forces he might have escaped, but abandoned now, despair drowned every shred of reason. He'll die with you, he roared, burning his life force as he lunged at Chu Mo. Steel hissed free. Chu Mo's blade flashed like lightning. A spray of golden blood burst in midair, a severed head arcing high. Chu Mo sheathed his sword with a slight turn, and the crowd recoiled a step, shock etched on every face. He walked past them to stand before Chen Shiwei, his voice gentle. Are you hurt? I'm fine thanks to you. She shook her head softly, eyes full of warmth. There's no need for thanks between us. Come, let's go home. Chu Mo took her hand and smiled. Side by side they left the square. Silence reigned. Everyone was still reeling from Commander Xia's death and the single sentence that cowed three commanders. By tomorrow the story would sweep through the entire base, and the name Chu Mo would thunder in every ear, carved into every memory. The following day, word that Chu Mo had killed one Zhenjiang and scared off three others with a single shout swept through the entire base. Wherever the news reached, every warrior was left aghast. The four Zhenjiang had always been considered beings beyond grandmasters, almost legendary. Yet one had fallen to Chu Mo in an instant. And even more shocking, the three onlookers had not dared to intervene, fleeing in panic. One thought echoed in everyone's mind, terrifying. Base inside a secluded villa. Zhu Feng pushed open the meditation room door, unable to hide his excitement. A few days earlier he had swallowed the violet spirit fruit Chu Mo had given him. Now the medicine was fully refined, his severed limbs had regrown, his qi and blood surged, and his strength was completely restored. The guard at the entrance hurried over. Sir, you're out of seclusion, are all your injuries healed? Zhu Feng clenched his fist, crisp cracks sounding from his knuckles. Indeed. His tone then softened. I've been shut away for days. Has anything significant happened in the base? Plenty. The guard lowered his voice, though excitement still leaked through, and repeated yesterday's rumor without missing a word. Zhu Feng stood frozen. On the Rift battlefield he had seen a Zhenjiang strike mountains toppled, and seas churned with a casual gesture, power beyond imagination. Now Grandmaster Chu had faced such a being heathen and won. The gap between me and Grandmaster Chu just keeps growing, he muttered with a wry smile. Yet there was no envy in his heart, only gratitude. To have been saved once by such a titan was a blessing few could dream of. If others learned of it, they would be green with envy. Elsewhere, Shinjin, Shi Ying, and the other two received the news and likewise stood rooted for a long moment. They remembered the Tier 5 flame-white ape Chu Mo had slain. It had just broken through and was already badly injured, something they could still rationalize. But this time Chu Mo had butchered a true Zhenjiang in front of countless witnesses. When the initial shock faded, a flicker of secret delight rose in their hearts. The Grandmasters and Zhenjiang of Jinling Base had always been arrogant, treating Luyang's warriors as if they were nothing. Now, after such a public defeat, their pride lay in tatters. They couldn't help feeling a measure of schadenfreude. They were only a fraction of the crowd. The news swept through Luyang Base like the wind. Tea houses, training grounds, and shopfronts all buzzed with talk. Every local fighter spoke of it with unconcealed pride, while the Grandmasters and Guardians from the Jinling Megabase could only wear awkward expressions. To escape the growing rumors, the visitors slipped out of Luyang that very afternoon. No amount of outside clamor could disturb Chu Mo's composure. That day he went alone to the inner district to call on Shi Ying. Although she, a Grandmaster, held a lofty position in Luyang and was rarely seen by ordinary warriors, he personally came out to greet Chu Mo with respectful deference the moment the gate opened. They settled in the parlor, and a servant brought hot tea. She spoke first. Grandmaster Chu, what instructions bring you here today? Chu set down his cup. I do have a favor to ask. Name it, she replied. If it is within my power, I will see it done. You once mentioned that in your youth you roamed the Jinling Megabase, Chu said. I'd like to know more about it. She nodded, unsurprised. He had long realized that Lu Yong was too small to hold a prodigy like Chu Mo. Jinling was the stage he truly deserved. After gathering his thoughts, he began. Jinling is one of humanity's 36 megabases. After the great upheaval, civilization was nearly wiped out. Yet over the next century, we rebuilt on the ruins. Jinling alone now holds more than 10 million people. That vast population has bred an equally vast host of warriors powerhouses everywhere you look. I may be a top grandmaster here in Luoyang, but over there I am merely middle tier. Only the guardians of the four sectors stand at the true summit. In Jinling, Yuan energy technology has replaced the electronics of the old era. Skyscrapers pierce the sky, and energy-powered devices are everywhere. If not for the beasts prowling beyond the walls, one could almost mistake it for a great metropolis from 2 centuries ago. Zai's description set Chu's thoughts racing. After a long pause he asked, exactly how far is Jinling from here? Hundreds of thousands of li, she said, gesturing toward the distant horizon. For a grandmaster, the distance itself isn't daunting, but the route is riddled with danger. You must cross countless beast territories, and rank 5 creatures or worse can appear at any moment. If your luck turns, you'll never reach the end. The fact that I survived the journey in my youth was pure luck. Even though I am stronger now, I would never undertake it again. He ended with a wry smile. Suddenly remembering something, Xiying reached into his storage pouch and produced a set of drawings. I sketched this route years ago on my way to the Jinling major base, he said. It might help if you plan ahead there. But it's been a long time, so some details could be off. Use your own judgment. Speaking with solemn sincerity, he handed the neatly folded, time-worn scroll to Chu Mo. Chu Mo accepted the map, his fingertips brushing the rough paper and feeling the marks left by the years. He unfolded it, scanned the clear route markings, then folded it back with care and tucked it into his robe. Thank you, he said, bowing. Don't mention it. The map's no use to me anymore. Xiying waved casually, but the slight clench of his fist betrayed envy, regret, and a hint of self-mockery. Chu Mo was a gifted young man with endless possibilities, while Xiying might remain a grandmaster at the initial stage for life unless fate granted him a great opportunity. After chatting a bit more about cultivation, they parted ways. Xiying escorted Chu Mo to the courtyard gate and watched until the tall figure vanished at the end of the long alley. Only then did he turn back indoors and froze. On the wooden chair where Chu Mo had just been sitting rested a smooth jade box. Xiying lifted the lid, and a faint metallic scent greeted him. Inside lay a precious portion of Tier 5 ferocious beast blood. That kid, he chuckled and shook his head, closed the box, and put it away carefully. In his heart, he offered a silent wish. May the day come when your name resounds across the land. Night fell, the lamps dim. Chu Mo pushed open his door and found Chen Shiwei leaning against the desk, reading an old tome. Lamplight glimmered on her fingertips, lending the scene a tranquil air. Without delay, he explained his plan to leave Luoyang base and asked if she would come with him. Chen Shiwei shut the book, paused for a moment, then answered firmly, I'm going with you. Her readiness caught Chu Mo off guard. He had assumed her ties to Liang teachers, friends would be hard to sever. Sensing his hesitation, Chen Shiwei lifted her eyes with a gentle smile. Since my parents died, you've been my only family. Wherever you go, I go. Her smile softened even more. I guessed you'd leave Luoyang is too small for your ambitions. I spoke to Dean Shen a few days ago. I'm leaving with you. Those few simple words filled Chu Mo's heart with warmth. How fortunate to meet a woman who holds him at the center of her world. With the decision made, they hurried through the final chores. Chu Mo sold every unneeded spirit material to Tsiyu Pavilion, exchanging them for a bulging sack of low-grade spirit stones, which he stored in his portable space. Then he chose the best Tier 4 combat saber Luoyang had to offer, replacing his sluggish Tier 3 blade in a journey. The right weapon can be a lifeline. All was ready. In the pale morning mist, Chu Mo stood outside the gate with his pack, waiting for the last preparations. Inside, Chen Shiwei made one final circuit of the house. Satisfied that nothing was forgotten, she closed the windows and paused at the door. She took out the key and turned the lock with care. If fate permits, we'll come back, she whispered, eyes lingering on the little house she was reluctant to leave. Chu Mo said nothing, simply standing beside her, giving her time for a quiet farewell. A moment later, Chen Shiwei drew a steadying breath, walked up to him, and flashed a dazzling smile. Let's go? Outside the base, Chu Mo had just stepped out when he spotted a large crowd waiting for him. Hundreds of people had gathered, most of them warriors. Grandmasters like Shinjin and Xiying stood at the front, and even Wind Chaser craned his neck in the sea of faces. Upon hearing that Chu Mo was leaving, everyone rushed over to see him off. After a brief exchange of farewells, the sky was already darkening. Chu Mo clasped his hands and said, Please, everyone, stay here. I must be on my way. Master Chu, come back and visit whenever you can. Shinjin and the others replied reluctantly. I will, Chu Mo answered with a solemn nod. He took one last look at Luoyang base, its outline gilded by the setting sun, then swung onto the rock's back with Chen Shimei. A clear, piercing cry cut through the air as the great wings beat, and the rock shot into the clouds like a streak of light, the figures below disappearing in an instant. Above the clouds, Chu Mo and Chen Shimei sat side by side, while Little Crow and Odd Eye perched on his shoulders. The rock kept climbing. The people on the ground shrank to black specks, and Liang Base soon looked no bigger than a grain of soy. Gale winds howled, and the thin air brushed their faces, but with vital energy circulating within them, the two warriors could comfortably hold their breath for hours. Breaking through the cloud layer, they beheld endless mountains and rivers. Lofty peaks were no larger than fists, and winding waterways thinner than threads. It was Chun Zaimai's first time seeing the world from such heights, and she leaned forward in wide-eyed wonder, her gaze glued to the earth below. Chu Mo, long accustomed to the view, spared it only a glance before turning away. Goo goo. Little Crow called twice from his shoulder. Chu Mo understood at once, took a spirit fruit from his storage pouch, and handed it over. The bird's eyes gleamed, and it pecked at the fruit with delight. On the other shoulder, Odd Eye stared at the fruit with a hungry look, but remained frozen in place. The reason was simple bloodline suppression. Little Crow carried the blood of the Golden Crow, born with the majesty of a demon sovereign that naturally intimidated other beasts. At their first meeting, both the Rock and Odd Eye had been so frightened they flattened themselves on the ground, unable to move. Only after Chu Mo's repeated assurances, and because Little Crow never deliberately released its aura, did they relax a little, yet they still dared not act recklessly in its presence. Now, Odd Eye merely licked his lips and stayed quiet, while the rock flapped its wings obediently, flying on at a steady pace. Chu Mo unfolded the map. Chu Mo studied the route on the map, compared it with the terrain below, and calculated their progress. In mere moments they had traveled several thousand li. At that pace they would reach their destination in less than 3 hours under ideal conditions. Unfortunately, they were in the wilds, a land crawling with vicious beasts, sixth-rank creatures at every turn, forcing constant detours and adding hours to the journey. Bored, Chu Mo sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, attuning himself to the intent of the blade. Chun Zaiwei's curiosity soon settled as well, and she too began cultivating. For 5 full hours they sat motionless on the broad back of the rock. As the sun neared the horizon, the light dimmed and the wind grew razor-sharp. Without warning, while Chu Mo was deep in meditation, the rock folded its massive wings and shuddered. A deep voice rumbled up from its chest. Master, a thundercloud storm ahead. A thundercloud storm? Chu Mo opened his eyes and looked forward. Barely 10 li away, black clouds spread across hundreds of li of sky. The mass seethed like boiling ink, purple lightning crisscrossing in an endless roar. Rain poured down in sheets like an overturned sea, and gales whipped the deluge across the plain. Even at the storm's edge, the force of the thunder felt like scorching flame against the skin, making the heart tremble. Under such heaven-rending power, Chu Mo felt a jolt of awe. Against the might of nature, even the strongest body was but a lone shadow on an empty plain. Tinla, normally a blink of an eye now, seemed an uncrossable gulf. He steadied himself and surveyed the scene. Hovering on the rock's back, he could see the churning clouds, the savage lightning, and the torrents of rain in perfect clarity sights few would ever witness without the power of flight. The commotion woke Chen Shiwei. She opened her eyes, gasped at the spectacle, and whispered, "Magnificent." Then she turned to Chu Mo, puzzled. "Do we need to avoid it?" "I'm afraid we can't." Chu Mo shook his head, tracing a finger across the map. A sixth-rank beast's lair lay to the left. A detour to the right would double their distance and still cut through several more sixth-rank territories. All told, the storm's domain was the shortest and paradoxically the safest path. Then what now? Chen Shiwei pressed. Chu Mo stared at the boiling sky, his voice calm, yet edged like steel. "We scatter the clouds. Disperse a storm that spans hundreds of li?" Chen Shiwei froze. His tone was casual, but the words were nothing short of audacious. Compared with that raging tempest, they were mere specks of dust, and breaking it apart would demand power beyond imagination. Although Chu Mo had already cut down a guardian general and was feared for his strength, could he really do this? While Chun Shimei hesitated, Chu Mo was already striding onto the Tianpeng's head, his gaze locked on the maelstrom ahead. Dark clouds rolled across hundreds of miles of sky, streaked with lightning. At the center, rain poured and gales howled as though the heavens themselves were pressing down, yet Chu Mo showed not a trace of fear. In a heartbeat, he ran the numbers in his mind. His physical power alone was close to 10 elephant strength, already beyond most grandmasters. Add the boost from his Yuan force and lightning affinity, and it could soar to 400 elephants. On top of that was his extraordinary immortal thunder body built not only to endure lightning, but to command it. 30% blade intent coursed through 365 blade apertures, and with his varied skills and talents, he could face a guardian general Hedon without falling behind. With so many cards in hand, this thundercloud might well be scattered. As the thought finished, purple lightning crackled across his skin, its destructive aura riding a savage gust where lightning reaches its peak. wind naturally follows. A roaring whirlwind snapped his robes and flung his hair aloft. He laughed to himself. Let this 100-mile storm test my limits. With one hand clasped behind him, he thrust the other downward. Boom! Thunder exploded at ground level. Electric light surged from his body, turning the surrounding canyon into a sea of lightning. A massive column of thunder then speared upward, slamming straight into the churning clouds. The black blanket that had dominated the sky shook like a drumhead under a hammer. In the next instant, lightning shattered in every direction with a world-splitting roar. The clouds shrank, then burst apart, vanishing without a trace. The world opened in a rush of clarity. Rain ceased, wind died, and a seven-hued rainbow arched across the horizon like a golden bridge. Beyond that bridge, half veiled in mist, rose towering mountains and lakes scattered like stars, and at their heart an immense city Jinling base. Morning light kissed the peaks, gathering all the colors of dawn and aurora in one dazzling sweep. Sun-speckled waves mirrored the sky, while the city's skyscrapers bristled with radiant traffic, their grandeur palpable even from afar. This was the place where Chu Mo would turn the next page of his story. So that's where I'm headed? He murmured, a boundless thrill swelling in his chest. A brand new beginning awaited. He took Chen Zimai's hand and smiled. Come on, let's enter the city. A few moments later, the golden-winged rock finally reached the Jinling megabase. As they closed in, Chu Mo and Chen Shui were stunned by the sight before them. Tower after tower forged from steel and rare spiritual materials pierced the clouds, their grandeur rivaling the busiest international metropolises of the old world. Even more astonishing was the faint golden barrier flickering around the perimeter, an enormous defensive array that sealed the base under a single dome. Chu Mo had seen protective formations in Liang Base, but the best of them covered only a few hundred meters, whereas this one stretched beyond the horizon, leaving him speechless. While he marveled, a booming voice rose from the ground. Warrior on the bird, land immediately for inspection. Chu Mo looked down to find a uniformed guard at the gate waving at him, so he patted the rock's neck. The great bird dipped into a gentle dive and settled smoothly on the open ground outside the wall. The duty officer strode over, his tone stern. Don't you know the rules? You can't just fly straight into the city. Sorry, it's my first time in Jinling Megabase, Chu Mo explained with a respectful salute. The guard eyed the pair and their massive mount. From out of town? That's right, Chu Mo nodded. Anyone from outside who wants to enter Jinling must pay a residential fee, 1 million lower-grade spirit stones per person. After registration, you'll get a residency pass. And your beast companions must be registered and paid for as well. If the enforcement team finds an unregistered beast, it will be treated as a dangerous creature and either captured or killed. 1 million? Chen Shui whispered in disbelief. In Liang Base, a martial master had to save for years to gather that much. Yet here it was merely the price of admission. The guard pointed at the golden barrier overhead. You get what you pay for. Do you know how many spirit stones it takes to keep a formation this size running day and night? If we let everyone in for free, Jinling would have been overflowing long ago. So have you decided? He asked. If you're ready, we'll take you to the payment office. Chu Mo had already planned to stay, so he followed without objection. Between the two of them and their three beast companions, the golden-winged rock, the thunderhawk, and the scarlet flame martinthe, paid a total of 5 million lower-grade spirit stones on the spot. A clerk then recorded their names, auras, and soul imprints, handed Chu Mo 2 dark blue identity cards, and issued 3 palm-sized beast tokens engraved with array patterns. Each token stored its beast's aura and species, allowing the enforcement team to verify them at a glance. Remember, a spirit beast can roam the city only while wearing its token, the clerk reminded them. Without it, it's considered a wild threat and will be killed on sight. With all formalities complete, Chu Mo pocketed the cards and tokens, and he and Chen Shui stepped through the towering alloy gate, officially entering the Jinling megabase. They walked along a boulevard easily 100 meters wide, where yuan-powered vehicles zipped past and residents strolled with their beast companions. Towering high-rises lined both sides of the street, glass facades reflecting neon and shifting ribbons of light, while an assortment of shops lent the entire avenue of festive air. What should we do next? Chen Shui asked softly, tilting her head to look around. Chu Mo glanced at the sky and thought for a moment. First, let's find somewhere to stay. It's already late. We can shop for a house tomorrow. Okay, she agreed. They chose a well-rated hotel and settled in for the night. At dawn, inside the inner city of the Jinling Grand Base, they stood before a real estate agency. After filling out their requirements, a sharply dressed saleswoman greeted them with a smile and motioned for them to follow. Honored warriors, this villa suits you best, she said, leading them through a heavily guarded gate and into the villa district. It borders the Ring River, offers beautiful scenery, stays well hidden, and enjoys top-tier security. The previous owner was a veteran grandmaster who moved out after being invited to serve at the Emerald Pavilion. Listening to her introduction, Chu Mo and Chen Shui stepped from the foyer into the courtyard. The villa occupied generous grounds, never ostentatious, yet refined in every detail. Manicured lawns framed a small pond fed year-round by a stream diverted from nearby rocks. Tall hedges blocked outside views. The house was lined with premium soundproofing, and the nearest neighbor was 100 meters away, achieving a rare balance between bustle and serenity. The saleswoman led them around, explaining each room, storage area, and training hall in turn. A peaceful retreat in the heart of the city, truly rare, Chu Mo remarked when they returned to the living room. He looked at Qin Shiwei. What do you think? I love it, she replied, eyes shining. Then there's no need to see anything else, he said briskly, turning to the saleswoman. I'm satisfied. How much is it? 89 million lower grade yuan stones, she answered quickly, then added, the price is high, but it's worth every coin. I guarantee you won't find another like it anywhere in Jinling at this price. And if you decide right now, well, include a defensive array that blocks mental probing. Chu Mo considered briefly, then nodded. All right, we'll take it. When he had left the Luyang base, he had sold his unused materials for tens of millions, and after slaying that young master, he had earned several million more, leaving him with well over 100 million yuan, more than enough to cover the purchase. The villa had cost him 89 million spirit stones, and securing a residence permit had taken another 5 million, leaving less than 10 million low-grade spirit stones in Chu Mo's storage space. He still possessed heaps of tier 4 and above beast blood and materials, along with rare herbs and spiritual fruits he had yet to sell. If liquidated, they would easily fetch another 100 million spirit stones. By the time the money changed hands and the paperwork was done, it was nearly noon and the villa officially belonged to Chu Mo. The place was completely bare, so he gave the rest of his spirit stones to Qin Shiwei, told her to furnish it however she liked, and headed straight for Jade Tower needed to find Mo Shanshan. They had agreed to meet as soon as they arrived at the Jinling megabase, and Chu Mo had an even more pressing goal, obtaining a copy of the spirit guiding technique to break through to the Grandmaster realm. After a quick inquiry, he learned the tower's exact location and set off at once. A towering skyscraper dominated the busiest avenue of the Jinling base. The gilded characters for Emerald Commerce Alliance gleamed overhead, and Chu Mo felt a jolt of surprise. He had known the alliance was powerful, but not to this extent. An entire skyscraper as its headquarters on the prime stretch of the city, with dozens of branches in every district. Their strength was unmistakable. After a brief glance around, he stepped inside. May I help you, honored guest? A pretty attendant greeted him with a warm smile. I'm here to see Mo Shanshan. Is she in? Chu Mo asked, casually producing the waist token that marked him as a guest elder of the alliance. The clerk had been ready with a polite refusal. Someone of Miss Mo's status wasn't available to just anyone, but the moment she saw the token her expression changed. You're an honored guest elder? She stammered, bowing deeply. Please forgive us for not welcoming you properly, sir. They'll contact Miss Mo at once, she continued. She may not be able to come in person, so I beg your understanding, elder. That's fine, just tell her Chu Mo is here, he replied with a wave. She nodded and hurried off, pulling two co-workers over to attend to him before she left. When the staff learned a guest elder had arrived, a supervisor quickly appeared, guided Chu Mo to a lounge, and served tea and delicacies with great care. Chu Mo was quietly impressed that the guest elder title carried so much weight even at headquarters, and his curiosity about Mo Shanshan only grew. A token like that wasn't issued lightly. Without real authority, no one could arrange it. Just what position did she hold within the alliance? At that moment, a voice sounded outside the door. Young Master Su, will you stop following me? As the doors of the Emerald Jade Pavilion swung open, a clear yet weary voice drifted out. Zhang Yishuang stepped inside with quick, confident strides, her figure lithe, her skin like porcelain, her moist, luminous eyes arresting, though irritation furrowed her delicate brows. Barely in her 20s, she was already known throughout the Jinling base as an unattainable beauty. The constant attention had trained her to keep her back straight and had slowly convinced her she deserved nothing less than the best. Su Mo hurried in behind her, dressed in an embroidered brocade robe, golden cloud patterns stitched along the cuffs. He wore an eager smile. Yishuang, don't you understand how I feel? I follow you because I like you. If you agree to be with me, I'll give you anything you want. He swept his arm toward the entire pavilion. This is the largest merchant guild in Jinling. Name it, and it's yours. He thumped his chest for emphasis, his voice echoing like a bell. Zhang Yishuang's expression remained cool. Young Master Su, I appreciate the sentiment, but we're not suited for each other. Please stop pestering me. Though her Zhang clan was minor, her looks had made her the object of relentless pursuit. Su Mo hailed from one of the 4 great families, yet he was born of a concubine, and his cultivation talent was far from top tier, hardly someone she considered worthy. If he had been his legitimate brother, the so-called Kirin of the Su family, she might have thought twice. So she kept refusing Su Mo, careful not to offend him too deeply and risk losing a future connection to that prodigious brother. Spurned yet again, Su Mo's frustration boiled over. Yishuang, why won't you accept me? Why? Because I'm already engaged. Her voice dropped, edged with impatience. Suemo shook his head at once. Don't lie to me. I've looked into it. The Jiang clan never arranged a marriage for you. How could you be engaged? I don't believe it. If this fiancé exists, bring him here. Prove it, and he'll walk away and never bother you again. He spoke with a certainty that betrayed his confidence. It was merely an excuse. I do have a fiancé, she insisted, her gaze sweeping the hall. In the lounge area, a young man lounged in a chair, relaxed yet compelling. Tall and lean, with striking features etched in the lamplight, he exuded a calm, refined aura. This was Chu Mo. Jiang Yishuang's eyes lit up. She raised a hand and pointed. There. That's him. He's my fiancé. What? Su Mo followed the line of her finger. Skepticism tangled with a reluctant flicker of doubt when he saw Chu Mo's poised demeanor. Could it possibly be true? His expression darkened without warning. Jiang Yishuang, her heels tapping briskly, hurried toward Chu Mo and reached his side in a blink. She lifted a slender arm as if to link it naturally through his and lowered her voice, calm yet urgent. That man keeps harassing me. Do me a favor and I'll reward you handsomely afterward. Certain that her delicate features and shapely figure would make any man cooperate, she never expected what came next. Her fingers were only centimeters from Chu Mo's sleeve when he furrowed his brows, stepped back, and slipped away. She grasped nothing but air. Miss, you're mistaking me for someone else, Chu Mo said, voice cool and steady. Jiang Yishuang froze, mind blank. Nearby saleswomen, who had been arranging jade bangles, looked up in surprise. Light from the display case spilled across her profile, making the flush of embarrassment impossible to hide. Her cheeks burned. She wished the ground would swallow her whole. Since childhood, she had never been rejected by a man. While she was still reeling, Suemo strode over, face clouded. He shot a glance at the stiff-faced Jiang Yishuang, then stared suspiciously at Chuemo. Kid, are you really Yishuang's fiancé? I don't know her, Chuemo replied blandly. Don't know her? Sumo's brow arched. He was about to press further when Jiang Yishuang snapped out of her daze and clung to Chuemo first, voice lilting yet edged with panic. Darling, how can you say that? 2 months ago we cuddled and pledged our undying love. You said with your own lips. She winked frantically, begging him to play along. She didn't notice Chu Mo's frown deepening. She babbled on, words dripping with affection, and once more reached for his arm. Chu Mo finally let out a soft sigh. All I wanted was a quick stop at the Merchants Guild Jade Pavilion. Now this. The sigh had barely faded when his hand came up. Smack. The crisp slap shattered the hush of the showroom. A red handprint bloomed on one side of Jiang Yishuang's face. Behind the counter, strings of beads quivered. Their gentle clatter was swallowed by silence. Suemo, the staff, and several customers choosing pendants stood rooted, staring at Chu Mo in disbelief. Stunned, Jiang Yishuang went rigid, her eyes brimming with shock and humiliation. She had only asked him to play a part, yet this was the response. Chu Mo's gaze was icy. You want me to be your shield without caring what revenge I might face afterward? A venomous woman like you thinks every man should orbit around you. Never mind anyone else's life. There's only one remedy for that. He paused, swept her with a frosty glance, and raised his hand again. Another slap. Smack. The second blow landed cleanly, and the other side of Jiang Yishuang's face swelled at once. The burning pain on her cheek, together with Chu Mo's frigid words, jolted Jiang Yishuang out of her stupor. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she shrieked, You hit me? How dare you hit me? Humiliation and fury instantly drowned out her reason. She had never imagined that this handsome-looking man could be so ruthless, so indifferent to her beauty and status. Fine if you want help, but you dare lay a hand on me? Rage roiled in her chest. You will kill you. Shaking with anger, she drew a long sword from her storage pouch. Cold steel flashed as she slashed straight for Chu Mo's head, intent on cutting him down where he stood. But the blade had barely cleared its scabbard before a colder, swifter streak of light split the air. A shock like thunder ran up her arm, and the sword was flung away. An icy knife edge pressed against her pale throat, its chill biting deep. You threaten death the moment things don't go your way, Chu Mo said, his voice like shards of ice. Is this the upbringing your elders gave you? Yu Jiang Yishuang's face drained of color, her body trembling. She was the untouchable flower of Jinling base, born to privilege, worshipped by all. No one had ever dared treat her like this, let alone question her. As for the commoners she had casually cut down, she had never spared them a thoughtant lives, beneath notice. Yet this man was rebuking her in public. Kill him! Kill him! The thought screamed in her head. Whipping towards Suemo, she screeched, Suemo, if you kill him, he'll give you anything. Whatever you want, he'll do it. Heat flared in Sumo's eyes. Thumping his chest, he swore, Don't worry. He won't leave here alive. He turned a chilling gaze on Chuemo. Kid, hurting Yishuang means you've got a death wish. If you know what's good for you, slit your own throat right now. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for death. Chuemo simply shook his head and sighed. Pathetic lapdog. Suemo saw no fear in him and grew even angrier. Fine. I'll break your arms and legs myself and offer them to Yishuang. Before he finished, he lunged, his fist wrapped in wind and thunder, aiming to crush Chu Mo's skull. A cold light flashed in Chu Mo's eyes. He raised his arm and struck back, the force of a collapsing mountain roaring from his fist. Blazing mountain-shattering fist. Boom. Their fists collided with the sound of distant thunder. An overwhelming power surged through Chu Mo, his chest caving in under the impact. Blood arced scarlet through the air. He flew like a severed kite, crashing to the ground. His chest was a shattered hollow, ribs pulverized. Blood soaked his clothes as his breath grew faint, more going out than coming in. Silence. A deathly silence. The air in the room seemed frozen as everyone stared at the smear of blood on the floor. With a single punch, Chu Mo had caved in Chu Mo's sternum. The man was gasping his last breaths, clearly beyond saving. Expressions across the hall went rigid, shock and disbelief flickering back and forth. Who was Chu Mo? A direct heir of the Su clan, one of the 4 great families of the Jinling Grand Base, someone no one dared provoke. And Chu Mo had killed him in front of a crowd. You're finished. Jiang Yishuang suddenly tipped back her head and laughed, hysteria bubbling in her voice. She jabbed a finger at Chu Mo. You murdered a son of the Su clan. They'll never spare you. Ill watch while they torture you to death. Her wild laughter dripped with visceral hatred, as though she wanted to tear him apart herself. Trouble has landed on his head. The spectators finally came to their senses and began whispering. Watching that punch was satisfying, sure, but Jiang Yishuang is the Jiang clan's little princess, and Chu Mo carried the Su bloodline. Neither family is easy to cross. This young man's in deep. They won't let it slide. The murmurs swelled, a hint of pity slipping into the glances aimed at Chu Mo. The racket had already alerted the guards of the Tsiyu Trade Alliance. Several fierce auras burst from every entrance and raced toward the hall. A deep shout detonated beside everyone's ears. Who dares stir up trouble in my Tsiyu Trade Alliance? As the voice fell, a dark figure dropped from above and landed in the center of the hall. His gray hair was tousled, his black robe billowed without wind, and the depth of his cultivation was impossible to gauge. The pressure he kept in check made every martial artist present feel a chill. It's Envoy Lei. Someone cried. Envoy Lei, a consecrated powerhouse of the Alliance, stood at the fourfold general realm. He was infamous for his hot temper and fierce loyalty. Rumor said that anyone who caused trouble here would lose a layer of skin, no matter their background. Now that he had appeared in person, many guests quietly feared that Chu Mo and his companions faced severe punishment. Envoy Lei's gaze crackled across the room and locked onto Chu Mo. He opened his mouth to bark a command, then paused with a soft hum. Almost simultaneously, a clear female voice drifted down from the upper floor, bright with surprise and delight. Guest Elder Chu. Heads turned. A young woman in a pale blue dress trotted down the stairs. Miss Mo? It's Miss Mo. The crowd erupted again. Whispers spread. No wonder Envoy Lei showed up himself. Miss Mo is here too. He must have been entertaining her and walked right into this mess. The onlookers greeted her with respectful nods and bows. Chu Mo looked up as well. The girl's features were fresh and refined. She was none other than Mo Shanshan. At that moment, the entire hall seemed to hold its breath. Mo Shanshan came downstairs, ignoring every greeting around her, and walked straight toward Chu Mo. Master Chu, you're really here. I'm thrilled. She moved lightly, her face glowing with genuine joy. A collective gasp swept through the hall. People exchanged bewildered looks. Miss Mo knew this seemingly ordinary young man, and from the way she addressed him, he was an honored guest of Emerald Pavilion. Jiang Yishuang instinctively clutched her sleeves, stunned. Moments ago she had mocked his shabby clothes. Now, realizing his distinguished status, panic gripped her. It's been a while, Chu Mo said with a relaxed smile, unable to hide his pleasure at the reunion. Mo Shanshan turned to the black-robed elder beside her. By the way, Chu Mo, let me introduce Elder Lei, our alliance's senior worshipper who's always looked after me. Elder Lei, this is Chu Mo, the guest elder I've mentioned so often. The old man nodded, his cloudy eyes lingering on Chu Mo before softening. So you're Chu Mo? This girl constantly praises your talent. Now that I've met you, I see she wasn't exaggerating. You're too kind, Elder Lei. Chu Mo cupped his fist politely. After the formalities, Mo Shanshan lowered her voice. Chu Mo, what exactly happened just now? Chu Mo calmly recounted being blocked at the entrance, ridiculed, and then crossing swords with Chu Mo. He neither embellished nor downplayed the events. As she listened, Mo Shanshan's expression chilled. She glanced at Jiang Yishuang, obvious disgust in her eyes. Elder Lei, she ordered, throw that woman out and blacklist the Jiang family. Then send Chu Mo's body back to the Su family and demand an explanation for his provocation. At once, Elder Lei replied. With a flick of his sleeve, a gust of force swept Jiang Yishuang out the door. Attendants quickly carried away Chu Mo's corpse to deliver Miss Mo's message. The hall fell silent. Everyone was stunned. Honored guest Chu, let's go upstairs and talk, Mo Shanshan said, her tone easing. Certainly. Chu Mo nodded and walked up with her. Outside, the street buzzed with whispers. Isn't that Jiang Yishuang from the Jiang family? Why did the Emerald Alliance toss her out? She must have angered them. Serves her right. Told you she'd get into trouble sooner or later. Quiet. This is none of our business. Covered in dust, Jiang Yishuang stood in the street, heart racing, palms clammy. She had offended a guest elder of the Emerald Alliance, been publicly expelled, and dragged her family onto the blacklist. Once word spread, their business would suffer badly. She pictured her father's impending fury and shivered. It's all that guest elder's fault. If he hadn't been so narrow-minded, I wouldn't be in this mess. She muttered through clenched teeth. Resentment flickered, but regret weighed even heavier. The damage was done. No matter how much she regretted it now, it was already too late. On the top floor of the Shangming building, a cozy suite glowed with soft golden sandalwood paneling. Several fragrant bamboo stalks filled the corners, and beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows stretched the night skyline of Jinling. This penthouse was Mo Shanshan's private residence within the headquarters of the Tsiyu Shangming. At the moment, Chu Mo and Mo Shanshan sat facing each other while sandalwood incense curled above the low table and steam rose from freshly brewed tea. After the maid withdrew, Mo Shanshan lifted her cup, eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Chu Mo, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. I'm thrilled to see you here. I also heard you slew a Tier 5 fiend at the Luyang base and saved the entire settlement. Simply incredible. Her gaze was bright, with genuine admiration. Chu Mo raised a hand, signaling that the praise was unnecessary, and replied calmly, it was merely luck. Then he shifted the topic, studying her for a moment. You, on the other hand, have already stepped into the Grandmaster realm since we last met. Congratulations. When they left the secret realm, Mo Shanshan had only been preparing to break through to Martial Master. Now, in so short a time, she had reached Grandmaster. The speed left Chu Mo inwardly shaken. A faint blush spread across Mo Shanshan's cheeks as she countered softly, you're not exactly lacking. You killed a Tier 5 fiend. After a bit of small talk, she set down her cup and grew serious. So what brings you here this time? I do need your help, Chu Mo admitted. I reached the peak of Martial Master at Luyang base. Yet for some reason, I can't break through to Grandmaster. I learned that anyone who's pushed the limits of the body must use in spirit guiding art and rare treasures to forge the Tao foundation. Mo Shanshan nodded. That's correct. So you're here for a copy of the spirit guiding art? Exactly, Chu Mo affirmed. She fell silent, fingertip tracing the rim of her cup, and finally spoke. Guest Elder Chu, I do have the art, but what? Chu Mo pressed. To be frank, it's extremely rare. In the Jinling megabase, only the top clans possess it, and they never share it outside their core bloodline. The Tsiyu Shangming isn't as strict, but to obtain it you must either possess outstanding talent and join us, or… Chu Mo interrupted lightly. Miss Mo, you know I refuse to be bound by any faction. I understand, she said, picking up the thread. So there's a second option, perform a great service for the Shangming. She paused before continuing. 3 months from now, the Shao Yikingshan secret realm will open. The Tsiyu Shangming and several major powers from the Jinling megabase will send fighters to explore it. It's a vast realm packed with resources, dotted with wondrous sights that can skyrocket a warrior's strength. The Shangming needs a particular treasure inside. If you're willing to represent us there, I can authorize the immediate transfer of the spirit guiding art to you. With that, she produced a bronze booklet from her storage pouch. The cover bore 3 ancient characters spelling spirit guiding art. She placed it gently on the table, inviting Chu Mo to examine it. I agree, Chu Mo said after a brief pause, accepting the terms. He had no real way to turn down the scroll entitled Spirit Treasure. Spirit Guiding Technicite was the only key he saw to breaking through to Grandmaster. Besides, every worthwhile secret realm was packed with resources. All the trading guild wanted was one designated artifact. Everything else he picked up would be his. Years ago, he and Mo Shanshan had slipped into the Wanhua secret realm for the first time. Even a minor realm there had showered them with treasure and fueled their cultivation ever since. Now they were aiming at a realm jointly controlled by every major power in the Jinling base. The sheer wealth it must hold was obvious, and his haul could be even more spectacular. The danger would be just as great, of course, but with his talents and hidden cards, Chu Mo felt confident he could stay alive. Excellent. With your help, we're bound to clean up this time, Mo Shanshan said, beaming. He'll get the details to you within a week. Use the time to try to step into the Grandmaster realm before the entrance opens. I will, Chu Mo replied, picking up the ancient book from the table. Spirit Treasure, Spirit Guiding Technique. Mo Shanshan explained that every great clan possessed its own version of a spirit guiding method, all built on the same principle. Fusing a mystical treasure into the body to forge a powerful Tao foundation and ascend in one move to Grandmaster. Foundations came in 3 tiers: standard, superior, and flawless. The higher the tier, the greater the boost after the breakthrough. For a martial artist who has already pushed the limits of the flesh, foundation building is not just a threshold. It is a true metamorphosis that widens the gap from ordinary practitioners once again. How are the tiers defined? Chu Mo asked. The more extraordinary the guiding treasure and the stronger the energy it contains, the more perfect the foundation, she said. A standard foundation needs only a rare material. A superior foundation takes high-grade spiritual herbs or ancient wonders. A flawless foundation requires something innately divine. So the stronger the treasure, the greater the benefit to the martial artist? Exactly, Mo Shanshan nodded, then added, but the first rule is compatibility. If the treasure's attributes don't match your own, you'll waste effort at best and damage your foundation at worst. Chu Mo understood. Forcing a water-aligned fighter to build a foundation with a fire-aligned treasure would do more harm than good. Mo Shanshan went on. During foundation building, the martial artist had to use their own cultivation and physique to suppress the treasure before merging with it. The higher the grade of the guiding item, the more potent and willful its spirit. If someone lacking in talent tried to fuse an item beyond their capacity, a single slip could leave them possessed by rampaging energy, their foundation shattered, and any hope of further advancement lost forever. All those restrictions make it incredibly hard for a cultivator to find a spirit conduit that matches their own chi and can still be subdued, Mo Shanshan concluded with a sigh. Her voice carried resignation and the heavy certainty of someone who understood the hardships of this path. Chu Mo's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. So what grade is your foundation? I reached a supreme grade foundation, Mo Shanshan answered softly. I actually aimed for a flawless one, but truly innate treasures are far too rare. I searched the entire Jinling megabase, and the Alliance sent people to every other major base as well. We still came up empty-handed, so I had to give up. Miss Mo, what exactly counts as an innate treasure? Chu Mo pressed. Mo Shanshan explained patiently. Innate treasures fall into two categories. The first formed naturally before any secret realm appeared. They lie hidden deep inside those realms or in secluded paradises, waiting for the destined person. The second are later creations that happen to absorb a trace of primal aura. They may also be called innate, but their essence and power can't match the genuine article. When people mention innate treasures, they usually mean these aura-touched items easier to find and not impossible to subdue. A true innate treasure? Very few could ever suppress one. Only then did Chu Mo fully understand. Night had already fallen outside the window, so he rose and took his leave. Mo Shanshan walked him to the main gate of the Emerald Jade Alliance headquarters and watched him disappear into the darkness. Back at the villa, Chu Mo swept the grounds with his divine sense. After confirming that Chen Shiwei was still cultivating in the training room, he stepped into a meditation chamber spanning several hundred square meters. Soft light bathed the room, rune arrays hummed, and every tool a cultivator might need furnace, jade stands, spirit liquids was neatly arranged. He sat cross-legged and recalled Mo Shanshan's verdict. A flawless foundation is simply impossible. One must know their limits. If the entire Emerald Jade Alliance couldn't locate an innate treasure, there was no reason to think he could do it alone. Chu Mo decisively abandoned the flawless goal and considered the more realistic supreme grade. His personal storage still held rare curios gathered from secret realms and other channels. Picking a spirit conduit strong enough for a supreme grade foundation would be easy with that collection. The art of spirit induction states that the stronger the surrounding spiritual resonance, the greater the feedback. Chu Mo decided to dump out every treasure at once and let the technique choose the single item that offered the highest resonance and best affinity. No sooner thought than done. Spatial ripples flashed, and treasures of every kind poured out to form a small mountain, or that gleamed with restrained golden light, ice crystals that exhaled frigid brilliance, a pearl echoing with distant tides, a pill wreathed in living flame. Their surging auras intertwined, filling the chamber with multicolored radiance until the ambient energy was almost thick enough to form mist. Chu Mo drew a deep breath of spirit-rich air, silently set his cultivation art in motion, half closed his eyes, and spoke a single word. Begin. With everything in place, he activated the guiding spirit art. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The three resonant hums merged into one as every treasure before him began to quiver. In the blink of an eye, dozens of artifacts slipped from their pedestals and hovered in midair. Ivory light coated their surfaces. Some were only a few inches long, others stretched several feet, and the most brilliant beam of radiance reached more than 10 feet. Chu Mo knew that the wider the halo, the greater the spiritual power within. His gaze fixed on that 10-foot pillar of light, the purple crystal heavenly thunder bamboo he had taken from the storage pouch of the Su clan's Kirin Air after cutting him down. Born of pure lightning, it matched his own immortal thunder physique perfectly. You'll do, he thought, raising a hand to summon it. Before the thought could settle, a new vibration rippled through the hall. With a clear chime, a dark green jade bead shot out from the cluster of artifacts. The moment it emerged, the air twisted as though crushed beneath its presence. Spiritual power flooded toward the bead and erupted into a blazing gold column that speared thousands of feet into the sky, as if to pierce the clouds themselves. Within that golden light, strands of primordial energy flowed while layers of divine brilliance laced across the bead's surface in a single breath. The pressure was so fierce that an ordinary onlooker would have their courage shattered at a glance. Chu Mo froze, disbelief filling his eyes. She knew this bead too well. Years ago, after slaying Zhaochi and seizing the 10th Sandier spirit marrow, he had casually brought back this very object. It had always seemed ordinary. He had toyed with it countless times and eventually dismissed it. Who could have imagined that the guiding spirit art would awaken it, sending its radiance straight through the firmament? More astonishing still, the seamless, primordial aura it released was nothing like a crafted artifact. Realization struck. What he once thought was merely a companion to the spirit marrow was actually the true treasure, while the so-called marrow was only a byproduct born of the bead's breath. He had planned to lay his foundation with the heavenly thunder bamboo, yet at the decisive moment the bead revealed itself. Was this fate urging him past a minor breakthrough toward a grander destiny? A gift from heaven refused invites calamity. With that, Chu Mo swept his sleeve, and the bead settled firmly into his palm. A warm current burst through his meridians. An innate supreme treasure held no terror for him. Even as a martial adept, he had shattered limits with the strength of a million gene, achieved affinity with all 5 elements, and perfected the immortal thunder physique. If he could not subdue it, no one could. Drawing a deep breath, he unleashed his true essence, echoing like thunder from a celestial pool. The bead trembled violently, yet he locked it down by sheer force. Though its spiritual tide surged, it could not stir a single ripple. Today, he declared, they'll refine your boundless essence and make it the nourishment for my path. With a thunderous shout, a cold glint flashed in Chu Mo's eyes. He thrust out his left palm, pressing down on the innate jade bead as though he were driving a mountain into it, and forced it into his chest. Boom! A muffled thunderclap erupted, and a raging shockwave burst outward from him, flinging shards of stone and imploding the air itself. Holding his breath, Chu Mo sharpened his focus, his gaze like a sword. The instant the bead sank into his flesh, scalding energy surged out, flooding his chest as if to split him apart. Arcane currents boiled within, scouring his meridians, bones, and blood. Drawn by that pressure, the surrounding world's essence for 100 li rushed in like a breached dam, roaring into his body to dissolve and fuse the bead's savage power. The bead refused to yield, releasing rings of pristine light that congealed into shields. Yet every defense shattered like candles in a storm before Chu Mo's boundless lifeblood and vast inner force, leaving not the faintest ripple. Power rose and fell, locked in a brutal Tugov warrior's body the battlefield. While Chu Mo wrestled the innate jade bead, tension ignited at the Su family manor in the Jinling megabase. The moment warriors from the Emerald Jade Trading Alliance departed, family head Su Lang's face darkened. He smashed a sandalwood table into splinters. Intolerable. The Emerald Jade Alliance has gone too far. He bellowed, palm print buried deep in the debris. Moments earlier, Alliance fighters had dumped Su Mo's corpse at the manor gate, publicly demanding to know why Su Lang had let a Su clansman provoke their honored guest. Heaven knew. Su Lang had been wholly unaware and now his son lay cold. Though Su Mo was a concubine-born son of ordinary talent and rarely seen, he was still Su blood. After his eldest son, Su Feng, was slain, Su Lang had finally shown the boy some attention. Now Su Mo was dead as well, and in the Alliance's own territory. Instead of hunting the killer, the Alliance had the gall to interrogate the Su clan. How was he to swallow that? I, Su Lang, am clan head and commander of the Four Quarters Guard. Who in the Jinling megabase dares call me by name? Yet in days my eldest son Su Feng is butchered and the killer vanishes, and now Su Mo dies inside the base. If this debt goes unpaid, do we still deserve a place among the 4 great houses? Su Lang's fists clenched, his bloodshot eyes blazing with grief and rage. An elder in the hall spoke hesitantly. Patriarch, are you saying? Find that Emerald Jade guest elder called Chu Mo and kill him. I want him dead. Su Lang's voice was icy, murder plain in every word. The elder's face paled. Patriarch, Chu Mo holds a special status. He's their honored guest. If the Alliance traces this to us, the Su family could be ruined. So what if trouble comes? Su Lang sneered, flicking his sleeve. Once Chu Mo is dead, he's just a corpse. Will the Alliance truly go to war with the Su clan over a dead man? The elder considered, a ruthless glint in his eyes. Understood. They'll prepare a team at once to track him down and cut him down. Just as the elder was about to leave, Su Lang called him back and ordered Su Yuba to handle the mission himself. The lamps in the room wavered, and several elders' expressions changed at once. Patriarch, isn't this rather excessive? A white-bearded elder asked, raising his hand to keep the servants from shutting the door. His tone slowed, but the surprise still showed. Yuba is a master of concealment. We have cultivated him in secret, and his strength is already at the 4-quadrant martial level. He has never revealed his edge, and may one day go even further and become the Su clan's trump card. It is only a guest elder why send him? A few grandmasters would suffice. The other elders nodded in agreement, some anxious, some calm, but all pointing to the same issue. Assassinating a single guest elder from the Tsiu Merchant Alliance did not warrant using Yuba. Su Lang flicked his sleeve. The candle flames twisted into warped ribbons. He barked, "Fools. Even an eagle uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. If Chu Mo could be hired as a guest elder by the Tsuyu Alliance, he must be extraordinary. I've heard Imo Shanshan is close to him, and her talent is far from ordinary. If we aim to kill him, we can't afford a single mistake." His gaze swept the elders like a blade. "If we strike, we uproot the weed no loose ends." His voice eased, but the authority remained. "Besides, in 3 months the Shao Yi Qing Tian Mystic Realm will open. Only warriors with a bone age under 60 can enter. According to our plan, Yuba will blend in with our younger disciples, slip into the realm, and eliminate the prodigies of every faction, clearing the path for the Su clan. Sending him out now gives him a warm-up and prevents rookie errors later." Understanding dawned on the elders. A gray-robed elder cupped his fist. "Patriarch, your foresight is unmatched. They'll contact Yuba at once." "Go," Su Lang replied with a nod. After they bowed and withdrew, he watched their retreating backs, mind settling into calculation. Yuba was the clan's most carefully groomed assassin, meant to pair with Su Feng as light and shadow guarding the Su for centuries. Su Feng was dead, and the younger generation lacked true prodigies, so Yuba had to reveal himself early. 3 months from now, he would enter the mystic realm among ordinary disciples and target every power's elite. Once they fell, the balance would reset, leaving no threat to the Su clan's rise. As for Chu Mo, he was merely a warm-up and a chance for the clan to vent its anger. With that thought, Su Lang let out a long breath, sat upright, and began circulating his cultivation art. Spiritual chi surged through the room like a swelling tide. In a quiet chamber, Chu Mo sat cross-legged. Faint arcs of lightning crawled over his skin as tenfold savage force intertwined with the transcendent immortal thunder body, pinning down the struggling innate jade bead. After a long standoff, the bead's aura had withered. Its initial ferocity was gone. "Almost," he murmured. Moments later, boom, a muffled thunderclap echoed inside him. Flesh trembled, and bones clashed like striking metal. The bead flared a few final times, then dissolved, becoming gentle threads of light that melted into his meridians. And at the very instant the innate jade bead merged, a terrifying energy spread through his body. Thunderous rumbling echoed within as scalding blood boiled along his meridians, and his bones shattered and reknit as though reforged in a blazing furnace. In an instant, Chu Mo felt power erupt from the depths of his being, surging to its peak before he could even finish a single breath. Deep in his chest, the marrow writhed. A shard of translucent bone emerged, gleaming like jade-tempered glass and shimmering with prismatic light. Had he looked inward, he would have seen its surface etched with intricate glyphs that hinted at the very laws of heaven and earth, enough to make one's heart tremble. It seemed as if the world itself had been summoned. Vital energy converged from every direction, painting the sky in radiant hues. With each breath, endless chi gushed in, racing through his meridians, while visions unfurled around him. Lightning dragons roared, bolts tore open the heavens, apocalyptic flames coiled about his form, and strands of primordial aura twined around him like silvery threads, making him appear as a deity born of creation. At this moment, his spirit-guiding foundation was complete. Then let's begin the ascent. With a thought, Chu Mo produced the vial of 6th-tier savage beast blood taken from the Su clan's Qilin prodigy. The blood churned like molten gold. He activated his body-refining art, funneling the immense energy into every bone and sinew, striking directly at the shackles of his realm. Boom. Once his foundation settled, the wild power surged like a flood, shattering every restraint in its path. It felt as though he had stepped into a brand new world. Boundless yuan energy streamed in, tempering his body with breathtaking speed. Agility, resilience, defense, spirit, and inner force all climbed layer upon layer. Not until half a day had passed did the raging tide finally subside. The meaning was clear. He had fully entered the Grandmaster realm. For a martial Grandmaster, flying through the skies or tunneling through the earth was child's play. His lifespan now stretching to 3 centuries, and he could draw upon ambient yuan energy so that every gesture brimmed with vast power. With that thought, Chu Mo slowly opened his eyes. Brilliance flickered within them, then quickly receded as his aura sank into stillness. He turned his awareness inward to examine the transformation. His meridians now spanned like mighty rivers, and a surging sea of yuan churned in his dantian. The jade bone in his chest had fully crystallized, forged from an innate jade pearl, radiating boundless splendor as it continued to reshape his flesh. This was the finest possible foundation treasure. Its primordial essence not only forged a flawless Tao base, but quietly bestowed upon him an extraordinary physique, paving endless opportunities for the road ahead. Lastly, there was his raw physical strength. Before the breakthrough, he wielded the power of 10 elephants. Now it had doubled to 20. And he could sense clearly that, with continued cultivation, a new period of rapid growth still lay in wait. He was about to resume his cultivation when a sudden ripple in his senses made him freeze. Without betraying the slightest emotion, he lifted his eyes and looked through the training room's second-floor window into the courtyard below. A towering tree stood there, its lush canopy draping down like a curtain and blocking half the sunlight, everything seemingly calm. To the naked eye, nothing lurked among the branches. Even a probe with his spiritual power revealed no irregularities. Yet within his spatial perception, he had clearly caught a fleeting Imagia figure clinging to the trunk, using the foliage as cover while spying in his direction. Ever since awakening his spatial ability, his perception ran day and night like a passive talent. Within 100 meters, not even the faintest disturbance escaped him. The moment that figure emerged in the tree's shadow, he had locked onto them. This is my home, and no one else lives within 100 meters, Chu Mo calculated instantly. If someone can slip into my villa grounds to watch me, are they here to kill me? The aura hidden in the dark was fearsome, at least at the four-domain general level, a rank held by only a handful of experts in the entire Jinling stronghold, most of them backed by powerful clans or factions. The Su clan. The thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately focused on the only likely enemy. Since arriving in Jinling, he had kept a low profile, except for the day he killed Su Mo at the Tsiyu Commerce Guild's headquarters and incurred the Su family's hatred. If his guess was right, the assassin had been sent by them. While he weighed his options, the intruder crept closer along shifting shadows. His spatial sense rendered the scene like a three-dimensional map. The stranger dropped from a branch, stepped into the shade where their outline merged with the darkness, then slipped silently into the house and hid in one corner. His eyes could not see them, his spiritual probe could not detect them, yet his spatial perception laid everything bare. To melt into darkness like that, does this person have a shadow concealment talent? Chu Mo marveled inwardly. The thought had barely formed when the room temperature plunged and a wave of murderous intent swept over him. The attacker had struck. Swish. A sword key, utterly silent and devoid of any yuan force fluctuations, sliced toward him as though the air itself had solidified into a blade. Without the warning from his spatial sense, he would have collapsed dead without ever knowing what hit him. A spark of greed flashed across his mind. What a terrifying ability. If only I could harvest it. Even as the idea took shape, wind element yuan force surged into his legs. He executed Luo Yin footwork, his body turning into a wisp of smoke that flashed several meters away. Clang. Steel rang through the room. Chu Mo drew his blade in a reverse grip, unleashing Grandmaster-level yuan force like a tidal wave. Cold light laced the air, Bladiki filling nearly every inch of space. Since unlocking 365 Dao apertures in his body, he could shape his yuan force into Bladiki at will. Now, fueled by the ambient energy of heaven and earth, the entire room became an ocean of blades. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Under the rampage of his Bladiki, the oncoming figure was instantly shredded by countless arcs of blade energy and forced out of hiding. In a single breath, his robe had been slashed into bloody ribbons, crimson beads sliding down the torn cloth. Su Yuba's heart lurched. Who would have thought the mighty Jinling base still concealed such a terrifying prodigy? A mere grandmaster who had already grasped blade intent could not be allowed to live. With a low growl, he melted into the shadows and lunged at Chu Mo. Within the gloom, Su Yuba became a thread-thin streak of darkness, closing in on Chu Mo almost in the blink of an eye, his sword flicking out like a viper's tongue. A surge of blade light rose to meet him. Nafiki and shadow collided in the cramped space, raining metallic clatter in rapid succession. In an instant, blade and darkness had crossed thousands of times. Though Chu Mo was only a grandmaster, his mastery of blade intent let him climb higher with every exchange. Instead of losing ground, he drove Su Yuba back step by step. The realization rattled Su Yuba he was being suppressed. Chu Mo, meanwhile, was silently testing his limits. Since advancing to grandmaster, how far could he go using only technique and physique, without his innate gifts? The answer came quickly. His opponent was early Zhenjiang tier, and he could already spar with him barehanded. If he layered on his gold affinity, he was confident he could even contend with a latest-stage Zhenjiang. The experiment was over. There was no need to keep this man alive. Decision made. Chu Mo vanished from where he stood. Blink. The next instant, he appeared behind Su Yuba, his long blade falling, infused with blade intent and heightened by gold affinity. The edge sliced the air, carving a thin black line through the void. Blood blossomed as Su Yuba's arm dropped to the ground. What kind of power is that you can teleport? Su Yuba screamed, terror flooding his eyes. Being pressured had already shaken him. Losing an arm to this ghostly movement chilled him to the bone. Someone who wielded blade intent and such uncanny footwork was anything but normal. He had to retreat and regroup. He slipped back into darkness, body fading without a trace, but Chu Mo's blade never paused. He swung behind him at what looked like empty space. Thud blade met flesh. The shadow materialized, Su Yuba staggering as blood sprayed. You can see me? He gasped. His darkness affinity had always made him untouchable. Even peak Zhenjiang experts struggled to track him, yet Chu Mo struck true. Refusing to believe it, he dove into shadow a third time, intent on a final escape. The blade light caught him again. This time the icy edge cleaved clean through his neck. Blood mist erupted, his head arcing high before thudding to the ground. Su Yuba's lifeless eyes stared wide with disbelief. Target, Su Yuba detected. Begin collection? Chu Mo didn't hesitate. He laid his palm on the corpse. Collect, he commanded. A gigantic hand of golden light formed in midair and closed around Su Yuba's body. The light vanished, leaving a pitch-black sphere in its grasp. Collection complete. Advanced dark affinity acquired. Fuse. A dark affinity just as I hoped. The light flashed in Chu Mo's eyes. Among the basic elements, only light and dark were truly rare, and dark was exactly what he lacked. Fuse. The orb sank into his body. The pain that came with a high-grade talent was nothing to him now. He didn't even frown. Moments later the fusion ended, and instructions for the new ability bloomed in his mind. 1. Merge with darkness. Any shadow, even the faint outline cast by a person, can receive him as easily as still water. 2. Devour light. While the talent is active, every ray that draws near is erased and cannot penetrate. Let's see how it works. His outline wavered, and he slipped into a corner of the room. He glided soundlessly down the villa's corridor, entered Chun Ziwei's training room, and hid inside the shadow at her feet. Only her steady breathing broke the silence. The girl, deep in cultivation, sensed nothing. Still unsatisfied, he drifted onto the street. Neon signs, streetlights, and passers-by brushed past him for a full hour, yet no one noticed his presence. Incredible. Back at the villa, excitement coursed through him. With this dark talent, every plan he made would be far easier. But one serious problem remained. Night had deepened. Chu Mo stood on the terrace, the cool mountain breeze clearing his head. During the day the Su family had actually sent a warden to assassinate Hima, move he hadn't foreseen. He had assumed his connection to the Jadeite Merchant Alliance would make them hesitate, but he had underestimated their resolve and overestimated his own safety. He remembered the iron law that bound both his previous life in the apocalypse and this world. The weak are meat, the strong the knife. Great clans that survive centuries of bloodshed do so by eradicating every loose end. The lesson was obvious. On the surface he was only a martial master, yet they had still sent a four directions warden skilled in stealth. Without his spatial talent, he would already be dead. The danger gave him a clear warning: no complacency, no wishful thinking. The collection art could keep upgrading his gifts, but if he wanted to go further, he would have to walk on thin ice. Be cautious in peace, decisive in action, and leave no survivors. Su Feng died by his hand. Su Mo died by his hand. Now, even the Su family's warden lay dead at his feet. The feud had reached a point where only one side could live. If you cut the weeds, you have to pull up the roots. A cold, killing intent flickered in Chu Mo's eyes. Yet, even though the idea had taken root, the Su family was still one of the four great clans of the Jinling Grand Base, its reach vast, and its experts many. With Chu Mo's current strength, moving against them Hedon would be reckless, so his first priority was still to grow stronger. He had stepped into the Grandmaster realm with a flawless foundation and forged innate jade bones within his body. The depth of his Dao foundation was almost unmatched. While stuck below Grandmaster, his cultivation bottleneck had stood like a towering wall. Now that wall had crumbled, the power he had stored poured out, and with the body forging manual his strength rose before his eyes. 1 elephant, 2 elephants, 3 elephants. Every so often, he gained yet another elephant's worth of force. Not until the 5th day did the explosive rise begin to slow. The night the strength testing platform arrived at his residence, he raised a fist and struck. Boom. Metal rang as red numbers lit up. 112, followed by an elephant icon. His body alone now held the power of 112 elephants. He drew a breath, let his primal energy surge, and punched again. The figure doubled. 224 elephants. Chu Mo nodded slightly. By Jinling standards, 5 elephants marked the entry into Grandmaster. A typical Grandmaster topped out at 200 elephants in raw physique, or 400 with energy amplification. He had only just stepped into the realm, yet his flesh alone was already close to mid-stage. Much of it came from the post-breakthrough surge, but even after the pace slowed he could still add a bit more than 1 elephant a day, roughly 30 elephants a month. In less than 3 months, he would reach the Grandmaster's bodily ceiling. If news of such progress spread, it would rock the entire base. Many top-tier talents needed 10 years to push from Grandmaster to their limit. Those with extraordinary physiques might compress it to 3 to 5. Chu Mo needed less than 3 months. The gap was staggering. The secret lay in the innate jade bones. After the jade bead fused with his skeleton, it quietly reforged his flesh and blood, and under its guidance the efficiency of drawing primal energy and tempering bones skyrocketed, many times higher than that of an extraordinary physique. No wonder Miss Mo had said, the higher your foundation grade, the more terrifying your future potential. For an ordinary Grandmaster, stepping into the Zhenjiang tier was little more than wishful thinking. For Chu Mo, with his flawless foundation, reaching the bodily limit in 3 months and advancing to Zhenjiang within a year was almost assured. The thought set his fighting spirit ablaze. Before the secret realm opened, he had to push his body to 200 elephants. He seized the last vial of blood from a Tier 6 fierce beast, downed it in one gulp, and sat cross-legged to cultivate. Still, just as he was about to begin closed-door cultivation, the people sent by Mo Shanshan arrived. They brought information on the secret realm. Chu Mo put his training on hold and accepted the thick stack of documents. The first page bore a bold headline, the Shao Yi Qing Tian Secret Realm. As he skimmed the words, a vivid outline of the realm took shape in his mind. This was an unusually large secret realm that opened once every 10 years. A mysterious barrier at the entrance allowed only martial artists with a bone age of 60 or younger to pass. Anyone older was forcibly repelled. Because of that limit, no single faction had ever monopolized the realm. Each time, different forces sent their young elites to fight for resources, and how much they brought back depended entirely on their own strength and heritage. After repeated investigations, the factions of Jinling Base concluded that the realm was likely a fragment of another world. It stretched vast and wide, filled with the ruins of a colossal sect. The most prominent site was the Martial Tower, an assessment ground. Legend said that once inside, a disciple could clear floor after floor. Even if they fell during a trial, they would not truly die. Each level conquered granted a mysterious reward. Since its discovery, the realm had opened 6 times. Jinling's best record ended at the 37th floor, where the challenger obtained a precious gold-grade martial technique. Beyond the Martial Tower, countless other ruins and hidden areas lay scattered throughout the realm, rich enough to make every faction's eyes burn with envy. Each opening yielded bountiful spoils. This time, Mo Shanshan herself would lead the Commerce Alliance's fighters. The treasure she coveted was hidden in an exceptionally dangerous ruin, and without Chu Mo's help it would be almost impossible to secure. After finishing the overview, Chu Mo turned the page and found the list of outstanding talents entering the realm this time. It included nearly every young powerhouse in Jinling Base, but 4 names were especially prominent. 1. Shun Tianyun, rising star of the Jinling Formation Masters Association, 37, peak Grandmaster realm. He possesses an extraordinary cultivation physique and rare formation talent, once trapping and killing a grade 5 high-tier fierce beast with nothing but an array. 2. Gu Yunxiao, son of the Gu clan, one of the 4 great familias 30 early Zhenjiang stage. His fire affinity is unrivaled among his peers, and he has slain a mid-stage Zhenjiang opponent Heaton. 3. Shin Song, expert of the Shin clan, also one of the 4 great families 42, mid-stage Zhenjiang. Gifted with a high-grade lightning affinity and a top-tier physique, he once battled 3 fierce beasts of the same realm simultaneously without faltering. 4. Su Yuba, the hidden blade of the Su clan, one of the 4 great familias 33, early Zhenjiang stage. The Su clan kept him out of sight, yet the alliance unearthed clues that he may possess a dark affinity and excel in assassination. His dossier was highlighted in red, marking him as extremely dangerous. Su Yuba's file, printed in warning red, immediately caught the eye. Chu Mo chuckled to himself. It seemed the Merchant Alliance still had no idea that Su Yuba had already fallen by his hand. He unrolled the jade slip and kept reading. Aside from a handful of prodigies who were truly worth fearing, most of the so-called talents were either well into adulthood before they became 4-direction marshals or had stalled at the peak of Grandmaster. They weren't exactly weak, yet they failed to spark any interest in him, and he skimmed past their files. According to the Alliance's estimates, more than 1,000 cultivators would surge into the secret realm when it opened. Roughly half were warriors, the rest grandmasters, with over 20 confirmed 4-direction marshals. Chu Mo closed his eyes for a moment, inwardly shaken. No wonder they call it a megabase. In Jinling Megabase, the younger generation alone boasted more than 20 4-direction marshals. Remove the age limit, and the number likely topped 100. Grandmasters were practically everywhere. By contrast, his own Liang base could muster only 5 grandmasters in total. The gap was glaring. He quietly summed up the reasons. 1. A vast population yields more gifted individuals. 2. The higher a parent's cultivation, the harder it is to conceive, yet the offspring are often exceptionally talented. 3. Rising powerhouses from smaller bases tend to migrate to larger ones, creating a virtuous cycle. Because of this, Jinling's overall strength was climbing at a breathtaking pace far beyond what an outlying base like Luyang could hope to match. He exhaled. Looks like this trip into the secret realm will be utter chaos. With more than 1,000 fighters pouring in, each carrying old grudges, and all hungry for rare treasures, conflict could erupt at any moment. In such a maelstrom, staying uninvolved was a fantasy. Only true strength could guarantee survival. With that thought, he stowed every document in his personal storage, emptied his mind, circulated his cultivation technique, and began forging his body once more. Meanwhile, inside the Su clan's council hall, Su Lang sat at the head of the table, his brow locked in a deep frown. 5 days had passed since he dispatched Su Yuba, and there was still no word. Every attempt at contact had met silence, as though the man had vanished. A four-direction marshal with a darkness affinity had been sent to kill a target who wasn't even a grandmaster. By rights, nothing should have gone wrong. Yet Yuba's fate was now uncertain. Can someone tell me what in the world happened? Su Lang's voice was low, thick with restrained fury and grief. Su Yuba had been the trump card the clan painstakingly groomed, meant to shine in the approaching secret realm. Losing him overnight was a heavy blow. Worse still, the clan's ancestor had emerged from seclusion yesterday and made no secret of his displeasure with Su Lang's recent decisions. The ancestor was the Su clan's pillar. With a single word, he could strip Su Lang of his patriarch's seat. If it came to that, Su Lang would lose not only his authority, but his standing within the family. The weight of that prospect pressed hard on his heart, stirring a faint dread. Could the Tsuyu Merchant Alliance have guessed Chu Mo would come after us and secretly sent experts to guard him? Otherwise, Uncle Yu would never have failed. A Su clan elder slammed the armrest and blurted out his suspicion. Before his words had faded, the other elders nodded, agreement written all over their faces. It must be the Tsuyu Merchant Alliance. They've been at odds with the Su family for ages. If they weren't so powerful, would have wiped them out long ago. Several elders roared, cursing through clenched teeth. The Tsuyu Merchant Alliance was the largest guild in the Jinling megabase, backed by enormous wealth and martial resources and commanding an army of warriors. Its long-standing feud with the Su clan had spawned countless covert clashes. Although Su Lang shared his elder's fury, he knew the patriarch was already displeased with him. Adding fuel to the fire would only make things worse. He drew a deep breath, forced down his anger, and said in a low voice, "Enough. The Shao Yi Qingtian secret realm is about to open. We can't afford distractions. Focus all our efforts on the expedition. I've located a priceless opportunity inside. Our disciples will go in first. If they secure it, our clan will reach new heights." The elders' eyes lit up, and they straightened in their seats. After a brief discussion, they took their leave one by one. When the doors closed, silence filled the spacious hall, leaving Su Lang alone. Sometime later, the sharp crack of shattering porcelain and splintering wood rang out. When his rage finally subsided, Su Lang sat amid the debris, his face dark. Suddenly he sneered, "Just wait. Once our disciples seize that chance in the secret realm, what will the Tsuyu Merchant Alliance be worth? The entire Jinling megabase will fall into our hands sooner or later. As for Chu Mo, let him live a few days longer." A cold glint flashed in his eyes. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye. On the surface, the Jinling megabase seemed calm, yet every faction was secretly busy preparing for the Shao Yi Qingtian secret realm. The Su clan still hasn't made a move? After a month of closed-door cultivation, Chu Mo opened his eyes, puzzled. Even while training, he had remained vigilant, instructing Chen Shiwei not to leave the villa and to concentrate on her practice. He had also asked Mo Shanshan for a detailed dossier on the Su clan. The file showed that the Su family, one of the four great clans of Jinling, was terrifyingly strong, with more than 20 Xinjiang rank warriors. Over a dozen were under 100 years old. The rest were veteran fighters beyond a century, all at mid-Zhenjiang or higher, their true strength impossible to gauge. More alarming still, the Su patriarch was said to be alive and well, already at the very peak of Zhenjiang and rumored to have touched the threshold of the Bahuang Venerable realm. A Bahuang Venerable stands above the Zhenjiang rank, a supreme powerhouse able to guard a mega base of tens of millions, quell any uprising, and serve as humanity's backbone. If such a person chooses benevolence, 10,000 leagues remain at peace. If they turn malevolent, entire mountains and rivers crumble. A legend once circulated through the Jinling Grand Base. 50 years ago, an 8 Desolations Venerable in another major base succumbed to inner demons during secluded cultivation. When he emerged, he slaughtered everything around him, triggering a catastrophe that shook the world. Wherever he stepped, skyscrapers collapsed in an instant, streets shattered as if struck by a colossal hammer, and mountains and rivers seemed to lose their color. Grandmasters and regional wardens had no chance to respond before they were blasted apart, and the number of dead and missing eventually exceeded 1,000,000. Other venerables of the same rank did not arrive until the following day. 5 of them surrounded the deranged cultivator, blades and avatars crossing in midair while a fissure split the land, leaving a depression that spanned tens of thousands of miles. The battle raged for 10 full days and nights before they finally cut him down on scorched earth. As the final blow fell, thunderclouds rolled and a torrential rain poured. The downpour washed away piles of mangled limbs and bones, and people realized that the shockwaves from the 6 venerables had nearly leveled the entire base. Of the megacity's original population of more than 10 million, barely half survived, and corpses carpeted the ground beyond counting. The base launched a massive reconstruction, yet even after 50 years it has not fully recovered. This alone shows how terrifying an 8 Desolations Venerable truly is, no longer merely human, but godlike. And the Su clan very likely has such a powerhouse in its ranks. Having learned these secrets, Chu Mo felt both shocked and grateful. Thankfully, he had not acted on impulse. Had he tried to strike first, he would have marched straight to his death. The Su family remains one of the 4 great clans only because it has a venerable behind it, which means the other 3 clans must each possess such strength as well. As for the Emerald Trade Alliance that suppresses the Su clan, it must be even more formidable, either stronger overall or backed by multiple venerables. While analyzing the situation, Chu Mo could not help thinking of Emo Shanshan. Her astonishing status within the alliance might mean she is the disciple, or even a direct descendant, of one of those venerables. The road ahead is long. I have to keep working, he muttered, clenching his fists to encourage himself. Just then, the cooldown of his harvesting technique ended, giving him the chance to target a new source of power. This time Chu Mo decided to collect a wind affinity. His current wind attribute was only at an intermediate level, already lagging behind his combat needs, so this was the perfect moment to upgrade it. He acted at once. Leaving seclusion, he greeted Chen Shiwei briefly and departed the base. An hour later, Chu Mo rode his skyrock to a wilderness tens of thousands of miles away. Below lay a desolate mountain valley overgrown with wild grass taller than a grown man. The ridgeline blocked the sunlight, draping the valley floor in heavy shadow. Chu Mo crouched deep within the weeds, his gaze fixed on a black giant eagle perched atop a distant boulder. This creature was known as a heaven-rending eagle. Even while standing still, it was nearly 3 zhang tall, and when it spread its wings the span exceeded 20 meters. As it calmly preened its feathers, its razor-sharp beak glinted with a chilling light. It was a Tier 5 early-stage fierce beast. Chu Mo had only just arrived when he spotted the giant eagle. "Lucky me, you'll do nicely," he murmured. An instant later, his dark attribute gift activated, and he melted into the night like a drop of ink, vanishing into the surrounding shadows. The forest was deathly quiet, broken only by the split-sky eagle preening a short distance away. Hidden in the darkness, Chu Mo slipped from tree shadow to rock to withered root, each move precise and silent. In the span of a few breaths, he had closed the gap to less than 20 meters. The split-sky eagle kept grooming its feathers, completely unaware that death was at hand. A dark attribute really is a divine skill for killing, looting, and disappearing, he thought. The ideal striking distance reached, he gathered his strength and locked onto the target. Clang! The war blade left its sheath, a cold arc of light scything toward the eagle's skull. 1 month of hard training had added another 30 xiang of strength, bringing him up to 142. Backed by yuan energy and reinforced by the indestructible thunder body, the slash was pushed to its limit as the 365 blade apertures inside him resonated in unison. The air shuddered. Fine cracks even rippled across space itself. Sensing danger, the split-sky eagle spread its wings, trying to take flight, but Chu Mo was too close, and his blade was faster. A flash of steel severed one wing at the root, blood spraying everywhere. The enormous bird screeched in pain, its bulk pitching wildly. Before it could right itself, Chu Mo triggered his low-grade space talent, blinking to stand before the eagle. Cold light flared again as the second strike hacked at its neck. Blood erupted. The head was nearly taken off. With a thunderous crash, the split-sky eagle hit the grounded Tier 5 fiend beast slain before it had a chance to fight back. So this is the terror of a dark attribute gift, Chu Mo mused, eyes calm. "Harvest," he said, pressing a hand to the corpse. "Harvest successful. Top-tier wind attribute talent obtained. Fuse now?" Fuse. A wave of burning pain swept through him, but Chu Mo was long used to it. Moments later the agony receded, and he pulled up his status panel. Target, Chu Mo. Physique, Transcendent Grade Indestructible Thunder Body. Talents, Transcendent Grade Fire Attribute, Top-tier Wind Attribute, High-Grade Blade Mastery, High-Grade Wood Attribute, High-Grade Water Attribute, High-Grade Dark Attribute, Mid-Grade Metal Attribute, Mid-Grade Earth Attribute, Low-Grade Space Attribute. Let's see what this top-tier wind talent can do. He tapped the ground, his figure blurring as an afterimage shot through the woods. The wind screaming in his ears sharpened into a high-pitched wail, and he realized his speed had tripled again, the cumulative boost approaching 50-fold. At this pace, even a peak captain would never catch me, he thought with satisfaction. Where facing such an opponent had once been a stretch, that 50-fold speed now made a heat-in fight possible. With the new talent secured, all that remained was to shut himself away and train. In high spirits, Chu Mo raced down a forest path toward the base. Chu Mo returned to seclusion and continued his cultivation. After another full month of silent meditation, his gathering technique finally refreshed. He left the base at once, roamed the wilderness alone for 2 days, and eventually tracked down and slew a level 5 Earth-type dire beast in a stretch of crumbling lush hills. On the spot, he harvested the beast's essence and fused with it, gaining a high-grade Earth affinity. A quick test left him exhilarated. The new talent boosted his physical defense by a factor of 30. Even if he unleashed his blade intent at full power, he could only slice a hairline cut into his own arm, and it healed in an instant. In other words, an average Grandmaster could no longer truly hurt him, and even an early-stage 4 Directions general would struggle to inflict serious damage. With such a trump card, his survivability had soared. Less than a month remained before the secret realm would open. Chu Mo decided not to leave the base again. He simply closed himself off, waiting for the portal to appear. Time raced by, and a dozen days slipped away in a blink. One evening the lights blazed in the training hall as Chu Mo stood before a brand new power testing platform. This machine surpassed the standard high-grade testers, capable of measuring even the strength of a four directions general, and its price matched its power. Fortunately, technology in the Jinling megabase was mature, and the cost was reasonable: 50 million low-grade spirit stones. Chu Mo had picked it up during a sale at the Emerald Jade Merchants Guild, and now it was finally earning its keep. Nearly 3 months of bitter cultivation had almost doubled his overall strength since the day he first became a grandmaster. Staring at the platform, he thought, let's see how far my raw power has climbed. He drew a deep breath, blood surging, and smashed a fist forward. Boom. The impact rang out, the display flickered, and a number appeared. 196 xiang of force pure physical might. 3 months ago he had managed only 112 xiang, so the 84 xiang jump left him more than satisfied. Next he channeled his yuan power and struck again. Bang! The platform shuddered, and a fresh figure flashed into view: 392 xiang. An ordinary grandmaster, even after milking every drop of strength and overlaying yuan power, would hover around 400 xiang, and Chu Mo had reached that frontier in merely 3 months. Of course, those so-called ordinary grandmasters were the weakest of their rank, sometimes outclassed by exceptionally gifted martial artists. More importantly, Chu Mo could sense that 196 xiang wasn't his ceiling. He hadn't even stepped into the mid-grandmaster stage yet. The room for growth at this level remained vast, allowing his foundation to thicken. With yuan power, I reached 392 xiang. If I stack the 20-fold boost from the indestructible thunder body, the 30% blade intent bonus, and the 4-fold damage of the Gale Thunder Saber art, the total amplification climbs past 240 times. Over 240 times. What kind of power is that? The thought alone made even Chu Mo's breath catch. He could hardly wait to try it out. He had thought about unleashing it inside the house, but one glance convinced him the place would never hold up. If it collapsed, cleaning up the mess would be a nightmare, so he headed into the wild. Half an hour later he reached a secluded mountain valley thousands of miles from the Jinling Grand Base. Wind hissed through the gorge as Chu Mo steadied his breathing, letting the energy within him settle. Suddenly his eyes snapped open. Clang. A 4th-tier alloy warblade shot from its scabbard, its edge flashing coldly in the sun. In that instant his blood boiled, yuan force surged from his dantian, blade intent flooded every limb. All 365 blade nodes resonated, and the immortal thunder body multiplied his raw strength 20-fold. The Tempest Lightning Blade technique roared to life. A heartbeat later he swung. Boom. Where the blade light fell, the earth split, gouging a trench several kilometers long, a zhang wide, and more than 10 meters deep. Trees along its path exploded under the blade intent, reduced to dust that drifted away on the wind. Anyone who witnessed such devastation would have been struck dumb with terror. When the shockwave faded, however, Chu Mo frowned. He knew he had struck with everything he had, yet the amplification was only about 100-fold even, counting the yuan force boost. It was nowhere near the 240-fold he had calculated, let alone the theoretical maximum of 480. Where had it gone wrong? Refusing to accept that ceiling, he launched several more slashes, but the barrier held firm. An invisible wall seemed to cap every increase. Was 100-fold really the limit? Chu Mo couldn't believe it. If that were true, how had the prodigies of history overwhelmed foes far beyond their rank? There had to be a way to break through, just hadn't found it yet. For now he set the puzzle aside and took stock of the strength he did possess. Even capped below 100-fold, his physique alone could unleash almost 20,000 xiang of force. According to the data at Jinling Grand Base, a frontier marshal's physical ceiling was 10,000 xiang, and only with yuan force could they barely touch 20,000. In other words, he could already match the weakest peak-level marshal. Of course, once those marshals activated their extra talents, their power would climb even higher, but Chu Mo had trump cards of his own. A top-tier wind affinity that granted a 50-fold speed boost, a 5-element affinity that let him adapt to any environment, and most importantly innate gifts in darkness and space. Thanks to his well-rounded growth, he had virtually no weak points. In other words, aside from a few peak wardens with powerful offensive gifts, there was hardly anyone left who could threaten him. The realization put Chu Mo in an excellent mood and made him even more eager for the journey into the secret realm. Early the next morning, inside the villa's meditation room, Chu Mo sat cross-legged in cultivation. His eyes suddenly snapped open. In the next instant, he appeared in the courtyard. A grandmaster standing at the gate had just raised his hand to knock. Startled by Chu Mo's sudden appearance, he almost lost his balance. Recognizing the figure, he quickly cupped his fists. Guest Elder Chu, Miss Mo asks that you come to the Merchants Alliance headquarters. He'll be there shortly. Chu Mo nodded. He gave Qin Shiwei a few quick instructions, then left with Xuan, the treasure-seeking bird, and Xiao Wu. Tian Peng remained behind to protect Chen Shiwei. Guided by the Grandmaster, they crossed several main streets and soon arrived at the Emerald Merchants Alliance headquarters. Instead of entering the building, they circled around to the back. A spacious training ground large enough for several basketball courts came into view. More than 100 warriors were already gathered, each exuding the aura of a peak Grandmaster. Among them were several early-stage wardens. Chu Mo, you're here. Mo Shanshan approached with a bright smile. Chu Mo nodded, looking around. I didn't expect this many people. It's still not everyone, Mo Shanshan replied. Xiaoya Qingshan is a large secret realm full of opportunity. Each time it opens, it yields huge amounts of resources. The Emerald Merchants Alliance is sending 200 fighters this time. I see. Chu Mo nodded in understanding. While they talked, many warriors turned to look at them. Who's that guy talking to Miss Mo like they're old friends? Never seen him. Anyone know his background? He doesn't look that strong. Is he really going in with us? The murmurs rose and fell, full of curiosity and scrutiny, but Chu Mo ignored them and kept chatting with Mo Shanshan. A few minutes later, several dozen more warriors arrived, completing the group. At that moment Lei, the Alliance's consecrated elder, stepped to the center of the field in his long robe. His gaze was sharp as lightning. Quiet, he commanded. The chatter stopped instantly. Everyone's here. Board the vessel, we leave for the secret realm now. A massive flying ship streaked in from the distant sky. Runes powered by spiritual energy flared along its hull as it settled onto the open ground. The warriors boarded in orderly fashion. Lei approached Chu Mo and Mo Shanshan, repeating his warning. Miss, the secret realm is dangerous. Please be cautious. He then looked at Chu Mo, guest Elder Chu. I'll entrust her safety to you. Understood, Chu Mo replied simply. Lei nodded and went to oversee the others. Soon it was Chu Mo and Mo Shanshan's turn. They stepped into the cabin side by side. The hatch closed, the array thrummed to life, and the colossal ship rose into the sky, speeding toward its destination. The airship was surprisingly spacious. Standing in the middle of the deck, Chu Mo looked around and saw the walls studded with countless formation symbols, pale blue light pulsing along their lines. He knew the vessel drew power from yuan stones. The formations not only propelled it, but also generated a shield capable of withstanding a full-force blow from an early four directions general. At top speed, it could exceed 100 times the speed of sound, an unrivaled means of long-distance travel. The specs made Chu Mo's heart race. He edged over to Mo Shanshan and quietly asked whether he could buy one. But when he heard the price, even the smallest 10-person model cost a full billion yuan, Stanesh could only give a wry shake of the head. Even if he sold everything he owned, he still couldn't afford it. He would have to wait until his purse was a great deal heavier. The airship glided on in silence, broken only by the occasional low hum of the formations. Before long, their destination appeared on the horizon. The craft banked, slowed, shuddered once, and set down smoothly. Everyone off, Mo Shanshan called, raising her hand. The hatch opened, and the Alliance's masters leapt out one after another. Chu Mo followed close behind. The instant his toes touched the ground, he scanned the area, barren earth, dull yellow and lifeless. Not a single blade of grass except for a colossal tree that towered not far away. Its trunk was as thick as a mountain, hundreds of meters across. The crown soared through the clouds, seeming to pierce the very sky. Dense foliage spread like a canopy for dozens of li around, pressing the daylight into gloom. That thing is enormous, Chu Mo gasped. He realized at once that the surrounding wasteland owed its barrenness to the monster tree, which had devoured every trace of nourishment and left no chance for lesser plants to survive. Mo Shanshan skipped to his side and explained, this is a progenitor tree. When the world changed, a vortex of Yuanqi appeared here, and it absorbed the lot, taking a century to reach its present size. Later, by another stroke of luck, it drew in even more qi, so the reserves in its body are vast. If we compared it to a spirit beast, it would rank at least at the Bahuang venerable level. But the energy is simply too much for it to refine, so it has never been able to awaken its own intellect. Seeing that Chu Mo was still struck speechless, Mo Shanshan went on. The place we're heading to Xiaoya Qingshiani's inside this tree. Inside it. Chu Mo blinked. That's right, she nodded. Its fate is almost unfair. After swallowing the Yuanqi vortex, it still couldn't take human form, and then it accidentally pulled in a wandering spatial rift. An ordinary creature would have been shredded or sucked away, but the near-limitless qi inside it allowed the tree to wrestle with the rift until the two fused. The tear became a single leaf, hence the name Xiaoya Qingtian, the little leaf that holds the sky. Looking toward the depths of the canopy, Mo Shanshan sighed softly. It failed to take shape because of the vortex, yet the same boundless qi let it survive the rift. Fate's a marvel, isn't it? Chu Mo listened and nodded in agreement. The mountaintop breeze, laced with the secret realm's aura, brushed past and stirred their sleeves. After only a moment, Mo Shanshan glanced at the sky and warned in a hushed rush, the others are coming. Chu Mo looked up. The clouds were ripped apart as several silvery gray skysails knifed through the air, runes flashing along their hulls, their fiery wakes trailing like comets. One by one the craft settled around the plaza, hatches opened, and martial artists poured out. The four great clans, the Formation Masters Guild, Songyun Pavilion Mo Shanshan, named them casually. Each group lined up under its own banner or crest, the boundaries so stark that even their breathing sounded separated by invisible walls. When a few well-known figures appeared, the crowd began to whisper. That's Gu Yinxiao. The one in black is Shen Song. The Formation Guild has arrived. Chu Mo matched the faces to the dossiers he had read. At the front of the Gu clan stood Gu Yunxiao, a white-robed youth with a jade pendant and razor-sharp eyes. In the Shun ranks, Shen Song wore midnight robes, his aura as deep as a still pool. On the guild's side, most were of lower cultivation, yet the girl in yellow drew every gaze. Shin Tianyan. Shin Tianyan is actually a girl? Chu Mo murmured. Mo Shanshan nodded. She's 37, but she looks 16 at most. Once someone reaches the warrior stage, their chi slows aging. A grandmaster can live 3 centuries, and their appearance freezes. So if a grandmaster still seems young, it means they crossed that threshold early. What really held Chu Mo's attention was her record at peak grandmaster level. Shin Tianyan had once trapped and killed a tier 5 high-grade fiend using nothing but formations, a monster equal to a latest-stage commandant. He couldn't help staring a bit longer. As if sensing it, Shin Tianyan lifted her head and met his eyes across the crowd. Her lips curved in a playful smile, yet the clarity of her gaze pinned him like a needle. Chu Mo felt a jolt. Her spiritual perception was sharp enough to trace a glance back to its source. Amid the hubbub he frowned. Odd. I don't see that hidden Su clan fighter. You noticed too? Mo Shanshan murmured. The Su clan thought they'd concealed him, but the Jadeite Merchant Alliance knows Su Yuba, suspected shadow affinity. He's the one I fear most, yet he's missing. Chu Mo paused, then decided to be frank. He lowered his voice. Miss Mo, stop looking. Su Yuba is dead. I killed him. Mo Shanshan froze, disbelief flashing in her eyes. Seeing her reaction, Chu Mo offered a brief account. The feud with the Su clan, Su Yuba's attempted assassination, and the counterkill, omitting the finer points. The mountain wind kept blowing as the distant factions set up camp. After a long silence, Mo Shanshan exhaled softly and nodded. Her expression complicated. She had finally accepted the truth. Still, the news left her reeling. She had always believed that she and Chu Mo stood on the same starting line. Even if he was slightly stronger, the gap had seemed no wider than half a step. In fact, when he first arrived at the Jinling base, still short of the Master Realm, Mo Shanshan had been sure she could fight him to a draw. Yet hearing him admit that he had already slain a prodigiously gifted Commandant Hedon made her realize how far apart they now stood. The gulf had not narrowed. It had grown wider with every passing day. There was no doubt that Chu Mo's physique and talents had entered the truly extraordinary, and they were anything but singular. An affinity for wind, a genius for the blade, the spark of lightning, these were just the 3 she knew about. By her estimation, even a mid-tier commandant would struggle to survive a clash with him. So this is what real genius looks like, she thought. For the first time she abandoned any notion of competing with Chu Mo. All that remained was the resolve to chase after him with everything she had, just so she wouldn't lose sight of his back. With that in mind, she looked up and said sincerely, Chu Mo, I never imagined you'd become this strong. I'm happy for you. Chu Mo smiled. You're not doing so badly yourself. Mo Shanshan shook her head. Still a long way to go compared with you. But I'll keep working and catch up. Seeing the clarity and determination in her eyes, Chu Mo patted her shoulder. Keep at it. They had barely finished speaking when someone in the crowd shouted, the spatial rift is opening. Instinctively they looked up. The once serene sky churned with gathering clouds as a tide of primal energy surged in, spinning a high-speed vortex above the tallest ancient tree. A chorus of sharp, cracking sounds followed, like a shattered mirror, and jagged fractures split the air, as if the very heavens were being torn to pieces. It was impossible to tell how long the spectacle lasted before a thunderous boom erupted. Where the cracks converged, the sky burst open, and a gray-white portal, roughly 3 meters across, expanded rapidly before locking in place, as though nailed there by an unseen force. Prepare to enter the secret realm. The enforcers from the major factions bellowed. Warriors from every camp leaped into the rift in turn. The Jadeite Trade Alliance stood at the rear, waiting patiently until the path was clear. When it was the Su clan's turn, Chu Mo noticed the young man at the frontonly in early-stage commandant turn and glare at him. The youth's eyes were icy with murder. He drew a finger across his throat in a silent threat before stepping into the rift. Threatening me? Chu Mo's lips curled into a cold smile. Su Yuba was already dead, and he had intended to wipe out the rest anyway. He hadn't expected the younger generation to provoke him first. Some people really don't know the value of their own lives. Come on, our turn, Mo Shanshan called to the alliance members. The Jadeite Alliance fighters jumped through the portal one after another, Chu Mo right behind them. Side by side with Mo Shanshan, he stepped into the unknown. Chu Mo felt as though he had pushed through a thin membrane. The world spun, and when the dizziness cleared, he he found himself in a completely different place. So this is Xiao Yiqingtian? He whispered. All around lay a vast primeval jungle, its giant trees interlacing into a sea of green. Above them drifted layers of rainbow-colored auspicious cloud snow, ordinary vapor, but pure, condensed primal energy shimmering with radiant light. He inhaled deeply. The energy slid down his throat like warm liquid. His muscles trembled as if bathed in medicine. Within his dantian, his own power stirred, churning like a nest of roused spirit serpents. This energy is unbelievably dense, he marveled. A major secret realm really is on another level. Treasures must form here with ease. The energy here was nearly tangible. Even an ordinary weed could evolve into a spirit herb, let alone a genuine elixir. Most secret realms never reached such concentration, but when the ancestor tree once battled the rift, endless energy had poured in and left behind this anomaly. Mo Shanshan landed beside him, and, noticing the wonder on his face, explained softly, "That's why the energy is so thick here." He nodded in understanding. Scanning the area, Chu Mo saw cultivators from various factions all hurrying in the same direction. Following their gaze, he spotted the ruins of an ancient sect scattered among distant peaks, fractured pavilions, and broken walls clung to the mountainsides. Dominating the scene was a golden pagoda hundreds of meters tall, its surface wrapped in a spiral of five-colored light. Most surrounding structures had lost their luster, many had collapsed entirely while a few still stood intact, the arrays etched on their walls flickering faintly. "What's everyone doing over there?" Chu Mo asked. "That ruin is the former site of the Xinjian sect, one of the better charted areas in this realm," Mo Shanshan answered, pointing toward the tower. "The golden structure is the Martial Dao Pagoda. They're lining up to take its trials." The Martial Dao Pagoda? Chu Mo had read about it. "Should we go now?" "No." Mo Shanshan shook her head. "There are too many people. We'd waste half a day just waiting our turn. This realm stays open for 6 weeks. Let's secure our target first and come back later." Chu Mo accepted her judgment with a nod. "All right." Mo Shanshan unfurled a beast-hide map, checked their position, and the two of them rose into the air, streaking above the treetops as swift currents of light. Midway, Chu Mo could no longer contain his curiosity. "Miss Mo, can you tell me now what this treasure actually is?" She had promised to reveal its identity only after they entered the realm. "Of course," she said, dropping all reservation. "We're after a dragon chant flower." "A dragon chant flower?" Chu Mo repeated, puzzled. "The dragon chant flower contains a mysterious energy that can repair a warrior's foundation and even offers a boost when breaking through to the 8 Desolations Lord realm." Mo Shanshan spoke in a low, urgent voice. "Her father is stranded at the peak of the 4 Directions General Realm. 7 years ago he failed to advance, his foundation shattered, and his cultivation has stagnated ever since. Only the dragon chant flower can rebuild his Dao base and give him another chance. The flower was first discovered accidentally during the last opening of the secret realm, when a Merchant Alliance fighter, lacking the strength to seize it, planted a locator beside the stem and fled. Now that the realm has reopened, Mo Shanshan has come in person, determined to bring the flower home. Chu Mo, if you can help me secure the dragon chant flower, whatever price you name, he'll pay it," she said earnestly to the young man at her side. "Miss Mo, there's no need for thanks," Chu Mo replied calmly. "You've already offered the spirit guiding art as payment, and I always keep my word." "Thank you." Mo Shanshan nodded solemnly. While they spoke, the two reached a hillside. According to the locator, the dragon chant flower was here. The slope was sparsely wooded. A few ancient trees clung to the incline, and at the top sat a pond barely a few paces across, its surface perfectly still. At first glance the place looked no different from any ordinary hill. Mo Shanshan raised her hand. "Spread out and search. Stay alert." At her command, the accompanying warriors fanned out, scrutinizing every corner of the slope. Soon, something felt off. "Miss, the spacing of these trees is too precise. As if they form a formation," a grandmaster muttered, frowning. "A formation?" Mo Shanshan scanned the area, but saw nothing unusual. "Everyone be careful." She hadn't finished when one fighter brushed a treetop. What looked like an ordinary twig shuddered, then snapped out like a whip. Crack! The thunderous blow split the air. The grandmaster had no time to dodge. The branch whip smashed into his chest, turning it into a crimson mist. He died on the spot. The scent of blood spread, and the entire hillside seemed to awaken. Every tree came alive, countless branches trembling madly, lashing out like whips and blades toward the crowd. The formations activated. "Hold them off," someone shouted. Dozens of warriors, all at Grandmaster peak with a few early generals mixed in, unleashed their true energy power enough to shatter stone, yet fists, palms, swords, and blades struck the branches only to throw off sparks without leaving a mark. The branch whips, by contrast, moved like lightning. A single hit blasted a body apart, spraying blood across the slope. In just a few heartbeats, screams echoed one after another. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen fighters lay dead. "Hurry, chop down these bizarre trees. We can't hold out much longer." Deep in the jungle, more than a dozen martial artists shouted as they swung their blades. Steel rang against the thick black trunks, leaving only shallow white marks, while thorn-covered branches lashed back, striking their armor and throwing sparks. Veterans of countless battles, they now fought with barely concealed panic. Whoosh! A branch as thick as a barrel sliced through the air, whipping straight at Chu Mo's face. Wind-type source power burst under his feet, and he blurred aside by several yards, drawing his saber in the same motion. In an instant, the 18 meridians linked to his blade shuddered, and a fierce killing intent flared across his body. Tempest Thunder Saber. With a low shout, he spun into a whirlwind. Sheets of cold light crisscrossed in every direction, severing branches wherever they passed. Each cut was clean as glass. When the blade met the trunk, it sheared it clean in half. Yellow sap sprayed out, filling the air with a rancid stench. On the other side, Imo Shanshan stood poised with her longsword. A razor-thin aura shimmered along the cyan blade. She flicked her wrist, sending arcs of sword light through the air. The wind screeched as it was sliced apart. Branches snapped at a touch and shattered when they hit the ground. Though her blows left only narrow grooves in the trunks, they showcased her exquisite swordcraft. Their fierce assault jolted the others back to their senses. Abandoning their scattered positions, the fighters focused on a single tree and attacked in rotation. Streams of blazing true energy rained down, and soon the entire patch of strange trees toppled with a crash, broken logs strewn everywhere. The skirmish ended as abruptly as it began, and everyone exhaled in relief. After a brief rest, they cleared the battlefield, dragging away fallen trunks and gathering stray thorns so nothing dangerous remained. Imo Shanshan took out a palm-sized locator. Its silver casing glinted in the sun. Chu Mo stepped over and saw two green dots on the screen almost merging into one. The beacon is here, she murmured, so the dragon chant flower must be nearby. But apart from the felled trees and a small pond no more than a yard across at the mountaintop, nothing seemed out of place. That's odd, Imo Shanshan frowned. Could it be underground? Chu Mo stared at the overlapping dots, inspiration flashing in his eyes. Her gaze lit up. Very possible. She immediately ordered the others to spread out and search for an entrance. Moments later, a fighter brushed aside dead leaves at the base of a huge stump and uncovered a pitch-black hole barely a meter wide, its mouth hidden beneath a tangle of roots. Chu Mo sent out his spiritual sense and felt a winding passage bellow on unseen realm waiting. He looked at Imo Shanshan, silently asking for her decision. After a brief pause, she said, if our guess is right, the dragon chant flower lies deep inside, and it won't be easy to reach. He'll go with you. The rest of you can continue searching the secret realm. There's no need to stay here. Chu Mo nodded slightly, agreeing at heart. The cave was so cramped that the more people went in, the harder it became to move. With only two of them, they could still maneuver. After hearing Imo Shanshan's plan, one Xinjiangstage warrior looked worried. Miss, if we leave, your safety. Don't worry, Imo Shanshan interrupted with a wave. Chu Keqing will protect me. You saw his strength, he's stronger than any of you. With him here, I'm perfectly safe. The warrior hesitated, then nodded. Very well. We'll stay close to the entrance and patrol. When you come out, we'll spread out again. Fine. Nearly 200 fighters split into small squads, establishing a perimeter around the cave mouth. Chu Mo and Imo Shanshan vaulted into the darkness. He'll take the lead. Stay behind me, Chu Mo said in a low voice as he landed. Imo Shanshan murmured her assent and followed lightly. The tunnel was pitch black and damp, water seeping down the rock walls and echoing off the stone. They had gone no more than a dozen yards when a foul stench rushed at them on a gust of wind. Imo Shanshan tensed, true energy flaring as she prepared to meet the threat. Cold light flashed. With a single swing, Chu Mo's blade carved a crescent of silver through the darkness. A heavy thud followed. The black-furred rat, its eyes blood red, never had time to screech before the stroke cleaved it cleanly in two. Imo Shanshan drew a sharp breath. It was a fifth-rank fiend beast, a creature that should have rivaled a Xinjiangstage warrior, yet it hadn't lasted half a heartbeat under Chu Mo's blade. They pressed on. Red-armored lizards, iron-quilled boars, bone-gnawing bats. Each beast tried its luck, whether by stealth or headlong charge, and each fell to a single slash. Chu Mo's every move was precise to the inch, wasting no motion. Following close behind, Imo Shanshan watched him dispatch monster after monster with effortless grace, certain he still wasn't using his full strength. The realization shook her. Even a peak Zhenjiang expert might be helpless against him. She gave a wry smile at her own talent. Her grandfather had once said she was destined to join the ranks of the 8 Desolation Venerables. Yet beside Chu Mo, she was already falling behind. Remembering their first meeting at Luyang Base, she felt fortunate to have befriended him early. Once he truly rose, the entire city would envy her. Time slipped by, and an hour vanished before she noticed. The winding passage carried them farther still, the damp chill gradually mingling with a warm, vital breath of energy. Rounding a curved stone wall, the tunnel suddenly opened wide. A vast cavern unfolded, stalactites hanging from the ceiling while flecks of light drifted in the air. In the center, a crystal-clear spring lay smooth as a jade platter. At its edge, a blossom of pure gold rested in quiet bud, threads of radiance dancing along its petals as though it might bloom at any moment. "It's the longing flower," Emo Shanshan whispered, delight shining in her eyes. She didn't rush in to pick it. Instead, she calmed her breathing and swept her gaze around whenever a heavenly treasure appeared. A fierce beast always guarded it. That was basic knowledge. Sure enough, a blast of razor wind tore in, reeking of blood, as a powerfully built leopard covered in golden markings ripped through the shrubs and sprang into view. So fast, Chu Mo's heart lurched. His spatial sense had only just caught the fluctuation when the beast was already in front of him. "It's a top-tier level 5 fiend," Emo Shanshan muttered, a heavy pressure on her brow. One step from level 6, about the same as a human Bawang sovereign. The golden leopard was clearly keeping watch over the longing flower, waiting to hit the breakthrough point before devouring it and evolving. It bared its fangs now, a rumbling growl rolling from its chest, warning the two intruders not to come any closer. "Chu Mo, can you take it?" Emo Shanshan clenched her fists, a hint of urgency in her voice. They had finally found a longing flower. Losing it through lack of strength would be heartbreaking. Chu Mo weighed their chances. "It's too quick for me to guarantee victory, but I'll try." His wind affinity was top-notch, yet still a shade slower than the leopard. Thankfully, his teleporting spatial gift gave him a fighting chance. Emo Shanshan nodded at once. "Keep it occupied for 10 seconds, and he'll have the longing flower. After that, we'll figure out how to chase it off." She added, "If it gets out of hand, fall back immediately. Your safety comes first." "Got it." Chu Mo drew his blade and fixed on those gold-green eyes. Roar. Sensing killing intent, the leopard launched itself, a streak of gold. Almost simultaneously, Chu Mo triggered his spatial power and vanished. In the instant he disappeared, claws raked through the spot, tearing open a black fissure in the air. One hit would have meant annihilation. Even after dodging, Chu Mo's heart pounded at its terrifying speed. The leopard, surprised at missing, growled again and lunged. Chu Mo fired off rapid teleports, dancing around it. While they twisted and flashed about, Emo Shanshan seized her chance and sprinted toward the longing flower. Emerald vines curled over the rock, scarlet petals half spread like a dragon mid-roar. She reached out to pluck it. Roar. Catching the movement, the leopard roared in fury. Buzz. An invisible shockwave rippled outward, the air trembling like water. Caught off guard, Chu Mo and Emo Shanshan reeled. Their chi and blood stalled for half a beat. Abandoning Chu Mo, the golden shadow hurled itself at Emo Shanshan, intent on shredding the thief who dared reach for its prize. Damn! Chu Mo's pupils contracted. With no time to think, he yelled instinctively, "Xiao Wu." As Chu Mo's voice died away, a black silhouette coalesced out of the air, a raven-like creature with 3 legs, Xiao Wu. Its piercing screech seemed to smash metal and stone, and in a blink the golden crow streaked across the sky. Vast wings unfurled, night-black feathers veined with faint golden lines. An instant later, a burst of flame like a black sun erupted from its core, hurling a blistering shockwave toward the clouds. With a single mighty beat, Xiao Wu whipped up a gale. Fire intertwined with the whirlwind, splitting into countless feathers of gold and jet that carried wind blades sharp enough to rend the heavens. Like an inverted celestial river, the storm surged toward the golden leopard ahead. Xiao Wu's newly awakened innate power as a rank 5 beast. Everything happened faster than thought. The moment the leopard pivoted to pounce on Emo Shanshan, Chu Mo had already summoned Xiao Wu. When the fire feather deluge arrived, the leopard was still suspended in midair. The next heartbeat, flames and wind swallowed the beast. At first the leopard felt only heat and dismissed it. After all, as a superior rank 5 fiend, its flesh was proof against ordinary fire and steel. What it did not know was that Xiao Wu commanded the solar gold flame. The 3-legged golden crow is called the Lord of the Sun because this fire can consume all things. Xiao Wu could draw but a single strand of it, yet that was more than the leopard could withstand. Its arrogance lasted one breath. The moment the feathers touched, terror filled its eyes. It crashed to the ground, rolling desperately to smother the blaze. But the solar gold flame can scorch even space itself. Unless the target is reduced to nothing, it never dies. The leopard's despairing roars echoed across the plain as the fire devoured it bite by bite. Mercifully, the agony was brief. In the blink of an eye, the flames burned the creature to nothing, not even ash remaining. When the fire dispersed, the stones beneath had fused into glassy crystal, and the heat warped the surrounding air. Even Chu Mo felt his heart jolt. A superior rank 5 fiend, half a step from rank 6, had been reduced to nothing the instant it touched those feathers. Power beyond imagining. At the same time, Emo Shanshan, only just regaining her composure, stared in stunned disbelief. When the golden leopard attacked, she hadn't even had time to react. She had been certain she was going to die here. The moment the golden leopard pounced, Emo Shanshan braced herself for its claws to tear her apart. Instead, Chu Mo lifted a hand and, in a flash of light, summoned a jet-black creature that looked like an enormous raven. The bird landed, crimson eyes narrowing, then suddenly spread its wings. Boom! An inferno roared out, like a miniature sun exploding overhead. The scorching tide of flames swallowed the leopard in an instant. Its tortured howl lasted no more than a single heartbeat before its hide charred black and its body fell silent. Even a peak fifth-rank fiend would be reduced to ash in the blink of an eye by such fire. What kind of monster is that? Mo Shanshan's heart hammered, all mingling with primal fear. Everything unfolding before her shattered the limits of her knowledge. When the blaze finally died, waves of heat still shimmered above the scorched ground. Chu Mo waved, and the raven-like beast leapt onto his shoulder. Its beak hung slightly open as it panted, wings drooping with exhaustion after unleashing its solar gold fire. Well done, Chu Mo said, satisfied. From his storage ring, he produced a vial of emerald spirit essence. The bird's eyes lit up the moment it saw the bottle. It seized it, hopped aside, and drank greedily, its feathers quivering in delight. Once the creature had settled, Chu Mo turned to Mo Shanshan. Are you all right? He asked gently. The familiar voice snapped her out of her daze. Only then did she realize she was drenched in cold sweat. Forcing a smile, she replied, I am fine, Chu Mo. That beast is terrifying. When its fire erupted, I could barely breathe. It felt like the whole world was burning. Naturally, Chu Mo said. A trace of golden crow blood runs in its veins. What? Mo Shanshan's pupils shrank. She had seen beasts carrying ancient bloodlines before an Archean titan elephant. A primordial dark croc, but the golden crow existed only in legend. Remembering the bird spewing solar fire, she felt a chill race down her spine. Aside from the golden crow itself, no other creature could wield such flames. And Chu Mo possessed another beast bearing the blood of a Kuanping. For most cultivators, a single bloodline beast was a once-in-a-lifetime stroke of luck. Chu Mo had two, each extraordinary. Unbidden envy crept across her face. Chu Mo caught the look and smiled faintly. If a mere trace of golden crow blood shocked her this much, she might well scream if she learned the bird was actually pure-blooded. Dismissing the thought, he prompted, let's harvest the dragon chant flower. Right. Jolted back to the task, Mo Shanshan hurried to the spirit spring. With the danger gone, she deftly produced a jade box and several tools from her pouch. First severing the roots with a spirit knife, then supporting the stalk with silver tongs, and finally binding it with silk thread to seal its essence. She worked with meticulous care, leaving no room for error. Once the dragon chant flower was safely inside, she closed the lid and let out a long breath. With the flower secured, my mission's complete. Once we're back at base, Father will finally have a chance to break through to the 8 Desolations realm. She patted her pouch, eyes sparkling with relief. Chu Mo was pleased as well. Their primary objective achieved, he could now scour the vast secret realm for every opportunity it held. In a place teeming with spiritual treasures, he did not intend to miss a single one. Side by side, they began retracing the path they had taken in. Before long they were back on solid ground. The instant her feet touched down, Mo Shanshan's carefree expression vanished. She looked at Chu Mo solemnly. I'm done hunting for treasure. The dragon chant flower matters too much to me. If I lose it, my father will never reach the 8 Desolations venerable realm. I'm going straight to the Martial Tower to take the trials. Then he'll camp by the exit and leave the moment the secret realm opens. What about you? Chu Mo tilted his head, studying her. Entry to a secret realm was hard to come by, and her plan was almost the same as abandoning every chance deeper inside. Still, it was her call. After a moment's thought he nodded. Then I'll go with you. I'd like to see how far I can climb too. Great. Mo Shanshan nodded, and they walked off together toward the tower. The foot of the Martial Tower was already a sea of people. The realm had just opened, and most cultivators were gathered here, some lining up to enter, others craning their necks at the tower, everyone talking at once. Shen Song really is the Shun clan's prodigy has already cleared 43 floors. He said before he came in that head hit 50 this time. Please, the difficulty jumps every 5 floors. That's just bragging. Why not? 10 years ago, when he was only peak grandmaster, he reached 37 and got a gold grade technique. Now he's mid-Zhenjiang realm, several times stronger. 50 floors are within reach, maybe even 60. No one outside could see what happened inside the tower. They had to rely on white dots that pulsed up the tower's dark surface, each dot marking a challenger's progress. Nearly 100 dots were climbing, but most were stuck below the 10th floor. Above that, the numbers thinned sharply. The highest sat steady on the 43rd floor. Shen Song. Even as the crowd chattered, the dot on the 43rd floor flared and jumped to the 44th, setting off another wave of noise. 44. He's gone up one more. Gu Yongxiu's only at 30 on Luke at that gap. Chu Mo and Mo Shanshan arrived just in time to see the excitement. Shen Song really is powerful, Mo Shanshan said, her face growing serious. Chu Mo scratched his chin. Is 44 floors that amazing? It's your first time here, she explained, pointing at the tower. The Martial Tower mimics your true combat strength. and every 10 floors is a threshold. Clearing the 10th puts you at the top of your peers. The 20th marks real talent. The 30th is for rare prodigies people like Gu Yinxiao. Shin Song's on the 44th, which makes him monstrous. If he reaches 50, he'll be close to the peak of martial cultivation. She paused, then added, and every 10 floors you earn a rich reward. 10 years ago, he stopped at 37 and only got the reward for 30 gold grade technique. If he breaks 50 this year, who knows what he'll get? A gold grade technique after 30 floors? A sharp light flashed in Chu Mo's eyes. After hearing what Mo Shanshan had to say about the martial tower, Chu Mo headed straight for the entrance. Go for it. Mo Shanshan's clear voice rang out behind him. Chu Mo lifted a hand in acknowledgement and stepped through the doorway. The moment his foot touched the ground, the outside clamor vanished, and a flash of light swept past his eyes. He now stood on an unfamiliar prairie. A light breeze carried the sweet scent of fresh grass, and even his fingertips seemed to feel the softness of each blade. So real. Chu Mo's heart tightened. He had known he would be drawn into a virtual world the instant he entered, yet the realism still stunned him. Understanding something in theory was one thing. Seeing it with his own eyes was quite another. New challenger detected. Please state your name. An emotionless voice echoed out of nowhere, and Chu Mo immediately realized it was the tower's consciousness. Chu Mo, he answered in a steady tone. Challenger Chu Mo, ID number XXXXXX 6751. Beginning species verification human. Verification complete. Current cultivation, Grandmaster realm. Searching for an appropriate opponent match found. Simulating trial environment simulation complete. Challenger Chu Mo, this is the basic martial tower. Every 10 floors make up one stage. Proceed within your limits and do not push beyond them. Good luck. If you are ready, say begin trial, and the tower will activate the simulation. The series of prompts drifted across the prairie like a video game announcement. Chu Mo allowed himself a brief sigh of admiration before gathering his thoughts and calling out, begin trial. Roar. Before his words had fully faded, a ferocious beast appeared out of thin air. Its fangs jutted forward, blood-red eyes blazing, and it lunged straight at Chu Mo. Boom. Chu Mo stepped in, his right fist exploding with the strength of 2 elephants. The beast shattered into dust under the blow. The power of 2 elephants barely enough to count as the weakest grandmaster, he remarked calmly. Stage cleared. Challenger Chu Mo, would you like to continue? Continue. He replied without hesitation. The scenery warped again, placing him in a new arena as the second-floor beast materialized. Even without looking, he sensed it was stronger, greater power, speed, and defense. The result was identical. 1 punch, instant death. 3rd floor 1 punch. 4th floor 1 punch. 9th floor 1 punch. In the blink of an eye, he stood on the 10th floor. A deafening howl tore through the silence as a dark shape shot out of the dense forest. The black wolf twisted midair, each limb encircled by rings of golden fur like threads of gold. Golden Strand Wolf, upper-class level 4 beast, Chu Mo muttered, eyes narrowing. These beasts were famed for their speed and savage bursts of power. Even most grandmasters at their peak would be forced to flee. Chu Mo hadn't expected to meet such a formidable beast as early as the 10th floor. Outside the martial tower had noticed how sharply the white lights thinned after that point. Now, having stepped into the trial himself, he understood why. A long, piercing howl split the air as the golden-threaded wolf lunged from the shadows. Gold-flecked fur rippled over bulging muscles, and its fangs, slick with foul saliva, flashed like blades. The reek and the gale of its charge seemed intent on tearing the very air apart. Even the surrounding currents twisted under the force. Chu Mo stayed still until the wolf's head was almost on him, then he struck. Blazing mountain fist. Chi dropped into his dantian, and his blood roared. Iron-hard power poured through bone and sinew, gathering in his right arm before exploding outward. Boom. His fist slammed into the wolf's torso with a thunderclap. The beast had no chance to react. It was hurled back faster than it had arrived. A heartbeat later it crashed to the ground, bones and flesh shattering in a single grisly crack. An impassive, mechanical voice filled the space. Congratulations, Challenger Chu Mo. You have cleared the 10th floor. Please choose one reward from the list below. A pale screen unfolded. 3 books hovered in midair, their titles starkly clear. Bullock's Force, Dark Frost Sword Art, Piercing Bone Claw. All were bronze-grade techniques. 1 out of 3, huh? Chu Mo scanned them. A strengthening art, a sword art, a claw art, none perfectly matched him. After a moment's thought, he tapped Dark Frost Sword Art. Chen Shiwei used a sword, and the technique's innate chill suited her gifts. He wouldn't squander this chance. The scroll vanished into his personal storage, the other 2 dissolving into light. Challenger Chu Mo, do you wish to continue? The cold prompt echoed once more. Continue. He answered without hesitation, regulating his breath as he stowed the scroll. Light flashed, and he stood on the 11th floor. 2 savage beasts leaped at him. He raised a fist, and Bloodkey roared like a flood. The 46th floor. Shinsong is already on the 46th floor. Outside the martial tower, the crowd erupted. A martial artist shouted above the din. for more floors, and hell reached 50 in the next tier of rewards. Rumor said the 50th floor rivaled a stage 6 fierce beast or a human Bawang Zuns. If Shin Song reached it, then with only mid-Zhenjiang cultivation, he could slay a Zun's Hunhard off. A trainee besting a warrior defeating a grandmaster. Even a grandmaster toppling a Zhenjiang expert. Those feats had been seen. But a Zhenjiang killing a Zuns? Never. At the tower's summit, the highest white light flashed again and again, tugging every spectator's nerves. Tension mixed with excitement. Witnessing the rise of a peerless genius was a privilege. Among the throng, Shun clan fighters were especially fired up, pumping their fists and yelling. Young master, keep going. Only 4 more floors reach 50, and claim it all. As soon as the young master reaches the 50th floor, he'll break through to the 8 desolations sovereign within 10 years. Then the Shin clan will have another sovereign and vault to the top of the 4 great families. The crowd erupted. A flush of excitement colored every face, and even their voices trembled. Just as every eye locked on Shin Song, waiting for him to climb higher, a startled cry sliced through the noise. Hey, did anyone notice that white that's shooting up from the 11th floor? It's already on the 16th, no, the 17th. 17th? Not bad, but who cares when Shin Song is right there? It wouldn't matter if it stopped at 17, the man insisted, waving frantically, but he jumped from 11 to 17 in under 10 minutes. You still think that's nothing? What? Head snapped up. A heartbeat later, the white marker on the tower wall jumped again. 1 other floor. 18. 19. At this rate, is he one-shotting every guardian beast? Questions and gasps rippled through the square. How high can he go? I'm betting on 30. Higher. He's killing instantly. His strength is unfathomable. 40's not out of the question. Enough guessing's already at 20. Who is this monster? Since when did the Jinling base produce a genius like that? Their whispers nearly drowned out the sounds of Shun Song's climb. At the back of the crowd, Emo Shanshan listened quietly, her gaze fixed on the streak of white light now burning on the 20th floor. The others were bewildered, but she was certain no one but Chu Mo could pull this off. Chu Mo, I want to know too, where is your limit? She murmured, her eyes blazing. Inside the martial tower, Chu Mo stepped onto the 20th floor, where 10 peak Tier 4 fiend beasts roared, fangs and blades weaving a storm of bloodlust. To an ordinary grandmaster this would be a death sentence, but Chu Mo, already unrivaled at that realm, saw only sparring partners so long as their rank remained unchanged. A single flash of his sword, and 10 throats split open at once. The immense bodies crashed down, the tower walls quivered, and silence swallowed the chamber. Congratulations, Challenger Chu Mo. You have cleared floor 20 and earned a stage reward. Please choose one of the following. The detached voice echoed through the space, and 3 archaic books floated before him, wreathed in silver light. Autumn Wind Sword Art. Shadowless Phantom Steps. Great Luo Fist Technique. Chu Mo studied the books, eyes calm yet razor sharp, his expression more solemn than ever. After careful deliberation, Chu Mo chose the Shadowless Phantom Step. This was a silver tier movement art. Until now he had relied on the bronze tier Luo Yin step, but with his power rising and Sifong commander level opponents ahead, that technique was no longer enough. Silver tier manuals were rare even in the great Jinling base. When one did appear, its quality was often mediocre and the price routinely soared into the tens of millions of spirit stones, enough to make even Chu Mo hesitate. Yet here the Shadowless Phantom Step lay quietly on the shelf, and he would not let the chance slip by. He lifted the booklet and leafed through it. Like the Luo Yin step, the Shadowless Phantom Step specialized in sudden turns and rapid shifts. Once activated, the user dissolved into afterimages, nearly impossible to track. Among silver tier arts it ranked among the best. Entry, however, demanded harsh conditions, the most critical being a high-grade wind affinity. That posed no problem for Chu Mo. His wind talent had long been rated top tier. He'll master this technique first. With that thought, he sat cross-legged on the spot, intent on learning it before climbing any farther. Outside the martial tower. Strange. Why isn't that guy moving? He's been stuck on the 20th floor for half an hour. Did he die in there? Because Chu Mo had sped upward at first, many spectators had fixed their eyes on the glowing white that represented him. When the dot stalled, a buzz of conversation broke out. Nothing strange about it. He probably hit his limit. So that's it. I thought we were looking at a peerless prodigy. Guess not. Come on, let's watch Shin Song. Wait. He's moving again. A watcher who was about to look away suddenly widened his eyes. Everyone followed his gaze. The white that had rested on the 20th floor for so long flickered once and reappeared on the 21st. He moved, finally made it to 21. What took him so long? He must fought tooth and nail for half an hour and barely beat the Guardian. I'm telling you, 21 is his ceiling. Still, reaching the 21st floor is impressive. Only a few people here can top that. The words were still hanging in the air when the dot jumped to gain 2012, 23, 24, 29, 30. The moment Chu Mo's light reached the 30th floor, an uproar swept through the crowd outside the tower. They watched, eyes wide, as the white, but representing Chu Mo, climbed the tower. Each time it reached a new floor, less than a minute passed before it leapt to the next. Terrifying. That speed is unbelievable. He's even faster than Shinsong. Do you think he might beat Shinsong's record? No way. Voices overlapped as every fighter stared at the light screen, shocked and baffled by the same question. How on earth was he doing it? With no answer in sight, those outside the tower could only fret. Inside the trial tower, however, Chu Mo had already reached the 30th floor. On the 20th floor, he had relied on his superior wind affinity to master shadowless phantom steps within half an hour, and from there, he had rocketed upward. From the 21st floor onward, the gatekeepers had become Tier 5 fiend beasts, and their numbers kept increasing. By the time he reached the 30th floor, 10 early Tier 5 beasts blocked his way. Yet, even that couldn't slow him down. He unleashed blazing mountain-shaking fist. Flames carrying the weight of a mountain burst forth, shattering bones and tearing flesh. None of the beasts lasted a single exchange. Congratulations, Challenger Chu Mo. You have cleared the 30th floor and earned a milestone reward. Please choose one of the following. The cold, mechanical voice rang out for the third time, and 3 jade manuals materialized, each containing a gold tier technique. 1. 9 Palace Spirit Guiding Art. 2. 8-Armed Brahma Saint Method. 3. Xiantian Drawblade Strike. The 9 Palace Spirit Guiding Art was kept only by the leading clans of the Jinling base. It was reserved for direct descendants and enabled a family to produce body-breaking grandmasters generation after generation. If Chu Mo had a clan or sect of his own, he would have chosen it without hesitation, but he walked his path alone. The 8-Armed Brahma Saint Method was a body-refining scripture. Once mastered, it projected an 8-armed demonic deity behind the user, whose strength rivaled dragons and elephants. Impressive, but he already had the fire-aligned, blazing mountain-shaking fist, whose potential ceiling was even higher. That left the Xiantian Drawblade Strikia technique devoted solely to the way of the blade. Blade arts were Chu Mo's focus. Without hesitation, he reached out, took the jade manual, and murmured, "Don't disappoint me." He pressed the manual to his forehead, and his consciousness was instantly drawn in. Suddenly he was standing in a boundless starry river, where billions of stars turned in silent orbits, their lights intertwining into an endless expanse. Deep within that cosmic sea, a single ray of light burst forth. At first the glow was scarcely noticeable, then it flared into brilliant radiance. Soon Chu Mo could see it clearly deep in the river of stars, beyond the endless void. A tiny golden figure was charging straight at him, clutching a divine saber blazing like a miniature sun. The saber's light unfurled into a curtain thousands of meters long, and the ensuing Bladiki roared, as if measuring heaven and earth, as if sweeping all life away. In a heartbeat the galaxy rolled back, the sun and moon lost their color, layers of space collapsed, and countless stars burst into sparks that flickered out after one last flash of splendor. When the slash finally ended, the golden figure turned and slipped into nothingness, while that terrifying arc of Bladiki kept racing on, as though spanning billions of miles, until it vanished beyond the limit of Chu Mo's sight. After an indeterminate time, he came back to himself and whispered, "So this is the Xiantian Draw Slash." Even now, endless Bladiki rose and fell in his eyes, brilliant, dazzling, blinding. Despite its name, the Xiantian Draw Slash is not a common saber form, but a martial art that tempers the will. Drawing the blade is merely the surface. What matters is understanding one's hirt at the instant the blade leaves the scabbard. Mind, will, and edge must become one. The sharper the will, the more fearsome the power. Perfected, the reinforced spirit turns everything into both ally and target, until a single stroke can make the starry river itself roll backward. More than a century ago the world was thrown into chaos. Humanity awakened as warriors, and countless pioneers fought savage beasts with flesh and blood alone to seize a sliver of life. In that era, a certain great base housed a born swordsman. Even before the upheaval, he practiced 3,000 draws every day. After years of toil his blade moved faster than lightning-cold light flashed, and an enemy's head was already falling. When the world changed, he created his own draw technique. Upon barely reaching the Guardian of the Four Quarters stage, he used 30 years of accumulated blade intent to kill a grade 6 beast 1,000 miles away with one slash, instantly making his name. Later he advanced to the 8 Desolations level and was honored as Dao Venerable. The Xiantian Draw Slash Chu Mo was now comprehending follows this very lineage. Its essence lies not in the motion of drawing, but in the moment before it, when essence, energy, and spirit fuse like the bird of Mount Dong that does not fly for 3 years, but once aloft, soars to the heavens. The long blade rests in its sheath, quietly nurturing intent. Once unleashed it is faster than thunder and cleaves the sky that alone is worthy of the name Xiantian Draw Slash. At the thought, Chu Mo exhaled slowly, delight shining in his eyes. The technique ignores fixed forms and rigid moves. It flows wherever the heart leads, as though tailored for him. Let's see what it can do. Gripping his war saber, he felt a surge of excitement. Though classified only as gold rank, he had already grasped 30% of its intent, and because the art hinges on inner will, he had stepped through the door the very moment he received the legacy. Trial participant Chu Mo, do you wish to proceed? A cold voice prompted by his ear. Proceed. Chu Mo lifted his saber, eyes bright, the answer ringing like steel. Level 31. A mid-tier grade 5 beast blocked Chu Mo's path, a golden python, its trunk thick and dozens of meters long. A hard bulge rose from its savage head, and bare fangs gleamed with deadly chill. Hiss! Its forked tongue flicked out, spraying a rancid stench through the air. The python shot forward, tail scraping the floor, jaws poised to snap shut on Chu Mo. The gap vanished in an instant, close enough for him to see the fine striations on its fangs. 20 paces. 10. When the beast closed to within 5, the seemingly petrified Chu Mo finally moved. Clang! His blade left the sheath with a thunderous crack, as though splitting heaven and earth. Frosty light flared from his hand as he gave the weapon the faintest flick. Shoo! 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 A snow-white arc of steel tore through the air, sword intent crackling like thousands of red-hot needles plunged into water. The colossal python convulsed. Fountains of blood erupted, painting the ground crimson. Invisible edges raged through its body, shredding flesh and bone and extinguishing its life force. With a wet thud, the ferocious golden python fell in dozens of segments, lifeless before they hit the floor. So this is the power of a gold rank technique. Chu Mo sheathed his blade and savored the lingering sword intent, murmuring in admiration. With only a trace of intent carried by his own strength, he had annihilated a mid-tier grade 5 beast. If he unleashed his full talent and power, what horrors could he create? Even he could not imagine. A prompt chimed in his ear. Challenger Chu Mo, do you wish to proceed? Proceed, he answered without hesitation. The scene shifted, and he stepped onto level 32. 2 more mid-tier grade 5 beasts appeared, only to be cut down in the blink of an eye. Level 33 instant kill. Level 34 instant kill. Relying on sheer overwhelming power, he blitzed upward, every level ending in a single stroke. He's too strong, too fast. Outside the tower, countless warriors stared at the rapidly rising white dot on the projection, holding their breath. In no time he's already reached floor 40, then 45, now 46. He's moving faster than Shun Song's record's about to catch up. Beyond the tension and astonishment, an irrepressible hope took root in their hearts, a hope that this dark horse might surpass Shin Song and seize the top spot. It was not impossible because, by now, Gu Yanxiao was still stuck on the 36th floor and had been there for quite some time. On the giant display, the white dot representing Chu Mo had shot past Gu Yanxiao 10 minutes earlier and was still rocketing upward. At the speed he was moving, catching Shin Song on the 48th floor was only a matter of time. Sure enough, under the crowd's unblinking gaze, the one slagging dot reached the 48th floor, paused for barely a heartbeat, then punched through the barrier and entered the 49th. Shin Song, meanwhile, remained where he was. He passed him. He passed him. Oh my god, he really overtook Shin Song. Is the top prodigy of the Jinling base about to be dethroned? Who is this guy anyway? I've never even heard of him. The hall erupted in chatter, every face lit with shock. They had already witnessed this mysterious fighter's unstoppable momentum and thought they were prepared. Yet the moment Shin Song was overtaken, a chill still ran down their spines. Inside the Marshall Tower, 50th floor, Chu Mo stood firmly at the center, power surging from every pore. Razor-sharp saber intent filled the air, almost becoming tangible shards of cold light swirling around a heavy killing aura. In front of him, 10 huge beasts roared side by side, their scaled hides glinting with an eerie sheen. The crushing pressure they exuded made it clear that each one was a level 5 high-grade beast, a match for a latest-stage 4-guard general among human warriors. Roar! With an ear-splitting bellow, the 10 beasts charged as one. Chu Mo didn't hesitate. Every ounce of his talent burst forth. He stepped forward and unleashed a waterfall of blade light. Moments later, the bloody wind stilled, and all 10 bodies crashed to the floor. Congratulations, Challenger Chu Mo. You have cleared the 50th floor and earned a stage reward. Please choose one item from the following options. The familiar mechanical voice echoed in his ears again. This was the 5th time he had heard it. Memories flashed through his mind. On the 10th floor, he won the bronze grade technique, Frostmourne Sword Art. On the 20th, he claimed the silver grade movement skill, Shadowless Phantom Step. On the 30th, he secured the gold grade technique, Heavenly Severance. On the 40th, he obtained a spirit weapon, the Autumn Reaver Saber. Autumn Reaver was already sentient. Once drawn, it moved as naturally as his own arm. Any spirit weapon was at least 5th tier and incredibly rare, beyond the reach of most generals, and Autumn Reaver was a 7th tier spirit weapon. When he had first entered the tower, he carried only a 4th tier alloy combat blade, just a lifeless piece of metal that never quite fit his hand. The moment Autumn Reaver appeared, he took it without a second thought. The decision paid off. The saber made his blade intent flow more smoothly and amplified its power significantly. By his quick estimate, it boosted his saber intent by at least 30%. Chu Mo had already mastered 30% of the blade intent, and now he had pushed it another 3% further, allowing him to unleash almost 40% of its full power. Do not underestimate that single extra percent. The jump in combat strength was enormous. Earlier, he could not decapitate a Tier 5 elite fiend with one strike. But while clearing floors 41 through 50, he was able to split their skulls and kill them instantly, all thanks to that additional sliver of blade intent. He raised the Autumn Slayer saber and idly twirled it. The palered blade shimmered, and with a flick of his wrist, a mist-like crimson glow rippled outward. This divine weapon had been his reward for conquering the 40th floor. Now, standing before the light curtain of the 50th, he was eager to see what came next. Even as the thought arose, the curtain rippled and 3 items appeared in silence. 1. A fist-sized crystal swirling with many colors. 2. A drop of blood suspended in midair, wrapped in golden radiance. 3. A jade tome, old yet pristine, its surface glowing softly. The 3 treasures hovered quietly, each casting a gentle halo with a unique aura. As Chu Mo looked at them, information flooded his mind. The first item, the 5-element crystal, was an ageless rarity that could raise a warrior's elemental affinity straight to the transcendent level, instantly forging an unparalleled prodigy. The second, golden heartblood, had an unknown origin but came from the heart of a mighty being and contained terrifying energy. Swallowing it might awaken divine abilities or bloodline power, yet it could also do nothing. The gamble was immense. The third was a manual, the indestructible dragon elephant scripture. According to legend, a wondrous beast called the dragon elephant roamed ancient times. Its flesh was invincible. One roar shattered space. One step splintered the earth. Sages studied this creature and created the ultimate body tempering technique. By cultivating the scripture, a warrior could refine his physique and break human limits 9 times, until his body rivaled that of the dragon elephant. With every breakthrough, his body could endure an additional 100-fold increase in strength. This surge of knowledge thundered through Chu Mo's mind, and his pupils contracted. It was the fabled art of breaking all limits. His innate talent allowed for a 480-fold amplification of strength, yet the limits of his flesh held him to only 100. He had long sought a way to shatter that barrier, knowing such methods were nearly impossible to find. He had planned to search slowly, never imagining the answer would stand before him today. He weighed the options swiftly. The 5-element crystal was priceless, but with his gathering technique, he could eventually collect elemental affinities on his own. The golden heartblood might be even more valuable, yet the chance of failure made it too risky. The indestructible dragon elephant scripture was exactly what he needed, offering continuous growth over a long period. Decision made, Chu Mo did not hesitate. He reached out and drew the jade tome into his palm. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.